Hey guys, how are you all? Welcome to Let's Start Story on What If Harry Potter Was Bellatrix Lestrange's Son. So do 4 blue hearts comment, be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video and please share with your friends and watch till end. Also check out Patreon for I have upload Harry x Hermione uncensored spicy version, link in description.
Chapter 1. Blood Awakening. Harry woke gasping, his skin burning as if he'd been dropped in acid. He bit down on his fist to muffle the scream that threatened to escape, a habit formed over weeks of these nocturnal episodes. The ancient floorboards of Grimmauld Place creaked as he stumbled to the bathroom, shoulders hunched against the pain radiating through his bones. His reflection in the cracked mirror showed nothing new, same unruly black hair. Same green eyes, same lightning scar, but something felt wrong beneath his skin, as if his body had become an ill-fitting suit. Just a nightmare, he muttered, splashing cold water on his face. The droplets sizzled against his skin. When he looked up again, for just a heartbeat, his reflection showed different eyes, darker, heavier lidded. Harry jerked back, blinking hard. His normal reflection stared back, pale and exhausted. Footsteps approached in the hallway. Harry quickly dried his face and opened the door before anyone could knock. "All right, Harry," Sirius asked, his gaunt face lined with concern. He wore a faded t-shirt with some obscure Wizarding Band logo and pajama bottoms that had once been black but had faded to a dusty gray. "Fine. Just needed some water." Sirius's eyes narrowed slightly. "That's the 4th time this week I've found you wandering around at 3 in the morning." Harry shrugged, aiming for casual and missing by a mile. "Owl's stress, probably." "Right," Sirius said, clearly not believing him. "Come on, then. If we're both up, might as well have a cuppa." They descended the creaking staircase in silence, careful to avoid the steps that groaned loudest. The portrait of Walburga Black remained mercifully silent behind her curtains as they passed. The kitchen was cold, but Sirius lit the stove with a casual flick of his wand, and soon the kettle was whistling cheerfully. Harry sank into a chair at the long wooden table, tracing the knife marks left by generations of blacks with his fingertip. "I used to have nightmares too," Sirius said, placing a steaming mug in front of Harry. "After Azkaban." "These aren't exactly nightmares," Harry said, then immediately regretted it. Sirius sat down across from him, suddenly alert. "What, then?" Harry stared into his tea. "I don't know. They're like memories. But not mine." He hesitated. "At least, I don't think they're mine." "Voldemort?" Sirius asked quietly. "No. Different. When it's him, it feels cold and snake-like." Harry shook his head. "These feel, I don't know how to explain it. Like they're coming from inside me, not invading from outside." Sirius's face was difficult to read in the dim kitchen light. "What are these not nightmares about?" "A woman," Harry said. "Sometimes she's laughing. Sometimes she's fighting. And there's a baby. She's hiding the baby somewhere." Something flickered across Sirius's face. Recognition, quickly masked. "What?" Harry demanded. "You know something. I don't." "Don't lie to me," Harry said, his voice sharper than he intended. "Everyone's been lying to me all summer. You promised you'd be different." Sirius sighed, running a hand through his tangled hair. "I'm not lying. I've got suspicions, not answers." "Tell me." Sirius stared at him for a long moment, then nodded. "All right. But not here." He stood. "Finish your tea and meet me in the drawing room. I need to get something first." Harry drained his mug and followed a few minutes later, finding Sirius kneeling before an ornate cabinet. He was carefully removing a small stone basin inscribed with runes. "Is that a pensieve?" Harry asked, recognizing it from Dumbledore's office. "Black family heirloom." Sirius set it on a side table. "Less refined than Dumbledore's, but it works." He straightened, looking Harry directly in the eye. "What I'm about to show you. Dumbledore would have my hide." "Then why?" "Because I spent 12 years in Azkaban for secrets that weren't mine to keep," Sirius said grimly. "And because you're right. You deserve the truth." He raised his wand to his temple and drew out a silvery strand of memory, depositing it in the basin where it swirled like mist. "This was about 7 months before you were born," Sirius said. "I wasn't supposed to be there. But, well, I had a habit of being places I shouldn't." Harry approached the pensieve cautiously. "What am I going to see?" Sirius's expression was haunted. The night your mother disappeared for 3 days. My mother. But she was. Just look, Sirius said. Some questions are better answered by seeing. Harry hesitated for just a moment before plunging his face into the swirling silver substance. The world tilted and reformed. Harry found himself standing in a narrow London alley, rain pouring down in sheets. A younger Sirius, face unlined by prison, hair shorter and neatly kept, crouched behind a stack of crates, wand drawn. At the end of the alley stood a woman with fiery red hair. Lily Potter had her back to a brick wall, wand raised defensively as she faced another figure. Harry's breath caught. The other woman was tall, with heavy-lidded eyes and a cascade of dark curls. She looked younger than in the wanted posters plastered throughout the wizarding world. But there was no mistaking Bellatrix Lestrange. You're insane, Lily was saying, her voice barely audible over the rain. Probably, Bellatrix agreed with a sharp laugh that raised goosebumps on Harry's arms. But I'm also desperate, and you're the only one who can help. Why would I help you? You're one of them. Bellatrix stepped closer, and Lily's wand twitched in warning. The Death Eater slowly raised empty hands. Because despite what you think of me, Mudblood, some things transcend this war. There was no mockery in her voice when she added, and because you're the best at protective charms. Better even than Dumbledore. Whatever you're planning. I'm not planning anything, Bellatrix interrupted. I'm trying to save a life. A child's life. Lily's expression hardened. Whose child? Bellatrix hesitated, then said simply, mine. The memory swirled and shifted. Now they stood in a small cottage Harry didn't recognize. Lily sat in an armchair, pale but composed. Opposite her, Bellatrix paced like a caged animal. The Dark Lord would kill the child himself if he knew, she was saying. He can't abide threats, real or perceived. And the father? Lily asked carefully. Bellatrix's expression tightened. Dead to everyone who matters. You mean actually dead, or? I mean he made his choice, Bellatrix snapped. He chose his precious principles over his blood. Over his son. Lily leaned forward. And you? What do you choose? Bellatrix stopped pacing, her face transforming with an emotion Harry never imagined seeing there, vulnerability. I choose his life over my wishes. She whispered. I choose his survival over my pride. Even if it means giving him up. Even then. Bellatrix's voice cracked. Even if he never knows me. The scene shifted again. They were in what appeared to be a makeshift ritual chamber. Symbols Harry didn't recognize were chalked on the floor in a complex pattern. In the center stood Lily, now visibly pregnant, holding a small bundle wrapped in black silk. Bellatrix knelt at the edge of the pattern, her sleeves rolled up to reveal the dark mark stark against her pale skin. Blood dripped from a cut on her palm into a silver bowl. Are you certain? Lily asked. Once done, this can't be undone. Not fully. Do it, Bellatrix commanded, her voice steady despite the tears tracking down her cheeks. Make him look like one of yours. Give him your protection. Your blood will shield him where mine would mark him for death. Lily began a complex incantation, her wand moving in intricate patterns as she circled the bundle. Tendrils of magic. Gold from Lily, deep purple from Bellatrix, wove together around the child. His name? Lily asked softly. Bellatrix looked up, her face fierce through her tears. He doesn't have one yet. He'll be whatever you name him, but he is a black by blood. The last male of our line. The memory dissolved, and Harry found himself back in the drawing room of Grimmauld Place, gasping as if he'd run a mile. He staggered backward, colliding with an armchair. That's not. He choked out. That can't be. Sirius caught his arm, steadying him. I don't know what it means, Harry. I only saw fragments. Lily made me swear an oath never to speak of it, said it was to protect you. Protect me from what? Harry's voice rose. From knowing my whole life is a lie. That I'm. He couldn't finish the sentence. You're Harry Potter, Sirius said firmly. James and Lily's son in every way that matters. But biologically. I don't know for certain, Sirius interrupted. That memory doesn't prove anything conclusively. Harry laughed, a harsh sound. Right. Bellatrix Lestrange just happened to have a baby boy at exactly the same time my mother was pregnant with me. And they performed some blood ritual. That's just coincidence, is it? Sirius's face was grave. I've wondered for years. After James and Lily died, after I was arrested. I thought about that night often in Azkaban. But you looked so much like James. Even as a baby. And Bellatrix was in prison too. I would have known if she'd been pregnant. Unless she'd already given birth before she was captured, Harry pointed out. He paced the room, energy thrumming through him. And the timing fits. I was born end of July. This memory was, when? December, Sirius admitted reluctantly. About 7 months before your birthday. Harry stopped by the black family tapestry that covered one wall. His eyes fixed on the burn mark where Sirius should have been, then drifted to Bellatrix's name, connected by a golden thread to Rodolphus Lestrange. No children listed, he observed, voice hollow. The tapestry only shows recognized heirs, Sirius said quietly. If a child was hidden, it wouldn't appear. Harry turned to face his godfather. I need to know the truth. I've told you everything I. Not from you, Harry interrupted. From Dumbledore. He has to know. He always knows. Sirius hesitated. Dumbledore keeps secrets for reasons, Harry. Sometimes good ones. I don't care about his reasons. Harry's shout echoed through the room. The lights flickered, and a nearby vase shattered. Harry stared at it, startled by his own uncontrolled magic, something that hadn't happened since he was a child. Sirius noticed too, his expression darkening with concern. What's happening to you, Harry? These dreams, your magic. Harry swallowed hard. I think something's changing. Ever since we arrived here, it's like this house is waking something up inside me. The Black family home, Sirius murmured. Blood calling to blood. We need to talk to Dumbledore, Harry repeated. Now. Sirius glanced at the clock. It's 4 in the morning. I don't care if it's 4 in the bloody afternoon, Harry snapped. I want answers. Before Sirius could respond, green flames erupted in the fireplace. As if summoned by their conversation, Albus Dumbledore stepped into the room, his silver hair and beard gleaming in the firelight. His expression was grave. I believe, he said softly, that it's time we had a conversation about your mother, Harry. Both of them. Dumbledore settled into an armchair, declining Sirius's offer of tea with a small wave. His piercing blue eyes hadn't left Harry since his arrival. How did you know? Harry demanded, remaining standing. Were you spying on us? Not at all, Dumbledore replied calmly. But certain monitoring charms I placed around you years ago have been triggering with increasing frequency. Tonight, they nearly overwhelmed my instruments. He nodded toward the pensieve. I see Sirius has shown you his memory. Sirius crossed his arms. He deserves the truth, Albus. Indeed he does. Dumbledore sighed heavily. I had hoped to wait until you were older, Harry. The burden of knowledge can be as heavy as ignorance, in its way. Just tell me, Harry said through gritted teeth. Am I? Is she? Bellatrix Lestrange gave birth to a son in December 1979, Dumbledore stated. A child fathered by Regulus Black shortly before his disappearance and presumed death. The confirmation hit Harry like a physical blow. He sank onto the sofa, legs suddenly unable to support him. Regulus. Sirius breathed. My brother. Dumbledore nodded. A complicated young man who made a brave choice in the end. He turned against Voldemort, though few know this. And Bellatrix? Harry asked, his voice strange to his own ears. Found herself in an impossible position, Dumbledore said. She was devoted to Voldemort but found herself with child by a traitor. Had Voldemort discovered this, both she and the child would have been killed instantly. So she came to my mother. To Lily. Yes. Lily Potter was not only brilliant with charms, she was a LSO pregnant and due around the same time. It presented a unique opportunity. Harry's mind reeled. An opportunity for what? To swap babies. No, nothing so crude, Dumbledore replied. The ritual Hay performed was ancient magic. Part adoption, part glamour, part blood protection. It bound you to Lily and James Potter so thoroughly that, for all magical and practical purposes, you became their son. But I'm not, Harry whispered. Family is more than blood, Harry, Dumbledore said gently. James Potter held you minutes after your birth. He named you, loved you, died protecting you. Lily Potter wove her protection into your very skin, giving her life to seal it. They are your parents in every way that matters. And what about my biological parents? The words felt strange on Harry's tongue. Regulus Black died before you were born, though his blood runs in your veins. As for Bellatrix, Dumbledore hesitated. Her choices have placed her firmly in Voldemort's camp. But she has kept your secret all these years. Even in Azkaban, one might conclude there remains some maternal feeling, buried beneath her fanaticism. Sirius paced the room, agitated. This is why you wouldn't let me take Harry after James and Lily died. Not because I was suspected of betraying them, but because the blood protection was tied to Lily's sacrifice in her sister's home, Dumbledore interrupted firmly. That hasn't changed, hasn't it? Harry challenged. If I'm not really Lily's son. But you are, Dumbledore insisted. The ritual made it so. Lily's blood protection works precise. Because she claimed you as her own. In magic, in blood, and in love. His expression softened. The protection has been weakening as you age, it's true. But that would have happened regardless of your parentage. Harry ran his hands through his hair. These dreams I'm having. Memories, Dumbledore confirmed. Fragments of your earliest days, before the ritual took full effect. The enchantment is fading slightly as you approach adulthood, allowing some of these memories to surface. And my appearance, my magic. Harry's voice cracked. Am I going to turn into her? The physical changes should be minimal. Dumbledore assured him. The ritual was designed to be permanent, though some traits may emerge, more in your magic than your appearance. What traits? Sirius asked sharply. Dumbledore looked troubled. The Black family is known for certain aptitudes, particularly in the more arcane branches of magic. Dark magic, Harry translated. Magic is neither dark nor light inherently, Harry. Intent matters more than inclination. Dumbledore leaned forward. But yes, you may find certain types of magic come more naturally to you now, types that may have seemed difficult before. Is that why you've been avoiding me? Harry asked, the pieces clicking into place. You've been afraid I'm turning into one of them. No, Dumbledore said firmly. I've kept my distance to court you from Voldemort's intrusions into your mind, nothing more. Harry wasn't convinced. What happens now? For the moment, nothing changes, Dumbledore said. You'll return to Hogwarts as planned. I'll arrange for private lessons to help you manage any emerging abilities. And Bellatrix? Harry asked. She's out there right now, fighting for Voldemort. A shadow crossed Dumbledore's face. Yes. And that creates complications I had hoped to avoid for some time yet. Does she know? That I know, I mean. I doubt it. But Voldemort may suspect something. Dumbledore stood. Harry, I must impress upon you the absolute necessity of keeping this information secret. If Voldemort confirms you are Bellatrix's son, he'd use it against me, Harry finished. Or attempt to use you against us, Dumbledore corrected. Blood ties are powerful in the wizarding world, especially among the old families. Voldemort might believe he could turn you through them. Harry's jaw set. He'd be wrong. I believe so too, Dumbledore said with the ghost of a smile. But let us not test that theory unnecessarily. Sirius had been unusually quiet. Now he looked up, his expression haunted. My brother, and my cousin. All this time, Regulus died trying to destroy a piece of Voldemort's power, Dumbledore told him gently. When the time is right, I will share that story too. Harry stood suddenly. I need to see it. See what? Sirius asked. The ritual. My birth. Whatever happened. Harry turned to Dumbledore. You have the memory, don't you? You must. Dumbledore hesitated, then nodded slowly. I do. But Harry, some knowledge cannot be unlearned. I don't care, Harry said fiercely. These are my parents we're talking about, all of them. I deserve to see what happened. The headmaster studied him for a long moment. Then reached into his robes and withdrew a small crystal vial filled with swirling silver memory. Very well. He approached the pensieve. But you will not go alone. The memory began in a small stone chamber lit by floating candles. Lily Potter lay on a bed, face contorted in pain, her pregnant belly enormous beneath a thin shift. James Potter held her hand, murmuring encouragement. Beside them stood a younger Dumbledore and, to Harry's shock, Severus Snape. She's losing too much blood, Snape snapped, his normally sallow face even paler. The potion isn't working fast enough. It has to be now, Dumbledore said. We can't wait any longer. The door burst open. Bellatrix Lestrange staggered in, clutching a bundle to her chest. Her wild hair was matted with sweat, her eyes fever bright. Is she ready? Bellatrix demanded, ignoring James's raised wand. Barely, Snape replied. The labor's been complicated. Bellatrix approached the bed, her movement uncharacteristically gentle as she placed the bundle beside Lily. Then we must hurry. Harry moved closer, heart hammering. Inside the black silk wrappings lay a tiny infant with a shock of dark hair, sleeping peacefully. He's perfect, Lily whispered, reaching out to touch the baby's cheek. Of course he is, Bellatrix said sharply. He's a black. James looked between the women. Lily, are you absolutely certain? Yes. Lily gasped through another contraction. We discussed this, James. The protection only works if. She broke off, crying out in pain. If the children share a birth moment, Dumbledore finished. A magical twin bond, created at the instant of birth. Snape moved swiftly, administering potions to Lily. It's time. The second child is coming. What followed was a blur of movement, incantations, and Lily's cries of pain. Harry watched, transfixed, as a second baby, stillborn, was delivered. No, James whispered, stricken. Dumbledore moved immediately, placing the RST child, Bellatrix's son, in Lily's arms while beginning a complex series of wand movements. Quickly, he instructed. The naming, before the moment passes. Through her exhaustion, Lily pressed her lips to the baby's forehead. Harry, she whispered. Harry James Potter. Magic swirled around them, gold, silver, and deep crimson strands weaving together. The baby's features seemed to ripple and shift subtly, taking on hints of James's jawline, Lily's cheekbones. Bellatrix stood rigid by the wall, watching with an expression of fierce determination mixed with devastating loss. The blood, Dumbledore prompted. James pricked his palm, letting 7 drops fall onto the baby's chest. Lily did the same. Bellatrix approached last, her movements stiff. My blood he already has, she said hoarsely. But for the binding, she sliced her palm deeper than necessary, letting the blood pool before pressing it to the child's forehead. Where their blood met, a flash of brilliant light erupted. The baby, Harry, began to wail. When the light faded, a thin, lightning-shaped mark remained on his forehead. It is done, Dumbledore said quietly. By blood, by magic, and by name, he is now Harry James Potter. Bellatrix reached out as if to touch the child once more, then withdrew her hand. Without another word, she turned and swept from the room, her back rigid. Snape looked after her, something unreadable in his expression. She will never speak of this, he said to Dumbledore. I've made certain of it. And you, Severus? Dumbledore asked. Snape's gaze returned to Lily, who was cradling baby Harry with tears streaming down her face. Nor will I, he said softly. The memory dissolved, reforming in Dumbledore's office. The headmaster sat behind his desk, while James and Lily Potter sat opposite, Harry cradled in Lily's arms. No one can ever know, James was saying fiercely. Not the Order, not our friends. No one. The risk would be too great, Dumbledore agreed. Voldemort would kill the child immediately if he knew. And Bellatrix would be executed for her betrayal. What about Sirius? Lily asked. He's Harry's godfather. Doesn't he deserve to know? James ran a hand through High's hair, the same nervous gesture Harry had inherited. We'll tell him someday. When Harry's older. When it's safe. And what will we tell Harry? Lily looked down at the sleeping baby. When he's old enough to understand. The truth. James said without hesitation. That we chose him. That he's ours in all the ways that matter. Lily pressed a kiss to the baby's forehead, directly over the lightning scar. Always, she whispered. Harry pulled back from the pensieve, gasping. The drawing room of Grimmauld Place materialized around him. Sirius steadied him as he swayed on his feet. Harry. Sirius looked concerned. What did you see? Harry couldn't answer immediately. The images swirled in his mind. Lily's determination, James's acceptance, Bellatrix's strange mixture of ferocity and grief. I saw my birth, he finally managed. Both of them. Dumbledore emerged from the pensieve a moment later, his expression solemn. Now you understand. I understand that my whole life has been built on secrets and lies, Harry said. But the anger had drained from his voice, replaced by confusion. Not lies, Dumbledore corrected gently. A different kind of truth. James and Lily Potter's child was stillborn that night. You became their son in his place. A gift to them as much as their protection was a gift to you. Harry sank into a chair. And Snape knows. He was there. One of only 5 people present at the ritual. Dumbledore confirmed. James and Lily took the secret to their graves. Bellatrix has kept her silence, even in madness. And now there's us, Sirius said quietly. The 3 of us, and Snape. The secret must remain closely held, Dumbledore warned. Especially now, with Voldemort's return and Bellatrix's escape from Azkaban. Harry looked up sharply. You think she'll try to find me? To claim me, somehow. I think Bellatrix Lestrange is a complicated woman whose motivations have always been difficult to predict, Dumbledore said carefully. Her devotion to Voldemort is fanatical. But her dedication to blood purity and family legacy runs even deeper. So what do I do? Harry asked. Just pretend none of this is happening. Pretend I'm not changing. For now, yes, Dumbledore said. At least in public. But privately, we will help you manage these changes. He reached into his robes and withdrew a small, leather-bound book. This journal belonged to Phineas Nigellus Black. It contains his observations on the particular magical talents of the Black bloodline. Harry took the book reluctantly. So I'm supposed to just, what? Embrace being the on of Bellatrix Lestrange and a dead Death Eater. No, Sirius said firmly, placing a hand on Harry's shoulder. You're supposed to remember that you are your own person, Harry. Not defined by James and Lily. Not defined by Bellatrix and Regulus. Defined by your choices, just as Dumbledore has always told you. Harry's hand drifted to his scar. Not a curse mark after all, but the result of a desperate protection ritual performed by 4 people with wildly different motivations. There's more, he said suddenly, looking at Dumbledore. Something you're still not telling me. Dumbledore hesitated, then nodded slowly. The connection between you and Voldemort, it may be affected by this revelation. Your mother, Bellatrix, bears his mark willingly. That creates a resonance with your own unwilling connection. Is that why my scar's been hurting more? Why the dreams are getting worse? Partially, Dumbledore admitted. The blood magic that has protected you is changing as you approach adulthood. As it weakens, other aspects of your inheritance emerge. Great, Harry said bitterly. So not only am I the son of Voldemort's most devoted follower, I'm also more vulnerable to him now. Not necessarily, Dumbledore said. A strange light entering his eyes. Different, certainly. But vulnerability and strength often arise from the same source, Harry. Sunlight was beginning to filter through the dusty windows. Morning had arrived without any of them noticing. The others will be awake soon, Sirius said. Harry's stomach clenched. Ron and Hermione. What do I tell them? The truth, if you wish, Dumbledore said. I would only ask that you limit your confidence to those you trust implicitly. They'd never betray me, Harry said immediately. Not intentionally, Dumbledore agreed. But the more people who know a secret, the more likely it is to be discovered, Harry finished. He stood, suddenly feeling the weight of exhaustion. I need to think. Alone. Dumbledore nodded. Of course. But Harry, when you are ready, we should begin those lessons I mentioned. Sooner rather than later. As Harry climbed the stairs back to his room, his mind churned with images from the memories, Lily's fierce protection. James's unwavering acceptance, Bellatrix's strange grief. He wondered what Regulus Black had been like, this uncle-father he would never know. He paused on the landing, catching sight of himself in a tarnished mirror. For an instant, just a flicker, he saw different eyes looking back at him. Darker, heavier lidded, black family eyes. Harry Potter, son of 4 parents, heir to 2 bloodlines. Claimed by both light and dark, stared at his reflection until it settled back into the familiar features he'd always known. Only his eyes seemed different now that he was looking properly. Not just Lily's eyes, as everyone had always told him. Something else lurked in their depths. Something older, wilder. Something with the power to change everything. The Department O.F. Mysteries was eerily silent as the small group moved through its twisting corridors. Dumbledore led the way, followed by Moody, Tonks, Kingsley, Sirius, and Harry. I still don't understand why I need to be here. Harry muttered to Sirius. 2 weeks had passed since the revelations at Grimmauld Place, and Harry had barely slept since. Dumbledore believes the ritual chamber might help us understand what's happening to you. Sirius replied quietly. Something about residual magical signatures. They entered a circular room with multiple identical doors. Dumbledore moved confidently to one and opened it, revealing a chamber filled with stone tiers descending to a central dais. Upon the dais stood an ancient stone archway hung with tattered black curtains that moved gently in a non-existent breeze. The Death Chamber. Moody growled. Bad business, this place. Not our destination, Dumbledore replied, leading them around the perimeter to a small, unmarked door nearly hidden in shadow. Beyond lay a much smaller room. Circular like the entrance chamber but lined with white marble. Runes were carved into the floor in concentric circles, some of which Harry recognized from the memory of his birth ritual. This is one of the Ministry's oldest ritual spaces, Dumbledore explained. Dating back to before the Ministry itself was established. What exactly are we doing here, Albus? Kingsley asked, his deep voice echoing. Attempting to understand the nature of Harry's protection, Dumbledore said. And perhaps, how it might be reinforced. Harry stepped into the room cautiously. The moment his foot crossed the threshold, the runes on the floor began to glow with a soft golden light. Fascinating, Dumbledore murmured. The chamber recognizes blood magic. Is that normal? Tonks asked, eyes wide. Not in the slightest, Moody said, magical eye swiveling wildly. This room shouldn't react to anyone. Dumbledore gestured for Harry to move to the center of the chamber. If you would, Harry. Hesitantly, Harry walked to the middle of the runic circles. As he reached the innermost ring, the golden light intensified, and new symbols began to appear between the existing runes. These glowing with a deep purple light. Black family magic, Sirius said softly. I recognize some of these symbols from the library at Grimmauld Place. Indeed, Dumbledore agreed. The chamber eyes revealing Harry's dual magical heritage. Harry felt a strange humming sensation beneath his skin, as if his blood had begun to vibrate in resonance with the glowing runes. What's happening? Before anyone could answer, the door burst open. A jet of red light struck Kingsley in the chest, sending him crashing into the wall. More spells followed in quick succession. Tonks went down next, then Moody, despite his paranoid vigilance. Dumbledore's wand was in his hand instantly, a shield charm expanding to cover Harry and Sirius. Through the doorway stepped Lucius Malfoy, flanked by 2 masked Death Eaters. How predictable, Malfoy drawled. Did you really think the Department of Mysteries was unwatched, Dumbledore? Lucius, Dumbledore said calmly. This is foolish. You are outnumbered. Am I? Malfoy smiled thinly. I count 3 of you conscious, and 6 of us. 3 more Death Eaters appeared behind him. One of them laughed. A high, wild sound that made Harry's blood run cold. The laugh from his dreams. Bellatrix Lestrange pushed forward, her eyes gleaming with mad triumph. We meet again, dear cousin, she taunted Sirius. Then her gaze shifted to Harry, and something indecipherable flickered across her face. The runic circles flared brighter as she approached, the purple symbols pulsing like heartbeats. Step back, Harry, Dumbledore commanded, his voice unusually sharp. Harry tried to retreat, but found himself seemingly rooted to the center of the runic circle. I can't move, he said, panic rising in his throat. Bellatrix's eyes widened as she noticed the glowing runes. What have you done? She demanded of Dumbledore, her wand wavering between him and Harry. Nothing that wasn't already in motion, Dumbledore replied cryptically. Though your presence appears to be accelerating the process. What process? Lucius asked sharply. This wasn't part of the plan, Bellatrix. Shut up, she hissed, taking another step into the chamber. As she did, the purple runes flared brighter. And Harry gasped as pain lanced through his scar. Images flooded his mind. Not visions from Voldemort this time, but fragments of memories. A woman's arms holding him, a soft voice. Singing in a language he didn't understand but somehow knew, the smell of winter air and night-blooming flowers. Stop, he gasped, clutching his head. Bellatrix froze, her expression transforming manic glee to something closer to confusion. The boy, she said softly. He's enough, Sirius shouted, sending a stunning spell toward Bellatrix, who deflected it with almost lazy precision. Cousin, she purred, focusing on Sirius now. Always so predictable. Always so. Gryffindor. She spat the word like a curse. The other Death Eaters spread around the perimeter of the room, wands trained on Dumbledore, who remained unnaturally calm. Lucius, Dumbledore said conversationally, I assume Voldemort sent you for something specific. The prophecy, perhaps. Malfoy's lip curled. Playing for time, old man. It won't work. We have what we came for. He nodded toward Harry. The boy, trapped in a ritual circle he can't escape. How convenient. I wouldn't call it that, Dumbledore replied. His eyes hadn't left Bellatrix, who was staring at Harry with growing intensity. Harry felt another surge of pain, stronger this time. The golden and purple runes began to intertwine, creating new patterns across the marble floor. He could feel something changing inside him, as if two conflicting forces were suddenly merging. His face, one of the masked Death Eaters whispered. Look at his face. Harry raised a hand to his cheek, finding the contours subtly altered beneath his fingertips, higher cheekbones, a slightly sharper jaw. His hair felt different too, heavier somehow. Bellatrix took another step forward, now just outside the outermost runic circle. It can't be, she whispered, all traces of madness momentarily gone from her voice. Bella, what are you doing? Lucius demanded. The Dark Lord wants Potter alive. This isn't about what he wants, she replied, not taking her eyes off Harry. Not this time. Dumbledore's wand moved in a subtle pattern at his side. Harry, he said quietly, when I give the word. Duck. Harry nodded almost imperceptibly, his eyes locked with Bellatrix's. There was something in her gaze he'd never expected to see. Recognition, and beneath it, something that might have been longing. My son, she breathed, so softly only Harry heard it. The words triggered a cascade effect. The runes beneath Harry's feet erupted in blinding light, and he felt something inside him tear loose, as if a dam had broken. Magic surged through him, raw and untamed, unlike anything he'd ever experienced. Now, Harry, Dumbledore shouted. Harry dropped to the floor. Or as Dumbledore swept his wand in a broad arc. A wave of force exploded outward, knocking the Death Eaters back, all except Bellatrix, who somehow remained standing, protected by the same runic light that surrounded Harry. Sirius. Get Harry out, Dumbledore commanded, engaging Malfoy and two others in a flurry of spellwork. Sirius lunged for Harry, grabbing his arm and pulling him up. The moment Harry moved from the center of the circle, the light changed, turning from gold and purple to a deep, angry red. No! Bellatrix shrieked, leaping forward. The ritual isn't complete. She hurled a spell not at Sirius or Harry, but at the doorway, sealing it with a wall of black flame. What are you doing? Lucius shouted. The Dark Lord's orders mean nothing compared to blood, Bellatrix snarled, turning on Malfoy with such ferocity that he took a step back. This is no longer your mission. Harry felt another wave of magic pulse through him, stronger than the last. The pain was intense now, radiating from his scar throughout his entire body. It felt as if his very cells were being rewritten. Sirius held him tightly, wand aimed at Bellatrix. What's happening to him? He demanded. The concealment is breaking, Bellatrix said, her voice suddenly calm. The ritual you and the Mudblood performed all those years ago, Dumbledore, it's unraveling. As I always knew it would. Dumbledore, still maintaining shields against the other Death Eaters' attacks, spared her a brief glance. You knew this would happen. I knew my blood would call to his eventually, she replied. Black blood always finds its way home. Another Death Eater fell to Dumbledore's counterattack. The remaining ones looked uncertainly at Bellatrix, clearly confused by her apparent change in objectives. Harry doubled over, nearly falling to his knees again as another wave of pain crashed through him. Make it stop, he gasped. I can't, Sirius said helplessly. I don't know how. I do, Bellatrix said, lowering her wand slightly. Let me help him. Quote. Sirius laughed harshly. Help him. You came here to capture him for Voldemort. I came here because I felt the blood call, Bellatrix snapped. The same reason you brought him here. Though you didn't understand it. She looked at Dumbledore. You did, though, didn't you, old man? You knew what would happen if he entered this chamber. Dumbledore did not deny it. I suspected the ritual space might reveal something of his dual nature. I did not anticipate such a dramatic acceleration. You used me, Harry accused through gritted teeth, struggling to remain conscious through the pain. Again. To understand what was happening to you, Dumbledore corrected. Knowledge is our best defense, Harry. Bellatrix's face twisted with anger. Always manipulating, aren't you, Dumbledore? Using children as pawns in your grand chess match with the Dark Lord. She looked at Harry, and her voice softened fractionally. He's not just your weapon to wield. Nor is he yours, Sirius retorted, tightening his grip on Harry's arm. Another wave of magic pulsed through the chamber. The runes on the floor began to shift and reform, creating a new pattern, neither purely gold nor purple now, but a blend of both, with the red energy weaving throughout. Harry felt something inside him stabilize, though the pain remained. His vision blurred, then sharpened, colors suddenly more vivid, details more defined. Magic thrummed in his veins, more potent than he'd ever felt it. His eyes, Sirius breathed. They've changed. Harry couldn't see himself, but he could feel the difference, not just in his eyes or face, but in his very being. As if pieces of himself that had been locked away were suddenly accessible. Bellatrix took another step forward, now directly before the runic circle. The change has begun, she said. It cannot be stopped, only guided. She held out her hand toward Harry. Let me show you who you really are. Don't listen to her, Harry, Sirius warned. She serves Voldemort. I serve the House of Black, Bellatrix replied fiercely. As I always have. The Dark Lord is merely a means to an end. And what end is that? Harry managed to ask, straightening despite the pain. Bellatrix's eyes gleamed. The restoration of our bloodline to its rightful place. The purification of wizarding society. Her voice dropped lower. The protection of my son. The remaining Death Eaters exchanged uneasy glances. Clearly, this wasn't part of their mission briefing. Bellatrix, Lucius said warningly, the Dark Lord will hear of this. Let him, she replied without looking at him. Her eyes remained fixed on Harry. There are older loyalties than those to a half-blood pretender. Harry felt Sirius tense beside him. Harry doesn't share your beliefs, Sirius said sharply. Whatever blood runs in his veins, he is James and Lily Potter's son in every way that matters. Is he? Bellatrix countered. Then why is the Black family magic responding to him? Why is he changing before your eyes? She held Harry's gaze. You feel it, don't you? The power that was always yours by birthright, locked away by their ritual. Harry couldn't deny it. The magic flowing through him felt different. Darker, wilder, but also more natural somehow. As if he'd been trying to cast spells with the wrong hand his entire life, and had suddenly discovered his dominant one. It doesn't change who I am, Harry said, though the words sounded hollow even to his own ears. No, Bellatrix agreed unexpectedly. It merely reveals it. Dumbledore, having dispatched another Death Eater, turned his full attention to their exchange. Enough, Bellatrix. Whatever you hope to accomplish here, it won't work. Harry knows where his loyalties lie. Does he? Bellatrix laughed. The sound more controlled than her usual mad cackle. Or does he simply know what you've told him? She turned back to Harry. Has he told you about the prophecy, child? The real prophecy, not the sanitized version I'm sure he's fed you. Harry's eyes darted to Dumbledore, whose expression remained impassive. What prophecy? Ah. Bellatrix smiled. He hasn't. Of course not. It might make you question the path he's laid out for you. Don't listen to her, Harry, Sirius urged. She's trying to manipulate you. Like Dumbledore hasn't been manipulating him since the day he was born. Bellatrix snapped. She softened her voice again, addressing Harry directly. I gave you up to save your life. I let them change you, hide you, because the alternative was your death. But I never stopped watching over you, in my way. Watching over me, Harry repeated incredulously. You've been in Azkaban most of my life. And yet, here we are. Bellatrix gestured to the glowing runes. Blood called to blood, as I always knew it would. She took a final step forward, her toes now touching the outermost runic circle. I can help you control this, child. I can show you how to harness the power that is your birthright. The moment her foot touched the circle, the runes flared blindingly bright. Harry felt a jolt like electricity shoot through him, connecting him to Bellatrix. Images flooded his mind again, clearer this time. More coherent. A younger Bellatrix holding an infant, whispering promises. Regulus Black, his face solemn as he performed protective spells over a cradle. The ritual with Lily and James. Seen from Bellatrix's perspective. Her grief, her determination, her terrible certainty that it was the only way. Harry gasped as the connection broke, stumbling backward. Sirius caught him, steadying him. What did you do to him? Sirius demanded. I showed him the truth, Bellatrix replied. His truth. Not yours, not Dumbledore's. The remaining Death Eaters had fallen back, clearly uncertain where their allegiance should lie in this unexpected scenario. Lucius Malfoy watched Bellatrix with cold calculation. The Dark Lord will not be pleased with this deviation, Bellatrix, he said softly. The Dark Lord doesn't know what I know, she replied dismissively. He sees the boy as a threat to be eliminated. I see him as something else entirely. And what's that? Harry asked, finding his voice again. Bellatrix's eyes gleamed with fierce pride. The heir to two of the greatest wizarding bloodlines in Britain. The perfect fusion of black and Lestrange magic, with the raw power the Dark Lord himself inadvertently gifted you. She extended her hand once more. Come with me, child. Let me show you who you really are. Dumbledore stepped forward, power radiating from him in almost visible waves. Harry stays with us, Bellatrix. That should be his choice, don't you think? She challenged. You've controlled his life long enough, old man. Harry felt torn between two worlds, the one he'd always known. And one newly revealed. The magic inside him seemed to respond to Bellatrix's presence, resonating with her in a way that was both terrifying and somehow familiar. I'm not going anywhere with you, he said finally. Whatever blood we share, you're still Voldemort's servant. You've tortured and killed innocent people. For a cause, Bellatrix replied, unrepentant. For the future. For you. Though you didn't know it. I don't want that future, Harry said firmly. And I don't need you to teach me about my magic. I have people I trust for that. He glanced at Sirius, then Dumbledore. Disappointment flashed across Bellatrix's face, quickly replaced by calculation. You will come to me eventually, she said, her voice hardening. When you discover the limits of what they're willing to teach you. When the magic becomes too strong to control with their methods. Her lips curled into a knowing smile. Black magic requires black teachings, child. Remember that when your power overwhelms you. Quote. Before anyone could respond, she flicked her wand in a complex pattern. The black flames blocking the doorway vanished, and she backed toward it, eyes still fixed on Harry. We'll meet again soon, she promised. When you're ready to embrace your true heritage. With that, she disappeared through the doorway. The remaining Death Eaters hesitated for only a moment before following her. Lucius Malfoy the last to leave, his cold gaze lingering on Harry with new consideration. As soon as they were gone, Harry's knees gave way. Sirius caught him, lowering him gently to the floor. Are you all right? Sirius asked urgently. Harry shook his head, unsure how to answer. The pain had subsided, but he felt fundamentally altered, as if his entire being had been torn apart and reassembled slightly differently. The changes appear to have stabilized, Dumbledore observed, kneeling beside them. For now. You knew, Harry accused weakly. You knew this would happen if you brought me here. I suspected the ritual chamber might reveal something of your dual nature, Dumbledore admitted. I did not anticipate Bellatrix's presence, nor the dramatic acceleration of changes that resulted. So you used me, Harry said bitterly. Again. I sought to understand what was happening to you, Dumbledore corrected gently. Knowledge is our best defense, Harry. Sirius helped Harry to his feet. We need to get him out of here before more Death Eaters arrive. Dumbledore nodded, moving to revive their fallen comrades. Indeed. And quickly, before the Ministry arrives with questions we're not prepared to answer. As Tonks, Moody, and Kingsley groggily regained consciousness, Harry caught sight of his reflection in a polished section of marble wall. The face T.Hat looked back at him was still recognizably his own, but with subtle differences, higher cheekbones, a slightly stronger jaw, and eyes that now held hints of the heavy-lidded black family look. His hair seemed darker, falling in waves rather than unruly spikes. She called me her son, he said quietly to Sirius. And I felt something. A connection. Sirius squeezed his shoulder. Blood magic is powerful, Harry. But it doesn't define you. Doesn't it? Harry wasn't so sure anymore. The magic inside him felt different now, more potent, more complex. The rigid categories of light and dark T had seemed so clear before now blurred at the edges. We need to go, Dumbledore urged, supporting a still dazed Kingsley. Quickly now. As they hurried from the Department of Mysteries, Harry didn't shake the feeling that something fundamental had shifted, not just in his appearance or his magic, but in the very fabric of his destiny. Bellatrix's words echoed in his mind. You will come to me eventually. He silently vowed that he wouldn't. That whatever blood ran in his veins, his choices would be his own. But as they reached the Ministry atrium, Harry felt a flutter of doubt. The magic, surging through him, whispered of possibilities he'd never imagined, power beyond what Dumbledore had ever taught him. And deep down, a part of him, a part he wasn't ready to acknowledge, was curious about what Bellatrix could show him. The journey back to Grimmauld Place passed in a blur. Harry was vaguely aware of hushed conversations, concerned glances, and Dumbledore's swift departure to handle the political fallout at the Ministry. Now he sat alone in Sirius's father's study, staring at his reflection in an ornate silver mirror. The changes were subtle enough that someone who didn't know him well might not notice, but to Harry, they were profound. The shape of his eyes, the set of his jaw, the texture of his hair, all slightly altered, as if someone had fine-tuned his appearance. The door opened, and Sirius entered with 2 steaming mugs. Thought you might want something stronger than tea, he said, offering one to Harry. It's hot chocolate with a splash of fire whiskey. Old family recipe for shock. Harry accepted the mug gratefully. Thanks. Sirius settled into a chair across from him, studying him with concern. How are you feeling? Physically, I mean. Different, Harry admitted. The pain is gone. But my magic feels strange. More volatile, but also more responsive. He raised his hand, focusing briefly, and wandless magic came to him with surprising ease, the books on a nearby shelf rearranging themselves at his mere thought. I've never been able to do that before. The Black family has always had an affinity for certain types of magic, Sirius said carefully. Particularly wandless manipulation. Like Bellatrix, Harry said quietly. Sirius didn't deny it. Like many Blacks, my mother could move objects without a wand when she was angry. Regulus was particularly gifted at it too. Harry took a sip of the hot chocolate, letting the warmth and hint of fire whiskey spread through him. Dumbledore used me as bait, he said after a moment. He knew something would happen in that chamber. I don't think he expected Bellatrix to show up, Sirius replied, though he sounded uncertain. Or for the transformation to be so dramatic. But he knew something would happen, Harry insisted. He's been avoiding me all year, and suddenly he decides I need to accompany him to a ritual chamber in the Department of Mysteries. It's too convenient. Sirius sighed heavily. Dumbledore has always played his cards close to his chest. Even when he was leading the Order during the First War, he kept secrets from all of us. His expression darkened. Sometimes those secrets had consequences. Like my parents, Harry said bitterly. All of them. James and Lily knew what they were doing, Sirius said firmly. They chose you, Harry. Never doubt that. And Regulus and Bellatrix? Harry asked. What were they doing? Sirius's face grew troubled. Regulus. I didn't know him as well as I should have. We were close as children, but after I was sorted into Gryffindor and he into Slytherin, we drifted apart. He stared into his mug. He wasn't like the rest of them, though. There was always something softer about him. More thoughtful. Dumbledore said he turned against Voldemort. So it seems, Sirius said. Though I never knew it while he was alive. Regret shadowed his features. As for Bellatrix, she was brilliant once. Terrifying in her intensity, but brilliant. Before Voldemort. Before Azkaban. He trailed off. The woman we saw today was more lucid than I've seen her since before her imprisonment. Whatever connection she has to you, it seems to stabilize her somehow. Harry set his mug down with a thunk. I'm not going to join her, if that's what you're worried about. I know that, Sirius said quickly. But Harry, the magic that's awakening in you now, it's powerful. And not all of it fits neatly into Dumbledore's approved curriculum. Harry eyed him suspiciously. What are you saying? I'm saying that you'll need guidance. From someone who understands Black family magic, Sirius replied. Not Bellatrix, obviously. But perhaps. He hesitated, then continued reluctantly, perhaps I can help. I rejected most of what my family stood for. But I was still raised in their traditions. I know their magic. You'd teach me? Harry asked, surprised. Better me than letting you figure it out alone, Sirius said with a grim smile. Or worse, letting Bellatrix be the only one offering to show you. Harry looked down at his hands, unchanged outwardly, but thrumming with unfamiliar power. Will Ron and Hermione still, will they look at me the same way? If they're truly your friends, and I believe they are, then yes, Sirius assured him. James and Lily saw past Regulus and Bellatrix's blood to the child you were. Your friends will see past it to the person you are. A knock at the door interrupted them. Harry quickly schooled his features as Hermione peeked in. Sorry to interrupt, she said hesitantly. Mrs. Weasley sent me to tell you dinner's ready. But, she trailed off, staring at Harry with wide eyes. Harry, what happened to you? Harry exchanged a glance with Sirius, who nodded encouragingly. He took a deep breath and met Hermione's gaze directly. It's a long story, he said. And I think Ron should hear it too. After dinner. Hermione nodded slowly, her gaze still fixed on his altered features. After dinner, she agreed. But instead of leaving, she stepped fully into the room and closed the door behind her. But first, are you all right? You look, well, different, but also. I'm not hurt, Harry assured her. Just changed. She approached cautiously, studying him with the intense focus he'd come to associate with her most difficult research projects. Your eyes, she murmured. They're still green, but the shape is different. Black family eyes, Sirius supplied. Though the color is still Lily's. Hermione's head snapped toward Sirius. Black family. But that would mean. After dinner, Harry repeated firmly. With Ron. I only want to explain it once. She nodded, respecting his boundary though clearly burning with questions. All right. But Harry. She placed a hand on his arm. Whatever it is, it doesn't change anything. Not for me, not for Ron. Harry managed a weak smile. I hope you're right. As Hermione left to return to the kitchen, Sirius clapped Harry on the shoulder. See, true friends. Now come on, let's face the music. Molly's going to have a fit when she sees you. Harry groaned. Can't wait. But as they headed downstairs, Harry felt a strange sense of relief beneath his apprehension. The secret was out, or would be soon. Whatever came next, he wouldn't face it alone. And somewhere in London, he knew, Bellatrix Lestrange was making plans of her own. His birth mother, his blood kin, his enemy's most devoted servant. The thought should have terrified him, but instead, he felt an unsettling curiosity. What would she tell him, if given the chance? What secrets of his blood and magic did she know that Dumbledore didn't, or wouldn't, share? Questions for another day, Harry decided as they reached the kitchen door. For now, he had friends waiting, a godfather at his side. And choices still his own to make. Whatever blood ran in his veins, he was still Harry Potter. That much, at least, remained unchanged. Chapter 1 End. Chapter 2. Fractured Reflections. Platform 9 3/4 bustled with its usual start of term chaos, tearful goodbyes, screeching owls, and the hiss of steam from the Scarlet engine. Harry stood slightly apart from the crowd, a hooded cloak shadowing his face despite the warm September day. Stop fidgeting, Hermione whispered. You look more suspicious trying to hide. Easy for you to say, Harry muttered. You don't look like you've had a magical face transplant. Ron snorted. Mate, it's not that bad. You still look like you, just. I dunno, more posh or something. More black, Harry corrected grimly. After the revelation at Grimmauld Place. They'd spent the remaining weeks of summer helping Harry adjust to both his altered appearance and increasingly unpredictable magic. Hermione had taken the news with her typical methodical approach. Initial shock followed by intense research into blood rituals and magical genetics. Ron had been speechless for a full day before awkwardly pointing out that being related to Bellatrix Lestrange still wasn't as bad as being related to the Malfoys, which had startled a much-needed laugh from Harry. Now, facing the entire student body of Hogwarts, Harry felt his carefully constructed composure cracking. Remember what Sirius said, Hermione offered. Most people see what they expect to see. And Dumbledore will have prepared the professors, Ron added. Though Snape's likely to be an even bigger git about it. If that's possible. The warning whistle blew. Mrs. Weasley hurried over for final hugs, pointedly including Harry despite her initial shock at his changed appearance. Stay safe, all of you, she urged. And Harry, dear, her voice softened, remember what Arthur said. Family is who loves you, not who shares your blood. Harry nodded gratefully, touched by her unwavering support despite the revelations about his parentage. As they boarded the train, whispers followed them, not unusual for Harry Potter, but the tone was different this year. Students did double takes as he passed. Confusion evident on their faces. Potter got hot over the summer, he heard a sixth-year Ravenclaw girl murmur to her friend. What did you reckon? Glamour charm. Definitely magical enhancement, her companion agreed. Probably trying to compete with Diggory. Harry winced at the casual mention of Cedric, the wound still fresh despite the months since the Triwizard Tournament. They found an empty compartment near the back of the train, and Harry sank into the seat with relief. It's going to be a long year, he sighed, pushing back his hood now that they had privacy. At East everyone's focusing on your appearance rather than calling you a liar about Voldemort's return, Hermione offered pragmatically. Brilliant. So I'm not crazy, just vain, Harry said dryly. The compartment door slid open before Ron could reply. Luna Lovegood drifted in, followed by a hesitant Neville. Hello, Luna said dreamily. Mind if we join you? The other compartments are full of Raxperts. Course not, Ron said. Shifting to make room. Luna settled opposite Harry, studying him openly with her protuberant eyes. You've had an interesting summer, she observed. The black family magic suits you. Harry stiffened. What do you mean? Oh, it's quite obvious, she replied serenely. Your aura has those distinctive black family swirls. Rather like Sirius's, but with some interesting variations. She tilted her head. Your mother must have been quite powerful. The compartment fell silent. Neville looked between them in confusion while Ron and Hermione exchanged alarmed glances. Luna, Hermione began carefully. What makes you think Harry's related to the Blacks? Luna blinked. Well, he is, isn't he? It's written all over his magical signature. Daddy says the Blacks have one of the most distinctive magical lineages in Britain, something about selective breeding with the Fae in the 12th century. She smiled vaguely. I think it's the cheekbones, personally. Harry found himself laughing despite his tension. Luna, has anyone ever told you that you're alarmingly perceptive? Oh, regularly, she assured him. Usually just before they hide my shoes. Before Harry could respond to this non sequitur, the compartment door slid open again. Draco Malfoy stood framed in the doorway, flanked as always by Crabbe and Goyle. Well, Malfoy drawled, if it isn't Pot. He broke off. Eyes widening as he took in Harry's appearance. Harry tensed, hand moving instinctively toward his wand. Since the incident at the Department of Mysteries, his magical reflexes had sharp and significantly, sometimes alarmingly so. Malfoy's pale eyes narrowed, flicking between Harry and Luna. Interesting company you're keeping, Lovegood, he said, but his usual sneer lacked conviction. His gaze returned to Harry. Something like recognition flickering across his features. Did you want something, Malfoy? Hermione asked pointedly. Malfoy ignored her, still staring at Harry. We need to talk, Potter, he said abruptly. Alone. Anything you have to say to Harry, you can say in front of us, Ron said, standing to emphasize his height advantage over Malfoy. Can I? Malfoy raised an eyebrow. I rather think not. Family business tends to be private. The word family hung in the compartment like a curse. Harry felt Hermione tense beside him. I don't know what you're playing at, Malfoy, Harry began. Don't you? Malfoy cut him off. His voice dropped lower. My mother sent me a rather interesting letter this morning. Seems my aunt's been talking about you. He paused meaningfully. My Aunt Bellatrix. Harry stood so quickly that Malfoy took an involuntary step back. Outside, Harry said tersely. Harry. No, Hermione began. It's fine, Harry assured her, not taking his eyes off Malfoy. 5 minutes. He followed Malfoy into the corridor, closing the compartment door on his friends' worried faces. They moved to a small alcove between carriages where the rumble E of the train made eavesdropping difficult. What do you want, Malfoy? Harry demanded once they were alone. Malfoy studied him with unnerving intensity. You look like her, he said finally. Not obviously. But it's there if you know what to look for. The black features. Get to the point. My mother wrote that there was an incident at the ministry. Malfoy's voice was unusually serious. Omething about a ritual chamber and unexpected revelations. And suddenly you return to school looking like a long-lost black cousin. Malfoy's eyes narrowed. It doesn't take a genius, Potter. Though I admit the exact parentage is unclear. Harry felt his newly volatile magic stirring beneath his skin. What exactly did your mother tell you? Only that Aunt Bellatrix has developed an unexpected interest in your well-being. Malfoy replied. Which is curious, given that she's spent 14 years in Azkaban calling for your death. Harry said nothing, unwilling to confirm or deny anything. The less Malfoy knew for certain, the better. After a moment, Malfoy continued. The Black family archives are extensive. Most are kept at Malfoy Manor now, since my mother was the last Black to marry, Advantage Owsley. Fascinating family history, Harry said sarcastically. Was there a point to this little chat? Malfoy's pale face flushed slightly. The point, Potter, is that if you're looking for answers about recent developments, I might be able to help you access information that Dumbledore won't share. Harry blinked, genuinely surprised. You're offering to help me. I am offering a mutually beneficial arrangement, Malfoy corrected. Blood ties matter in our world, Potter, whether you like it or not. If my suspicions are correct, those ties now connect us in ways neither of us anticipated. We're not family, Malfoy, Harry said flatly. Aren't we? Malfoy raised an eyebrow. If Aunt Bellatrix is your mother, that makes us cousins of a sort. And Blacks protect their own, when it suits them. Harry felt slightly ill at the thought of being related to Malfoy, however distantly. What exactly are you proposing? Access to the Black family archives, in exchange for information about what happened at the ministry, Malfoy said. My mother was vague on the details. And whatever Aunt Bellatrix knows, she's keeping to herself. Harry considered the offer. The prospect of learning more about the Black family magic now awakening inside him was tempting, but trusting Malfoy was another matter entirely. I'll think about it, he said finally. Malfoy looked like he wanted to press the issue, but instead gave a stiff nod. Don't think too long. The offer won't stand indefinitely. As he turned to leave, Harry called after him. Malfoy. Does Voldemort know? Malfoy flinched at the name but didn't correct him. I don't think so, he said after a moment. Not everything, at least. If he did, he left the implication hanging. Your aunt is keeping secrets from her master, Harry observed. Interesting. Family before faction, Malfoy said simply. It's the oldest rule. With that, he walked away, leaving Harry alone with his thoughts. The Sorting Sea. Ceremony passed in a blur of whispers and stares. Harry kept his gaze fixed on his plate, acutely aware of the attention his changed appearance was drawing. From the high table, Dumbledore watched him with unreadable eyes. While Snape's expression had settled into a particularly sour scowl. A new face joined the professors this year, a toad-like woman in a revolting pink cardigan who Dumbledore introduced as Dolores Umbridge. Senior Undersecretary to the Minister and their new defense against the dark arts teacher. Her simpering speech about progress for progress's sake set alarm bells ringing in Harry's mind. The Ministry's interfering at Hogwarts, Hermione whispered, confirming his suspicions. As the feast appeared, Harry forced himself to eat despite his lack of appetite. His magic been demanding more energy since the transformation, leaving him constantly hungry yet too tense to enjoy food. You all right, mate? Ron asked around a mouthful of roast beef. You look like you're about to hex someone. Just tired, Harry replied, though, overwrought, would have been more accurate. Every sense seemed heightened. He could hear conversations from halfway down the table, feel the magical currents flowing through the great hall, smell distinctions in potions' ingredients that had previously been indistinguishable. Hermione watched him with concern. Perhaps you should see Madame Pomfrey when we get settled. Some of those relaxation potions might help. Harry shook his head. Dumbledore wants me to avoid the hospital wing for now. Too many questions. Then what about Hermio? Nay broke off as Neville leaned toward them. Is it true you dueled Bellatrix Lestrange over the summer? He asked in a hushed voice. Harry nearly choked on his pumpkin juice. What? No. Where did you hear that? Neville looked embarrassed. There are rumors going around. Someone said they saw you at the ministry with Dumbledore, and then Lestrange was spotted in London the same day. People need to mind their own business. Ron said firmly, shooting a warning look at the nearby students who were obviously eavesdropping. Neville's face fell. Sorry, I shouldn't have asked. It's just. He hesitated. She's the one who, you know. My parents. Harry felt a surge of guilt. In all the chaos of discovering his own connection to Bellatrix, he'd almost forgotten what she had done to Neville's family. I know, Nev, he said quietly. And I'm sorry. The rumors aren't true, but if I ever do face her. He left the promise unspoken, not entirely sure what he would do if confronted with Bellatrix again. The conflicting emotions were still too raw, too confusing. Neville seemed satisfied with this and returned to his meal. Harry exchanged a look with Ron and Hermione, the unspoken message clear. Things were already getting complicated. When they finally reached the Gryffindor dormitory, Harry was relieved to find his bed and privacy curtains exactly as he'd left them in June. He changed quickly, avoiding the curious glances from Dean and Seamus. Night, he mumbled, drawing the curtains firmly closed. Alone at last, Harry placed a subtle privacy charm around his bed, one of the few less spells he'd mastered over the summer. Then he removed a small, leather-bound journal from his trunk, Phineas Nigellus Black's private observations on family magic, given to him by Dumbledore. He traced the embossed crest on the cover. A strange sense of belonging washing over him. Opening to where he'd left off, he began to read about the Black family's affinity for mental disciplines, occlumency and legilimency in particular. The Black mind is naturally compartmentalized, Phineas had written in his spidery hand. Where others must construct barriers, we need only recognize the existing architecture of our thoughts. This is both blessing and curse. We are resistant to external manipulation but prone to internal fragmentation. The trick lies in harmony, not control. Harry frowned, trying to make sense of the cryptic instructions. He closed his eyes, attempting to feel the architecture Phineas described. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, suddenly, he sensed it, his mind not as a single space but as a complex network of chambers and corridors, not unlike Grimmauld Place itself. His eyes flew open in surprise. The visualization had come so naturally, as if he'd always known it was there but had never thought to look. Blood will tell, he murmured to himself, unsettled by how easily the Black family magic responded to him now. He was about to return to reading when a sharp pain lanced through his scar. Images flashed before his eyes. A dark room, a kneeling figure, Voldemort's cold voice demanding answers. What do you mean? The boy has changed. Speak clearly, Lucius. My lord, according to my son, Potter has returned to Hogwarts with an altered appearance. There are rumors of an incident at the ministry over the summer. And where was Bellatrix during this incident? Voldemort's voice had grown dangerously soft. Present, my lord. But her exact role is unclear. Harry struggled to pull away from the vision, using the mental compartmentalization he'd just discovered. With effort, he managed to seal the connection, pushing Voldemort's presence behind a door in his mind and slamming it shut. Gasping, he sat upright in bed, sweat beading on his forehead. The connection had never closed so cleanly before. Usually, extracting himself from Voldemort's mind was like pulling free of quicksand, a slow, painful process that left him disoriented for hours. Rai stared at the journal still open on his lap, a chill running down his spine. The Black family mental disciplines were clearly powerful, and they came to him as naturally as breathing. What else might he be capable of, if he embraced this heritage? The thought was both exhilarating and terrifying. Professor Umbridge's classroom was aggressively cheerful, with kittens gamboling across decorative plates on the walls and pink doilies adorning every surface. Harry took a seat between Ron and Hermione, ignoring the stares still following him everywhere. Wands away, books out, Umbridge announced in her girlish voice. Smiling without warmth. We'll be taking a theoretical approach to defense this year. Hermione's hand shot into the air. Professor, There's nothing in the course aims about using defensive spells. Using spells. Umbridge gave a tinkling laugh. I can't imagine why you would need to use spells in my classroom, dear. We're not going to use magic. Ron blurted out. Students raise their hands in my class, Mr. Question mark quote. Weasley, Ron muttered, thrusting his hand into the air. Umbridge ignored him, turning to address the class. The Ministry believes a return to educational basics is long overdue. You'll be learning about defensive magic in a secure, risk-free environment. Harry felt a surge of indignation. What use is theory in the real world? Umbridge's gaze fixed on him, her eyes widening slightly as she took in his altered features. Hand, Mr. Potter. Harry raised his hand, but didn't wait to be called on. If we're attacked, it won't be risk-free. Attacked. Umbridge's voice remained sweet, but her eyes hardened. Who would want to attack children like yourselves? Oh, I don't know, Harry said, sarcasm dripping from every word. Maybe Lord Voldemort. The reaction was immediate. Gasps, flinches, and one small shriek from Lavender Brown. Umbridge, however, didn't flinch. Her smile became fixed. 10 points from Gryffindor, Mr. Potter. Now, let me make something quite plain. She stepped closer to his desk. You have been told that a certain dark wizard has returned. This is a lie. It's not a lie, Harry said through gritted teeth. I saw him. I fought him. Detention, Mr. Potter. Umbridge's voice rose slightly. This evening, my office. Harry opened his mouth to argue further when he felt Hermione's warning touch on his arm. With effort, he swallowed his retort, though his magic surged beneath his skin, responding to his anger. One of the decorative plates on the wall nearest to Harry shattered suddenly, making everyone jump. Umbridge's eyes narrowed to slits. Make that detention for the rest of the week, Mr. Potter, she said softly. And control your accidental magic, or I shall have to report this behavioral issue to the headmaster. Harry said nothing, focusing on containing his magic, which seemed determined to lash out at Umbridge. The black techniques for mental compartmentalization helped somewhat, but his control remained precarious. The rest of the lesson passed in tense silence as they read the first chapter of the most boring defensive theory text Harry had ever encountered. When the bell finally rang, he gathered his things quickly, eager to escape before his magic could cause any more incidents. That was foolish, Hermione hissed as they left the classroom. You need to be careful around her, Harry. She's looking for any excuse to discredit you. She called me a liar, Harry said defensively. And you proved her point by losing your temper, Hermione replied. Your magic is too unstable right now for confrontations like that. Harry knew she was right, but the admission rankled. Fine. I'll try to keep a lower profile. Good luck with that, Ron snorted. Between your new look and that temper, you're about as low profile as a blast-ended Scroot at a tea party. Despite his irritation, Harry found himself smiling at the absurd image. Thanks for the vote of confidence, mate. Anytime, Ron grinned. Now come on. We've got potions next. Wouldn't want to give Snape a reason to start the year by taking points. As they headed toward the dungeons, Harry noticed a familiar platinum blonde head waiting near the entrance to the Slytherin common room. Malfoy raised an eyebrow in silent question. Harry hesitated, then gave a subtle nod. Malfoy's information about the Black family archives might be worth the risk of dealing with him. Whatever else happened this year, Harry needed answers about his newly awakened abilities, before they spiraled completely out of control. Umbridge's detention proved to be as unpleasant as Harry had anticipated. The blood quill carving, I must not tell lies, into the back of his hand was a particularly sadistic touch. What he hadn't expected was his body's reaction to the pain. As the words etched themselves into his skin, Harry felt his magic respond, not with the usual defensive surge, but with something darker, almost welcoming. The pain seemed to focus his power, channeling it rather than disrupting it. By the third hour, Harry realized with a start that he was unconsciously drawing on the pain to strengthen his magical control, a technique he hadn't learned consciously but that felt instinctively right. Is something amusing, Mr. Potter? Umbridge asked sweetly, noticing his thoughtful expression. Not at all, Professor, Harry replied, carefully neutral. The last thing he needed was for her to realize her punishment was inadvertently helping him. You may go for tonight, she said after inspecting his bleeding hand with satisfaction. Same time tomorrow. Harry left without comment, his mind racing. The ability to channel pain into magical focus wasn't something taught at Hogwarts. It bordered on darker disciplines that Dumbledore would certainly disapprove of. Yet it had come to him naturally, another inheritance from his black ancestry. He was so distracted that he nearly walked straight into Snape, who was lurking in the corridor near Umbridge's office. Potter, Snape said coolly. The headmaster wishes to see you. Harry tensed. Now. Unless you have more important engagements, Snape replied, sarcasm dripping from each word. They walked in silence to the gargoyle guarding Dumbledore's office. Harry covertly wiped his bleeding hand on his robes, not wanting to give Snape the satisfaction of seeing Umbridge's punishment. Acid pops, Snape said to the gargoyle, which leapt aside. As they ascended the spiral staircase, Snape spoke without turning. The changes suit you, Potter. You look more like your mother every day. The deliberate ambiguity of the statement made Harry's jaw clench. Which one? Snape's lip curled in what might have been a smile on anyone else. Both, in their way. Before Harry could respond, they reached Dumbledore's office. The headmaster sat behind his desk, his expression grave. Thank you, Severus, he said. That will be all. Snape departed with a final, inscrutable glance at Harry. Sit down, Harry, Dumbledore said gently. How was your first day back? Eventful, Harry replied, remaining standing. His relationship with Dumbledore had been strained since the revelations about his parentage. The sense of betrayal still fresh. Dumbledore sighed. I see Professor Umbridge has already made her mark. He nodded toward Harry's poorly concealed hand. It's nothing, Harry said dismissively. It is not nothing, Dumbledore contradicted, but it is, unfortunately, beyond my immediate authority to address. The ministry has granted Dolores unusual latitude in matters of discipline. So you're saying I should just let her torture students? Harry demanded. I am saying that open defiance will only strengthen her position, Dumbledore replied. There are other ways to resist, Harry. Fine, Harry conceded. Was that all you wanted to discuss? No. Dumbledore gestured again to the chair. Please, sit. We need to talk about your magical education this year. Harry reluctantly took the offered seat. The private lessons you mentioned. Indeed. Dumbledore steepled his fingers. Your magical abilities are changing, evolving in ways that the standard Hogwarts curriculum is ill-equipped to address. Quote. You mean the Black family magic, Harry said bluntly. Among other things, Dumbledore agreed. Your connection to Voldemort remains a concern, particularly now that your natural mental abilities are awakening. I've been reading Phineas Nigelus's journal, Harry offered. About mental compartmentalization. Ah. Dumbledore smiled slightly. And have you found it helpful? Yes, Harry admitted. Last night I had another vision of Voldemort, but I was able to close it off, somehow. Like shutting a door in my mind. Excellent, Dumbledore said, looking genuinely pleased. The Black family has always excelled at mental disciplines. It seems you've inherited that aptitude. Along with other things, Harry muttered. Dumbledore regarded him steadily. Your magic has become more volatile, I take it. It responds to my emotions more strongly, Harry explained. Especially anger. And it's hungry, somehow. Like it wants to be used more often, more intensely. As I feared. Dumbledore sighed. The Black magical lineage is powerful but demanding. Left unchecked, it can become overwhelming, destructive, even. So what do I do? Harry asked, a note of desperation creeping into his voice. I can't exactly practice control in Umbridge's classroom. No indeed, Dumbledore agreed. Which is why I've arranged for you to receive additional instruction outside of normal class hours. From who? You. Regretfully. No. My direct involvement would draw unwanted attention from the ministry. Dumbledore's expression turned apologetic. Prophase. Sir Snape will oversee your training in occlumency, the art of closing one's mind against external penetration. Snape. Harry repeated incredulously. After everything that's happened, you want me to let Snape into my head? Professor Snape, Dumbledore corrected gently, is exceptionally skilled in the mental arts, and he was present at your birth ritual. He understands the unique challenges you face better than most. He hates me, Harry said flatly. His feelings toward you are complex, Dumbledore allowed. But he has agreed to help, and his expertise is invaluable. Harry wanted to refuse outright. But the memory of last night's vision gave him pause. If Voldemort discovered his true parentage, the consequences could be devastating. Fine, he said reluctantly. But I want something in return. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. Oh, the truth, Harry said firmly. About the prophecy Bellatrix mentioned. The real one, not the sanitized version. She claimed you've been feeding me. Dumbledore's expression grew troubled. I see Bellatrix wasted no time planting seeds of doubt. Is she wrong? Harry challenged. After a long moment, Dumbledore sighed. No, there is indeed a prophecy concerning you and Voldemort, the original reason he sought to kill you as an infant. And, Harry prompted when Dumbledore didn't continue. And I have been waiting for the right moment to share its contents with you. Dumbledore replied. A moment when you were ready for the burden it represents. I think that moment has passed, Harry said dryly. Between discovering my birth mother is Bellatrix Lestrange and watching Cedric die, I'd say I'm well beyond the sheltered childhood stage. A flicker of something like regret crossed Dumbledore's face. Perhaps you're right. Very well, Harry. After your first successful occlumency lesson with Professor Snape, proving that your mind is sufficiently protected, I will show you the prophecy. It wasn't the immediate revelation Harry had hoped for, but it was better than nothing. Deal. Excellent, Dumbledore said, rising from his desk. Your first lesson will be tomorrow evening. Until then, I suggest you continue practicing the techniques from Phineas's journal. As Harry turned to leave, Dumbledore added, one more thing, Harry. I understand Draco Malfoy has approached you with an offer of access to the Black family archives. Harry froze. How did you? Hogwarts has many eyes and ears, Dumbledore said simply. I would caution against accepting Mr. Malfoy's offer too hastily. Not all knowledge in those archives is beneficial. And his motives may not align with yours. I can handle Malfoy, Harry said, bristling at the implication that he couldn't make his own decisions. I'm sure you can, Dumbledore agreed easily. I merely suggest that there are other, safer sources of information about your heritage. Sirius, for instance, has been most diligent in his research since your transformation. Harry nodded stiffly. I'll keep that in mind. As he descended the spiral staircase, Harry couldn't shake the feeling that Dumbledore was still keeping secrets, still trying to control which parts of his heritage Harry was allowed to explore. The thought rankled, stoking the simmering resentment he'd carried since discovering the extent of Dumbledore's manipulations. He flexed his injured hand, feeling the pain focus his thoughts as it had during detention. Perhaps it was time to explore some avenues of knowledge that Dumbledore didn't approve of. After all, he wasn't just Harry Potter anymore. He was a Black too, and Blacks had never been known for following rules. The room of requirement materialized exactly as Harry had envisioned it. A spacious training area with cushioned floors, practice dummies, and shelves lined with advanced defensive magic texts. He'd spent the past week carefully planning this first meeting of what Hermione had dubbed Dumbledore's Army, a secret defense group formed in response to Umbridge's useless curriculum. Students began arriving in small groups to avoid detection, Gryffindors first, then Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs, and finally, to everyone's surprise, 3 Slytherins, Blaise Zabini, Daphne Greengrass, and Theodore Nott. What are they doing here? Ron demanded in a whisper. I invited them, Hermione replied calmly. But they're Slytherins. And they hate Umbridge as much as we do, Hermione countered. Besides, inter-house cooperation is exactly what we need right now. Harry watched the Slytherins warily as they kept to themselves near the back of the room. Malfoy wasn't among them, which was something of a relief. Their strange quasi-alliance remained private, with occasional cryptic notes exchanged about meeting times to discuss the Black family archives. When everyone had arrived, Harry stepped forward, his stomach churning with nerves. Public speaking had never been his strength, and his still unstable magic made him wary of drawing attention. Thanks for coming. He began awkwardly. So, we all know why we're here. Umbridge isn't teaching us anything useful, and with Voldemort back, several people flinched. We need to be able to defend ourselves. Is it true you can produce a corporeal Patronus? Asked Susan Bones. Yes, Harry confirmed, uncomfortable with the admiration in her voice. And he killed a basilisk with the sword of Gryffindor in second year. Neville added. And last year he fought off you-know-who in the graveyard, Ron chimed in. Look, Harry interrupted, I know what you've heard, but the truth is most of that was luck and help from others. I'm not here to brag about what I've done. Then what are you here to do? Theodore Nott asked, his tone neutral rather than challenging. Harry met his gaze steadily. To teach what I know. And learn from all of you. We all have different strengths. Together, we might actually stand a chance. This seemed to satisfy the group, and the tension eased slightly. Let's start with something basic but essential. Disarming, Harry suggested. I know it seems simple, but it saved my life against Voldemort. They paired off to practice, and Harry moved among them, offering corrections and encouragement. He noticed that the three Slytherins, while initially aloof, were taking the practice seriously. After an hour of solid work, most students were showing improvement. Neville, to everyone's surprise, demonstrated a particular aptitude once his confidence grew. That's enough for today, Harry called as curfew approached. Same time next week. There were nods of agreement as people began to leave in small groups. The Slytherins were among the last to go, with Daphne Greengrass lingering behind. Potter, she said quietly when the others had left. A word. Harry glanced at Ron and Hermione. I'll catch up with you. Once they were alone, Daphne's cool demeanor slipped slightly. Your magic feels different, she said without preamble. Darker. More resonant. Harry tensed. What do you mean? Quote. My family has always been sensitive to magical auras, she explained. Last year, yours was bright, almost painfully so. Now it's deeper, more complex. She studied him with unnerving intensity. You've come into a heritage, haven't you? Something unexpected. Why do you care? Harry asked, deflecting rather than denying. Daphne's lips curved in a subtle smile. Because power shifts are always worth noting, especially in times like these. She moved toward the door, then paused. Whatever's happened to you, Potter, be careful. Not all gifts come without strings. After she left, Harry stood alone in the room of requirement, unsettled by her perceptiveness. First Luna, now Daphne, it seemed his transformed magic was more noticeable to certain people than he'd realized. With a sigh, he gathered his things and checked the Marauder's map for patrolling teachers. The coast was clear, but as he studied the map, a name caught his eye. Draco Malfoy, Al. One in the astronomy tower despite the late hour. Their agreed meeting place. Harry hesitated, weighing the risk against his growing need for answers about his heritage. The Black Family Journal had been enlightening. But many passages referenced texts that weren't available to him. Texts that, according to Malfoy, were in the Black Family archives at Malfoy Manor. Decision made, he headed for the astronomy tower. The night air was crisp with approaching autumn as Harry pushed open the heavy wooden door to the tower platform. Malfoy stood by the stone balustrade, gazing out over the darkened grounds. His pale hair gleaming in the moonlight. You're late, Potter, he said without turning. I was busy, Harry replied, approaching cautiously. Yes, with your little defense club. Malfoy finally faced him, expression unreadable. Relax. If I were going to report you to Umbridge, I'd have done it already. Harry leaned against the wall, maintaining a safe distance. What do you want, Malfoy? Your note said it was urgent. My mother sent another letter, Malfoy said, extracting a folded parchment from his robes. Along with this, he held out a small, velvet pouch. When Harry made no move to take it, Malfoy sighed and emptied the contents into his palm, a heavy silver ring bearing the Black family crest. It belonged to Regulus, Malfoy explained, watching Harry's reaction closely. My mother thought you might want it. Harry stared at the ring, an unexpected lump forming in his throat. Something that had belonged to his biological father, a man he knew almost nothing about. Why would she give this to me? He asked, suspicion warring with curiosity. As I said before, family matters to the Blacks. Malfoy held the ring out again. More than you might think. Hesitantly, Harry took it, half expecting some trick or curse. The ring was cool against his palm, but as his fingers closed around it, he felt a subtle magical resonance, similar to the one he'd experienced in the Department of Mysteries, but gentler. It's keyed to black blood, Malfoy observed. It wouldn't respond to you if you weren't who she claims you are. Harry slipped the ring into his pocket, not trusting himself to wear it yet. And what exactly does your mother claim? That you're Regulus Black's son by my Aunt Bellatrix, Malfoy said bluntly. Born in secret, hidden through complex blood magic, A.N.D. placed with the Potters for protection. The accurate summary confirmed Harry's suspicion that Narcissa Malfoy knew far more than he would have liked. And do you believe that? I didn't at first, Malfoy admitted. But your new appearance is convincing. The black features are unmistakable to those who know what to look for. He studied Harry with disconcerting intensity. And your magic has changed. Anyone with sensitivity can feel it. Like Daphne Greengrass, Harry muttered. Exactly, Malfoy nodded. The Greengrasses have always been adept at reading magical signatures. It's why I suggested she attend your little club, to confirm my suspicions. Harry's temper flared. You've been spying on me. I've been gathering information, Malfoy corrected. There's a difference. Not from where I'm standing, Harry snapped. His magic responding to his anger by crackling visibly around his fingertips. Malfoy's eyes widened slightly at the display. Interesting. That's a black family trait. You know, visible manifestation of magic during emotional states. Harry forced himself to take a deep breath, reining in his power. You said you had information from the archives. I do, Malfoy confirmed, apparently deciding not to press his advantage. He removed a small leather journal from his robes. This is a copy of Regulus's personal diary from the year before his disappearance. Mother thought you should have it. Harry stared at the journal, his pulse quickening. Why would she give me something so personal? What's her angle? My mother has her own opinions about the current political situation. Malfoy said carefully. Opinions that don't always align perfectly with my father's. Meaning she believes blood ties supersede political allegiances, especially in times of conflict. Malfoy held out the journal. She wants you to understand who Regulus was, and why he made the choices he did. Harry took the journal, handling it with more care than he had the ring. This doesn't make sense. Your family serves Voldemort. I'm his enemy. It's not that simple, Malfoy replied, glancing over his shoulder as if worried about being overheard, even though they were alone. The Dark Lord's return has complicated matters for many families, including mine. Regretting your choices? Harry asked with bitter satisfaction. Malfoy's face hardened. I've made no choices yet, Potter. That's the point. Quote. Before Harry could respond, Malfoy abruptly changed tack. Your training with Snape starts tomorrow, doesn't it? Occlumency. Harry tensed. How do you know about that? Snape is my godfather, Malfoy said with a shrug. He mentioned he'd be giving you remedial potions, which is obviously code for something else. And what's that got to do with anything? Only that occlumency isn't the only mental discipline worth learning, Malfoy replied. The Black family developed several techniques that are more intuitive for those with the bloodline. Despite himself, Harry was intrigued. The conventional occlumency texts Hermione had found in the library had been frustratingly opaque, describing mental processes that seemed entirely foreign to him. What kind of techniques? They're in the diary. Malfoy nodded toward the journal. Regulus was particularly skilled at mental compartmentalization. He describes his methods in detail, methods specifically developed for those with black blood. Quote. Harry's fingers tightened around the journal. And what do you get out of sharing this with me? Malfoy's expression grew serious. Insurance, Potter. We both know the political landscape is shifting. I'm keeping my options open. By helping Voldemort's enemy. By acknowledging blood ties that may prove significant, regardless of who wins this war. Malfoy stepped closer, lowering his voice despite their isolation. The Dark Lord doesn't know about your true parentage, at least, not from our side. My aunt has kept that secret closely guarded. Why would she do that? Harry asked, genuinely puzzled. She's his most loyal follower. Is she? Malfoy raised an eyebrow. Or is she simply the most demonstrative? The Blacks have always played a deeper game than most realize. He checked his watch. I need to go. Read the diary, Potter. You might find your father more interesting than you expected. As Malfoy turned to leave, Harry called after him. Your mother. What does she want from me in return for this information? Malfoy paused at the door. Nothing yet. Consider it an investment in future goodwill. With that cryptic answer, he disappeared down the spiral staircase. Alone on the tower, Harry stared at the journal in his hands, torn between eagerness to read its contents and wariness of a potential trap. After a moment's hesitation, he cast several detection charms Hermione had taught him, checking for curses or hidden enchantments. Finding nothing obviously dangerous, he carefully placed both the journal and ring in his bag. Whatever game the Malfoys were playing, it was clear they knew more about his situation than he was comfortable with. But if the diary truly contained Regulus's thoughts, his biological father's own words, it might be worth the risk to learn about the man whose blood now flowed so visibly in his veins. Clear your mind, Snape instructed, circling Harry like a predator. Empty yourself of emotion. They stood in Snape's office. The usual jars of preserved specimens watching like grotesque sentinels. Their first occlumency lesson had been going for nearly an hour, and Harry was exhausted, frustrated, and sporting a vicious headache. I'm trying, he gritted out, once again attempting the futile exercise of clearing his mind, whatever that was supposed to mean. Clearly not hard enough, Snape observed. Again, legilimens. The spell hit Harry like a physical force, sending him stumbling backward as Snape rifled through his memories. Dudley and his gang chasing him at school, Umbridge's blood quill carving into his hand. Bellatrix's wild eyes in the Department of Mysteries. With a desperate surge, Harry pushed back, using the mental compartmentalization technique he'd been practicing. Instead of trying to clear his mind entirely, he visualized a specific room, like one of the many in Grimmauld Place, and shoved Snape into it, slamming the door behind him. The pressure abruptly ceased. Harry found himself on his knees, gasping, while Snape regarded him with narrowed eyes. What was that? Snape demanded. What was what? Harry asked, playing for time as he struggled to his feet. That was not conventional occlumency. Snape said accusingly. That was a Black family technique. Where did you learn it? Harry hesitated, reluctant to mention either Phineas Nigelus's journal or Regulus's diary. It just felt natural, he said finally. I've been practicing visualization exercises. Snape studied him for a long moment, clearly skeptical. The compartmentalization approach is unorthodox, but potentially effective for someone of your lineage. His tone shifted slightly. Show me again. This time when Snape cast the spell, Harry was prepared. He visualized the mental archetype Phineas had described, not clearing his emotions away, but organizing them into distinct chambers, with Snape confined to areas containing only what Harry was willing to share. The assault lasted longer this time, with Snape actively testing the boundaries of Harry's mental constructs. When he finally withdrew, there was a hint of something almost like approval in his expression. Better, he conceded, though still rudimentary. You're building walls, not emptying yourself as instructed. It works, though, Harry pointed out, surprised to find himself less exhausted than after previous attempts. For now, Snape replied. But walls can be breached. True occlumency leaves nothing to find, not even the structure itself. Harry frowned. That doesn't make sense. Thoughts and emotions can't just disappear. Can't they? Snape raised an eyebrow. Your mother, Bellatrix, is capable of precisely that feat. It's how she survived 14 years in Azkaban with her mind relatively intact, despite constant Dementor exposure. This was new information, and Harry couldn't help his curiosity. She can make her emotions disappear. Not disappear, Snape corrected. Transmute. The Dark Lord taught her the technique. And she perfected it beyond even his expectations. Something like reluctant admiration flickered across Snape's face. It's a rare talent. And you think I should learn it that way instead? Harry asked. Snape considered him for a moment. No, he said finally. The Black approach may suit you better, for now. Your mental architecture seems naturally aligned with it. This tacit permission to continue using the family techniques surprised Harry. So I should keep practicing the compartmentalization. Refine it, Snape instructed. The rooms should be less distinct, the transitions seamless. A skilled legilimens will exploit any obvious boundaries. Harry nodded, filing away the advice. Professor, he began hesitantly, you were there, at the ritual. You knew who I really was all along. Snape's expression closed off immediately. We're not here to discuss ancient history, Potter. But you could tell me about them, Harry pressed. About Regulus, and her. He still found it difficult to say, my mother, when referring to Bellatrix. What you seek is not in the past, Snape said curtly. Focus on the present threat. The Dark Lord must not discover your true parentage. The consequences would be severe. For who? Harry challenged. Me, or Bellatrix? For all involved, Snape replied. Including those you actually care about. The Dark Lord does not tolerate betrayal. And he would consider your very existence a betrayal of the highest order. Because Bellatrix is supposed to be devoted only to him. Harry guessed. Something unreadable crossed Snape's face. Among other reasons, he said vaguely. That's enough for today. Practice your mental structures. We'll continue on Thursday. Recognizing the dismissal, Harry gathered his things and headed for the door. As he reached for the handle, Snape spoke again. Potter. Harry turned. Yes. Regulus was a better man than most knew, Snape said quietly. Remember that, whatever else you might learn. Before Harry could ask what he meant, Snape turned away, ending the conversation. Harry left the office with more questions than answers, but also with a growing sense that there was more to the story of Regulus Black than anyone had told him. In the weeks that followed, Harry fell into a demanding routine. Regular classes during the day, DA meetings twice a week, occlumency with Snape on Tuesdays and Thursdays. And late-night study sessions with Ron and Hermione to keep up with his coursework. His free moments were devoted to reading Regulus's diary, which proved to be both fascinating and disturbing. The diary revealed a young man very different from the Death Eater Harry had imagined. Regulus had been thoughtful, scholarly, and increasingly doubtful about Voldemort's methods, if not his overall goals. His entries showed a gradual disillusionment, culminating in a horrified discovery about the Dark Lord's anchors, objects that Regulus believed made Voldemort functionally immortal. Listen to this, Harry whispered to Ron and Hermione one night in the common room, reading from the diary. What the Dark Lord has done violates the most fundamental laws of nature and magic. To split one's soul is abhorrent enough, but to do so repeatedly. I cannot reconcile this with the cause I believed I was serving. There must be limits, even in the pursuit of power. Hermione's eyes widened. Split his soul. Is he talking about Horcruxes? What's a Horcrux? Ron asked. The darkest magic imaginable, Hermione replied, her voice hushed. It's mentioned in Magic Most Evil, though the book refuses to give details. Basically, a wizard splits their soul through murder and stores part of it in an object. As long as that object exists, they can't truly die. Harry felt cold. That would explain how Voldemort survived when the killing curse rebounded on him. Exactly, Hermione agreed. Does Regulus say anything else about these anchors? Harry flipped through more pages. Here, Creature's testimony confirms my worst fears. The locket is indeed one of the anchors, imbued with the darkest protections. To destroy it will require magic of equal potency. I've researched the possibilities. But time grows short. The Dark Lord suspects something, and Bella is asking questions I cannot answer without endangering her as well. Bella, Ron repeated. As in, Bellatrix, Harry confirmed, a strange feeling twisting in his stomach. My mother. Does he mention you? Hermione asked gently. Harry nodded, turning to a dog-eared page near the end of the journal. This entry is dated just a few months before I was born. B is with child. My child. The timing couldn't be worse, with the Dark Lord growing more paranoid by the day. She wants to tell him. Believes he would protect any child of his most faithful servant. She doesn't understand that he protects nothing and no one. He only possesses, uses, discards. I cannot allow my child to become another of his tools. We argued bitterly, but for once, I stood my ground against her. Now I must find a way to protect them both, even as I pursue the means to destroy what he has created. Time is against me on both fronts. A heavy silence fell after Harry finished reading. He was trying to protect you, Hermione said softly. And Bellatrix. And destroy a Horcrux, Harry added. According to Sirius, he disappeared shortly after this. Presumably died in the attempt. But did he succeed? Ron wondered. In destroying it, I mean. I don't know, Harry admitted. There's nothing more about it in the diary. Hermione chewed her lip thoughtfully. We should tell Dumbledore about this. If Voldemort really made Horcruxes, possibly multiple ones, that changes everything about how to defeat him. Maybe, Harry said, less certain. But Regulus mentioned a locket, and Creature. Maybe we should start there. See what the house elf knows before involving Dumbledore. You don't trust Dumbledore? Hermione asked, concerned. I trust that he keeps secrets, Harry replied, thinking of the still unrevealed prophecy. And I'm tired of being the last to know things that directly concern me. The portrait hole swung open, admitting a group of first years. Their conversation died as Harry quickly tucked the diary out of sight. We should get some sleep, Hermione suggested. It's late, and we all have early classes tomorrow. As they gathered their things, Harry's mind raced with the implications of Regulus's diary. His biological father hadn't been the devoted Death Eater everyone assumed. He'd been a man trying to undermine Voldemort from within, ultimately giving his life in the attempt. And he'd cared enough about his unborn child to risk opposing Bellatrix, who even then had been fanatically devoted to Voldemort. It painted a far more complex picture than the simple narrative Dumbledore had offered. Which raised the question, what else was Dumbledore not telling him? Halloween approached, bringing with it the first Hogsmeade weekend of the term. Harry had been looking forward to the break from the castle, where Umbridge's influence grew more oppressive by the day. Her late Saint educational decree had disbanded all student organizations, forcing the DA to become even more secretive in their meetings. 3 broomsticks first, Ron suggested as they walked the path to the village, their breath fogging in the crisp autumn air. Actually, Hermione said hesitantly, I was thinking we might try the Hog's Head today. It's less crowded, and we could talk more freely there. Harry understood her unspoken reasoning. The topic of Horcruxes and what to do with their growing knowledge about Voldemort's immortality wasn't suited for the busy 3 broomsticks. Fine by me, he agreed. Though I wouldn't mind stopping by Honeyduke's afterward. The Hog's Head was as dingy as its reputation suggested, a dimly lit, dusty pub with a clientele that seemed determined to avoid eye contact. The barman, a tall figure with a vaguely familiar long beard, grunted as they ordered 3 butterbeers. They chose a table in the far corner, away from the few other patrons. Harry cast a subtle Muffliato charm, one of the more useful spells he'd discovered in the margins of Regulus's diary. So, he said once they were settled, what's the plan regarding the you-know-what? We need more information, Hermione replied practically. Everything we've pieced together is still mostly conjecture. Creature might know something, Harry suggested. He was with Regulus at the end, according to the diary. How would we even talk to him? Ron asked. It's not like we can just summon him to Hogwarts. Harry frowned, considering. Maybe Sirius could ask him. Though they don't exactly get along. That's putting it mildly. Hermione sniffed, still disapproving of Sirius's treatment of the house elf. What about the locket? Ron asked. If Regulus did manage to get it, where would it be now? Probably still at Grimmauld Place, Harry reasoned. We could ask Sirius to look for it. A heavy gold locket that won't open, according to Regulus's description. Wait, Hermione said suddenly, her eyes widening. I think I remember seeing something like that when we were cleaning out the drawing room cabinets last summer. A large, gold locket that none of us could open. What happened to it? Harry asked urgently. Hermione's face fell. I think it went into the rubbish pile. Mrs. Weasley was quite thorough about clearing out dangerous artifacts. Brilliant, Ron groaned. So it could be anywhere by now. Not necessarily, Hermione said thoughtfully. Creature was stealing things from the rubbish and hiding them. Remember how upset Mrs. Weasley was when she found that nest of his in the boiler cupboard? Hope flared in Harry's chest. So Creature might still have it. It's possible, Hermione agreed. We should write to Sirius tonight, ask him to check discreetly. As the why discussed the logistics of contacting Sirius securely, Harry noticed a hooded figure at the bar watching them a bit too intently. He tensed, his hand moving subtly toward his wand. Don't look now, he murmured to the others. But I think we're being observed. Ron casually glanced toward the bar, then stiffened. Bloody hell, he whispered. As that, the hooded figure stood abruptly and approached their table. Harry gripped his wand beneath the table, prepared to cast a shield charm if necessary. Potter, a familiar voice rasped from beneath the hood. A word. With a fluid motion, the figure pulled back the hood just enough for Harry to glimpse the gaunt, aristocratic features of Narcissa Malfoy. Mrs. Malfoy, Harry acknowledged warily. What are you doing in Hogsmeade? Something I should have done weeks ago. She replied, her voice low and urgent. We need to speak privately. Ron tensed beside him. Not bloody likely. This concerns family matters, Narcissa said pointedly, her gaze fixed on Harry. Matters that cannot wait. Harry hesitated, torn between caution and curiosity. Whatever you have to say, you can say it in front of my friends. Narcissa's eyes flicked briefly to Ron and Hermione. Her expression tightening. Very well, she conceded, though clearly displeased. May I? She gestured to the empty chair at their table. Harry nodded, reinforcing the Muffaliato charm as she sat down. I'll be direct, Mr. Potter, Narcissa said, keeping her hood partially concealed. The Dark Lord has become suspicious of my sister's recent behavior. He's assigned Lucius to watch her, which places my family in an untenable position. How is that my problem? Harry asked coolly. Because her behavior concerns you, Narcissa replied. She's been making inquiries, gathering information, about you. About the ritual, about Regulus's final days. Harry exchanged a quick glance with Hermione. Again, why should I care? Because she's planning to contact you directly, Narcissa said bluntly. And when she does, the Dark Lord will almost certainly discover what she has kept hidden all these years. A chill ran down Harry's spine. Which is, that you are her son, Narcissa replied. As if it should be obvious. That she and Regulus betrayed the Dark Lord's trust in the most fundamental way. That she helped hide you with blood traitors and a Muggle-born witch. So you're warning me too, what? Reject her when she reaches out? Harry asked, confused by Narcissa's motives. I'm warning you that her approach will place you both in mortal danger, Narcissa corrected. The Dark Lord does not share his servant's loyalty, especially not Bella's. If he discovers your connection, he will use it against both of you. Why do you care what happens to me? Harry challenged. Narcissa's expression softened fractionally. I care what happens to my family. Bella is my sister. And you, whether you accept it or not, are my nephew. The stark claim left Harry momentarily speechless. Hermione stepped into the breach. What exactly are you suggesting, Mrs. Malfoy? She asked carefully. Narcissa's gaze remained on Harry. I suggest that when Bella contacts you, and she will, you proceed with extreme caution. Do not meet her alone. Do not trust that her intentions align with your best interests. Her voice dropped even lower. And do not assume that the Dark Lord hasn't placed tracking charms on her. He suspects something, even if he doesn't know exactly what. How do you know all this? Ron asked suspiciously. Because Lucius tells me what he must, and I observe what he does not. Narcissa replied simply. She reached into her robes and withdrew a small, ornate key. This is for a vault at Gringotts, not a Black family vault, but a private one Regulus established before his death. It contains items he wanted preserved, including research materials on the project he was working on. Harry's pulse quickened. The anchors. Narcissa's eyes widened slightly. You know about those. Some. Harry admitted. Not enough. She nodded slowly. The vault may contain more information. Regulus was thorough in his research, if nothing else. She slid the key across the table. This rightfully belongs to you, as his heir. Harry took the key cautiously. Why give this to me now? Because time is running short, Narcissa said, a hint of genuine concern in her voice. And because, despite everything, you are family. The last male heir of the House of Black. That means something to those of us raised in the old traditions. She stood, adjusting her hood to better conceal her face. One last thing. If you do speak with Bella, ask her about the prophecy, the complete version. Dumbledore hasn't told you everything, and you should know what you're truly facing. With that cryptic parting statement, she swept from the pub, leaving Harry staring after her in confusion and mounting concern. Well, Ron said after a moment of stunned silence, that was unexpected. Do you think it's a trap? Hermione asked, eyeing the key dubiously. I don't know, Harry admitted. But if there's information about Horcruxes in that vault, we need it. We could ask Bill to check it out first, Ron suggested. He works for Gringotts, he might be able to verify if the vault is legitimate without actually opening it. Harry nodded slowly. That's a good idea. And in the meantime, we still need to contact Sirius about the locket. As they finished their butterbeers and headed back toward the village, Harry couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that events were accelerating beyond his control. Bellatrix was planning to contact him directly. Voldemort was growing suspicious. And somewhere in the tangle of family politics and dark magic lay answers about both his past and the prophecy that had shaped his entire life. The key felt heavy in his pocket, a physical link to Regulus Black and whatever secrets he had taken to his grave. Secrets that might hold the key to destroying Voldemort once and for all. Or secrets that might destroy Harry in the process of discovering them. Again, Snape commanded, his wand trained on Harry. Legilimens. Harry braced hymns. Elf as the now familiar pressure of Snape's mind pressed against his defenses. Over the past weeks, he'd refined his mental compartmentalization technique, incorporating both Regulus's methods from the diary and Snape's reluctant guidance. Instead of rigid rooms with obvious boundaries, his mind now resembled a series of interconnected spaces, each flowing naturally into the next. He allowed Snape access to selected memories, harmless scenes from classes, generic moments with friends, while keeping the important things sealed in deeper chambers. His knowledge of Horcruxes, Narcissus' warning, the key to Regulus's vault. When Snape withdrew this time, his expression showed grudging approval. Better. The Dark Lord would still break through eventually, but you might delay him long enough to be useful. From Snape. This qualified as high praise. Harry wiped sweat from his forehead, exhausted but satisfied with his progress. I believe you've earned the reward Dumbledore promised, Snape said. His tone suggesting he disagreed with the assessment. He's expecting you in his office. The password is Pepper Imps. Harry's pulse quickened. You mean the prophecy? He's going to tell me. That is between you and the headmaster. Snape replied dismissively. Our lesson is concluded for today. As Harry gathered his things, a thought occurred to him. Professor, did you know about the Horcruxes? Snape went very still. Where did you hear that term? Research, Harry said vaguely. Dangerous research, Snape observed, his voice low and tense. I suggest you proceed with extreme caution, Potter. Some knowledge is perilous not just to possess, but to seek. But did you know? Harry pressed. I suspected, Snape admitted after a moment. As did Regulus, toward the end. And Dumbledore. Snape's expression shuddered. Ask him yourself. You're already late for your appointment. Recognizing the dismissal, Harry left, heading directly for Dumbledore's office. As he walked, he considered what approach to take. Should he reveal everything he'd learned? About Horcruxes, about Regulus's mission, about Narcissus' warning? Or should he hold back, as Dumbledore had so often done with him? The gargoyle sprang aside at the password, and Harry ascended the spiral staircase, decision still unmade. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, looking older and more tired than Harry remembered. Ah, Harry. Right on time. Please, sit down. Quote. Harry took the offered chair, tension radiating through him. Professor Snape said you wanted to see me. Indeed, Dumbledore agreed. He informs me that our occlumency has progressed remarkably well, far better than either of us anticipated. You've taken to the mental disciplines with surprising aptitude. I had good sources, Harry said carefully. Yes, I imagine Phineas Nigelus's journal proved helpful, Dumbledore replied, his blue eyes twinkling slightly. And perhaps other resources as well. The Black family has always been thorough in documenting their magical techniques. Harry said nothing, unwilling to confirm or deny his use of Regulus's diary or the information from Malfoy. After a moment, Dumbledore sighed. Trust is a fragile thing, Harry. Easily broken and painstakingly rebuilt. I know my decisions regarding your parentage have damaged yours in me. You lied to me my entire life, Harry said, the words escaping before he could temper them. I withheld information I believed you were not ready for, Dumbledore corrected gently. Perhaps mistakenly, in retrospect. But never with the intention to harm. And the prophecy? Harry challenged. Were you withholding that for my own good too? Yes, Dumbledore said simply. Because it is a terrible burden to place on young shoulders. But you have proven those shoulders stronger than I anticipated. He rose and moved to a cabinet, extracting a familiar stone basin. I believe it's time you heard it in its entirety. Heart racing, Harry watched as Dumbledore placed the pen sieve on his desk and raised his wand to his temple, extracting a silvery strand of memory. This is my recollection of the night I first heard the prophecy, Dumbledore explained, depositing the memory in the basin. From Professor Trelawney, during her job interview at the Hog's Head. Harry leaned forward as a figure rose from the swirling silver substance. Trelawney, but younger, her eyes unfocused behind her enormous spectacles. When she spoke, it was in the harsh, hoarse voice Harry had heard once before, during his 3rd year. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. And either must die at hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies. The figure sank back into the pensieve, leaving Harry staring at the swirling surface. That's it? He asked after a moment. That's what Voldemort has been after. That's why he tried to kill me as a baby. He never heard the prophecy in its entirety, Dumbledore explained. Only the first part, about a child born at the end of July to parents who had defied him 3 times. Harry frowned. But that could have meant someone else, couldn't it? I wasn't the only baby born then. Indeed, Dumbledore nodded. It could have referred to Neville Longbottom, whose parents had also defied Voldemort 3 times and who was born the day before you. Harry felt momentarily dizzy at this revelation. So it was random. That he chose me. Not random, Dumbledore corrected. Voldemort chose to attack you rather than Neville. And in doing so, he marked you as his equal. He nodded toward Harry's scar, fulfilling that part of the prophecy himself. But I wasn't born to people who defied him, Harry said slowly, the implications sinking in. Not my biological parents. At least. Bellatrix was his follower, and Regulus too, until the end. Dumbledore's expression grew thoughtful. An interesting point, and one I've considered. But remember, Harry, the blood ritual that made you Lily and James's son was complete. For all magical purposes, you were born to them. Convenient, Harry muttered. Perhaps, Dumbledore acknowledged. Quote, or perhaps prophetic magic recognized something deeper than biological parentage, the parents who would shape your character, who would give their lives for you. He paused. There is also the possibility that the prophecy was always meant for you, and events aligned themselves accordingly. Harry frowned. What do you mean? Prophecies are curious things, Dumbledore explained. They do not simply predict the future, in some ways. They help create it. Your placement with the Potters may have been part of the pattern the prophecy was weaving, rather than a coincidence. It sounded far-fetched to Harry. But he had more pressing questions. What about the power the Dark Lord knows not? What power do I have that Voldemort doesn't? That, Harry, I believe refers to your capacity for love, Dumbledore said gently. A force Voldemort has never understood or respected, and therefore constantly underestimates. Harry couldn't help a skeptical snort. Love. That's the great weapon against Voldemort. Do not underestimate it, Dumbledore cautioned. Your mother's, Lily's, love protected you as a baby, and continues to shield you at your aunt's home. Love drove your father, Regulus, to defy Voldemort and preserve your life. Even at the cost of his own. Love is what binds you to your friends, who stand with you despite increasing danger. His blue eyes were intense behind his half-moon spectacles. It is no small power, Harry. But how does it help me fight him? Harry pressed. The prophecy says, either must die at the hand of the other. That sounds like I have to kill him, or he kills me. That is one interpretation. Dumbledore agreed. Though prophecies are often fulfilled in unexpected ways. Harry's mind raced, connecting disparate pieces of information. This is why you've kept me away from Bellatrix, isn't it? You were afraid her influence would interfere with this power you think I have. Dumbledore sighed. Bellatrix Lestrange has spent decades immersed in the darkest of arts, Harry. Her understanding of love is corrupted, at best. And yes, I feared her influence might lead you toward powers and practices that would damage the very qualities that make you different from Tom Riddle. But she's still my mother, Harry said quietly. Biologically, yes, Dumbledore conceded. But motherhood is more than biology, as I believe you understand better than most. Harry fell silent, digesting everything he'd learned. The prophecy itself was both more and less than he'd expected. A death sentence disguised as destiny, yet vague enough to leave room for hope. There's something else you should know. he said finally, making a snap decision to share at least part of what he'd discovered. About Voldemort's immortality. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly. Oh, he made Horcruxes, Harry said bluntly, watching for Dumbledore's reaction. That's how he survived when the killing curse rebounded. And I think Regulus discovered this before he died. He was trying to destroy one of them, a locket. If Harry had expected shock from Dumbledore, he was disappointed. The headmaster merely closed his eyes briefly, as if receiving confirmation of something long suspected. I see you've been conducting your own research, Dumbledore said mildly. May I ask how you came by this information? Harry hesitated, then decided a partial truth was safest. Regulus left records. They mentioned what Voldemort had done, and his attempt to destroy one of the Horcruxes. Did these records indicate whether he succeeded? Dumbledore asked, suddenly intent. No, Harry admitted. But I think the locket might still be at Grimmauld Place. Hermione remembers seeing something that matches the description in the drawing room last summer. Dumbledore stood abruptly. This is valuable information, Harry. I had suspected Voldemort might have created a Horcrux, but multiple ones. He looked troubled. It explains much about his deterioration, both physical and mental. You already knew? Harry asked, unable to keep the accusation from his voice. I suspected, Dumbledore corrected. I have been gathering evidence for years, but confirmation has been elusive. Your information about the locket may be our first real breakthrough. He began pacing, energy seeming to return to his aged frame. We must locate it immediately. If Regulus did manage to retrieve it from its original hiding place, that's a significant advantage. Harry watched him warily. So what happens now? Dumbledore stopped pacing and turned to him. Now, we must accelerate certain plans. I will. Contact Sirius about searching Grimmauld Place thoroughly. In the meantime, he studied Harry intently. Your occlumency training becomes even more vital. If Voldemort were to discover Arnold GE of his Horcruxes through your connection, he would likely move them or increase their protections. I'll keep practicing, Harry promised, though he was still processing Dumbledore's reaction to the Horcrux revelation. The headmaster had clearly been researching them independently, yet had shared nothing of this critical information. Good, Dumbledore nodded. And Harry, I must ask that you be extremely careful with this knowledge. Share it only with Miss Granger and Mr. Weasley, if you must share it at all. Of course, Harry agreed, even as he thought of Regulus's vault key, still untouched in his dormitory trunk. Some secrets, he decided, were his to keep, just as Dumbledore had kept secrets from him. As he left the office, Harry felt both enlightened and burdened. The prophecy, the Horcruxes, his complicated heritage, all pieces of a puzzle that was slowly taking shape, revealing a destiny more complex than he had imagined. And through it all ran the thread of his dual nature, Potter and Black, light and dark, love and power. The corridors were empty as he made his way back to Gryffindor Tower, most students already at dinner. Lost in thought, he almost missed the small brow an owl that swooped down to land on a nearby windowsill, a tiny scroll attached to its leg. Curious, Harry approached the owl, which held out its leg expectantly. The message was secured with a black R. Ibn bearing a seal he recognized with a jolt, the Black family crest. With trembling fingers, he removed the scroll and broke the seal. The handwriting inside was elegant but somehow manic, the letters pressed deeply into the parchment. The black moon rises on the eve of Samhain. Blood calls to blood in the ancient place. Come alone if you seek truths beyond prophecy. B.L. Harry stared at the message, his heart pounding. Bellatrix had contacted him directly, just as Narcissa had warned. And she'd mentioned the prophecy, suggesting she knew something about it that even Dumbledore didn't. The eve of Samhain meant Halloween, tomorrow night. The ancient place was less clear, though Harry suspected it might refer to the Black family mausoleum Regulus had mentioned in his diary, located in a secluded section of a wizarding cemetery in London. He should report this immediately, to Dumbledore, to Sirius, to the Order. It was almost certainly a trap, or at the very least, dangerously reckless. And yet, Harry carefully tucked the scroll into his robes. Blood calls to blood. Despite everything, there was a pull he couldn't deny, a curiosity about the woman who had given birth to him, who had protected him in her way. Who might hold answers to questions he'd never thought to ask? Tomorrow was Halloween, historically the worst day of the year for Harry Potter. The day his adoptive parents had died. The day his name had emerged from the Goblet of Fire. The day disaster seemed to find him without fail. Perhaps this year would be different. Perhaps this year, Halloween would bring revelation instead of tragedy. Or perhaps it would bring both. The forbidden forest was eerily silent as Harry slipped between the ancient trees, invisibility cloak pulled tightly around him. Getting out of the castle had been surprisingly easy. The Halloween feast provided ample distraction, and the secret passage behind the one-eyed witch statue remained unwatched despite increased security. Now, well beyond the school boundaries, Harry clutched the small portkey Bellatrix had included with her message, a tarnished silver thimble that would activate at precisely 9 o'clock. He'd left notes for both Ron and Hermione, to be discovered if he didn't return by midnight. A precaution, not a plan. He knew they'd be furious when they learned what he'd done. But some questions could only be answered in person. And the lure of information about both the prophecy and the Horcruxes was too strong to resist. If Bellatrix truly knew about Voldemort's anchors, as Regulus had called them, her knowledge could be invaluable. At least, that's what Harry told himself as he waited in the darkness, trying to ignore the voice in his head that sounded suspiciously like Hermione calling him reckless and foolhardy. The thimble began to glow softly. Harry took a deep breath, steeling himself for whatever awaited him. As the clock struck 9, he felt the familiar, nauseating hook behind his navel, and the forest dissolved around him. He landed hard on damp, mossy ground, the invisibility cloak tangling around his legs. Pushing it off, Harry quickly scanned his surroundings, wand at the ready. He stood in a small clearing surrounded by towering yew trees, their twisted branches forming a canopy that blocked most of the moonlight. At the center of the clearing was a circular arrangement of standing stones, reminiscent of a miniature Stonehenge. Within the circle, a lone figure waited, tall, wild-haired, unmistakable even in the dim light. "You came alone," Bellatrix observed, her voice calmer than Harry remembered. "Brave. Foolish. Perhaps, but brave." Harry kept his wand trained on her. "Where are we?" "The ancestral Black Ritual grounds," she replied. "Hidden by magic older than Hogwarts itself." She gestured around them. "No one can apparate here. No one can find it without a blood key, and no one can eavesdrop on what's said within the circle." "Convenient," Harry said warily. "Necessary," Bellatrix countered. She stepped forward, into a shaft of moonlight that broke through the canopy. "Look at you. The changes have settled well. Regulus's jawline, but my eyes, at least in shape, if not color." Harry remained tense, ready to cast a shield charm at the first sign of attack. "You said you had information about the prophecy. Direct. Like your father," Bellatrix said with something like approval. "Very well." She moved to one of the standing stones and pressed her palm against its surface. A small hollow appeared, from which she withdrew a crystal vial containing a swirling silver substance. "Do you know what this is?" "A memory," Harry replied, recognizing it from his experiences with Dumbledore's pensieve. "Not just any memory," Bellatrix said, holding it up to the moonlight. "The memory of the prophecy. The complete prophecy, not the truncated version Dumbledore showed you." Harry stiffened. "How do you know what Dumbledore showed me?" Bellatrix smiled, the expression uncomfortably reminiscent of Sirius. "The Black family has many talents, child. Remote viewing is among the least of them." "You've been spying on me," Harry realized. "Watching over you," she corrected. "There's a difference. Not from where I'm standing." Harry echoed his words to Malfoy, maintaining his defensive posture. "Why should I believe that memory contains anything different from what I've already heard?" "Because Dumbledore only heard part of what Trelawney spoke that night," Bellatrix replied. "He doesn't know that after his interview with her, she continued her prophecy to empty air. Except the air wasn't quite empty. One of the Dark Lord's servants was still listening, disillusioned in the corridor outside. "Snape," Harry guessed. Bellatrix's eyebrows rose slightly. "No, not Severus. He heard only the beginning, before being discovered and ejected from the Hog's Head. Another was more persistent and more successful." "You," Harry breathed, the pieces clicking into place. Bellatrix inclined her head in acknowledgement. I was already questioning my loyalties by then, thanks to your father's influence. The prophecy complicated matters. What did it say? Harry demanded. The part Dumbledore doesn't know about. That's what this contains, Bellatrix replied, holding up the vial again. But memories are easily tampered with. You have no reason to trust mine. She approached the center of the stone circle, where a shallow basin reminiscent of a pensieve sat atop a plinth. Which is why I brought something else. From within her robes, she withdrew a econd vial, this one containing a viscous, golden liquid. Veritessence, she explained. A black family creation, far more sophisticated than Veritaserum. It doesn't compel truth, it reveals it. When added to a memory, it illuminates any fabrication or alteration, making the false parts glow red. I've never heard of it, Harry said skeptically. Of course not, Bellatrix sniffed. It's not the sort of thing they'd teach at Hogwarts. The recipe has been in the Black family for 7 generations. She poured the silver memory into the basin, then unstoppered the golden vial. Observe. A drop of the golden liquid fell into the swirling silver substance. The entire memory briefly glowed with a soft, white light, then settled back to its normal silvery color, with no red tinges visible. Satisfied? Bellatrix asked. Harry wasn't. Not entirely, but his curiosity outweighed his caution. How do I view it? The same way you would use Dumbledore's pensieve, Bellatrix replied. Though I warn why. What you learn may change everything you thought you knew about your destiny. Harry approached the basin warily, keeping an eye on Bellatrix. She stepped back, giving him space. I'll wait, she said, answering his unspoken question. This memory is for you alone. Taking a deep breath, Harry leaned forward and plunged his face into the swirling silver liquid. The world tilted, and he found high MSELF in a familiar setting, the Hog's Head Inn, though decades earlier. Trelawney sat at a table, her enormous spectacles sliding down her nose as she stared into space. Dumbledore had already left. Ari noticed. This must be after their interview, as Bellatrix had claimed. For a moment, nothing happened. Then Trelawney's head snapped back, her eyes rolling until only the whites showed. When she spoke, it was in the same harsh, hoarse voice Harry had heard in Dumbledore's memory. The Dark Lord's destruction lies not with the chosen alone. Blood of the most faithful mingled with blood of the betrayer creates the vessel of his undoing. Neither light nor dark but balanced between. The power to destroy the anchors of immortality flows in veins twice blessed and twice cursed. The one who bears the lightning mark shall find strength in that which the Dark Lord discarded. The memory dissolved, and Harry found himself back in the stone circle, gasping as if he'd run a mile. The implications of what he'd just heard thundered through his mind, a second part to the prophecy that directly referenced his parentage and the Horcruxes. Now you understand, Bellatrix said softly. The vessel of his undoing. That's you, child. Blood of the most faithful. Mine. Blood of the betrayer. Regulus. The prophecy foretold your very conception, years before it occurred. Harry stared at her, still processing the revelation. Why didn't you tell Voldemort? A shadow crossed Bellatrix's face. By the time I understood what it meant, I was already carrying you. The choice was clear, either inform the Dark Lord and watch him destroy my own child, or conceal the truth and find another way. So you went to Lily Potter, Harry said, pieces of his fragmented history finally aligning. I went to Severus first, Bellatrix corrected. He suggested the Potters, knowing Lily's expertise in protective charms and blood magic. Regulus designed the ritual, though he didn't live to see it performed. Pain flickered across her features. The Dark Lord discovered his betrayal too soon. But not your betrayal, Harry noted. No, Bellatrix acknowledged. My devotion to the cause provided effective cover. No one suspected I would hide my child with blood traitors and a muggle born. And after all those years in Azkaban, all those people you tortured and killed, was that just more effective cover? Harry demanded, anger rising despite his fascination with her story. Bellatrix's expression hardened. Do not presume to judge what you don't understand, child. Azkaban changed me. The Dementors feed on positive emotions, leaving only the darkest parts of oneself intact. By the time I escaped, little remained but rage and twisted loyalty. And now, Harry challenged. What's changed? You, she said simply. Seeing you in the Department of Mysteries, feeling our blood connection activate, it restored something I thought lost forever. Her voice softened. Mothers are supposed to protect their children. Even mothers like me. Harry wanted to reject her words, to dismiss them as manipulation, but the raw emotion behind them seemed genuine. Still, he wasn't ready to trust her. Not yet, perhaps not ever. The prophecy mentioned anchors of immortality, he said instead, focusing on practical matters. Horcruxes. Regulus found one. A locket. Do you know about the others? Bellatrix's eyes gleamed with something like approval. Direct. As I said. Yes, I know of some. The Dark Lord trusted me with one. A small golden cup that once belonged to Helga Hufflepuff. It's stored in my vault at Gringotts. Protected by the strongest curses money and blood can buy. And the others? Harry pressed. The locket was one, yes. Regulus died retrieving it from a seaside cave filled with inferi. Grief briefly shadowed her features. The diary was another, though that's been destroyed, from what I gather. Tom Riddle's diary, Harry confirmed. I stabbed it with a basilisk fang in the Chamber of Secrets. Bellatrix looked genuinely impressed. Basilisk venom. One of the few substances that can destroy a Horcrux. Clever. She hesitated, then continued. I believe there's another den at Hogwarts itself. Something connected to Rowena Ravenclaw. And the snake, Nagini, is almost certainly one as well. That's 5, Harry said, mentally cataloging the information. How many did he make? 7, I suspect. Bellatrix replied. It's the most magically powerful number, and the Dark Lord has always been obsessed with symbolic power. She frowned. Though what the other 2 might be, I cannot say. Harry's mind raced with the implications. Why are you telling me this? Why help me destroy him? Bellatrix's expression grew complex. Pride mingled with something darker. The Dark Lord I pledged myself to was brilliant, charismatic, visionary. The creature that returned in that graveyard is something else. Something broken beyond repair. That doesn't answer my question, Harry insisted. She stepped closer. And it took all of Harry's willpower not to back away. Because the prophecy names you as the vessel of his undoing. Because your father gave his life trying to weaken Voldemort. Because despite everything, you are my son, and the last male heir of the House of Black. Her voice dropped lower. And because I want to teach you. Teach me what? Harry asked warily. How to access the full potential of your heritage, Bellatrix replied. The magic in your blood is powerful, ancient. Dumbledore fears it, tries to suppress it, but it's the very power the prophecy speaks of, neither light nor dark. But balanced between. You want to teach me dark magic, Harry translated. I want to teach you all magic, Bellatrix corrected. Without the arbitrary limitations Hogwarts imposes. The distinction between dark and light is largely political, child. Magic itself is about intent and will. It was an echo of what Sirius had told him over the summer, what Regulus had written in his diary. The idea was seductive. To learn magic without boundaries, to access the full power that seemed to be awakening inside him. But the source mattered. This was Bellatrix Lestrange. Torturer, murderer. Voldemort's most loyal lieutenant. Or so the world believed. I need to think, Harry said finally. This is a lot to process. Of course, Bellatrix agreed, surprisingly reasonable. But don't take too long. The Dark Lord grows more suspicious by the day, and my position becomes increasingly precarious. She reached into her robes and withdrew a small, ornate hand mirror. Take this. It's paired with one I carry. If you wish to speak with me, simply say my name while holding it. If I wish to contact you, it will warm slightly. Harry accepted the mirror hesitantly. A two-way mirror. A black family variation, Bellatrix corrected. Undetectable by conventional means and impossible to eavesdrop upon. She smiled faintly. Sirius should have a similar one, if I recall. A gift from your grandfather Orion to his sons. The casual mention of Sirius was jarring, a reminder of the tangled family ties that now defined Harry's life. Sirius would tell me not to trust you, he said bluntly. No doubt. Bellatrix agreed, unperturbed. My cousin has always been ruled by emotion rather than strategy. But ask yourself this, has Dumbledore's careful management of your life prepared you to face what's coming? Or has it left you constantly scrambling to catch up, always a step behind? The barb struck uncomfortably close to home. Harry pocketed the mirror, still entertained but unwilling to reject a potential source of information outright. I should go, he said. People will notice if I'm gone too long. Of course. Bellatrix reached for the thimble portkey. His will return you to where you started. She hesitated, then added, Happy birthday, by the way. Harry blinked in confusion. My birthday was months ago. Your first birthday, Bellatrix clarified. You were born on Samhain. Not July 31st. The ritual that bound you to the Potters altered more than just your appearance. A shadow crossed her face. Another secret Dumbledore kept from you. Before Harry could process this new revelation, she pressed the portkey into his palm. We'll speak again soon, I expect. Until then. She stepped back, her expression softening fractionally. Be careful, child. You have enemies on all sides now. The portkey activated, and Harry felt the familiar hook behind his navel. The stone circle vanished in a whirl of color and sensation, replaced moments later by the dark tranquility of the forbidden forest. As he made his way back toward the castle, Harry's mind churned with everything he'd learned. The extended prophecy, the locations of at least some of the Horcruxes. His true birth date, each revelation another crack in the foundation of what he'd believed about himself and his destiny. And beneath it all, the unsettling realization that Bellatrix Lestrange, the woman he'd been raised to fear and hate, might be a more complex figure than anyone had led him to believe. Not good, certainly, but perhaps not irredeemably evil either. The castle loomed ahead, its windows glowing with the remnants of the Halloween feast. Harry slipped back inside through a rarely used side entrance, the invisibility cloak concealing him from any patrolling teachers or prefects. Tonight had changed everything. The question was what he would do with that change, and who he would trust with the knowledge he'd gained. Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3. Mother's Blood. The RST snow of the season swirled outside the dormitory window, casting the room in a ghostly pre-dawn glow. Harry sat cross-legged on his bed, privacy charms ensuring he wouldn't disturb his roommates as he examined the ornate mirror Bellatrix had given him. 3 weeks had passed since their meeting in the stone circle. 3 weeks of sleepless nights, distracted days, and the growing weight of secrets kept from friends, godfather, and headmaster alike. The revelation about Voldemort's Horcruxes had been easiest to share. Harry had told Ron and Hermione everything Bellatrix had revealed about the anchors, the cup in her vault, the suspected Ravenclaw artifact at Hogwarts, and Nagini, while carefully omitting the source of his information. Instead, he'd attributed his knowledge to research and inferences from Regulus's diary. Which wasn't entirely untrue. The extended prophecy was another matter. Harry hadn't told anyone about it, not even Ron and Hermione. The words haunted him. Blood of the most faithful mingled with blood of the betrayer creates the vessel of his undoing. Neither light nor dark but balanced between. If true, it suggested his very existence was prophesied. The union of Bellatrix and Regulus had been foretold as necessary for Voldemort's destruction. It made his placement with the Potters seem less like a desperate protection measure and more like a calculated step in a larger plan. Had Dumbledore known? Had he manipulated events to fulfill the prophecy's requirements? Or was Bellatrix lying, the memory fabricated despite the supposed truth-revealing potion? Harry sighed, turning the mirror over in his hands. He still hadn't used it to contact Bellatrix, though he'd caught himself considering it more than once, particularly after frustrating O.C. Clumency sessions with Snape or useless defense classes with Umbridge. A knock on the dormitory door pulled him from his thoughts. Harry. Hermione's voice came through softly. Are you awake? We need to talk. Quickly tucking the mirror under his pillow, Harry dispelled his privacy charms. Come in. Hermione entered, already fully dressed despite the early hour. Her expression was tense, her hands clutching a rolled-up newspaper. What's wrong? Harry asked, immediately alert. Wordlessly, she handed him the paper. Not the Daily Prophet, but the Quibbler. The headline blared. Ministry Coveroo. P. Death Eater Bellatrix Lestrange spotted at Hogwarts. Harry's stomach dropped. The accompanying photo showed a blurry, hooded figure hurrying across the Hogwarts grounds, a figure whose face was most TLY shadowed but whose distinctive wild hair was unmistakable. Is this real? He asked, fighting to keep his voice steady. Luna's father received it from an anonymous source, Hermione replied, sitting on the edge of his bed. He verified it with detection spells before publishing. Harry scanned the article rapidly. According to the unnamed source, Bellatrix Lestrange had been seen on Hogwarts grounds on Halloween night, apparently meeting with an unidentified student. The ministry had allegedly suppressed the information to avoid panic. This is bad, Harry muttered, mind racing. He'd been careful with the portkey, making sure to travel from deep within the Forbidden Forest, away from potential observers. But clearly, someone had seen something, whether Bellatrix approaching the grounds or leaving them. Harry, Hermione said carefully, you were gone for several hours on Halloween night. He looked up sharply. What are you implying? I'm not implying anything, she replied, holding his gaze steadily. I'm asking directly. Did you meet with Bellatrix Lestrange? Harry hesitated. Lying to Hermione was pointless. She knew him too well, and her logical mind would piece together the evidence regardless. But admitting the truth meant explaining everything, including the extended prophecy and his uncertain feelings about his birth mother. Yes, he said finally. But it's not what you think. Hermione's face paled, but she remained remarkably composed. Tell me everything. And so he did. About the message from Bellatrix, the portkey to the stone circle, the extended prophecy, the information about the Horcruxes, and Bellatrix's ambiguous offer of training. She gave me this, he concluded, retrieving the mirror from under his pillow. To contact her if I wanted to know more. Hermione stared at the mirror with undisguised alarm. Harry, that could be cursed, or worse, a tracking device for Voldemort. I checked it for curses, Harry assured her. And Bellatrix is hiding her connection to me from Voldemort. She wouldn't risk a tracking charm. You're taking her word for that? Hermione asked incredulously. The woman who tortured Neville's parents into insanity. Harry winced at the reminder. I know her history, Hermione. I'm not forgetting who she is. But, he struggled to articulate the confusing tangle of emotions. She's also my mother. And she seems to genuinely want to help destroy Voldemort, even if her reasons aren't entirely altruistic. Hermione's expression softened slightly. I understand this is complicated for you, Harry. Finding out she's your birth mother changes things. But it doesn't change who she's been for the past 15 years. A Death Eater, a torturer, a murderer. I know, Harry acknowledged. Trust me, I'm not about to RT calling her Mum, or inviting her to Hogsmeade weekends. But the information she gave me about the Horcruxes checks out. Dumbledore confirmed as much when I told him about them. But you didn't Dumbledore where you got the information, Hermione guessed. Harry shook his head. I couldn't. He'd never let me near her again, and she might be our best source on the remaining Horcruxes. He leaned forward earnestly. Think about it, Hermione. She has access to Voldemort's inner circle, including his snake. If anyone can help us destroy the Horcruxes, it's her. That's assuming she's actually turned against him. Hermione pointed out. This could all be an elaborate trap. For what purpose? Harry countered. If Voldemort wanted to capture me, he's had plenty of opportunities. And alling the Horcruxes would be a bizarre strategy if she's still loyal to him. Hermione bit her lip, clearly torn. The extended prophecy concerns me. It's too convenient, too specifically tailored to your situation. Prophecies are typically vague and subject to interpretation, not explicitly naming parentage. I considered that too, Harry admitted. But the Veritasians she used to verify the memory didn't show any tampering. A potion you've never heard of before, that only exists in the Black family archives, Hermione said skeptically. Harry, I know you want to believe her, but you need to be careful. I am being careful, Harry insisted. I haven't contacted her since that night. I haven't told anyone about the extended prophecy except you. I'm not rushing into anything. Hermione studied him for a long moment. But you're considering it. Using the mirror, I mean. Taking her up on her offer of training. Harry couldn't deny it. The magic inside me is changing, Hermione. Dumbledore's afraid of it. Snape doesn't understand it, and Sirius only knows pieces. Bellatrix might be the only person who can teach me to control it properly. Or she might use it to corrupt you, Hermione countered. To push you toward darker magic than you would otherwise consider. Maybe, Harry conceded. But isn't it better to understand the darkness than pretend it doesn't exist? To master it rather than fear it. Hermione's eyes widened slightly at his words. That doesn't sound like you, Harry. Maybe it's the new me, he said, then immediately regretted his flippant tone. Sorry. I just mean, I can't ignore this part of my heritage anymore. It's manifesting whether I want it or not. The question is whether I let it develop chaotically or learn to direct it. Before Hermione could respond, the dormitory door opened and Ron stumbled in, still half asleep. He stopped short when he saw them. What's going on? He asked, yawning. Secret meeting without me. Hermione held up the quibbler. And Ron's eyes widened as he took in the headline. Bloody hell, he muttered, suddenly wide awake. Is that real? Yes, Harry said before Hermione could speak. And there's something I need to tell you both. Ron sat heavily on the nearest bed as Harry repeated his confession, albeit in a more condensed form. By the time he finished, Ron's face had cycled through shock, disbelief, and finally a sort of grim acceptance. So you met with Bellatrix Lestrange, your birth mum, and she gave you information about you-know-who's Horcruxes and some extended prophecy that no one else knows about, Ron summarized. Rubbing his temple. And now she wants to teach you some sort of special black family magic. That about covers it, Harry confirmed. Ron was silent for a moment, then asked simply, what are you going to do? It was such a fundamentally Ron question, practical rather than judgmental, that Harry felt a rush of gratitude. I don't know yet, he admitted. But with this article, things are going to get complicated. If Dumbledore sees it. If. Hermione interrupted. Harry, the entire school will have seen it by breakfast. The quibbler might not have the prophet's circulation. But people pay attention to stories about Death Eaters at Hogwarts. She's right, Ron agreed. And you can bet Dumbledore's already got a copy. Then we need a plan, Harry said, trying to think through the implications. If I'm questioned directly, you'll have to tell some version of the truth, Hermione finished for him. Lying to Dumbledore about something this serious would be a mistake. But I can't tell him everything, Harry insisted. Not about the extended prophecy, not about the mirror. Hermione frowned. Harry. No, he said firmly. This is my decision, Hermione. My heritage, my prophecy, my mother. The word still felt strange on his tongue. I need space to figure this out without Dumbledore's management. A tense silence fell. Finally, Ron spoke. I think Harry's right. Hermione turned to him in surprise. What? Not about trusting Bellatrix, Ron clarified quickly. That's mental. But about having space to make his own decisions. He met Harry's eyes. Dumbledore's kept too many secrets. Maybe it's time for some balance. Harry nodded gratefully. Thanks, Ron. Hermione sighed, clearly outvoted. Fine. But we need to be smart about this. Tell Dumbledore you met with Bellatrix to learn about the Horcruxes. Admit she told you more than you initially revealed. But say you declined her offer of further contact. And the mirror? Harry asked. Keep it hidden. Hermione advised reluctantly. But Harry, promise me you won't use it without telling us first. It was a reasonable compromise. I promise. Ron checked his watch. We should head down to breakfast. Best to face whatever's coming head on. As they prepared to leave, Harry slipped the mirror into his inner robe pocket. Just in case, he told himself. Just to be prepared. But the weak HT of it against his chest felt oddly reassuring, like a connection to something larger than himself, a heritage both terrible and powerful, waiting to be claimed. The great hall hummed with tension as Harry entered. Ron and Hermione flanking him protectively. Conversations faltered, heads turned, and whispers followed in their wake. Copies of the Quibbler were visible at every table, passed between eager hands. At the high table, Dumbledore's seat was conspicuously empty. McGonagall watched Harry with tight-lipped concern, while Umbridge's toad-like face wore an expression of barely contained triumph. This isn't good, Hermione murmured as they took their seats at the Gryffindor table. Luna drifted over from the Ravenclaw table, seemingly oblivious to the charged atmosphere. Hello, Harry, she said dreamily. I see you've read Father's article. Luna, where did your father get that photograph? Hermione asked urgently. Oh, he never reveals his sources, Luna replied airily. Journalistic integrity and all that. But he did say it came with excellent authentication charms. She tilted her head, studying Harry curiously. The woman in the photo has your aura swirls, you know. The distinctive black family pattern. Harry tensed. Luna. Don't worry, she interrupted with a vague smile. Most people can't see auras. Your secret is quite safe. Before Harry could respond, Professor McGonagall approached their table. Mr. Potter, she said briskly, the headmaster would like to see you in his office immediately. The password is acid pops. Harry nodded, his stomach clenching. Yes, Professor. McGonagall hesitated, then added in a lower voice, be careful with your answers, Potter. The Ministry is taking a keen interest in this matter. The warning confirmed Harry's worst fears. This wasn't just about Dumbledore's concerns, the Ministry was involved now, likely courtesy of Umbridge. We'll save you some breakfast, Ron promised as Harry stood to leave. The walk to Dumbledore's office felt interminable. Students whispered as he passed, some openly staring, others quickly averting their eyes. By the time he reached the Gargoyle Guardian, Harry's resolve had hardened. He would tell a version of the truth, as Hermione suggested, but he would protect his autonomy in this matter. Acid pops, he said, and the gargoyle sprang aside. The office was more crowded than he expected. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, his expression grave. To one side stood Professor McGonagall, who must have used a shortcut to arrive before him. To the other, looking thoroughly displeased, was Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic himself. Umbridge stood slightly behind Fudge, her lips curled in a satisfied smile. Most surprising was the final occupant, Sirius, standing by the window in formal robes. His face a mask of concern. Harry, Dumbledore said calmly, thank you for joining us so promptly. I believe you know everyone present. Harry nodded, moving to stand beside Sirius, who squeezed his shoulder reassuringly. Mr. Potter, Fudge began without preamble, are you aware of the serious allegations published in this morning's edition of the Quibbler? He held up a copy of the magazine. I've seen it. Minister, Harry replied carefully. Then perhaps you can explain why Bellatrix Lestrange, a convicted Death Eater and escaped prisoner, was allegedly seen on Hogwarts grounds on Halloween night. Fudge pressed, his tone accusatory. Harry took a steadying breath, acutely aware of multiple gazes fixed on him. She contacted me, he said simply. I agreed to meet her. The reaction was immediate. Fudge spluttered in disbelief, Umbridge let out a small sound of triumph, and McGonagall gasped. Only Dumbledore and Sirius remained outwardly calm, though Harry could feel his godfather's hand tightening on his shoulder. You admit to willingly meeting with a known criminal? Fudge demanded, incredulous. Do you have any idea of the seriousness of this offense? Aiding and abetting a fugitive. I didn't aid or abet anyone, Harry interrupted firmly. I met with her to gather information about Voldemort's return, information the Ministry seems determined to ignore. Fudge's face purpled. Now see here. Perhaps, Dumbledore interjected smoothly, we might allow Harry to explain the full circumstances before jumping to conclusions. Yes, let's hear what tall tale Potter has concocted this time. Umbridge simpered. I'm sure it will be most creative. Sirius took a half step forward, anger flashing across his features, but Harry placed a restraining hand on his arm. I met with Bellatrix Lestrange because she had information about Voldemort's methods of achieving immortality, Harry stated, deciding direct honesty was his best approach. Information. That could be crucial to understanding the threat we face. And why would a loyal Death Eater share such information with you? Fudge scoffed. Harry hesitated, then decided on a partial truth. Because she's my biological mother. The silence that followed was absolute. Fudge's mouth opened and closed several times without sound. Umbridge's eyes bulged in shock. Even McGonagall seemed temporarily speechless. I beg your pardon. Fudge finally managed. Perhaps I should explain, Dumbledore said, rising from his chair. Harry recently discovered that he was born to Bellatrix Lestrange and Regulus Black. Then placed with James and Lily Potter through a complex blood ritual for his protection. Preposterous, Fudge spluttered. This is clearly another attention-seeking fabrication. It is the truth, Cornelius. Dumbledore interrupted firmly. A truth I have verified personally, as has Sirius Black, Harry's godfather and legal guardian. Sirius nodded grimly. The Black family tapestry confirms it. as do several magical tests we conducted over the summer. Fudge looked between them, clearly struggling to process this revelation. But this changes everything. If Potter is Lestrange's son, his loyalties are immediately suspect. He could be working with you-know-who right under our noses. My loyalties haven't changed, Harry said sharply. I was raised by Lily and James Potter. They're my parents in every way that matters. Finding out about my biological parentage doesn't suddenly make me a Death Eater. The boy has a point, Minister, McGonagall interjected, recovering her composure. One's character is formed by nurture more than nature. Umbridge stepped forward, her eyes gleaming with malicious interest. Still, this raises serious concerns about Mr. Potter's trustworthiness. If he's been meeting secretly with his Death Eater mother. For information, Harry reiterated firmly. Information about Voldemort's weaknesses. And did you obtain this information? Dumbledore asked, watching Harry intently. Harry met his gaze steadily. Yes. She confirmed what we suspected about the Horcruxes and identified several we weren't aware of. Dumbledore's brows rose slightly at Harry's open mention of Horcruxes in front of the Ministry officials. I see. What are these Horcruxes? Fudge demanded. Objects in which Voldemort has hidden fragments of his soul, Dumbledore explained calmly. As if discussing the weather. It's how he survived his encounter with Harry as an infant. Until they are destroyed, he cannot truly be killed. Fudge paled visibly. This is absurd. Soul fragments. You expect me to believe such fantastical nonsense? Whether you believe it is irrelevant to its truth, Cornelius, Dumbledore replied. The fact remains that Harry has provided valuable intelligence that may prove crucial in the conflict ahead. Assuming this intelligence is reliable, Umbridge simpered. Coming from a Death Eater, it could easily be misinformation designed to mislead. I've verified much of it independently, Dumbledore countered. The details align with my own research. Harry watched the exchange with growing impatience. They were missing the point entirely, focusing on political implications rather than the actual threat. Minister, he said abruptly, doesn't it concern you that Voldemort has found a way to make himself effectively immortal? That even if you captured him tomorrow, you couldn't actually defeat him without this information? Fudge's expression wavered between dismissal and unease. That's a Su Minghi who must not be named has actually returned, which the Ministry does not acknowledge. Oh, for Merlin's sake, Sirius muttered under his breath. Harry decided to change tactics. Minister, I understand your position. But regardless of whether you believe Voldemort has returned, Bellatrix Lestrange is undeniably at large. Wouldn't it be valuable to have someone she's willing to talk to? So, one who might learn about her movements, her plans. Fudge frowned thoughtfully. Are you suggesting? What exactly, Potter? I'm suggesting that my unique connection to Bellatrix could be an asset rather than a liability. Harry said carefully. If she contacts me again, I could gather intelligence about her activities and those of other escaped Death Eaters. Harry, Sirius said warningly, clearly alarmed by this new direction. But Harry pressed on. Isn't that preferable to driving her underground completely? To losing any chance of insight into her movements? Fudge looked uncertain. But Umbridge's eyes narrowed suspiciously. This sounds remarkably like a plea for permission to continue illicit contact with a known criminal, she observed. Perhaps even a justification for past communications. It's a practical suggestion, Harry countered. One that acknowledges reality rather than hiding from it. There is logic in Harry's position, Dumbledore said thoughtfully. With proper supervision, such contact could indeed yield valuable information. Harry fought to keep his expression neutral. This was working better than he'd hoped, planting the idea that continued contact with Bellatrix might be officially sanctioned, or at least tolerated. Fudge tugged at his collar, clearly uncomfortable. This is a highly irregular situation. I'll need to consult with the Wizengamot before making any decisions. Of course, Minister, Dumbledore agreed. In the meantime, perhaps we can agree that Harry acted with good, if misguided, intentions in meeting with Bellatrix Lestrange. His primary goal was gathering intelligence, not aiding her escape or activities. I suppose that's a reasonable interpretation, Fudge conceded reluctantly. Though this matter is far from closed, Potter. The Ministry will be watching your actions very carefully going forward. I understand, Minister, Harry said, adopting an appropriately serious expression while inwardly relieved at this tentative reprieve. If that's all, Cornelius, Dumbledore inquired politely. I believe Harry has classes to attend, and I'm sure you have pressing matters at the ministry. Fudge nodded stiffly. Dolores, we'll discuss implementing additional security measures at Hogwarts upon my return to London. This incident reveals concerning gaps in the school's protections. Of course, Minister, Umbridge replied sweetly. I have several proposals ready for your review. As Fudge and Umbridge departed, tension visibly left the room. McGonagall let out a long breath, while Sirius's grip on Harry's shoulder finally relaxed. That, Dumbledore observed mildly, was a rather close call. Too close, Sirius agreed, turning Harry to face him. What were you thinking, meeting Bellatrix alone? Do you have any idea how dangerous that was? I knew exactly how dangerous it was, Harry replied evenly. I also knew it might be our only chance to learn about the Horcruxes from someone in Voldemort's inner circle. You should have come to me, Dumbledore said, his voice gentle but reproachful. Or to Sirius. We could have arranged a safer meeting, with proper protections. Harry met his gaze directly. Would you have allowed it at all? Dumbledore hesitated, and in that hesitation, Harry had his answer. That's what I thought, he said quietly. Sometimes the most direct approach is necessary, even if it's not the safest. Gryffindor to the core, McGonagall murmured, a hint of reluctant pride in her voice. Just like your father. Which one? Harry asked, unable to help himself. McGonagall's expression softened. James Potter raised you, Mr. Potter. Never doubt that his influence, and Lily's, shaped who you are far more than genetics ever could. Harry nodded, genuinely appreciating her words. Thank you, Professor. Now, Dumbledore said, returning to his desk, I believe we need to discuss the information Bellatrix shared about the Horcruxes. Minerva, if you wouldn't mind giving us some privacy. McGonagall nodded and departed, leaving Harry with Dumbledore and Sirius. As soon as the door closed, Sirius turned to Harry, his expression a mixture of anger, concern, and reluctant admiration. That was either the bravest or stupidest thing you've ever done, he said frankly. And you've set a high bar for both categories. I needed answers, Harry replied simply. And did you get them? Dumbledore asked, leaning forward intently. You mentioned confirmation about the Horcruxes. Harry nodded, settling into a chair. She identified several. The diary, which is already destroyed. The locket, which Regulus stole but may still be at Grimmauld Place. A cup belonging to Hufflepuff, currently in her Gringotts vault. Something of Ravenclaw's, hidden somewhere in Hogwarts. And Nagini, Voldemort's snake. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. That's remarkably specific information. Did she mention any others? She thinks there are 7 in total, Harry replied. But she doesn't know what the remaining 2 might be. 7. Dumbledore murmured, troubled. It's as I feared. Tom always did have an affinity for magically significant numbers. He glanced at Sirius. We must intensify the search at Grimmauld Place. If Regulus did manage to retrieve the locket, finding it would be a significant step forward. Sirius nodded grimly. I'll tear the place apart myself if necessary. Did Bellatrix mention anything else of note? Dumbledore asked, returning his attention to Harry. Any other insights into Voldemort's plans or weaknesses? Harry hesitated, weighing how much to reveal. She mentioned the prophecy. He said finally, deciding a partial truth was necessary. She knows about it. Apparently she was there the night it was made, heard parts Snape missed. Dumbledore went very still. What exactly did she tell you about the prophecy? Just that there was more to it than what you showed me, Harry replied carefully. She didn't go into specifics. It wasn't entire. Why a lie? Bellatrix hadn't told him about the extended prophecy in words, but had shown him the memory instead. The distinction felt important somehow, a technicality that allowed him to withhold the full truth without directly lying. I see, Dumbledore said, though his penetrating gaze suggested he suspected there was more to the story. And did she make any offers? Suggestions about future contact? Again, Harry chose his words carefully. She suggested she could teach me more about my heritage, the Black family magic that's been emerging since the ritual chamber incident. I told her I needed time to think. Which was wise. Dumbledore nodded. Bellatrix Lestrange is an accomplished witch, but her knowledge skews heavily toward the darker arts. Any training she offered would likely come at a significant spiritual cost. Maybe, Harry acknowledged. But she also understands this magic in a way no one else seems to. Not even Sirius. No offense, he added, glancing at his godfather. None taken, Sirius replied grimly. I rejected most of the family traditions deliberately. Regulus was always more studious about our heritage, more respectful of the old ways. Which is precisely why we must proceed with caution. Dumbledore said. The Black family magic is powerful but often perilous, particularly for someone already connected to Voldemort through a soul fragment. Harry stiffened. What do you mean? Soul fragment. A heavy silence fell. Dumbledore and Sirius exchanged a meaningful look, as if debating how much to reveal. Harry, Dumbledore said finally, his voice gentle. I believe that when Voldemort attempted to kill you as a baby, something unexpected occurred. A piece of his soul splintered off and attached itself to the only living thing in the room, you. The revelation hit Harry like a physical blow. Are you saying I'm a Horcrux? Not a true Horcrux. No, Dumbledore clarified quickly. A true Horcrux requires specific preparation, dark rituals that Voldemort certainly didn't perform that night. But you do carry a fragment of his soul, which explains your connection to him. The visions, the pain in your scar, your ability to speak Parseltongue. Harry felt sick. All this time, he'd been carrying a piece of Voldemort inside him. Does he know? I don't believe so, Dumbledore replied. If he did, he would likely approach you very differently. Why didn't you tell me this before? Harry demanded, anger building. When we discussed the prophecy, when I told you about the Horcruxes, why keep this secret? Because I hoped to find a solution before burdening you with this knowledge. Dumbledore said, genuine regret in his voice. A way to remove the soul fragment without. He trailed off, but Harry understood the unspoken implication. Without killing me, he finished flatly. Sirius moved to his side, gripping his shoulder firmly. We will find a way, Harry. I promise you that. Bellatrix might know something, Harry said, his mind racing with the implications. If she's studied Horcruxes, if she knows about soul magic. It's too dangerous, Sirius interrupted. We can't trust her with this information. If Voldemort learned you carry a piece of his soul, he might try to use it against you, or worse. But if she already suspects, Harry began. Then we must be even more cautious about any contact with her, Dumbledore interjected firmly. Harry, I understand the temptation to seek answers from someone who shares your blood, who might understand aspects of your magic that others don't. But Bellatrix Lestrange's loyalties are, at best, divided. At worst, this could be an elaborate scheme to draw you closer to Voldemort's influence. Harry wanted to argue further but recognized the futility. Dumbledore and Sirius had made up their minds. No official sanction for contact with Bellatrix would be forthcoming. Which meant any future communications would need to remain secret. I understand, he said, letting his shoulders slump slightly in feigned resignation. You're right. It's too risky. Dumbledore studied him for a moment longer, then nodded. I'm glad you see reason, Harry. Now, I believe you have classes to attend. Professor McGonagall will provide you with a note explaining your absence. As Harry stood to leave, Sirius pulled him into a quick, fierce hug. We'll get through this, he murmured. Together. Harry returned the embrace. Genuine affection mingled with guilt at his planned deception. I know we will. But as he descended the spiral staircase, the mirror felt heavy in his pocket, a tangible reminder of choices still to be made and secrets still to keep. The weeks leading to the Christmas holidays passed in a blur of increased security measures, whispered rumors, and thinly veiled scrutiny. Umbridge had been granted additional authority over student monitoring, implementing new educational decrees that restricted movement around the castle and required teacher supervision for all extracurricular activities. The DA meetings continued despite these obstacles, now held with greater secrecy and more elaborate precautions. Harry pushed the group harder than ever, focusing on shield charms, disarming techniques, and basic healing spells, practical skills for confrontations he increasingly believed were inevitable. His occlumency lessons with Snape had taken on a new urgency as well. Now that Harry knew he carried a fragment of Voldemort's soul, the importance of protecting his mind was clearer than ever. Your technique has improved, Snape acknowledged during their last session before the holidays. The compartmentalization approach suits your heritage. Harry, exhausted but satisfied with his progress, nodded at the rare praise. The Black family methods make more sense to me than conventional occlumency. So it seems, Snape agreed, studying him with unreadable eyes. You're embracing that side of your lineage more readily than many expected. There was a question beneath the observation. One Harry chose to address directly. Is that a problem? That depends, Snape replied carefully, on which aspects you choose to embrace, and to what end. He set his wand down on his desk. A subtle signal that the formal lesson had concluded. The Black family legacy is complex. Power and madness often intertwined through generations. Like Bellatrix, Harry said, watching for Snape's reaction. A flicker of something, not quite pain, not quite regret, crossed Snape's features. Bellatrix was not always as you know her now. Before Azkaban, before the Dark Lord's first fall, she was brilliant. Dangerous. Yes, but not fractured. You knew her well, Harry observed. We moved in the same circles, Snape replied neutrally. Our association with the Dark Lord created certain bonds. Harry recognized the careful phrasing for what it was, a reluctant admission of a shared past. You were there, at the ritual that made me the Potter's son. You helped hide me from Voldemort. Snape's expression tightened. That is ancient history, Potter. Not to me, Harry countered. Not when I'm trying to understand who I am, where I come from. He hesitated, then pressed on. What was Regulus like? Everyone talks about Bellatrix, but hardly anyone mentions my biological father. For a moment, Harry thought Snape would dismiss the question entirely. Then, surprisingly, his expression softened fractionally. Regulus Black was different from his brother, Snape said carefully. More thoughtful, less impulsive. He had a scholar's mind in a warrior's family, and an comfortable position that drove him to prove himself in ways he might otherwise have avoided. A shadow crossed his face. His loyalty to family tradition led him to the Dark Lord's service, but his conscience ultimately turned him against it. At the cost of his life, Harry murmured. Yes, Snape agreed quietly. Few know the true circumstances of his death, but he died opposing the Dark Lord, specifically attempting to destroy one of the Horcruxes you've recently learned about. The locket, Harry confirmed. Snape nodded, then added with reluctance, he was concerned about you, even before you were born. When he learned of Bellatrix's pregnancy, he became obsessed with finding a way to protect you, particularly after discovering the Dark Lord's immortality method. This was new in formation, a personal connection to a man Harry knew only through others' recollections and the pages of a diary. He knew about me before he died. He did, Snape confirmed. In fact, it was Regulus who first suggested the blood ritual that would later be used to place you with the Potters. He had researched ancient protection magics, believing that concealing you within another family might be the only way to ensure your survival. And Bellatrix agreed to this? Harry asked, finding it difficult to reconcile the fanatically loyal Death Eater with a mother willing to give up her child. Snape's expression grew more complex. Not initially. There were heated disagreements between them. Bellatrix believed the Dark Lord would value a child of her bloodline, particularly one with the combined heritage of two ancient families. Regulus knew better. His voice lowered. The Dark Lord tolerates no competing loyalties, Potter. A child would have been seen as a distraction at best, a rival at worst. But she eventually agreed. Harry pressed. Yes, Snape said slowly. After Regulus's disappearance, something changed in her. As if his death awakened a protective instinct even she hadn't recognized. He looked directly at Harry now. It was Bellatrix who came to Lily, not the other way around. A decision that required tremendous courage, given their history. Harry absorbed this, trying to reconcile it with the fragments he'd already gathered. You helped facilitate that meeting. It wasn't a question, but Snape nodded anyway. I had connections to both sides. It was logical. There was more to the story. Harry could sense it in Snape's carefully measured words, in the tension around his eyes, but he knew better than to push further. This much candor from Snape was already unprecedented. Thank you, he said simply, for telling me. Snape inclined his head slightly, then straightened, his professional demeanor returning. Our lessons will resume after the holidays. Continue practicing in the meantime. Your mind must be impenetrable, especially now. Harry nodded, gathering his things to leave. At the door, he paused. Professor, do you think there's a way to remove it? The soul fragment, I mean. Something like pity flickered across Snape's face. I don't know, Potter. But if there is, it will likely require magic as dark as that which created it. The words lingered in Harry's mind long after he left the dungeons, a troubling echo that followed him through corridors and up staircases. Magic as dark as that which created it. The implication was clear. Conventional methods, approved by Dumbledore and the Order, might not be sufficient to save him. By the time he reached Gryffindor Tower, Harry had made his decision. He would contact Bellatrix over the holidays. If anyone knew about soul magic dark enough to create, or destroy, a Horcrux, it would be her. The common room was crowded with students packing for the Christmas break. Ron waved him over to where he and Hermione sat by the fire, surrounded by half-filled trunks. How was Snape? Ron asked as Harry joined them. Actually, almost civil, Harry replied, lowering his voice. He told me about Regulus, and about his role in the ritual that placed me with my parents. Hermione looked up from the book she was organizing. That's surprising. Snape rarely discusses the past. I think he felt I deserved to know, Harry said. Given everything that's happening. He hesitated, then added, he also confirmed something Dumbledore told me after you left his office that day. About why my connection to Voldemort is so strong. He explained about the soul fragment, watching their reactions carefully. Ron looked horrified, while Hermione's expression shifted rapidly from shock to intense concentration. That actually explains a lot, she said finally. The Parseltongue, the visions, the way your scar reacts to his presence. Bloody hell, Ron muttered. So you've got a piece of you-know-who living in your head. That's. He trailed off, unable to find adequate words. Problematic, Hermione supplied, but not necessarily insurmountable. There must be a way to remove it without harming you. Harry nodded, choosing his next words carefully. That's what I'm hoping. But Snape suggested it might require magic as dark as that which created it. Hermione frowned. That's troubling, but not surprising. Horcruxes are the darkest of magic. Their destruction would naturally require powerful counter-magic. The kind Bellatrix might know about, Harry said quietly. Ron and Hermione exchanged alarmed glances. Harry, no, Hermione said firmly. You promised you wouldn't contact her without telling us first. I'm telling you now, Harry pointed out. I think I need to use the mirror over the holidays. Ask her about soul magic and Horcrux destruction. It's too risky, Hermione insisted. Especially now that everyone knows about your connection to her. The Ministry will be watching you closely. Not at Grimmauld Place, Harry countered. The Fidelius charm protects against all forms of surveillance. And Sirius will be busy with Order business most of the time, he mentioned Increas. Missions now that Dumbledore knows about the Horcruxes. I still don't like it, Hermione said, though her resolve seemed to be wavering. Look, Harry said earnestly, I'll be careful. I'll tell you both exactly when I'm planning to contact her, and I'll report everything she says. But I need to do this. If there's even a chance she knows how to remove this thing inside me without killing me in the process, I have to try. Ron, who had been uncharacteristically quiet, finally spoke. I think he's right, Hermione. She turned to him in surprise. What? Harry's got a piece of you-know-whose soul stuck in him. Ron said bluntly. If my Death Eater mum might know how to get rid of it, I'd be calling her up too. He shrugged at Hermione's startled expression. Just saying what we're all thinking. Despite the gravity of the situation, Harry felt a surge of gratitude for Ron's straightforward support. Thanks, mate. Hermione sighed, recognizing she was outvoted. Fine. But we set ground rules. You don't agree to meet her in person again, you don't share any information about the Order or Dumbledore's plans, and you certainly don't let her teach you any dark magic. Agreed, Harry said readily, though privately wondering how he would navigate the inevitable offers of magical training. The Black family abilities awakening inside him seemed to demand guidance, and with Sirius's limited knowledge. Bellatrix represented the most direct source of instruction. And Harry, Hermione added, her expression softening. Be careful, not just physically, emotionally too. She is your biological mother. And that creates a connection that can be complicated. Don't let it cloud your judgment. Harry nodded, touched by her concern. I won't. As they resumed packing, Harry's hand drifted to the mirror in his pocket. Tomorrow they would board the Hogwarts Express for London, and shortly after, he would finally have the privacy to use it. To speak directly with Bellatrix Lestrange. Not as enemies on opposite sides of a conflict, but as individuals connected by blood and shared destiny. The thought was both terrifying and strangely compelling. Grimmauld Place was oddly subdued for the holidays. Though decorated with reluctant concessions to the season, fairy lights, enchanted tinsel, and a somewhat scraggly tree in the drawing room, the ancient Black family home retained its inherent gloom. The absence of the Weasleys, who were spending Christmas at the Burrow with Bill and Charlie, made the house feel larger and emptier than Harry remembered. Only he, Sirius, Lupin, and occasionally various Order members occupied the space. For Harry, this relative privacy was ideal for his plans. 3 days before Christmas, the opportunity he'd been waiting for finally presented itself. Sirius and Lupin departed for an Order mission expected to last well into the evening, leaving Harry alone in the house except for Creature, who remained sequestered in his boiler room nest. After verifying his solitude, Harry retreated to Regulus's old bedroom, which he'd claimed as his own for this visit. The room remained largely as its previous occupant had left it, Slytherin colors adorning the walls. Bookshelves filled with ancient texts, and the Black family crest prominently displayed above the bed. Harry sat cross-legged in the center of the bed, privacy charms in place despite the empty house. The mirror felt warm against his palm, as if responding to his intention to finally use it. Bellatrix Lestrange, he said clearly, his voice steady despite his racing heart. For several seconds, nothing happened. Then the surface of the mirror rippled like disturbed water, and Bellatrix's face appeared. Her wild dark hair was partially tamed into a loose braid, and she wore high-necked robes of deep emerald. Her expression shifted from watchful to pleased when she recognized Harry. Finally, she said, her voice emerging from the mirror with perfect clarity. I was beginning to think you'd destroyed the mirror. I considered it, Harry admitted. But I have questions only you can answer. Bellatrix smiled, the expression transforming her face into something almost beautiful. About the Horcruxes. Or perhaps the extended prophecy. About the soul fragment inside me, Harry said bluntly, watching for her reaction. He wasn't disappointed. Bellatrix's eyes widened, genuine surprise replacing her controlled composure. So Dumbledore finally told you, she murmured. I wondered if he would. The response confirmed Harry's suspicion. You already knew. I suspected, she corrected. The connection between you and the Dark Lord, your ability to speak Parseltongue, the way your scar responds to his presence, it suggested a soul bond of some kind. Her expression grew intent. When did Dumbledore inform you? Recently, Harry replied, deliberately vague. After I told him what you revealed about the Horcruxes. Bellatrix's lips curved in a knowing smile. You didn't tell him everything I revealed, did you? Not about our meeting, not about the extended prophecy. Harry tensed. How do you know what I told Dumbledore? I don't, precisely, she admitted. But I know you, child. You've learned to play your cards closer to the chest. A Black family trait if ever there was one. Harry decided to redirect the conversation. Dumbledore thinks the soul fragment can only be removed by destroying me. I'm hoping you know differently. Bellatrix's expression grew serious. It's not quite that simple, but Dumbledore isn't entirely wrong. Conventional methods of Horcrux destruction would indeed destroy the vessel along with the soul fragment. Harry's heart sank. So there's no way to remove it without killing me. I didn't say that, Bellatrix countered. I said conventional methods wouldn't work. But there are unconventional approaches that might. What kind of approaches? Harry pressed. Bellatrix studied him through the mirror, seeming to weigh how much to reveal. Soul magic is complex, ancient, and widely misunderstood. The ability to manipulate soul fragments, to extract, transfer, or destroy them, requires both theoretical knowledge and practical skill that few possess. Do you possess it? Harry asked directly. Some, she acknowledged. The Black family library contains several rare texts on the subject, and I've experimented with certain aspects of soul magic over the years. The casual admission sent a chill down Harry's spine, but he pressed on. Could you teach me what you know? Help me find a way to remove the fragment. Possibly, Bellatrix said, caution evident in her tone. But such teaching cannot happen through a mirror. Soul magic is experiential. It must be demonstrated, practiced, refined through direct instruction. You're suggesting we meet in person again, Harry concluded. Eventually, yes, she confirmed. Though given recent publicity, that would require significant precautions. Her expression sharpened. The Quibbler article was unfortunate. I had taken extensive measures to ensure our meeting remained private. Someone was watching, Harry said grimly. Someone who knew enough to connect us. Indeed, Bellatrix agreed. Which raises questions about who might be monitoring either your movements or mine. She frowned thoughtfully. For now, these communications will suffice for preliminary instruction. I can recommend specific texts, guide your initial studies. I'd need access to the Black Family Library, Harry pointed out. Most of those books won't be at Hogwarts, even in the restricted section. You're currently at the ancestral home, are you not? Bellatrix asked, a hint of nostalgia crossing her features. Number 12 was always full of hidden treasures for those who knew where to look. Harry's brow furrowed. Sirius removed the dark artifacts from most of the house. Sirius, Bellatrix said dismissively, never fully understood the house or its secrets. Re's a hidden chamber behind the pantry and the kitchen, accessible only to those of black blood. Within it, you'll find a secondary library containing the family's more controversial texts. Including books on soul magic. Harry asked eagerly. Including Secrets of the Darkest Arts by Owl Bullock, which contains the most comprehensive known treatment of Horcrux creation and destruction, Bellatrix confirmed. Start there. The third chapter discusses soul extraction techniques that might be adapted to your situation. Harry committed the information to memory. And what about practical instruction? You said soul magic requires demonstration. It does, Bellatrix agreed. But before we can address practical applications, you need to strengthen your fundamental magical abilities, particularly those inherent to our bloodline. Quote, like mental compartmentalization, Harry suggested, thinking of his occlumency training. Among others, Bellatrix nodded approvingly. The Blacks have always excelled at certain branches of magic. Mental disciplines, yes, but also metamorphosis, elemental manipulation, and what some call intent magic, spells powered more by will than by rigid incantation. I've noticed some changes already. Harry admitted. My magic responds differently. More intuitively sometimes, more volatile at others. Your blood is awakening, Bellatrix said with unmistakable pride. The ritual that bound you to the Potters suppressed many of your natural abilities, but that suppression was always temporary. As you approach magical maturity, your true heritage emerges. Conversation was veering into territory Hermione had specifically warned against, magical training from Bellatrix. But Harry couldn't deny his curiosity about these emerging abilities, or the practical need to control them. Can you teach me to manage these changes? He asked carefully. Not dark magic necessarily, just control. Bellatrix's smile turned knowing. Already negotiating boundaries. Very well. We'll begin with control. Though you'll find that mastery requires understanding the full spectrum of your abilities, not just the aspects Dumbledore deems acceptable. Before Harry could respond, a noise from downstairs caught his attention, the distinctive creak of the front door opening. Sirius and Lupin had returned early. I have to go, he said urgently. Someone's here. We'll continue soon, Bellatrix replied, seemingly unperturbed by the interruption. In the meantime, find the hidden library. Educate yourself on what Dumbledore won't teach you. The mirror's surface rippled, and her image faded, leaving Harry staring at his own reflection. He quickly tucked the mirror away as footsteps sounded on the stairs. A moment later, a knock came at his door. Harry, you in there? Sirius called. Yeah, Harry replied, dismantling his privacy charms with a wave of his wand. Come in. Sirius entered, looking tired but satisfied. Mission went quicker than expected. Thought we might play some chess before dinner. Quote. Sounds great, Harry agreed, pushing aside thoughts of hidden libraries and soul magic for the moment. Just let me wash up and I'll meet you downstairs. As Sirius departed, Harry caught his own reflection in the bedroom mirror. For an instant, just a flicker, He thought he saw something different in his eyes, something that hadn't been there before. A deeper shadow, a sharper focus. Something that looked unsettlingly like Bellatrix. Finding the hidden library proved more challenging than Harry had anticipated. The kitchen pantry initially revealed no thing unusual, just shelves of preserved food, cleaning supplies, and dusty cookware. It took 3 nights of careful investigation, waiting until Sirius and Lupin were asleep, before Harry discovered the trick. The back wall of the pantry contained a seemingly ordinary stone with the tiny, almost invisible black family crest etched into its surface. When Harry pressed his palm against it, concentrating on his blood connection to the house, the stone warmed beneath his touch. A moment later, the entire wall shimmered and became transparent, revealing a narrow staircase descending into darkness. Heart pounding with excitement and trepidation, Harry cast a silent lumos and entered. The staircase spiraled downward for what felt like several stories, far deeper than should have been possible given the house's physical dimensions. Magic, Harry realized, had expanded the space much like the enchantment on the Weasleys' tent at the Quidditch World Cup. At the bottom, he found himself in a circular room lined with bookshelves. Unlike the main black library upstairs, with its leather-bound volumes and ornate furnishings, this space was austere, functional, clearly designed for serious study rather than impression. The books themselves looked ancient, their spines bearing titles in languages Harry couldn't identify, though some were in archaic English or Latin. In the center of the room stood a simple wooden table with a single chair. On the table lay a book that made Harry's breath catch, Secrets of the Darkest Arts, by Owl Bullock, exactly where Bellatrix had suggested it would be. The book seemed to pulse with malevolent energy as Harry approached, as if aware of his presence. When he touched it, a strange sensation crawled up his arm. Not painful, but distinctly unpleasant, like insects moving beneath his skin. Steeling himself, Harry opened the volume to the 3rd chapter as Bellatrix had instructed. The pages were filled with diagrams of human bodies with ghostly forms being extracted. Detailed instructions in spidery handwriting, and margin notes added by various Black family members throughout the centuries. One passage in particular caught his attention. The extraction of soul fragments without destruction of the vessel requires a threefold approach. First, the identification and isolation of the foreign soul element. Second, the creation of a temporary containment vessel. And third, the transference ritual itself. All 3 components demand precise magical control and a fundamental understanding of soul resonance patterns. The text continued with inquiry. Singly complex explanations and disturbing illustrations. Harry read intently, occasionally making notes on a small pad he'd brought with him. Though much of the material was beyond his current understanding, certain concepts aligned with what he'd already learned about Horcruxes and soul magic. Most significant was the confirmation that extraction without destruction was theoretically possible, difficult and dangerous, but possible. The book described several historical cases where soul fragments had been successfully removed from living vessels, though the circumstances differed from Harry's unique situation. As the night wore on, Harry expanded his research beyond the single volume, pulling additional books on related topics. One particularly ancient text, Anima Dividium, by Morgana Le Fay, contained detailed explorations of soul division and reintegration that complemented Bullock's more practical approach. Dawn was approaching by the time Harry reluctantly closed the books and returned them to their shelves. His mind buzzed with new knowledge, much of it disturbing but undeniably valuable. The path forward wasn't clear yet, but at least he now understood the theoretical framework for what might be possible. As he ascended the staircase, the wall shimming back into solid stone behind him, Harry felt a strange mixture of hope and unease. The magic described in those books as undeniably dark, requiring blood sacrifice, pain channeling, and manipulation of life forces in ways Dumbledore would certainly condemn. Yet if such magic offered the only path to removing Voldemort's soul fragment without dying in the process, could he really afford to reject it on moral grounds? Wasn't survival worth the compromise? These questions followed him back to his bedroom, where he briefly recorded his findings in a journal enchanted with privacy spells Hermione had taught him. He would share an edited version with Ron and Hermione when they returned to school, enough to demonstrate progress without revealing the darker aspects of his research. As he finally drifted toward sleep, Harry's last conscious thought was of Bellatrix's approving expression when he'd asked about controlling his emerging abilities. Not dark magic necessarily, just control. Even then, he'd been negotiating with himself as much as with her, creating space for the moral flexibility he somehow knew he would need. The Black family legacy was asserting itself in more ways than one. Christmas morning brought a temporary reprieve from Harry's increasingly complex thoughts. He and Sirius exchanged gifts by the fire, joined by Lupin and, unexpectedly, Tonks, whose vibrant presence brightened the otherwise somber house. "This is for you," Sirius said, handing Harry a small, carefully wrapped package. "It belonged to your father." To James, he clarified quickly. "He'd want you to have it." Inside was a simple golden signet ring bearing the Potter family crest. "It's beautiful," Harry said sincerely, slipping it onto his right hand. "Where it magically resized to fit his finger. Every pureblood heir receives a family ring upon coming of age," Sirius explained. "James got this when he turned 17, but I thought, well, with everything that's happened, you might appreciate having it now." The gesture touched Harry deeply, a tangible connection to the man who had chosen him, raised him, and died protecting him. "Thank you," he said, voice slightly rough. "It means a lot." Sirius smiled, though his eyes held a hint of sadness. "You're a Potter, Harry, whatever blood runs in your veins. Never forget that." The moment was interrupted by Tonks accidentally knocking over a stack of gift boxes, creating a chain reaction that ended with tinsel draped over Lupin's head like a silver wig. Their laughter dispelled the momentary solemnity, and the day proceeded with an almost normal holiday cheer. After a lavish dinner prepared jointly by Sirius and Lupin, with Tonks wisely restricted to table-setting duties, they gathered in the drawing room for mulled wine and wizarding crackers. Harry was just beginning to relax when a Patronus, a lynx, materialized in the center of the room. "Emergency order meeting," Kingsley Shacklebolt's voice announced. "Azkaban breach in progress. All available members report to headquarters immediately." The atmosphere transformed instantly. Lupin and Tonks leapt to their feet. Wands already drawn. Sirius's expression darkened with a combination of concern and frustration. As a wanted fugitive himself, he couldn't participate in any official order operations. "Harry, to your room," Sirius instructed tersely. "Order members will be arriving momentarily, and the fewer who see you here, the better." Though tempted to argue, Harry recognized the wisdom in minimizing his visible connection to order activities, particularly with the ministry still watching him closely. He nodded and retreated upstairs, though not before catching Tonks's worried mew. "RMUR to Lupin. If they're breaking into Azkaban, it can only be for the Death Eaters imprisoned after the Department of Mysteries." In his room, Harry paced restlessly, straining to hear the commotion downstairs as order members arrived. The implications of an Azkaban breakout were severe. More Death Eaters joining Voldemort's ranks, further evidence of his return that the Ministry would undoubtedly try to minimize. And increased danger for everyone opposing him. After what felt like hours but was probably only 40 minutes, a soft knock came at his door. Sirius entered, his expression grim. "What happened?" Harry asked immediately. "Voldemort attacked Azkaban directly," Sirius replied, dropping heavily onto the edge of the bed. 10 Death Eaters freed, including Antonin Dolohov, Augustus Rookwood, and several others from his inner circle. At least 12 guards dead. Was Bellatrix involved? Harry asked before he could stop himself. Sirius gave him a sharp look. No. According to preliminary reports, she was conspicuously absent from the attack force. His eyes narrowed suspiciously. "Why do you ask?" "Just curious," Harry said quickly. "Given her relationship to the other escaped Death Eaters." Sirius didn't look entirely convinced, but continued his briefing. "The Order is mobilizing to track their movements. Dumbledore believes they'll regroup at one of several possible safe houses before Voldemort assigns them new missions." "What can I do to help?" Harry asked. "Stay safe," Sirius said firmly. "And be especially vigilant when you return to Hogwarts. With more Death Eaters active, the danger increases for everyone, especially you." Harry nodded, though privately he wondered if the breakout might create opportunities as well as dangers. With Voldemort's attention Focused on integrating his newly freed followers, Bellatrix might have more freedom of movement, more opportunities to continue their conversations or even arrange a meeting. The thought should have disturbed him more than it did. There's something else you should know, Sirius added, interrupting Harry's thoughts. We found the locket. The one Regulus took from the cave. Harry's attention snapped back fully. Really? Where? In Creature's Nest, of all places, Sirius said with a mixture of disgust and grudging respect. Turns out he'd been hoarding it all these years on Regulus's orders. Apparently. My brother commanded him to destroy it before he died, but Creature couldn't figure out how. Have you destroyed it now? Harry asked urgently. Sirius's expression darkened. No. We've tried several methods. Magical fire. Cutting curses. Even basilisk venom extracted from the sword of Gryffindor that you used in the Chamber of Secrets. Nothing penetrates it. He ran a hand through his hair in frustration. The damn thing seems impervious to everything we throw at it. This was unexpected. According to both Dumbledore and Bellatrix, basilisk venom should have been sufficient to destroy a Horcrux. That doesn't make sense, Harry murmured. Unless what? Sirius prompted. Harry hesitated, then decided to share his theory. Unless it's not actually a Horcrux. What if Regulus managed to destroy the original and this is a replica? Sirius considered this. Possible, I suppose. But why would he create a replica? To buy time, Harry suggested, thinking aloud. If Voldemort checked on his Horcruxes periodically, finding a convincing replica might prevent him from realizing the real one had been destroyed. Clever, Sirius acknowledged. And it would explain why our usual methods aren't working. But how do we verify if it's real or not? Harry thought about the soul magic texts he'd been studying. There might be detection methods I could look into when I get back. To Hogwarts. Spells that reveal soul fragments. Good idea, Sirius agreed. Though I'd prefer if you left the actual handling of the locket to Order members. Soul magic isn't something to experiment with lightly. If only you knew, Harry thought, keeping his expression neutral. Of course. I'll just research detection methods. The conversation shifted to safer topics as the sounds of the Order meeting continued below. Eventually, Sirius returned downstairs, leaving Harry alone with his thoughts once more. The Azkaban breakout would dominate the headlines tomorrow, creating new fears and challenges. But Harry's mind was already racing ahead to other implications, the possibility of accessing more of the Black family library before returning to Hogwarts, the research on soul detection LLS that might help with both the locket and his own situation, and the growing certainty that his path forward would require knowledge and methods Dumbledore would never approve. He glanced at his trunk, where the mirror lay hidden beneath layers of clothing. Later, when the house was quiet again, he would contact Bellatrix. There were new questions to ask, new possibilities to explore. The lines between ally and enemy, light and dark, were blurring with each passing day. And somewhere in that ambiguous middle ground, Harry sensed, lay his best chance of survival. The Daily Prophet's headline. The next morning was predictably sensational. Mass breakout from Azkaban. Ministry fears Black may be rallying point for old Death Eaters. The article emphasized Sirius's supposed involvement rather than Voldemort's, continuing the Ministry's stubborn denial of his return. Bloody typical, Sirius muttered, tossing the paper aside. I'm simultaneously in hiding and orchestrating complex prison breaks. Impressive time management on my part. Despite his light tone, Harry could see the strain in his godfather's eyes. Being constantly blamed for crimes he didn't commit while unable to openly fight alongside the Order was taking its toll. People who matter know the truth, Harry said, attempting comfort. Sirius offered a tight smile. True enough. Speaking of which, I need to leave Short L. Why? Dumbledore's called another meeting at a secondary location. Too many questions about why the first attack happened during our original gathering. A spy in the Order? Harry asked, alarmed. Or just unfortunate timing, Sirius replied. Though he didn't sound convinced. Either way, I'll be gone most of the day. Will you be all right here alone? I'll be fine, Harry assured him. I've got homework to finish before term starts anyway. Quote. Once Sirius departed, Harry wasted no time. He returned to the hidden library, spending hours combing through texts on soul detection and containment. By mid-afternoon, He had compiled detailed notes on several promising methods, including a complex spell called Anima Revelio, designed specifically to identify soul fragments within objects or beings. As evening approached, he finally returned to his room and withdrew the mirror. Bellatrix Lestrange, he called softly. The mirror's surface rippled almost immediately, as if she'd been waiting for his call. Her face appeared, looking more drawn than during their previous conversation. "You've heard about the breakout," she said without preamble. "Yes," Harry confirmed. "You weren't part of it." "No," Bellatrix agreed. "The Dark Lord deemed my presence unnecessary. A convenient oversight that allowed me to pursue other matters." Her gaze sharpened. "Have you accessed the library?" "I have," Harry said, unable to keep a hint of pride from his voice. "I've been studying Secrets of the Darkest Arts and several related texts." "Excellent," Bellatrix approved. "And have you found anything of particular interest?" "Several possibilities for soul extraction," Harry replied. "Though all seem to require substantial magical power and specific conditions." He hesitated, then decided to share his other discovery. "We found the locket. The Horcrux Regulus stole. But it's resisting all attempts at destruction." Bellatrix's expression grew intent. "That's unexpected. Basilisk venom should be sufficient." "That's what I thought," Harry agreed. "Is it possible Regulus created a replica to disguise the theft of the real one?" Bellatrix considered this, then nodded slowly. "My cousin was cleverer than most gave him credit for." "It's entirely possible." Her lips curved in a small smile. "You think like him, you know. Always considering multiple angles, planning contingencies." The comparison to his biological father pleased Harry more than he wanted to admit. "If it is a replica, how would we know for certain?" "The detection spells you've been researching should reveal the truth," Bellatrix replied. "A true Horcrux emanates a distinct magical signature, a dark resonance that conventional objects lack, no matter how well enchanted." "I found a spell called Anima Revelio," Harry offered. "Would that work?" "Potentially. Though it requires considerable power and precise control," Bellatrix cautioned. "It would be better if I examined the locket personally." Harry nearly laughed at the impossibility. "I don't think the Order would welcome your expertise." "Perhaps not," she conceded with a small smile. "But there are alternatives. I could teach you the more reliable detection methods, guide you through the casting process." Quote, "Through the mirror?" Harry asked skeptically. Bellatrix's expression grew serious. "No. For this, we would need to meet again. Somewhere secure." Harry hesitated. This was exactly what Hermione had warned against, an in-person meeting with Bellatrix. Yet the practical need was undeniable. If the locket was a fake, the Order was wasting valuable time and resources. If it was real, they needed an effective destruction method. "When and where?" he asked finally. "The day before you return to Hogwarts," Bellatrix replied without hesitation, as if she'd already planned for this. "There's a black family property in northern Scotland, a hunting lodge protected by blood wards similar to those at the Stone Circle. No one can access it without black blood, and its existence has been magically concealed from ministry records." "How would I get there?" Harry asked, practicalities overriding his reservations. "I can't exactly tell Sirius I'm popping out to meet his Death Eater cousin." "I'll send a portkey tomorrow," Bellatrix said. "It will activate precisely at noon. Make whatever excuses are necessary, perhaps a desire to visit Diagon Alley for school supplies. Your godfather seems inclined to give you freedom." The casual way she suggested lying to Sirius bothered Harry, but he pushed the feeling aside. "How long would this take?" "I can't disappear for hours without raising alarms." 3 hours at most, Bellatrix assured him. "Sufficient time for basic instruction in detection spells and perhaps an initial assessment of your control over the emerging black family magic." The last part sounded suspiciously like the magical training Hermione had explicitly warned against, but Harry found himself nodding anyway. "All right. Send the portkey. I'll need to be back by 3 at the latest." "Agreed," Bellatrix said, satisfaction evident in her voice. "Bring your notes on soul magic. We'll review your understanding and correct any misconceptions." After they disconnected, Harry sat on his bed, troubled by how easily he'd agreed to the meeting. The rational justifications were clear: information about the locket, instruction in detection spells, possible insights into removing his own soul fragment. But beneath those reasons lurked something more problematic. A genuine curiosity about Bellatrix herself, about the magic they shared, abo. The parts of himself that were beginning to respond to her influence. He should tell Ron and Hermione, he knew. He'd promised to inform them before contacting Bellatrix again. But something held high back. The certainty that they would try to dissuade him, the uncomfortable awareness that they wouldn't understand his growing interest in Black family magic. Tomorrow, he decided. He would write to them tomorrow. After receiving the portkey but before using it. That way, they'd know his plans but wouldn't have time to intervene. It was a compromise that satisfied neither his promise nor his conscience. But it was the best he could manage as the pull of his Black heritage grew stronger by the day. The portkey arrived the next morning, delivered by a regal-looking eagle owl that tapped imperiously at Harry's bedroom window. Inside a small package was an ornate silver pocket watch bearing the Black family crest and a brief note in Bellatrix's elegant, slanting handwriting. Noon precisely. Bring the texts we discussed. Tell no one. The last instruction made Harry frown. He had already composed mental drafts of his letter to Ron and Hermione, explaining his plans while emphasizing the practical necessity of meeting Bellatrix. But the explicit warning against sharing his intentions gave him pause. Was it simple paranoia on Bellatrix's part? Or did she have specific reasons to believe their communication might be compromised? Harry tucked the watch into his pocket, still undecided. He had several hours before noon to make up his mind. Downstairs, he found Sirius preparing breakfast. Looking more cheerful than he had in days. Morning. Fancy some eggs and bacon. I'm making enough for an army. Sounds great, Harry agreed, sliding onto a kitchen chair. You're in a good mood. Quote. Got some promising news at yesterday's meeting, Sirius explained, flipping bacon with perhaps more vigor than necessary. We may have located one of Voldemort's other Horcruxes, a ring that belonged to his grandfather. Hidden in the ruins of his family home. Harry's interest sharpened immediately. That's brilliant. When are you going after it? Dumbledore's handling that personally, Sirius replied. Serving up heaping plates of breakfast. Too dangerous for a team approach, apparently. But it's progress. He sat down opposite Harry. Which reminds me, any luck with your research on soul detection spells? Here was an opening to introduce his plans naturally. Actually, yes, Harry said carefully. I've found a few promising methods, but the texts here are limited. I was thinking I might visit Flourish and Blots today. See if they have anything useful in their rare books section. Sirius frowned slightly. Diagon Alley isn't particularly safe right now, Harry. With the recent breakout, Death Eater activity is likely to increase. I'd be careful, Harry assured him. Stick to the main street, keep my hood up. No one would expect me there, and I'd only stay a couple of hours. Sirius seemed to wrestle with himself. Parental concern warring with his natural inclination toward independence. I don't know, Harry. Molly would have my head if anything happened to you on my watch. I'm not asking Molly, I'm asking you. Harry pointed out. You know how important this research is. If we can confirm whether the locket is real or fake, it saves valuable time. This practical argument seemed to sway Sirius. All right, he conceded reluctantly. But you take my two-way mirror, check in every 30 minutes, and be back by 3 at the latest. And wear your invisibility cloak as much as possible. Deal, Harry agreed, ignoring the twinge of guilt at the deception. He wasn't going to Diagon Alley, but the safety precautions Sirius suggested would serve him equally well at the Black Hunting Lodge. After breakfast, Harry returned to his room, the matter of informing Ron and Hermione still weighing on him. Eventually, he compromised by writing a carefully worded note. Ron and Hermione, following up on our discussion about soul detection methods. Making progress but need more specialized information. We'll have update for you when term starts. Don't worry. Being careful and staying safe. Harry. Vague enough to avoid explicit mention of Bellatrix, but sufficient to indicate he was pursuing their shared research. Harry sent it off with Hedwig, telling himself it fulfilled spirit if not the letter of his promise. As noon approached, he gathered his notes, the texts he'd removed from the hidden library, and his invisibility cloak. The silver pocket watch seemed to grow warmer against his skin, as if responding to his anticipation. At precisely 12 o'clock, Harry felt the familiar hook behind his navel as the portkey activated. The world blurred around him, color and sound stretching into incomprehensible streaks until, with a jolt, his feet touched solid ground. He found himself in a stone-walled entrance hall, smaller than Grimald Place but sharing its atmosphere of ancient, aristocratic gloom. Mounted animal heads, some mundane, others distinctly magical, adorned the walls, while a massive chandelier of antlers hung from the vaulted ceiling. "Welcome to Ravenswood Lodge." Bellatrix's voice came from his left. She stood in the doorway of what appeared to be a study, wearing simpler robes than during their previous encounters, practical dark green garments suited for magical work rather than her usual dramatic black. The ancestral hunting retreat of the Black family for some 12 generations. "It's charming," Harry said diplomatically, taking in the somewhat macabre decorations. Bellatrix laughed, the sound surprisingly warm. "It's dreadfully ostentatious, like most Black family properties. My grandfather Pollux was particularly fond of it," said the isolation allowed for more creative magical experimentation. She gestured for Harry to follow her into the study, a high-ceilinged room lined with bookshelves and dominated by a massive desk of dark, polished wood. A cleared space in the center of the room contained what looked like ritual markings etched into the stone floor. "You've brought the texts?" she asked, extending her hand. Harry hesitated briefly before removing his shrunken notes and books from his pocket. As Bellatrix restored them to normal size and began examining his research, he took the opportunity to study her more carefully than he had during their previous encounters. In this setting, surrounded by books and magical artifacts rather than standing in a ritual circle or speaking through a mirror, she seemed less the infamous Death Eater and more a formidable scholar. Her movements were precise as she flipped through his notes, her expression intent and analytical. Occasionally she nodded in apparent approval or made small marks in the margins. "Your understanding of the theoretical foundations is impressive," she said finally, looking up at him. "Particularly given the limited time you've had for study. The Black aptitude for complex magic is evident in your approach." The praise, though unexpected, pleased Harry more than he wanted to admit. "I had a good teacher in the past," he said, thinking of Lupin and his patient instruction during third year. "He showed me that understanding the theory improves practical application." "Lupin," Bellatrix observed with a slight curl of her lip. "Competent, I suppose, for all his affliction. Though his focus on defensive magic is rather limiting." Harry bristled at the dismissive reference to Lupin's lycanthropy. "He's one of the best teachers I've ever had," he said firmly. Bellatrix raised an eyebrow at his tone but didn't pursue the matter. "Let's begin with the detection spells," she said instead, moving toward the ritual space. "You mentioned Anima Revelio. It's effective but complex. I'll demonstrate a more reliable variant first developed by Phineas Nigellus, Anima Specialis." She drew her wand. A different one than Harry remembered from the Department of Mysteries. He realized with a start. This wand was shorter, darker, with intricate carvings along its length. Noting his gaze, Bellatrix explained, "My primary wand is too easily recognized. This was my mother's, compatible enough for complex work, though less temperamental than my own." She positioned herself in the center of the ritual markings, then made a complex series of gestures while incanting. "Anima Specialis Revelio." A pulse of deep purple light emanated from her wand, expanding outward in concentric circles. As it passed over various objects in the room, most remained unchanged. However, a small silver box on the desk briefly glowed with an unsettling reddish-black aura. "That," Bellatrix said, nodding toward the box, "contains a captured wraith, a M.I. nor dark spirit used in certain detection rituals. Not a soul fragment like a Horcrux, but similar enough to demonstrate the spell's effect." She turned to Harry. "A true Horcrux would glow more intensely, with a distinctive pattern of pulsation corresponding to the soul fragment's original owner." She gestured for Harry to take her place in the ritual circle. "Now you try. Focus on your intent. You're not seeking just any soul, but a specific fragment, torn rather than naturally separated." Harry stepped forward, drawing his wand. The ritual markings seemed to respond to his presence, glowing faintly beneath his feet. He concentrated on the wand movement Bellatrix had demonstrated, visualizing the detection of a soul fragment like the one he carried. "Anima Specialis Revelio," he intoned, putting deliberate force behind the words. A wave of purplish light, less steady than Bellatrix's but still clearly defined, expanded outward from his wand. As it passed over the silver box, the object glowed as expected. But then something unexpected happened. The light reflected back toward Harry himself, surrounding him with the same reddish-black aura that had highlighted the box. Interesting, Bellatrix murmured, watching intently. The spell recognized the fragment within you. Your connection to the Dark Lord is stronger than I realized. Harry lowered his wand, unnerved by the visible confirmation of what he'd intellectually known. So this would work on the locket. It would show whether it contains a real soul fragment. Precisely, Bellatrix confirmed. Though you'll need to modify your intent slightly. Focus on detecting a fragment of the Dark Lord specifically, rather than any soul piece. They spent the next hour refining Harry's technique, with Bellatrix correcting his wand movements and pronunciation with surprising patience. By his fifth attempt, Harry had mastered the basic spell, producing results nearly as precise as Bellatrix's demonstration. Well done, she approved. You learn quickly. Another black trait. Regulus had the same facility for complex magic. The comparison to his biological father again caused an unexpected warmth in Harry's chest. Did you love him? He asked impulsively. Regulus. I mean. Bellatrix seemed taken aback by the personal question. For a moment, her composed facade faltered, revealing something vulnerable beneath. Regulus was complicated, she said finally. Our relationship wasn't conventional. We were drawn together partly through shared ideals, partly through family expectation, and partly through genuine affinity. That doesn't answer my question. Harry pointed out. Bellatrix's lips curved in a small, sad smile. No, I suppose it doesn't. She was silent for a moment, as if weighing how much to reveal. I didn't love him as a romantic heroine loves in storybooks. But I respected him, admired his intellect, and ultimately mourned him more deeply than I expected to. Her expression grew distant. When I learned of his death, something fundamental changed in me. It was the first time I questioned the path I'd chosen. But not enough to leave Voldemort's service, Harry observed. By then, leaving wasn't an option, Bellatrix replied. No defensiveness in her tone, just cold practicality. The Dark Lord doesn't permit resignations. And I still believed in many of our goals, if not all of his methods. She refocused on Harry. But that's enough ancient history for today. We should move on to the matter of controlling your emerging abilities. Harry recognized the deflection but didn't push further. The glimpse of genuine emotion had been informative enough. Confirmation that Bellatrix was capable of attachment, of loss, of something approaching normal human feeling despite her reputation. The Black family magic manifests differently in each descendant, Bellatrix explained, moving away from the ritual circle to a clearer area of the room. Some develop metamorphagus abilities, like your cousin Nymphadora. Others excel at mental disciplines, like occlumency and legilimency. Still others show affinity for elemental manipulation or intent-based spellcasting. And me? Harry asked, curious despite his reservations. You're showing signs of multiple aptitudes, Bellatrix replied, studying him with analytical intensity. Mental compartmentalization, certainly. But also something rarer. What the family grimoires call will manifestation, the ability to channel magic directly through intent rather than structured spellwork. Like wandless magic? Harry asked, thinking of the incident where his emotions had caused magical effects without conscious direction. Similar but more refined, Bellatrix clarified. True will manifestation isn't just accidental magic triggered by strong emotion, it's deliberate, controlled, and often more powerful than conventional spellcasting. She gestured to a row of crystal goblets on a side table. Try to lift one without your wand. Don't think about the spell Wingardium Leviosa, think about what you want the goblet to do. Harry concentrated on the nearest goblet, visualizing it rising smoothly from the table. Nothing happened. You're still thinking in terms of spells, Bellatrix observed. That's the limitation of Hogwarts education. It trains you to believe magic requires specific words and movements. She stepped closer. Magic is intention given form through will. The words and wand movements are just training wheels, useful for beginners but ultimately limiting. She demonstrated by casually flicking her fingers toward the goblet, which rose gracefully into the air. I'm not performing a spell. I'm simply imposing my will on reality, and reality complies because I have the power and focus to make it do so. The explanation resonated with Harry more than he expected. He'd always felt that his best magical moments came not from perfect technique but from absolute necessity, like producing a Patronus strong enough to repel 100 Dementors. Or breaking through Voldemort's Priori Incantatem. He tried again, focusing not on lifting the goblet but on the conviction that it would rise at his command. To his surprise, the crystal vessel trembled. Then slowly ascended several inches before dropping back to the table with a gentle clink. There, Bellatrix said with evident satisfaction. That's the beginning. With practice, this form of magic will become as natural as breathing. For the next hour, she guided him through various exercises designed to strengthen his will manifestation abilities. By the end, Harry could reliably move small objects, create brief flashes of light, and even generate small gusts of wind, all without his wand or incantations. Your progress is remarkable, Bellatrix noted as their session concluded. Most Black descendants take months to achieve what you've managed in a single afternoon. Maybe because I'm older than most when they start learning, Harry suggested. Or because the suppression spell is wearing off all at once rather than gradually. Perhaps, Bellatrix agreed, though she seemed to have a different theory she wasn't sharing. In any case, you should continue practicing these techniques daily. The more you exercise these abilities, the more naturally they'll respond to your will. As Harry gathered his notes and prepared for departure, Bellatrix added, "One last thing before you go." She retrieved a small, leather-bound book from the desk and handed it to him. This is a specialized communication journal. Whatever you write in it will appear in its twin, which I possess. More secure than the mirror for exchanging information, particularly at Hogwarts where mirrors might attract attention. Harry accepted the journal cautiously. How do I know it's not like Riddle's diary? A reasonable concern, Bellatrix acknowledged without offense. But easily addressed. She performed several complex detection spells over the book, all indicating it contained no dark enchantments or soul fragments. It's a simple paired communication charm, nothing more. But it will allow us to continue your education more consistently than occasional meetings permit. The offer was tempting. A direct line to information about soul magic, Horcruxes, and his emerging abilities. Still, Harry hesitated. And what do you get out of this? Why invest so much in teaching me? Bellatrix's expression grew serious. Multiple reasons. The prophecy, for one, the vessel of his undoing, requires proper preparation to fulfill that role. Self-interest, for another, as the Dark Lord grows more unstable. Alternatives must be cultivated. Her gaze met his directly. And perhaps something more basic. The desire to know that some part of Regulus survives, that his sacrifice wasn't entirely in vain. The honesty of the answer surprised Harry. Before he could respond, the pocket watch vibrated against his skin. Your portkey will reactivate in 5 minutes, Bellatrix informed him. Time enough for any final questions. Quote. Harry thought for a moment, then asked, the soul fragment inside me, can it be removed without killing me? Theoretically, yes, Bellatrix replied cautiously. But the process would be extremely dangerous, requiring magic few would dare attempt. Would you attempt it? Harry pressed. If I asked you to. Bellatrix studied him with an unreadable expression. Yes, she said finally. But not yet. Not until you're better prepared, both magically and mentally. The procedure would require your active participation, your will working in concert with mine. How long would that preparation take? Several months, at minimum, she replied. Possibly longer, depending on your rate of progress. Harry nodded, somewhat relieved that an immediate decision wasn't necessary. I'll use the detection spell on the locket when I return. If it's a fake, I'll let you know through the journal. Good, Bellatrix approved. And Harry. The use of his first name, rare from her lips, caught his attention. Be careful at Hogwarts. The Dark Lord's influence extends further than Dumbledore realizes, particularly now with the new ministry policies. Before Harry could ask what she meant by this warning, the portkey activated, whisking him away from the hunting lodge and back to his bedroom at Grimmauld Place. He arrived with just enough time to hide his notes and the communication journal before Sirius knocked on his door. Harry, you back from Diagon Alley? His godfather called. Just got in, Harry replied, quickly arranging his features into a casual expression before opening the door. Found some useful books, though nothing revolutionary. Good timing, Sirius said, apparently accepting the Diagon Alley story without question. Dinner's almost ready, and Tonks is joining us again. Something about needing a break from her mother's persistent questions about Lupin. As Harry followed Sirius downstairs, he felt a strange sense of disconnection, as if he were moving between worlds. Between identities. The afternoon with Bellatrix had shifted something inside him, accelerated the changes already in progress. The Black family magic responded to him now in ways it hadn't before. A constant subtle presence at the edges of his awareness. And the communication journal in his trunk represented a choice made, a path begun. A path leading away from Dumbledore's careful guidance and towards something less defined, less clearly righteous, but potentially more effective against the threats he faced. As Sirius chatted about order business and Tonks regaled them with ministry gossip, Harry maintained his facade of normal involvement. But his mind was elsewhere, reviewing detection spells, planning how to test the locket, and wondering what other abilities might lie dormant in his blood, waiting to be awakened. The locket was a fake. Harry confirmed this the night before returning to Hogwarts, sneaking down to the drawing room where the artifact was kept in a warded box. His careful casting of Anima Specialis Revelio revealed no soul signature whatsoever, just ordinary, if powerful, enchantments. Inside the locket, he discovered a small note signed, R.A.B. Regulus Arcturus Black, confirming his theory. Regulus had indeed replaced the real Horcrux with a convincing duplicate, taking the original with the intention of destroying it. But had he succeeded? And if not, where was the real locket now? These questions occupied Harry's thoughts as he boarded the Hogwarts Express the next day, reuniting with Ron and Hermione in a compartment near the back of the train. "You look different," was Hermione's first observation after their initial greetings. "More focused, somehow." "Do I?" Harry replied noncommittally. "Just been studying a lot over the break. Find anything useful about those detection spells you mentioned in your letter?" she asked. Harry nodded, launching into a carefully edited account of his research. He explained he Anima Revelio spell, though not the specialized Black family variant Bellatrix had taught him, and confirmed that the locket was indeed a replica. "So Regulus managed to steal the real Horcrux," Ron summarized. "Brilliant. But where is it now?" "That's the question," Harry agreed. "If he destroyed it, great. If not, we need to find it." "Could Creature know something more?" Hermione suggested. "If he was with Regulus at the end." "Worth asking," Harry acknowledged. Though extracting information from Creature is never straightforward. As their conversation shifted to the Azkaban breakout and its implications, Harry found himself analyzing his friends with new awareness. Their concerns seemed simultaneously valid and limited, focused on immediate problems rather than the deeper patterns connecting them. Had he always been this critical of their perspectives? Or was this new analytical distance another manifestation of his emerging Black heritage? The thought troubled him, but not a prompt full disclosure about his meeting with Bellatrix or the communication journal now hidden in his trunk. Some knowledge, he was beginning to understand, belonged to him alone, at least until he determined how best to use it. That evening at Hogwarts, after the welcome feast and the predictable speech from Umbridge about increased security measures, and vigilance against undesirable elements, Harry retreated to his bed early. Drawing the curtains and casting privacy charms, he removed the communication journal from its hiding place. For several minutes, he simply stared at its blank pages, pen poised above the paper. This was another threshold. Using the journal meant regular, ongoing contact with Bellatrix, a deliberate channel of communication kept secret from everyone who cared about him. Yet the alternative, proceeding without her knowledge of soul magic and the Black family abilities, seemed increasingly impractical. The soul fragment inside him was a ticking bomb, and conventional methods had already proven inadequate for the Horcrux problem. Decision made, he wrote his first entry. Confirmed the locket is a replica. No soul signature detected. Found note inside signed R.A.B. stating he took the real Horcrux intending to destroy it. No indication whether he succeeded. Next steps. The words sank into the page and disappeared. For nearly a minute, nothing happened. Then new text began forming in an elegant, slanting handwriting unlike his own. As suspected, Regulus was thorough in his deceptions. The original locket may still exist. Creature would know its fate. Question him directly. Using the compulsion only a black heir can invoke. Say, toujours fidèle à la maison des Black, while holding his gaze. He cannot resist a direct command given with this phrase. Harry raised his eyebrows at this information, a compulsion phrase specific to the Black family house elves that even Sirius apparently didn't know about. Useful, certainly, but also somewhat disturbing in its implications of magical coercion. He wrote back, "Will try. Have been practicing the wandless techniques. Progress continuing. Any specific exercises you recommend for Hogwarts where discretion necessary?" The response came more quickly this time. Focus on subtle applications. Influence rather than control. Making objects slightly warmer or cooler, creating minor air currents, adjusting the weight or texture of items. These build precision while remaining undetectable to observers. Also practice mental disciplines before sleep each night. Organize memories and knowledge into the architecture we discussed. This strengthens natural occlumency and develops pathways for more advanced techniques later. Communication will be limited for next 2 weeks. Dark Lord gathering followers for major operation. Will contact when safe. Harry frowned at this last part. A major operation by Voldemort and his followers certainly warranted warning Dumbledore or the Order. But doing so would reveal his source of information, compromising his connection to Bellatrix. After some consideration, he wrote, "Understood regarding exercises. Can you provide any details about the planned operation? Targets, timing. Might be able to prepare defenses without revealing source." The journal remained blank for several long minutes before a response finally appeared. Multiple targets. Ministry primary focus. Timing mid-February. No further details available to me yet. Deliberately compartmentalized planning. Will share more when possible. Exercise extreme caution at Hogwarts. Umbridge has new directive. From those under Dark Lord's influence at Ministry. This was both more and less than Harry had hoped for. A mid-February timeline gave some preparation window, but Ministry, as a target, was frustratingly vague. Still, it was something he could potentially share with the Order through Sirius, perhaps framed as an insight from his connection to Voldemort rather than direct intelligence from Bellatrix. He wrote a brief acknowledgement. Then closed the journal and secured it in a hidden compartment of his trunk protected by Parseltongue-activated locks, a security measure he'd developed over the summer when his snake-speaking ability had begun to feel less like an alien invasion and more like a useful tool. As he prepared for sleep, Harry began the mental organization exercises Bellatrix had recommended. Arranging his knowledge and memories into the architecture he'd begun developing during occlumency lessons. The process came more naturally now, the mental structures forming with increasing detail and stability. In one section, he stored information about Horcruxes and soul magic. In another, his emerging understanding of Black family abilities. The conventional subjects of his Hog Arts education occupied a different area entirely, while his personal memories, both joyful and painful, resided in the most heavily protected inner chambers. It was satisfying work, bringing order to the chaos of his thoughts. And as he drifted toward sleep, Harry realized that for the first time in months, he felt something like optimism about the challenges ahead. Not because the path was clear or safe. It was neither, but because he was finally taking active steps to understand and address the fundamental problems, the soul fragment within him, the Horcruxes tethering Voldemort to immortality, and the prophecy binding their fates together. The fact that these steps led in directions Dumbledore might not approve seemed increasingly irrelevant compared to their potential effectiveness. After all, Harry reasoned as consciousness faded, defeating Voldemort was the ultimate goal. The means, while not irrelevant, were secondary to success. It was a perspective that would have troubled him greatly just months ago. Now, it felt like simple pragmatism. Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4. Shadows and Stars. February arrived with biting winds and relentless snow, transforming the Hogwarts grounds into a pristine white expanse. For most students, the harsh weather meant huddling in common rooms and complaining about cancelled Quidditch practices. For Harry, it provided perfect cover for increasingly frequent excursions to the Room of Requirement, where he could practice the magical techniques Bellatrix had been teaching him through their journal communications. Wingardium Leviosa. he murmured, "Wah." ND directed at a heavy leather-bound tome. The book rose smoothly to hover at eye level. Standard first-year magic, nothing remarkable. Then, maintaining his focus, Harry lowered his wand and continued to hold the book aloft through will alone. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he slowly rotated the volume, opened it to a specific page, then gently closed it again before setting it down on the table. "Brilliant," Ron said from his position by the door, where he stood keeping watch. "That's way smoother than last week." Harry wiped his brow, pleased with the progress but careful not to show excessive pride. "Still requires too much concentration. In a duel, I'd be vulnerable. But you wouldn't be showing off fancy wandless magic in a duel anyway," Ron pointed out practically. "You'd be using your wand like a normal wizard." Normal wizard. The phrase struck Harry oddly, though he kept his expression neutral. Was he still a normal wizard? The abilities emerging from his black heritage, the private lessons through Bellatrix's journal, the soul fragment he carried, none of these aligned with normal, by any definition. True enough, he agreed aloud. Still, worth developing the skill. Never know when you might be disarmed. Ron nodded, accepting this reasoning. Hermione's going to be sorry she missed this. Library research again. Restricted section pass from Professor McGonagall, Harry confirmed. Looking for more information on soul magic, though officially it's for a transfiguration essay. The partial truth came easily now. Yes, Hermione was researching soul magic, but her focus remained conventional. Ministry-approved texts that barely scratched the surface of what Harry was learning through Bellatrix's instruction. Harry hadn't lied to his friends about the communication journal, exactly. But he had significantly downplayed its importance and frequency of use. As far as Ron and Hermione knew, it was an occasional resource for specific questions about Horcruxes, not a regular channel for magical training. "We should head back," Ron suggested, checking his watch. "DA meeting starts in 20 minutes, and we still need to set up the practice dummies." Harry nodded, gathering his notes, the innocuous ones about wandless magic, not the more extensive journals documenting his progress with black family techniques. Those remained hidden in his trunk, secured behind parseltongue locks and detection charms that would alert him to any tampering. As they left the room of requirement, Harry reflected on how compartmentalized his life had become over the past month. There was public Harry, who attended classes, led DA meetings, and endured Umbridge's increasingly oppressive educational decrees. Then there was private Harry, who communicated with Bellatrix several times weekly. Practiced magic that bordered on the boundaries of what Hogwarts considered acceptable, and researched methods for removing Voldemort's soul fragment from his body. The division was becoming second nature, another manifestation of the mental compartmentalization he'd been developing, perhaps. But sometimes, in quiet moments, he wondered if these separate versions of himself would eventually diverge too far to reconcile. "Harry, look," Ron's voice interrupted his thoughts. He was pointing to a new notice on the bulletin board, yet another educational decree from Umbridge, this one forbidding students from reading publications not expressly approved by the High Inquisitor. "That's aimed at the Quibbler," Harry observed. "Luna's father published that interview with me about Voldemort's return. Which means everyone will read it now," Ron said with a grin. "Nothing makes something more interesting than banning it." Harry smiled despite his preoccupation. "True enough. Better warn Luna to be careful, though. Umbridge will be looking for copies." They continued toward the defense classroom, which the DA had repurposed for their meetings since Umbridge's increased monitoring made the room of requirement too risky for large gatherings. McGonagall had quietly provided them access during evening hours, ostensibly for a ministry-approved study group focusing on theoretical defense principles. What actually occurred in those sessions would have given Umbridge apoplexy. Under Harry's increasingly confident guidance, the DA members had progressed from basic defensive spells to more advanced combat techniques. The original group had expanded to include students from all houses, including several more Slytherins who had joined at Daphne Greengrass's recommendation. Tonight's lesson focused on combining shields with counterattacks, a technique Harry had refined based on principles from the Black family grimoires Bellatrix had referenced in their communications. The traditional approach taught at Hogwarts treated shielding and attacking as separate actions. The Black methodology integrated them, using the energy of an opponent's spell to fuel one's counter-strike. The key, Harry explained to the assembled students, is to visualize your shield not as a static barrier but as a transformative surface. It doesn't just block incoming magic, it absorbs, redirects, and amplifies it. He demonstrated with Neville as his partner, catching a disarming charm on his shield and seamlessly converting the energy into a precisely targeted impediment jinx that froze Neville mid-motion. That's not standard shield work, Terry Boot observed with academic interest. Where did you learn that technique? Harry had prepared for such questions. Advanced defensive theory, he replied smoothly. Material beyond the OWL curriculum. Professor Lupin recommended some supplementary reading last year. The explanation satisfied most students, though Hermione gave him a searching look. Of all his friends, she was the most likely to recognize the divergence between standard magical theory and what he was now teaching. But even she seemed willing to accept his explanations, perhaps because the techniques were undeniably effective. As the session progressed, Harry moved among the practicing pairs, correcting stances and offering guidance. When he reached Daphne Greengrass, he found her already executing the technique with unusual precision. Well done, he acknowledged. You've grasped the energy conversion principle quickly. Daphne lowered her wand, studying him with the same unnerving intensity she demonstrated since their conversation months ago. It's similar to some techniques in my family grimoire, she said quietly. Though our approach focuses more on mental conversion than direct spell manipulation. Harry nodded, recognizing the reference to old family magic, a concept he now understood far better than before. The underlying principle is the same. Magic isn't created or destroyed, just transformed. Indeed, Daphne agreed, though the black approach has always been more aggressive in its transformations. Her gaze became more pointed. Your instruction has changed recently. More structured, more sophisticated. It wasn't quite a question, but the implication was clear. Daphne, with her sensitivity to magical signatures, had noticed the shift in his teaching methodology. I've been studying more intensively, Harry replied, careful to maintain eye contact without revealing too much. Recent events have made it clear that standard curriculum won't be sufficient. Daphne nodded slowly. Be careful with old family magic, Potter. It tends to change the practitioner as much as the practitioner changes it. With that cryptic warning, she returned to her practice partner, leaving Harry to ponder her words. The session concluded with a practical demonstration of shield-to-counter conversions, with volunteers attempting to breach Harry's defenses. None succeeded, a fact that would have been more satisfying if Harry hadn't been acutely aware of how much he was still holding back. As the students filed out in small groups to avoid attracting attention, Hermione lingered behind with Ron. That shield technique, she said once they were alone. It's not in any of the defense books in the library. Not even the restricted section. Harry began gathering the practice materials, keeping his expression neutral. Like I said, it's advanced theory. Lupin pointed me towards some specialized texts. Harry, Hermione said gently, Lupin teaches standard defensive magic. Excellent standard defensive magic, but standard nonetheless. What you demonstrated tonight was different. It had elements of energy transference that aren't covered until advanced or training. Harry sighed, recognizing that complete deflection wouldn't work with Hermione. I've been experimenting, he admitted. Combining different approaches, trying to develop techniques that might actually work against Death Eaters. This much was true, if incomplete. He'd deliberately chosen tonight's lesson because it represented one of the more benign applications of black family magic, still beyond standard curriculum but not explicitly controversial. Hermione seemed to accept this explanation. It's impressive, she acknowledged. Just be careful about the sources you're drawing from. Some magical theories have underlying principles that can be problematic. I know, Harry assured her, touched by her concern even as he mentally filed away which CTS of his teaching had raised red flags. Trust me, I'm being selective. As they walked back to Gryffindor Tower under the protection of Harry's invisibility cloak, Ron broke the thoughtful silence. Any news about you-know-who's plans? February's half over, and if what she said is true, something's coming soon. The careful avoidance of Bellatrix's name had become standard in IR private conversations, a small accommodation to Harry's complicated feelings about his birth mother. Nothing specific yet, Harry replied. The last update just confirmed mid to late February timing and multiple targets. With the ministry being primary. We should warn the Order, Hermione said, not for the first time. Even limited information is better than none. I did, Harry assured her. I told Sirius through the mirror last week. Said I'd had a vision. Not entirely untrue, since my scar has been acting up again. What he didn't mention was the additional information Bellatrix had shared in their most recent exchange. Details about which Death Eaters were involved in the planning, the likelihood of Dementor participation, and a cryptic reference to the weapon being nearly ready for deployment. That intelligence remained private, partly because revealing it would expose the depth of his communication with Bellatrix, and partly because he wasn't entirely sure what to make of it himself. The tension between loyalty to his friends and the Order versus the practical benefits of his connection to Bellatrix had become a constant background presence in Harry's mind. Each piece of information, each new magical technique, required careful filtering before being shared, a process that was becoming second nature but still troubled him in quieter moments. Back in the dormitory, W.I.T.H. privacy charms securing his bed curtains, Harry removed the communication journal from its hiding place. There had been no new messages since yesterday's exchange, which wasn't surprising given Bellatrix's warning about limited contact during the preparation period for Voldemort's operation. Still, Harry found himself opening the journal most nights, reviewing previous exchanges and occasionally adding new questions or observations about his magical practice. The journal had become a strange comfort, a connection to knowledge and abilities that felt increasingly natural to him, even as they diverged from his conventional education. Tonight, however, instead of writing in the journal, Harry turned his attention to a different project. From beneath his pillow, he withdrew a small crystal vial containing a silvery substance neither liquid nor gas, the memory Bellatrix had shown him of the extended prophecy. Using a pensieve was impossible at Hogwarts without access to Dumbledore's office. But Harry had been researching alternative methods for reviewing memories. One approach, described in a text from the Black Family Hidden Library at Grimmauld Place, involved a technique called memory resonance, using one's own mental architecture to connect with and experience a preserved memory without a pensieve. The process was complex and potentially dangerous. A misalignment could result in memory contamination or even personality blending. But Harry's mental compartmentalization had progressed significantly, and the potential insights from reviewing the extended prophecy again seemed worth the risk. Settling into a meditative state, Harry held the vial before him, focusing on creating a receptive space within his mental architecture. Following the text's instructions, he carefully unsealed the vial and touched his wand to the silvery substance, whispering, Memoria Resonare. The world shifted, colors bleeding into swirling patterns as his consciousness connected with the preserved memory. Unlike the pensieve experience, where one observed as a passive spectator, memory resonance created a more immediate connection. The sights, sounds, and emotions of the memory integrated directly with the viewer's perceptions. Once again, Harry witnessed Trelawney's haunting delivery of the extended prophecy. The Dark Lord's destruction lies not with the chosen alone. Blood of the most faithful mingled with blood of the betrayer creates the vessel of his undoing. Neither light nor dark but balanced between. The power to destroy the anchors of immortality flows in veins twice blessed and twice cursed. The one who bears the lightning mark shall find strength in that which the Dark Lord discarded. But this time, through the more intimate connection of memory resonance, Harry perceived something he'd missed before. A subtle undercurrent of magical energy surrounding Trelawney as she spoke, pulsing with each phrase of the prophecy. The magic felt ancient, wild, and different to human concerns, a force using the seer merely as a conduit for knowledge that existed beyond normal temporal boundaries. And there was something else, a faint echo or resonance that seemed to connect directly with Harry himself. As if the prophecy recognized its subject across time and space. With a gasp, Harry broke the connection, the memory retreating back into the vial as he slumped against his pillows. Physically and mentally exhausted. The resonance technique demanded far more energy than he'd anticipated, but the insights gained felt significant. The prophecy was real. not a fabrication by Bellatrix or anyone else. The magical signature he'd perceived was too primal, too genuine to be falsified. And more importantly, it seemed to confirm his central role in Voldemort's destruction, not as Harry Potter, boy who lived, but specifically as the child of Bellatrix and Regulus, heir to both bloodlines and their magical legacies. Neither light nor dark but balanced between, he whispered to himself. The phrase resonating with his increasingly complex understanding of magic. The conventional Hogwarts approach treated magic as inherently neutral, with intent determining its classification as light or dark. The Ministry perspective classified spells themselves as acceptable or forbidden based on their typical applications. But the Black family approach, which Harry was beginning to internalize through Bellatrix's instruction, viewed magic as a spectrum of energies, all valid when properly understood and controlled. Balance wasn't about avoiding darker energies but about integrating them harmoniously with lighter ones, creating a more complete magical expression. Was this the power the prophecy referenced? The ability to work with all forms of magic without the limitations of conventional moral categorizations? The question troubled him even as it intrigued him. Dumbledore had always emphasized love as the power Voldemort knew not, a force the Dark Lord neither understood nor respected. But what if that was only part of the equation? What if the truly decisive factor was Harry's ability to understand and utilize the full spectrum of magical energies, including those Voldemort had corrupted for his own purposes? These thoughts circled in Harry's mind as exhaustion from the memory resonance technique pulled him toward sleep. His last conscious awareness was of his scar prickling uncomfortably, a reminder that while he pondered prophecies and magical theories, Voldemort's plans continued to advance toward their unknown but rapidly approaching culmination. Mr. Potter, a word after class. Snape's cold directive at the end of potions sent a ripple of anticipatory smirks through the Slytherins. After 6 weeks without an occlumency lesson, ostensibly due to Snape's other obligations, but more likely related to Harry's increasingly impenetrable mental defenses, this sudden attention suggested trouble. As the classroom emptied, Ron and Hermione lingered uncertainly by the door until Snape dismissed them with a curt, "This doesn't concern you, Weasley, Granger." Out. Once they were alone, Snape waved his wand in a complex pattern, establishing privacy wards around the classroom. His expression was more severe than usual, his dark eyes assessing Harry with unusual intensity. "Your occlumency shields have improved significantly," he stated without preamble. "Far beyond what our limited sessions would explain." It wasn't a question, but the implication was clear. Harry maintained a neutral expression, one of the first skills Bellatrix had emphasized in their lessons. "I've been practicing regularly, as instructed." Indeed. Snape's tone suggested he found this explanation insufficient. "And your methodologies have evolved since our last session. The architecture I glimpsed during today's brief probe was considerably more sophisticated than your previous efforts." Harry carefully considered his response. Denying the obvious would only increase Snape's suspicions. But revealing too much about Bellatrix's instruction was equally problematic. "I've been studying additional resources on mental disciplines," he admitted finally. "The Black family journals at Grimmauld Place contained several useful approaches that aligned better with my natural tendencies." This was technically true, though the most valuable instruction had come directly from Bellatrix rather than the journals themselves. Snape's eyes narrowed slightly. The Black methodologies are not typically taught at Hogwarts for good reason. Their approach to mental compartmentalization often leads to fracturing of the personality over time. "I've been careful," Harry replied. "Focusing on integration rather than separation, creating harmony between the compartments rather than strict isolation." Something like surprise flickered across Snape's features before his expression returned to its usual impassivity. "That is a more nuanced approach than I would have expected from you." Harry let the backhanded compliment pass without comment. "Was there something specific you needed to discuss, Professor?" Snape studied him for another moment before speaking. "The headmaster is concerned about your recent development. He has noticed changes in your magical signature and teaching methodologies." So Dumbledore had been monitoring the DA sessions, Harry realized. Not entirely surprising, but somewhat disappointing that the surveillance hadn't been disclosed. "I wasn't aware the headmaster was observing our study group." "The headmaster has eyes throughout the castle," Snape replied evasively. Your increasingly advanced shielding techniques have drawn particular attention. They bear certain hallmarks of magical traditions not typically aligned with Dumbledore's preferences. The careful phrasing confirmed what Harry had suspected. His incorporation of black family approaches into the DA curriculum had raised red flags. The techniques are effective, he said simply. In a real confrontation, that's what matters. Effectiveness is not the only consideration, Snape countered. The magical pathways you establish now will influence your development for years to come. Some traditions, once embraced, change the practitioner in ways that cannot be easily reversed. It was an echo of Daphne's warning, and the repetition gave Harry pause. Are you speaking from experience, Professor? The question was bold, perhaps excessively so, but Harry's relationship with Snape had shifted subtly since the revelations about his parentage. Not toward friendship or even genuine respect, but toward a complicated acknowledgement of shared history and understanding. Snape's jaw tightened momentarily. I am speaking from observation, he said finally. I have witnessed promising students venture down magical paths that gradually corrupted their intentions and perceptions. The descent is rarely obvious to the practitioner until it is too late. The implication was clear. Snape was comparing Harry's current exploration to the young Death Eaters he had known, perhaps even to his own past choices. The parallel wasn't entirely fair, but Harry couldn't dismiss it entirely either. His recent studies had indeed led him into magical territories Dumbledore would likely disapprove of. I understand your concern, Harry said carefully. But I'm not adopting these techniques blindly. I'm evaluating them, integrating what's useful while discarding what feels unbalanced. Balance, Snape repeated, something unreadable flickering in his eyes. An interesting choice of word. Most practitioners your age think in more absolute terms, light versus dark, good versus evil. Harry shrugged slightly. Those categorizations seem increasingly arbitrary. Intent behind the magic matters more than the classification. Snape's expression remained inscrutable, but Harry sensed his response had struck a chord. The headmaster wishes to resume your private lessons, he said after a moment. Not occlumency. Your shields are adequate for now, but a more comprehensive magical education suited to your unique situation. This was unexpected. Dumbledore maintained his distance throughout the year, barely speaking to Harry directly even during order meetings. Why now? Harry asked, unable to keep a hint of bitterness from his voice. Because time grows short, Snape replied cryptically. And because certain influences may be affecting your development in ways the headmaster finds concerning. Harry tensed slightly. Did Dumbledore suspect his communication with Bellatrix? What influences specifically? That, Snape said dryly, is presumably what the headmaster wishes to discuss with you himself. You are to report to his office tomorrow evening at 8 o'clock. The password is acid pops. With that, he dismissed the privacy wards with a wave of his wand, signaling the end of their conversation. As Harry gathered his things to leave, Snape added, Potter. Harry turned back. Yes, Professor. Whatever resources you've been consulting regarding mental disciplines, proceed with caution. The architecture I glimpsed in your mind has certain familial characteristics that would be best not to cultivate excessively. The warning was as close as Snape would come to directly referencing Bellatrix's influence. Harry nodded once, acknowledging the caution without promising compliance, and left the classroom. In the corridor outside, Ron and Hermione waited with anxious expressions. What did he want? Ron asked immediately. You're not in trouble, are you? Not exactly, Harry replied, leading them away from the dungeons toward their next class. Dumbledore wants to meet with me tomorrow night. Apparently, he's concerned, Ed, about some of the magic I've been teaching in the DA. Hermione's brow furrowed. I knew those shielding techniques seemed unusual. They're drawing from older magical traditions, aren't they? Pre-ministry standardization. Harry nodded, impressed despite himself by Hermione's intuition. Black family approaches, mainly. More effective than the standard curriculum, especially against dark arts. But potentially problematic in their philosophical underpinnings, Hermione observed shrewdly. Many older magical traditions don't make the same distinctions between acceptable and forbidden magics that modern education emphasizes. Maybe those distinctions aren't as clear-cut as we're taught, Harry suggested, voicing thoughts that had been crystallizing over recent months. Magic itself isn't inherently good or evil, it's a natural force that responds to intent and will. Ron looked uncomfortable with this line of discussion. That sounds a bit like what my dad says some of the old pureblood families believe. That all magic is valid, and ministry classifications are just political. There's truth to that perspective, Harry acknowledged. Think about it. The Patronus charm is classified as light magic. But it literally draws on the same emotional energy as some love potions, which border on mind control. Meanwhile, blood magic is classified as dark, despite being the foundation of the protection my mother gave me. Hermione's expression grew troubled. Harry, these aren't just academic distinctions. The classifications exist because certain forms of magic consistently lead to corruption or harm. Or because they threatened established power structures, Harry countered. The ministry banned blood magic after the founders, era not because it was inherently evil but Becca's family-based magical traditions threatened their centralized authority. The history had come from Bellatrix's teachings, though Harry had verified it independently through the Room of Requirement's extensive library. Hermione looked taken aback by his unexpectedly nuanced historical knowledge. That's partially accurate, she admitted. But there were also legitimate concerns about the harmful applications of certain traditions. Quote, of course, Harry agreed reasonably. I'm not suggesting all magic is equal or that restrictions are never justified. Just that the current system oversimplifies complex magical realities for political convenience. The conversation paused as they reached the Transfiguration classroom. Before entering, Hermione placed a hand on Harry's arm. Just be careful with Dumbledore tomorrow, she said quietly. He might not understand that you're approaching these traditions critically rather than accepting them wholesale. Harry nodded, touched by her concern. Even as he recognized the irony, Hermione assumed his exploration of Black family magic was primarily academic, a critical assessment rather than an increasingly personal integration. The distinction highlighted how much of his internal development remained hidden even from his closest friends. Throughout the day, Harry considered potential approaches for his meeting with Dumbledore. Outright disputation seemed both impractical, given the headmaster's perceptiveness, and unnecessary, since much of Harry's magical exploration was defensible on pragmatic grounds. A selective presentation of his activities, emphasizing the defensive applications while minimizing the more controversial aspects, seemed the most reasonable strategy. That evening, as had become his habit, Harry checked the communication journal before sleep. To his surprise, a new message awaited him, the first in nearly a week. Operation Timeline accelerated. Primary action within 72 hours. Ministry infiltration already underway. Dark Lord personally leading Department of Mysteries assault, seeking prophecy record. Secondary targets include Azkaban, Diagon Alley. Diversionary attacks planned. Highest risk to you, Umbridge. Has orders to secure you at Hogwarts during operation. Will attempt to isolate and potentially transfer you to ministry custody. Suggest immediate communication with Dumbledore regarding prophecy record. Only way to neutralize primary objective. Dark Lord believes you know its location in Department of Mysteries. Will be unreachable during operation. Exercise extreme caution. Asterisk. Harry stared at the message. Its implications sending a chill through him. Voldemort was moving sooner than expected, with a multi-pronged attack designed to stretch the Order's defenses thin. But the central target, the prophecy record, directly involved Harry himself. More troubling was the warning about Umbridge. If she truly had orders to detain him during the attack, his options at Hogwarts were limited. And the suggestion to involve Dumbledore contradicted Bellatrix's previous advice to maintain independence from the headmaster's influence. After careful consideration, Harry composed his response. Understanding timing. Will take appropriate precautions regarding Umbridge. Meeting with Dumbledore tomorrow evening. Will discuss prophecy record without revealing source of intelligence. Is evacuation from Hogwarts advisable? Or better to remain with enhanced security? Asterisk. The response came more quickly than he'd anticipated. Remain at Hogwarts. Castle ultimately safer than alternatives if proper precautions taken. Trust no ministry officials, including Aurors. Infiltration extends to highest levels. When speaking with Dumbledore, Suggest moving prophecy record rather than destroying it. Dark Lord has contingencies for destruction scenario that may be worse than current plan. This will be final communication until operation concluded. Remember your training. Trust your instincts. They are your heritage manifesting. Asterisk. The last line lingered in Harry's mind as he closed the journal and secured it in its hiding place. Trust your instincts. They are your heritage manifesting. It was perhaps the most explicitly maternal advice Bellatrix had offered, acknowledging their blood connection and the inherited magical intuition that came with it. The warning created a new urgency for tomorrow's meeting with Dumbledore. What had seemed like a potentially adversarial discussion about Harry's magical development now represented a critical opportunity to prepare for Voldemort's imminent attack. The challenge would be conveying the intelligence without revealing its source, a balancing act Harry was becoming increasingly adept at, though never with stakes quite this high. Sleep came fitfully that night, haunted by dreams of corridors and locked doors, the recurring visions of the Department of Mysteries that had plagued him intermittently throughout the year. But now, informed by Bellatrix's warning, the dreams carried new significance. They weren't just random manifestations of his connection to Voldemort but specific glimpses of the Dark Lord's growing obsession with the prophecy record. By morning, Harry had formulated a plan, one that required immediate implementation if it was to succeed. Imperative that I speak with Professor Dumbledore immediately, Harry told Professor McGonagall as soon as he could corner her after breakfast. It's regarding the special project he assigned me. There have been developments that can't wait until our scheduled meeting tonight. McGonagall studied him with shrewd eyes, clearly recognizing the coded reference to order business. The headmaster is extremely busy today, Potter. Multiple commitments outside the castle. This takes precedence, Harry insisted, lowering his voice. It concerns the Department of Mysteries and imminent plans involving it. Within the next 72 hours. The specific reference caused McGonagall's expression to shift from skepticism to alarm. I see. Wait here. She disappeared into a nearby classroom, presumably to send a Patronus message to Dumbledore. Harry used the moment alone to center himself, organizing his thoughts according to the compartmentalization techniques he'd been practicing. The information to share, the sources to protect, the contingency plans to propose, each in its proper mental space. Ready for retrieval without confusion. McGonagall returned moments later. The headmaster will see you in his office immediately, Potter. The password remains. Acid pops. Thank you, Professor, Harry said, already turning to go. And Potter, she called after him, causing him to pause. Whatever this is about, be thorough. The headmaster sometimes needs all the relevant details to see the complete picture. The gentle admonition suggested McGonagall had her own concerns about Dumbledore's information management style. Harry nodded once, acknowledging both her advice and the subtle support it represented. Then hurried toward the headmaster's office. Dumbledore was standing by Fawkes's perch when Harry entered, stroking the phoenix's brilliant plumage. He turned as the door closed, his expression grave rather than displaying its usual benign welcome. Harry, he said, gesturing to the chair across from his desk. Professor McGonagall indicated this as a matter of some urgency. It is, Professor, Harry confirmed. Taking the offered seat. I have reason to believe Voldemort is planning to attack the Department of Mysteries within the next 3 days. His primary target is the prophecy record. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly. May I ask the source of this intelligence? Here was the first critical juncture. How much to reveal about his information sources? A combination of things, Harry replied carefully. My scar has been hurting more frequently, with visions of corridors and doors that I now recognize as the Department of Mysteries. And I've overheard certain things that corroborate these visions. Quote, overheard. Dumbledore prompted, his gaze sharpening. Slytherin students discussing their parents' sudden absences, Harry improvised, drawing on actual observations to support his fabrication. Particularly Nod and Crabbe, whose fathers are known Death Eaters. They were speculating about a major operation involving the Ministry. It wasn't entirely i.e., Theodore Nott had indeed been more withdrawn recently, though Harry had attributed this to normal teenage moodiness rather than awareness of Death Eater activities. The important thing was Establish a plausible alternative source for his intelligence that Dumbledore might accept without probing deeper. I see, Dumbledore said, though his penetrating gaze suggested he wasn't entirely convinced. And you believe this attack will occur within 3 days? Yes, Harry confirmed. There are also indications of secondary targets, diversionary attacks to stretch Auror and Order responses thin. Possibly including Azkaban and Diagon Alley. Dumbledore's expression grew troubled. This is remarkably specific intelligence, Harry. I've been paying closer attention to patterns, Harry replied, maintaining steady eye contact while keeping his occlumency shields firmly in place. And my connection to Voldemort has been providing more detailed impressions lately. Again, not technically untrue, his scar had indeed been more active. Though the specific intelligence came from Bellatrix rather than direct visions. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment before nodding slowly. I shall alert the Order immediately. We've suspected Voldemort might target the prophecy, which is why we've maintained guards at the Department of Mysteries. But if you're correct about the timeline and multiple targets, our current precautions are insufficient. There's something else, Harry added, recalling Bellatrix's specific warning. Moving the prophecy might be better than destroying it. I have a feeling that Voldemort has contingencies for a destruction scenario that could be worse than his current plan. A feeling. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened again. Harry maintained his composure. The Vissi-ons suggest he's considered multiple approaches. The emotions associated with the destruction scenario were more triumphant, as if it would play into his hands somehow. This was pure fabrication, but necessary to convey Bellatrix's warning without revealing its source. Dumbledore seemed to consider this carefully. Moving the prophecy presents its own challenges, he said finally. Prophecy records can only be retrieved by those they concern. In this case, you are Voldemort himself. And they're magically bound to the Department of Mysteries. Then I should go and get it, Harry said immediately. Before Voldemort's attack. Dumbledore shook his head firmly. Absolutely not. Your presence at the Ministry would be precisely what Voldemort desires, an opportunity to capture both you and the prophecy simultaneously. But if we leave it there, he'll eventually get it, Harry argued. And according to my sources, my impressions, he corrected quickly, there are already Ministry infiltrators in place. The department may already be compromised. A valid concern, Dumbledore acknowledged. But there may be a third option. He rose and began pacing slowly. The binding enchantment on prophecy records prevents their physical removal from the department, but it might be possible to transfer the magical signature that allows retrieval. Harry frowned slightly. Meaning, a complex piece of magic, Dumbledore explained. But essentially, we could potentially modify who the prophecy recognizes as its subject. Make it retrievable by someone other than you or Voldemort, someone he wouldn't suspect. Is that possible? Harry asked, intrigued by the unexpected solution. Theoretically, Dumbledore replied. It would require research into the specific enchantments used on prophecy records. But I believe Professor Flitwick might have insights from his previous work with the Department of Mysteries. He returned to his desk, already jotting notes on a piece of parchment. All Consu. LT with him immediately and contact the Order members currently guarding the department. Harry nodded, relieved that Dumbledore was taking the warning seriously. There's one more thing you should know. According to my impressions, Umbridge has received orders to secure me at Hogwarts during the operation. Possibly to transfer me to Ministry custody. Dumbledore's writing paused, his expression darkening. That is consistent with other intelligence we've received about increased Ministry interest in controlling you, particularly after the revelations about your parentage. He considered for a moment. It would be prudent to arrange for your absence from the castle during the critical period. I could go to Grimmauld Place, Harry suggested. Too obvious, Dumbledore countered. If the Ministry is truly coordinating with Voldemort on this matter, they'll have anticipated that possibility. He tapped his quill thoughtfully against the parchment. No, we need a location neither the Ministry nor Death Eaters would consider. Perhaps. His eyes brightened with sudden inspiration. Yes, that might work admirably. What might work? Harry asked. A safe house used by the Order during the First War, Dumbledore explained. A cottage in Wales once belonging to Bathilda Bagshot, warded extensively but never recorded in any official registry. It's been abandoned for years but should still be magically secure. The suggestion made strategic sense, but Harry felt an unexpected reluctance. Leaving Hogwarts would mean abandoning his friends and the DA members who relied on his leadership. What about the others? If there are going to be diversionary attacks, Hogwarts students with Death Eater parents might be at risk too. Dumbledore's expression softened slightly. Your concern for your classmates is commendable, Harry. But Hogwarts itself remains among the safest places in Britain, despite Professor Umbridge's presence. The ancient protections of the castle far exceed her authority to circumvent. She's been given expanded powers through the educational decrees, Harry pointed out. And if she's working directly with Death Eaters? An unlikely alliance of convenience rather than true coordination. Dumbledore assessed. Dolores serves the Ministry's interests, which temporarily align with Voldemort's regarding the prophecy. But she is not, I believe, a willing Death Eater agent. The distinction seemed academic to Harry, but he recognized the political realities Dumbledore was navigating. When would I leave for this safe house? Tonight, after curfew, Dumbledore decided. I'll arrange for appropriate escort. Pack essentials only, and tell no one of your destination, not even Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger. The instruction to keep secrets from his closes. Friends felt uncomfortably familiar, another echo of Dumbledore's persistent tendency toward compartmentalized information. But given the stakes and potential infiltration, Harry reluctantly acknowledged the necessity. I understand, he agreed. But I should at least warn the DA leaders that something's coming. They need to be prepared, especially if Umbridge escalates her crackdown while I'm gone. Dumbledore considered this request, then nodded slowly. A reasonable precaution. You may inform Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger, and perhaps Miss Lovegood and Mr. Longbottom that you'll be temporarily absent on order business. And that increased vigilance is warranted. But nothing about the prophecy or specific attack plans. Agreed, Harry said, relieved to have secured at least this much transparency for his friends. What about my classes? Won't my absence be noticed immediately? Leave that to me, Dumbledore replied with a hint of his usual twinkle. I believe a sudden case of Spattergroit requiring quarantine at St. Mungo's should provide sufficient explanation. Highly contagious, visually distinctive, but rarely serious with proper treatment. The perfect malady for a temporary disappearance. The plan was coming together with surprising efficiency, suggesting Dumbledore had previously considered contingencies for removing Harry from Hogwarts if necessary. It was both reassuring and slightly unsettling to realize how much the headmaster anticipated potential scenarios. How long should I expect to stay at this safe house? Harry asked practically. Until the immediate threat has passed, Dumbledore replied. A few days, perhaps a week at most. Sirius will accompany you. His experience with confinement makes him uniquely sympathetic to the challenges of necessary isolation. There was a hint of gentle humor in this observation, though it didn't entirely mask the seriousness of the situation. As their meeting concluded, Harry found himself reflecting on the strange Bala NCE he was maintaining, providing critical intelligence while protecting his controversial source, cooperating with Dumbledore's plans while maintaining his own agency, preparing for evacuation while ensuring his friends weren't left completely vulnerable. It was a complex navigation that would have overwhelmed him months ago but now felt almost natural, another manifestation of the compartmentalize thinking and strategic assessment that had become increasingly central to his approach. Thank you for bringing this information forward promptly, Harry, Dumbledore said as he rose to conclude their meeting. Your instincts in this matter may have saved many lives. The unintentional echo of Bellatrix's final message, trust your instincts, created an odd moment of convergence between these disparate influences in Harry's life. He nodded in acknowledgement, keeping his expression appropriately serious as he left the office to prepare for the challenges ahead. News of Harry's supposed contractee of Spattergroit spread through Hogwarts with predictable speed and embellishment. By lunchtime, rumors claimed his face was covered in purple pustules and he'd been transported to St. Mungo's in a sealed containment bubble. Professor McGonagall's solemn announcement at dinner, requesting that students respect Mr. Potter's privacy during his treatment, only enhanced the dramatic narrative. For Ron, Hermione, Neville, and Luna, gathered in an empty classroom under privacy charms, the fabricated illness was transparent cover for something more serious. Voldemort's making a move, Harry explained in hushed tones. I can't give details, but the Order is extracting me from Hogwarts tonight as a precaution. I'll be gone for several days at least. But why remove just you? Hermione asked, her brow furrowed with concern. If there's a general threat, it's specifically connected to me, Harry interrupted. Umbridge has orders to detain me during whatever's coming. Possibly to hand me over to the ministry, or worse. Ron's expression darkened. That bloated toad has gone from educational menace to actual traitor, hasn't she? Essentially, yes, Harry agreed. Which is why you four need to be especially careful while I'm gone. Keep the DA members alert but calm. Focus on defensive training and evacuation procedures rather than combat techniques for now. Luna, who had been uncharacteristically quiet, spoke up. They'll target the Quibbler next. Daddy's been receiving threats since publishing your interview. Harry nodded grimly. That's likely. Luna, you might want to contact your father. Suggest he take a brief holiday somewhere remote. Already done, she said serenely. He's visiting the glaciers of Patagonia in search of frost-tipped humdingers. Very reclusive this time of year. Despite the tension, Harry found himself smiling at Luna's ability to blend practical precautions with her unique worldview. Perfect timing. Then, what about us? Neville asked, his voice steady despite the evident concern in his eyes. Without you here, the DA loses its strongest fighter. You underestimate yourselves, Harry replied, looking at each of them in turn. Hermione's research and strategy skills. Ron's tactical thinking, your determination and progress, Neville, and Luna's unconventional approaches. Together you're more than capable of leading in my absence. The confidence in his assessment wasn't merely encouragement, it reflected his genuine belief in their abilities. Over the past months, as his own magical development had accelerated, he deliberately worked to strengthen their skills as well. Sharing modified versions of the techniques he was learning and encouraging their individual strengths. Here, he said, reaching into his pocket and withdrawing 4 enchanted galleons, modified versions of the communication coins Hermione had created for the DA. I've added some enhancements to these. They can transmit short messages between the 4 of you, not just broadcast meeting times. And they'll warn if any of you is in serious danger, alerting the others. Hermione examined her coin with interest. This is advanced enchantment work, Harry. When did you learn to modify the protean charm this extensively? Been studying in my spare time, Harry replied vaguely, avoiding details of the Black family enchantment techniques he'd incorporated. The important thing is they'll keep you connected if things get difficult. He'd spent most of the afternoon preparing these enhanced coins, along with other precautionary measures, including strategic placement of certain defensive enchantments around DA members' common areas. Nothing obvious enough to trigger Umbridge's suspicions, but subtle protections that might make a critical difference if confrontations occurred. What about contacting you? Ron asked practically. If things go pear-shaped here, how do we reach you? You won't be able to directly, Harry admitted. Part of the security protocol. But Professor McGonagall will have emergency contact procedures. Go to her if absolutely necessary. He didn't mention the communication journal, which would remain with him despite Bellatrix's warning that she'd be unreachable during the operation. Some contingencies remained his alone to manage. As they worked through final arrangements and contingency plans, Harry felt an unexpected swell of emotion. These 4 people, so different in their backgrounds, personalities, and magical approaches, had become something beyond friends. They were his comrades, his inner circle, the foundation of whatever resistance might be necessary in the coming conflict. And he was leaving them to face the immediate dangers while he retreated to safety. I don't like abandoning you, he confessed as their meeting drew to a close. It feels wrong. You're not abandoning anyone, Hermione said firmly. You're following strategic necessity. If Voldemort and the Ministry both want you captured, removing yourself from their reach is the logical move. Besides, Ron added with forced lightness, gives the rest of us a chance to be the heroes for once. You've been hogging all the glory for years. Attempt at humor succeeded in breaking the tension, and even Neville managed a smile. As they prepared to disperse, returning to their respective common rooms by different routes to avoid attracting attention, Luna lingered behind. The shadows are gathering around you, she said quietly when they were alone. But there are stars within the darkness too. Remember that when the path seems unclear. Before Harry could ask what she meant, She drifted away with her characteristic dreamy detachment, leaving him to ponder her cryptic observation. Luna's peculiar insights often contain truths that only became clear in retrospect. And this one resonated with his current situation more than she could know. Shadows and stars. Darkness and light intermingled rather than opposed. It was a poetic description of the magical balance he'd been working to achieve, the integration of traditionally separated energies into a more holistic approach. With final preparations complete, Harry returned to Gryffindor Tower to await his extraction. According to Dumbledore's instructions, he was to be ready at precisely 11:30 p.m., when a member of the Order would escort him through a rarely used passage connecting the room of requirement to the Hog's Head Inn, a secret pathway even the Marauders hadn't discovered during their explorations. As the appointed hour approached, Harry found himself experiencing not fear but a strange, calm focus. The mental compartmentalization techniques had transformed his response to crisis. Where once he might have felt overwhelmed by competing emotions and responsibilities, now he organized them efficiently, addressing each in its proper sequence and proportion. He gathered his essentials: the invisibility cloak, the Marauder's map, useful for avoiding detection en route to the room of requirement, his wand, and a small rucksack containing clothes, the communication journal, and several texts he'd been studying. The mirror connecting him to Sirius remained in his pocket. Though he hadn't yet informed his godfather of the imminent reunion, operational security precautions that even Harry recognized as prudent. At 11:15, Harry performed one final check of the dormitory. His roommates slept soundly, enchanted coins hidden but accessible beneath their pillows, a precaution he'd suggested earlier under the guise of keeping communication channels open. The Privac-Y charms around his bed would simulate his presence until morning, when the official notification of his medical evacuation would be announced. Satisfied with his preparations, Harry slipped on the invisibility cloak and consulted the Marauder's map. The path to the 7th floor appeared clear, with Filch patrolling the dungeons and most teachers in their quarters. Only Umbridge showed concerning movement, pacing in her office rather than sleeping, suggesting heightened alertness or anticipation. Moving silently through the darkened castle, Harry maintained constant vigilance, aware that the map showed only human presences, not potential magical surveillance. Umbridge had been placing monitoring charms throughout the castle, according to Dobby's worried reports, though their effectiveness varied widely due to interference from Hogwarts' ancient magical protections. He reached the room of requirement without incident, pacing 3 times with the specific thought: I need the room with the passage to the Hog's Head. The door that materialized was smaller and more austere than the usual entrance, opening onto a narrow stone chamber illuminated by floating blue flames. Tonks waited inside, her hair a subdued brown rather than its usual vibrant colors, a concession to the covert nature of their mission. Watch her, Harry, she greeted quietly. Right on time. Tonks, Harry acknowledged, removing his invisibility cloak. I wasn't expecting you as my escort. Last-minute switch, she explained. Moody was originally assigned, but Dumbledore redirected him to the Ministry when new intelligence came in. Her expression grew more serious. Things are moving faster than expected. We need to get you to the safe house immediately. This acceleration aligned with Bellatrix's warning, increasing Harry's confidence in her intelligence while simultaneously heightening his concern about the imminent attacks. Any news about the other targets? Azkaban. Diagon Alley. Tonks gave him a sharp look. Dumbledore mentioned you had surprisingly specific insights about the operation. Care to share your sources? The question carried a hint of professional suspicion beneath its casual deli. Very. A reminder that despite her friendly demeanor, Tonks was an Auror trained to assess information and its origins. Dreams, mostly, Harry replied with practiced ease. My connection to Voldemort has been providing clearer impressions lately. And I've gotten better at interpreting them. Tonks studied him for a moment longer, then nodded, apparently accepting this explanation. Well, your impressions have the Order scrambling. Triple watches at the Department of Mysteries, evacuations of key personnel from St. Mungo's, reinforcements for Diagon Alley merchants. She gestured toward the back of the chamber, where a simple wooden door now appeared. That's our route. Leads to a storeroom behind the bar at the Hog's Head. Aberforth will let us through. Then we apparate to a secondary location before heading to the safe house. The multi-step security procedure indicated serious concern about potential tracking or interception. Harry followed Tonks through the door and into a narrow, descending passage that smelled faintly of damp stone and aged whiskey. How long has this passage existed? He asked as they walked, partially out of genuine curiosity and partially to distract from the growing tension. Since the castle's founding, according to Dumbledore, Tonks replied. Something about the founders wanting an evacuation route in case of siege. Been mostly forgotten for centuries. Dumbledore and Aberforth might be the only ones who knew about it before today. The passage eventually opened into a cramped storeroom stacked with dusty crates and barrels. Aberforth Dumbledore, a gruff, less polished version of his brother, waited by a rear door, his expression characteristically sour. Took you long enough, he muttered. Perimeter's clear for now, but there's been unusual movement in the village all evening. Best be quick about it. Thanks, Abe, Tonks said, checking her wand was easily accessible. Ready, Harry. We'll apparate on 3, I'll guide since you don't know the destination. Harry positioned himself beside her, bracing for the uncomfortable sensation of side-along apparition. Just as Tonks began the countdown, however, a sudden, searing pain exploded in his scar, dropping him to his knees with an involuntary cry. Harry! Tonks exclaimed, crouching beside him. What's wrong? Through the blinding pain, Harry glimpsed fragmented images, a dark corridor, a circular room with many doors. Figures in black robes, and overwhelming triumph surging through veins not his own. He's there, Harry gasped, fighting to separate his consciousness from Voldemort's. Department of Mysteries. The attack. It's happening now. Aberforth cursed colorfully, already moving toward a tarnished mirror hanging on the storeroom wall. Albus needs to know immediately. No time, Tonks said grimly, helping Harry to his feet. The Order members on guard could be overwhelmed already. She made a split-second decision. Change of plans. I'm taking Harry directly to headquarters. Then reporting to the Ministry as backup. Dumbledore won't like that, Aberforth warned. The boy was supposed to go to Bagshot's cottage. Circumstances have changed, Tonks replied firmly. Harry, can you stand? Are you seeing anything else? The pain was receding slightly as Harry implemented the mental compartmentalization techniques, forcibly separating his consciousness from Voldemort's intrusion. He's excited. He managed. Something's gone according to plan. Better than expected. This was concerning. If Voldemort was already experiencing triumph, it suggested the Order's precautions had been insufficient or compromised. Harry fought to clear his mind, to focus on the immediate tactical necessities rather than the invasive connection. We need to go, Tonks decided, gripping Harry's arm firmly. Abe, alert Dumbledore about the timing change. Tell him we're proceeding to Plan Grim. Before Harry could process the coded reference, the uncomfortable compression of apparition enveloped him, squeezing the breath from his lungs as they transported away from Hogsmeade. They emerged in a small, wooded clearing rather than the familiar street outside Grimmauld Place. Harry staggered slightly, disoriented by both the apparition and the lingering effects of the vision. Secondary apparition point, Tonks explained quickly, scanning their surroundings with professional vigilance. Standard security protocol. Never go directly to headquarters, even in emergencies. Harry nodded understanding, taking the moment to regain his equilibrium and strengthen his mental shields. The connection to Voldemort had diminished to a dull throb, though occasional flashes of foreign emotion still leaked through. Excitement, anticipation, and a cold, calculated patience that was more disturbing than outright rage would have been. How far are we from Grimmauld Place? He asked, noting they appeared to be in some kind of urban park, though darkness made it difficult to identify specific landmarks. About a kilometer, Tonks replied, checking her watch. We'll approach on foot, under disillusionment charms. Keep your wand ready but out of sight. As they prepared to move, a silver Lynx Patronus materialized before them, speaking in Kingsley Shacklebolt's deep voice. Ministry compromised at highest levels. Minister under Imperius. Auror office infiltrated. Proceed with extreme caution. Confirmed Death Eater presence in Department of Mysteries. The message confirmed their worst fears while adding new complications. If the minister himself was under the Imperius curse, and the Auror office compromised, Then official channels for response were not merely unreliable but actively dangerous. This changes everything, Tonks muttered, her professional demeanor momentarily cracking to reveal genuine alarm. If Fudge is under Imperius, the entire chain of command is suspect. Harry processed this new information, rapidly assessing its implications. The prophecy is still the primary objective. He reasoned aloud. Everything else, the minister, the Auror office, those are means to secure it without resistance. Tonks gave him an appraising look, clearly surprised by his analytical response to crisis. That's likely accurate. Which means the Department of Mysteries is where the critical confrontation will happen. And that's where the Order is focusing its defense, Harry added. But if official Auror reinforcements arrive under compromised leadership, they'll be attacking Order members rather than Death Eaters, Tonks finished grimly. We're walking into a perfect storm. The tactical assessment was interrupted by another flare of pain in Harry's scar, milder but accompanied by a distinct impression of Voldemort's growing impatience. He's encountered resistance, Harry reported. Using the connection as an intelligence source despite the discomfort. Something isn't proceeding as smoothly as he expected. This provided a small measure of hope. The Order's preparations, hastily implemented following Harry's warning, were apparently creating meaningful obstacles. We need to keep moving, Tonks decided, casting a disillusionment charm on herself and then Harry. Stay close. Touch my shoulder if we get separated. They proceeded through the darkened park and into the streets of London, moving as quickly as stealth allowed. Harry maintained a portion of his awareness on the Voldemort connection, monitoring for useful intelligence while keeping the majority of his focus on their immediate surroundings and potential threats. As they approached Grimmauld Place, Harry noticed an unusual stillness in the typically active neighborhood. No cars moved on the streets, no pedestrians walked the sidewalks, and even the ambient urban noise seemed muted. As if the entire area were holding its breath. Something's wrong, he whispered to Tonks, who had also slowed her pace, clearly sensing the abnormal quiet. Before she could respond, a series of faint pops echoed from multiple directions, the distinctive sound of apparition, but too numerous and coordinated to be Order members. Trap, Tonks hissed, pulling Harry into the shadow of a doorway. They've staked out headquarters. Harry's mind raced, assessing options. If Death Eaters had surrounded Grimmauld Place, they couldn't see the building itself due to the Fidelius charm, but they establish a perimeter to capture anyone approaching the general area. How did they know? He whispered. The Fidelius. They don't need to know the exact location, Tonks explained tersely. Just that it's somewhere in this neighborhood. Standard Auror containment tactic. If you can't find the target, secure the entire perimeter and wait. The strategy was logical but indicated a disturbing level of coordination and inside knowledge. Someone had identified the approximate location of Order headquarters and arranged this ambush specifically to intercept Harry's evacuation. A new concern suddenly struck him. Sirius, is he at headquarters? Should be, Tonks confirmed. But he's safe inside the Fidelius boundary, at least physically. More concerning is our position. We need to retreat and find alternative shelter. As they prepared to withdraw, however, a familiar voice called from nearby, quiet but carrying clearly in the unnatural stillness. Don't move, cousin. You're surrounded. Narcissa Malfoy stepped from the shadows of a nearby alley, her wand held casually but unmistakably ready. Despite the late hour, she was impeccably dressed in elegant dark robes, her platinum hair gleaming faintly in the streetlight. Narcissa, Tonks acknowledged tersely. Didn't expect to see you in the field. Thought you preferred to let Lucius handle the dirty work. Special circumstances call for family involvement. Narcissa replied, her gaze shifting to Harry's disillusioned form with unsettling accuracy. We know you're there, Mr. Potter. The disillusionment is adequate against ordinary perception but not against certain detection charms. Harry remained silent, assessing their tactical situation while maintaining his mental shields against the now pulsing pain in his scar. Their position was compromised. Retreat paths likely covered by unseen Death Eaters, and Tonks, though formidable, couldn't fight multiple opponents while protecting him. What do you want, Narcissa? Tonks demanded, angling herself slightly to shield Harry better. If it's Harry, you'll have to go through me. So dramatic, Nymphadora, Narcissa sighed. I'm not here to abduct Mr. Potter to the Dark Lord, contrary to what you might assume. Her voice lowered. I'm here to offer alternative sanctuary, one neither the Ministry nor the Dark Lord knows about. The unexpected proposal created a moment of confusion that Narcissa pressed forward to exploit. The Department of Mysteries operation is a diversion, she continued calmly. The prophecy is a secondary objective. The primary goal is to draw the order into a confrontation where corrupted or forces can eliminate key members under the guise of subduing terrorists. Meanwhile, you're evacuating Harry directly into a containment perimeter established hours ago. The assessment aligned disturbingly well with the evidence they'd observed, suggesting either remarkable insight or insider knowledge. Harry maintained his silence, allowing Tun KS to manage the negotiation while he considered implications and options. Why would you warn us? Tonks challenged. You're married to Voldemort's right hand. Narcissa's expression tightened slightly at the blunt reference. Family politics are complex, cousin. Suffice to say that not all blacks share the same priorities in this conflict. Her gaze shifted again to Harry's concealed position. Quote, particularly where the last male heir of our bloodline is concerned. The reference to Harry's black heritage carried significant implications. Narcissa was acknowledging the blood connection publicly. Something she'd previously only done through indirect channels like the communications with Draco. This is absurd, Tonks muttered. You expect us to trust you over the order. I expect you to make tactical decisions based on available evidence, Narcissa replied coolly. The order's security has been compromised. Grimmauld Place is surrounded. The Ministry is under Death Eater control at its highest levels. Meanwhile, I'm offering a secure location under Unbreakable Vow protections. The mention of an Unbreakable Vow, a magically binding oath that resulted in death if broken, elevated the PR. Oposal from merely surprising to genuinely significant. Such vows weren't offered lightly, particularly by someone as calculating as Narcissa Malfoy. Harry made a decision and cancelled his disillusionment charm. Ignoring Tonks's hiss of disapproval. What exactly are you proposing? He asked directly. Narcissa's expression remained composed, though a hint of approval flickered in her eyes at his directness. Safe passage to a property under Black family blood wards, similar to those at the ritual site you visited at Samhain. No one without black blood can access it, not the Dark Lord, not Dumbledore, not the Ministry. Harry maintained a neutral expression despite his surprise at her knowledge of his Samhain meeting with Bellatrix. The reference confirmed coordination between the Black sisters, though the extent and nature of that coordination remained unclear. And the Unbreakable Vow, he pressed. That I will not harm you, betray your location, or restrict your freedom to leave once the immediate crisis has passed. Narcissa replied promptly. In return, you vow not to attack me or my son, who will be present at the safe location. The terms were surprisingly reasonable, lacking the usual deceptive complexity Harry would have expected from a Slytherin negotiation. Either Narcissa was being uncharacteristically straightforward, or the deception lay somewhere beyond the specifics of the vow itself. Harry, you can't seriously be considering this, Tonks protested. She's married to Lucius Malfoy, who is currently participating in the Department of Mysteries operation, Narcissa confirmed without apparent concern. My actions tonight are my own, motivated by considerations he does not fully appreciate. Black family preservation, Harry surmised, recalling Bellatrix's similar invocations of blood loyalty. You're protecting the bloodline regardless of faction. Narcissa inclined her head slightly. A simplified assessment, but essentially accurate. Now, we have AP. Approximately 3 minutes before the patrol circuit brings Death Eaters to this position. Your decision. Harry exchanged glances with Tonks, whose expression reflected professional alarm warring with reluctant strategic assessment. We need options, he said quietly. And information about what's happening at the Ministry. Tonks hesitated, then nodded reluctantly. Conditional acceptance, she told Narcissa. I witness the vow. Then you provide shelter for Harry while I report to the order about the Ministry situation. Acceptable, Narcissa agreed, extending her hand toward Harry. Shall we proceed with the binding? The Unbreakable Vow ceremony was brief but intense, the magical flames wrapping around their joined hands as Tonks recited the terms and both parties agreed. Harry felt the magic sink into his skin, creating a subtle but persistent connection that would enforce the promises exchanged. When it was complete, Narcissa withdrew a small silver brooch shaped like a raven. His portkey will activate on the command, toujours pure. It will transport you directly to the safe location. I suggest Miss Tonks departs immediately to warn the Order about the true nature of the Ministry operation. Tonks still looked deeply uncomfortable with the arrangement but nodded tersely. I'll inform Dumbledore where you are as soon as possible. Don't trust anyone but direct Order members, even with the vow in place. She gripped Harry's shoulder briefly. Be careful. You too, Harry replied, genuinely concerned for her safety given the dangerous situation at the Ministry. Tell Sirius I'm all right. With a final warning glance at Narcissa, Tonks disillusioned herself again and slipped away into the shadows, presumably to find a safe apparition point beyond the Death Eater perimeter. She's quite competent for a half-blood, Narcissa observed once they were alone. Andromeda's influence, no doubt. She held out the raven brooch. Shall we? Harry accepted the portkey cautiously, still maintaining his mental shields and combat readiness despite the vow's protections. Toujours pure, he stated, pronouncing the Black family motto with precise intonation. The familiar hook behind naval sensation gripped him as the portkey activated, whisking him away from the darkened London street toward an uncertain sanctuary offered by the most unexpected of allies. The portkey depot sighted Harry in what appeared to be a formal drawing room, elegantly appointed with antique furniture and tasteful magical artifacts. Large windows revealed a moonlit vista of rolling hills and distant mountains, suggesting a remote location far from London. Narcissa arrived a moment later, materializing with significantly more grace than Harry had managed. Welcome to Corvus Hall, she said, gesturing to their surroundings. The Black family's hunting lodge in the Scottish Highlands. Few remember its existence. It was removed from family records during the Grindelwald conflict as a precautionary measure. Harry recognized the description with a jolt. This was the same property Bellatrix had brought him to for training several weeks earlier. The coincidence seemed unlikely, suggesting coordination between the sisters more extensive than he'd realized. Why here specifically? He asked, maintaining a careful neutral tone while scanning the room for potential threats or exits. Multiple layers of protection, Narcissa explained, moving to a sideboard where she poured herself a small glass of amber liquid. Blood wards that recognize you as family, geographical isolation, and magical concealment dating back centuries. Even those who know of its existence cannot locate it without specific guidance from a Black. Harry noted she had positioned herself carefully, close enough for conversation but maintaining sufficient distance for his comfort, a subtle acknowledgement of their complex relationship. And Draco is here. In the library, Narcissa confirmed. He's been preparing for your arrival since this afternoon. This was unexpected. You knew I'd accept your offer. A slight smile curved Narcissa's lips. I calculated a reasonable probability. You've developed a pragmatic streak recently, evidenced by your willingness to consider unconventional alliances when strategically advantageous. The assessment was uncomfortably accurate, reflecting Harry's evolution over recent months. Where once he might have rejected any association with the Malfoys on principle, his perspective had become more nuanced, particularly regarding the complex web of family connections and political alignments within pureblood society. Does Lucius know I'm here? Harry asked directly, considering it the most immediate security concern. No, Narcissa replied without hesitation. Lucius is fully committed to the Dark Lord's operation tonight. He believes Draco and I are at our summer home in France, safely distant from current events. Before Harry could formulate his next question, the doctor's room door opened to admit Draco Malfoy, whose expression upon seeing Harry reflected a complex mixture of discomfort, curiosity, and something approaching nervous determination. Potter, he acknowledged with a stiff nod. You actually came. Your mother can be persuasive, Harry replied dryly. An unbreakable vow tends to strengthen her arguments. A flash of surprise crossed Draco's features as he glanced at his mother. You used a vow. That wasn't part of the plan. Circumstances required adaptation, Narcissa said smoothly. The Order's security was compromised more extensively than anticipated, necessitating additional assurances to secure cooperation. The exchange confirmed Harry's suspicion that his presence at Corvus Hall was the result of careful planning rather than improvisation. Though apparently with some adjustments to the original scheme. The question remained whether this plan originated with Narcissa alone or represented a coordinated effort involving Bellatrix. I assume you have questions. Narcissa continued, addressing Harry directly. About tonight's events and why we've arranged this particular intervention. Several, Harry confirmed, maintaining his composure despite the surreal nature of the situation. Starting with how you knew about the Order's plan to evacuate me tonight. Narcissa gestured toward elegant chairs arranged near the fireplace. Perhaps we should discuss this comfortably. The night promises to be long, and there is much to explain. Harry hesitated briefly before taking a seat, positioning himself with clear sightlines to both the door and windows. Draco remained standing, leaning against a bookcase with studied casualness that didn't quite mask his tension. To answer your first question, Narcissa began, we receive intelligence about your planned evacuation through multiple channels. Some from within Hogwarts itself, some from family sources with insight into Order operations. Snape, Harry surmised for the first source. The second likely meant Bellatrix had somehow gleaned information despite claiming she would be unreachable during the operation. Professor Snape's loyalties are complex, Narcissa replied diplomatically. But in this instance, his information proved accurate, if incomplete. And the Death Eaters surrounding Grimmauld Place. That wasn't your doing. Not directly, she acknowledged. That operation was organized by Dolohov based on intelligence from within the Ministry. We merely anticipated it, creating an opportunity to intercept you before you encountered the full containment team. The explanation made tactical sense, though it left numerous questions about Narcissa's underlying motivations. So you extracted me from a trap. The question is why? What do the Malfoys gain by sheltering Harry Potter from both the Order and Voldemort? Draco flinched slightly at the casual use of the Dark Lord's name, but Narcissa remained impassive. The Malfoys gain nothing, she stated plainly. This is not a Malfoy initiative but a Black family matter. Mother means our primary consideration is blood preservation, Draco elaborated, his usual sneer absent as he addressed Harry with unexpected seriousness. The Black lineage is nearly extinct in its male line. With Sirius disowned and childless, you represent the last viable heir carrying the direct bloodline. This explicit acknowledgement of Harry's status within the Black family hierarchy represented a significant shift from previous interactions. Where once Draco had mocked Harry's parentage, he now recognized it is conferring legitimate status within pureblood society's complex hierarchies. So this is about preserving pureblood lineages, Harry concluded, unable to keep a hint of skepticism from his voice. Partially, Narcissa conceded. But there are more immediate practical considerations. Tonight's operation at the Department of Mysteries represents a turning point in the conflict, one with significant implications for all parties. Including consequences the Dark Lord himself hasn't fully anticipated, Draco added, exchanging a meaningful glance with his mother. Harry's interest sharpened. Meaning? Narcissa set her untouched drink aside, her expression growing more serious. The prophecy the Dark Lord seeks contains information that could fundamentally alter the direction of the conflict. Particularly the extended portion unknown to both Dumbledore and the Dark Lord. The reference to the extended prophecy, which Harry had assumed only Bellatrix knew about, confirmed coordination between the Black sisters. You know about that, he stated rather than asked. We are family, Narcissa replied simply. Certain knowledge remains within blood circles regardless of political alignments. My aunt shared the information when it became clear the Dark Lord was fixating on retrieving the prophecy record, Draco explained, his usual arrogance tempered by what appeared to be genuine concern. The implications were significant enough to warrant contingency planning. Which brings us to tonight's arrangement, Narcissa concluded. With both the Ministry and the Order compromised in different ways, your position became uniquely vulnerable. We determined an independent sanctuary was necessary until the immediate crisis resolves. The explanation was logical but raised additional questions about longer-term intentions. And after the crisis, what then? That depends largely on outcomes beyond our immediate control, Narcissa acknowledged. If the Dark Lord succeeds in eliminating key Order members while securing the prophecy, the conflict enters a new phase requiring different strategies. If he fails, the resulting instability within his organization creates both dangers and opportunities. Either way, Draco added, Maintaining your independence from both Dumbledore's management and the Dark Lord's reach preserves strategic flexibility. The assessment was surprisingly sophisticated, reflecting a political calculation that transcended simple Death Eater versus Order dichotomies. Harry found himself reluctantly impressed by the Malfoys' strategic thinking, even as He maintained healthy skepticism about their ultimate goals. You mentioned the prophecy as a secondary objective, Harry recalled. What's the primary goal of tonight's operation, if not retrieving the record? Eliminating opposition leadership under cover of legitimate law enforcement action, Narcissa replied promptly. With the minister under imperious control and the Auror office compromised, Order members responding to the Department of Mysteries can be legally classified as unauthorized intruders, subject to lethal force. A political masterstroke, if successful, Draco added with dispassionate analysis. The Dark Lord eliminates his most organized opposition while maintaining ministry legitimacy, positioning Death Eaters as defenders of governmental authority rather than terrorist insurgents. The cold calculation behind the strategy was chilling. And your family supports this approach? Harry challenged. Support is a complex concept during wartime, Narcissa replied carefully. The Malfoy family maintains its position through strategic flexibility and preservation of options. Lucius's active participation in tonight's operation reflects current necessity rather than absolute commitment. In other words, you're hedging your bets, Harry translated bluntly. A ghost of a smile touched Narcissa's lips. A crude but not entirely inaccurate assessment. Pureblood families have survived centuries of political upheaval by recognizing when to advance boldly and when to create alternative pathways. Before Harry could press further, a soft chime echoed through the room, apparently some form of magical alert. Narcissa rose immediately, her expression tensing. The outer wards have registered an arrival, she explained, moving toward the window. Someone with black blood has approached the property boundary. Quote, Sirius. Harry suggested hopefully, thinking his godfather might have somehow tracked him. Unlikely, Narcissa replied, drawing her wand. He would have no way to locate this property without specific guidance. She turned to Draco. Take Harry to the secure room. I'll investigate. Draco nodded, his earlier affected casualness vanishing as he straightened and gestured for Harry to follow. This way, Potter. Quickly. Despite his instinctive resistance to being directed by Malfoy, Harry recognized the tactical wisdom of relocating until the unknown visitor was identified. He followed Draco from the drawing room, down a corridor lined with ancestral portraits that watched their passage with aristocratic interest. The secure room is in the east wing, Draco explained as they walked briskly. Complete magical isolation. No signals in or out, additional blood wards, and emergency escape options if necessary. You've prepared thoroughly, Harry observed. Mother insisted. Draco replied with a hint of his usual superiority. Said we needed contingencies for every possible scenario once we committed to this course. The phrasing caught Harry's attention. This course being. Draco hesitated before responding, as if weighing how much to reveal. Limited independence, he said finally. Creating space for maneuvering regardless of tonight's outcome. The explanation was vague but suggested the Malfoys, or at least Narcissa, were positioning themselves for potential shifts in allegiance depending on developments in the wider conflict. It aligned with the strategic flexibility they'd referenced earlier but hinted at deeper planning than mere opportunism. They reached a heavy oak door reinforced with silver banding inscribed with runes. Draco placed his palm against the center panel, which glowed briefly in response to his blood connection before swinging open to reveal a comfortable study outfitted with practical amenities. Chairs, a small dining table laden with food, bookshelves, and what appeared to be communications equipment. Mother will send word once she's identified the visitor, Draco said, closing the door behind them. The locking mechanism engaged with a series of metallic clicks, suggesting multiple security measures activating. Harry surveyed the room carefully, noting both its comforts and its obvious defensive preparations. You expected to use this room tonight. We prepared it as a precaution, Draco corrected, though the distinction seemed semantic rather than substantive. He gestured toward the food. You should eat. It's been a long night already, and likely to get longer. Despite his wariness, Harry recognized the practical wisdom in maintaining his strength. He selected several items that say, EMED least susceptible to tampering. Fresh fruit, sealed packages, and took a seat at the table. Draco remained standing, his discomfort with their forced proximity evident in his stiff posture and occasional glances toward the door. "This is strange for you too," Harry observed, breaking the awkward silence. "Obviously," Draco replied with a flash of his usual disdain. "If someone had told me last year I'd be providing sanctuary to Harry Potter on my mother's instructions, I'd have questioned their sanity. And yet here we are," Harry noted. "Because of blood connections neither of us knew about until recently." Draco's expression shifted subtly, the contempt giving way to something more complex. "That's the thing about blood, Potter. It exists regardless of our awareness or wishes. The connections were always there, even when unknown." The philosophical observation seemed unusually thoughtful coming from Malfoy, suggesting developments in his thinking that paralleled Harry's own evolving perspective on magical heritage and family connections. "Your mother and Bellatrix," Harry said after a moment. "They've been coordinating more extensively than either let on." It wasn't quite a question, but Draco nodded anyway. Sisters maintain certain loyalties beyond political factions. Especially black sisters. A hint of something like pride colored his tone. "Family magic reinforces ch connections, makes them difficult to sever completely, even when apparent allegiances diverge." "And your father? Where does he fit in this family magic network?" Draco's expression cooled noticeably. "Father is committed to his chosen path. His marriage to mother connects him to the Black family network but doesn't grant him full access to its deeper resources or knowledge." The distinction suggested a hierarchy of magical connection that positioned blood relations above marital ones, another aspect of pureblood culture that conventional wizarding education tended to overlook or deliberately obscure. Before their conversation could continue, the door's locking mechanism began to disengage, indicating Narcissa's return. Both Harry and Draco tensed, hands moving toward their wands in case the news was unfavorable. Narcissa entered alone, her expression unreadable as she closed and secured the door behind her. "We have a complicated situation," she announced without preamble. "Bellatrix has arrived, injured but conscious. She brings news from the Department of Mysteries, and a warning." Harry straightened, surprise and wariness mingling with unwanted concern at the mention of injury. "What happened?" "The operation went poorly for both sides," Narcissa replied, her composure showing minute cracks that revealed underlying tension. "The order was more prepared than anticipated, thanks largely to your warning. Several Death Eaters were captured, including Lucius." This revelation clearly pained her, though she maintained her dignified bearing. Draco's reaction was more visible, a sharp intake of breath, followed by a tightening of his features into a mask of controlled distress. "And the prophecy?" Harry asked, processing the implications of Lucius's capture for the Malfoy family's position. "Destroyed in the confrontation," Narcissa confirmed. "Which creates a uniquely dangerous situation. The Dark Lord arrived personally but too late to secure his objective. His rage is significant." "Where is Bellatrix now?" Harry questioned, finding himself unexpectedly concerned about her well-being despite their complicated relationship. "In the Eastern Parlor, receiving medical attention," Narcissa replied. "She wishes to speak with you directly, says the information is too sensitive for relay." The request presented both opportunity and risk. Meeting with Bellatrix would provide direct intelligence about the Department of Mysteries confrontation, but it also meant revealing to her his willingness to cooperate with Narcissa's extraction plan, something he hadn't discussed through their journal communications. After brief consideration, Harry nodded. "I'll speak with her. But I want to know something first." He fixed Narcissa with a direct gaze. "Was this entire arrangement my extraction? This safe house her idea from the beginning?" Narcissa considered the question carefully before responding. "The concept originated with Bellatrix, yes. But the implementation was mine. With significant adjustments to her original proposal." A hint of something like professional pride colored her tone. "My sister tends toward more dramatic approaches. I favored subtlety and plausible contingencies." The confirmation aligned with Harry's suspicions while raising new questions about the extent of coordination between the sisters and their respective long-term objectives. If Bellatrix had orchestrated his extraction from both Order and Death Eater control, her game was more complex than previously indicated. "Let's go, then," Harry decided, rising from his chair. Quote, I'd like to hear directly what happened at the ministry. They proceeded through the house to the eastern parlor, a smaller, more intimate space than the formal drawing room, currently transformed into an impromptu medical facility. Bellatrix reclined on a chaise lounge, her right arm bandaged and signs of magical healing visible on her face and neck. Despite these injuries, her eyes remained alert and intense, focusing immediately on Harry as he entered. Nephew, she greeted, the familial term deliberate and pointed. I see Narcissa's extraction plan succeeded. A fortunate development, given tonight's complications. Aunt Bellatrix, Harry replied, matching her formal address. The exchange established a publicly acknowledged family connection while maintaining appropriate distance, a social choreography he'd grown increasingly adept at navigating through their journal communications. Leave us, Bellatrix instructed Narcissa and Draco. What I must discuss with Harry requires absolute privacy. Narcissa hesitated momentarily before nodding. Very well. The room is secure against surveillance. We'll ensure you're not disturbed. She guided a reluctant Draco from the parlor, closing the door firmly behind them. Once alone, Bellatrix's formal demeanor shifted subtly, her posture relaxing though her intense focus remained. You adapted well to changed circumstances, she observed. Accepting Narcissa's offer showed tactical flexibility. The alternatives seemed limited, Harry replied, taking a seat opposite her. What happened at the Department of Mysteries? Narcissa mentioned casualties on both sides. A strategic miscalculation, Bellatrix admitted with surprising frankness. The Dark Lord anticipated minimal resistance based on intelligence from Ministry sources. Our warning to Dumbledore altered that equation significantly. The order was prepared, Harry surmised. More than prepared. Positioned for ambush, Bellatrix confirmed. Moody, Shacklebolt, and Severa. Others had established defensive formations in the prophecy room itself. When our advance team entered, they were immediately engaged from multiple angles. The tactical description confirmed the effectiveness of Harry's warning while raising questions about his own role in the confrontation's outcome. He had essentially undermined an operation Bellatrix participated in, yet she seemed more analytical than angry about the result. Lucius was captured, he noted, watching for her reaction. A complex expression crossed Bellatrix's features, something between satisfaction and concern. Yes. Along with Dolohov, Rookwood, and several others. The Dark Lord arrived too late to prevent their capture but in time to witness the prophecy's destruction. Who destroyed it? Harry asked. Longbottom. Ironically enough. Bellatrix replied with a hint of reluctant admiration. The boy has developed unexpected backbone. In the confusion of combat, he managed to knock the prophecy sphere from a Death Eater's grasp. No one heard its contents before it shattered. The news about Neville's role generated a surge of pride in Harry. His quiet, determined friend had struck a significant blow without knowing the full significance of his action. And now Voldemort has failed to obtain the prophecy, lost several key followers, and revealed himself publicly, Harry summarized. A significant setback. More than setback. Transformation. Bellatrix corrected. The Ministry can no longer deny his return, not with dozens of witnesses to his appearance. The political landscape shifts completely, forcing all factions to recalibrate their positions. Her analytical assessment struck Harry as curiously detached for someone who had, until recently, been described as Voldemort's most fanatically loyal follower. Including your position? He asked directly. Bellatrix's expression grew more guarded. My circumstances are evolving. Tonight's events accelerated certain timelines while complicating others. She leaned forward slightly, wincing as the movement aggravated her injuries. Which brings me to the warning I came to deliver. Go on, Harry prompted when she paused. The Dark Lord knows about your parentage now. She said flatly. Not through my revelation, but through Severus Snape, who apparently deemed the information necessary leveraged during the aftermath of tonight's confrontation. The disclosure sent a chill through Harry. Snape's revelation of such sensitive information represented a significant shift in the potions master's approach, either a calculated betrayal or a disparate attempt at maintaining his cover within Voldemort's organization. How did Voldemort react? Harry asked, forcing himself to remain analytical rather than alarmed. With surprising restraint, Bellatrix replied, her tone indicating this was unexpected. Initial rage, Certainly, but followed by calculating reassessment. He sees new possibilities in the connection, ways to potentially exploit the Black bloodline and its magical heritage. To what end? Bellatrix's expression darkened. The destruction of the prophecy record has redirected his focus. If he cannot learn the full prophecy's contents, he will pursue alternative advantages, including potential access to your unique magical signature through our blood connection. The implication was disturbing. He wants to use you to get to me. Or use me to understand you. Bellatrix corrected. The Black family magic now manifesting in you represents both mystery and opportunity from his perspective. If he cannot eliminate you based on prophesied threat, perhaps he can co-opt or corrupt your emerging abilities. This assessment aligned with Voldemort's established pattern, adaptive strategy when initial plans failed, leveraging unexpected developments rather than merely reacting to them. It was what made him such a dangerous opponent despite his psychological instability. What does this mean practically? Harry asked. For you. For me. For me. Increased scrutiny and likely punishment for the perceived betrayal, regardless of how the information actually reached him, Bellatrix replied matter-of-factly. For you, new forms of targeting beyond simple elimination attempts. He will seek to understand the full implications of your Black heritage before determining final approach. And for us, Harry pressed, Delibera, emphasizing the connection between them. Our arrangement. Bellatrix studied him for a long moment before responding. Necessarily altered but potentially strengthened. The journal connection remains secure for now. But direct meetings become more dangerous. Your training must accelerate, particularly in areas of mental defense and magical signature concealment. Which you'll continue to facilitate, Harry surmised. Of course, she confirmed without hesitation. The fundamental equations haven't changed. The prophecy still binds our fates, regardless of whether the Dark Lord knows its extended content. The assertion carried conviction that seemed genuine, reinforcing Harry's evolving assessment of Bellatrix's complex motivations. Her loyalty to Voldemort had clearly eroded, replaced by some combination of pragmatic self-preservation, blood loyalty to the Black lineage, and apparent commitment to the prophecy's implications. There's something else troubling you, Harry observed, noting subtle tension indicators in her expression despite her controlled demeanor. Bellatrix's eyebrows rose slightly, a flicker of what might have been approval crossing her features. Your perceptiveness improves. Yes, there is an additional complication. Dumbledore was injured during tonight's confrontation, severely, according to my information. This was unexpected and concerning news. How severely? Details are unclear, but he engaged the Dark Lord directly, resulting in magical backlash that affected both participants. The Order evacuated him from the Ministry in critical condition. The implications of Dumbledore's incapacitation were profound, strategically, tactically, and personally. Whatever Harry's complicated feelings about the headmaster's management of information, Dumbledore remained the linchpin of organized resistance against Voldemort. This changes everything, he murmured, mind racing to assess ramifications. Indeed, Bellatrix agreed grimly. Without Dumbledore's leadership and magical power, the Order's effectiveness diminishes significantly. The Ministry, even freed from direct imperious control, remains institutionally unprepared for actual warfare, creating a power vacuum on both sides. Harry concluded. The Order weakened by Dumbledore's injury, the Death Eaters by the capture of key lieutenants. Precisely. And such vacuums inevitably draw new players and realignments. Bellatrix's gaze intensified. Which is why your position as an independent actor becomes increasingly critical. Neither fully aligned with the Order nor susceptible to the Dark Lord's influence. The assessment aligned with Narcissa's earlier emphasis on strategic flexibility, suggesting a coordinated Black family perspective transcending the sisters' apparent political divisions. It also echoed Harry's own evolving understanding of his unique position in the conflict, connected to multiple factions but not fully controlled by any. What do you suggest as immediate next steps? He asked, finding himself genuinely valuing her strategic perspective despite persistent reservations about her ultimate objectives. Remain here at Corvus Hall for at least 72 hours, Bellatrix advised. Allow the immediate chaos to stabilize into accessible patterns before determining optimal positioning. Use the time to continue your magical development. Narcissa can PR. Avid-specific training I've arranged in my absence. And you? Harry asked, noting the implication that she wouldn't remain at the safe house. I must return to the Dark Lord's side temporarily, she replied. Her expression revealing distaste but determination. Maintain the appearance of loyalty while gathering critical intelligence about his adjusted strategies. The risk is significant but necessary. The frank acknowledgement of her double game impressed Harry despite himself. Be careful, he found himself saying, the concern genuine if complicated by their unusual relationship. Something softened briefly in Bellatrix's expression. A momentary glimpse of the woman who had existed before Azkaban and fanatical loyalty had fractured her personality. Always, she assured him. Self-preservation is a Black family specialty. Along with adapting to changing circumstances. She rose somewhat stiffly from the chaise, her injuries clearly causing discomfort despite healing interventions. I must depart soon. The Dark Lord will expect my report, and prolonged unexplained absence would raise suspicions. Before you go, Harry said, making a spontaneous decision. There's something you should know. I performed memory resonance with the prophecy vial you gave me. Bellatrix's eyes widened slightly. That's advanced magic for your age and experience level. I've had good instruction, Harry replied. The implicit acknowledgement of her teaching drawing a fleeting smile. The resonance confirmed authenticity. The magical signature was genuine prophecy energy, not fabrication. You doubted my presentation? Bellatrix asked, though her tone suggested understanding rather than offense. I consider all sources critically, Harry replied diplomatically. But in this case, the verification confirms our shared foundation. The prophecy is real, and it specifically references our connection as necessary for Voldemort's ultimate defeat. Bellatrix nodded, satisfaction evident in her expression. Then we proceed as planned. Albeit with adjustments for tonight's developments. Continue your training. Maintain vigilance against both Order and Death Eater manipulation. And remember that balance, not light, not dark, but the integration of both, remains your unique advantage. The advice echoed their ongoing philosophical discussions about magical theory and practice, conversations that had gradually shifted Harry's perspective from conventional Hogwarts categorizations toward a more nuanced understanding of magical energies and their applications. As Bellatrix prepared to leave, Harry felt compelled to ask one final question. Why did you really orchestrate my extraction tonight? The timing seems too convenient given the Department of Mysteries operation. Bellatrix paused at the door, considering her response carefully. Because prophecies have momentum, Harry. Once set in motion, they create convergence points where multiple possibilities collapse into specific outcomes. 2. Night was such a point. A nexus where your position relative to all major players would be determined for the next phase of conflict. Her expression grew more intense. I simply ensured that position would be one of independence rather than captivity or manipulation. With that cryptic but revealing answer, she departed, leaving Harry to contemplate the rapidly evolving landscape of the wizarding conflict and his increasingly complex role within it. Narcissa returned shortly afterward, her composed demeanor restored though concern for her husband's capture clearly weighed on her. Bellatrix has departed, she informed him. What are your intentions now, Mr. Potter? Harry considered the question carefully, weighing multiple factors and contingencies. I'll accept your offer of sanctuary for now, he decided. At least until we have clearer information about developments at the Ministry and Dumbledore's condition. Narcissa nodded, apparently satisfied with this decision. A prudent approach. Draco and I will ensure your stay is both comfortable and secure. As she guided him toward guest quarters prepared for his arrival, Harry reflected on the extraordinary circumstances that had brought him to this moment. Sheltered in a Black family property, positioned between warring factions, developing magical abilities that transcended conventional categorizations. The path forward remained unclear, fraught with dangers from multiple directions. But for the first time, Harry felt he was navigating that path on his own terms rather than following coordinates established by others. Her Dumbledore's careful management or Voldemort's manipulative opposition. Whatever came next would be shaped by his choices, informed by multiple perspectives but ultimately determined by his own assessment and will. It was both terrifying and exhilarating, a responsibility he was increasingly prepared to bear. Chapter 4 End. Chapter 5. The Crucible. The ministry atrium stood silent, its polished floors reflecting emergency magical lights that cast long shadows across the once bustling space. Oars moved in coordinated patterns, securing areas and cataloging evidence while medical teams attended to the injured. Among them, Harry stood apart, observing, analyzing, his presence generating whispers and sideways glances from officials who hadn't expected Harry Potter to voluntarily enter the Ministry barely 2 weeks after the infamous Department of Mysteries battle. "This way, Mr. Potter," Kingsley Shacklebolt directed, his deep voice kept deliberately low. "The minister is waiting in the conference room." "Former minister," Harry corrected quietly. "Until the Wizengamot confirms otherwise." Kingsley's lips twitched in what might have been approval at the political precision. Indeed. Though with circumstances as they are, formalities retain significance. They proceeded toward the elevators, passing the damaged remains of the Fountain of Magical Brethren. The once grand centerpeak lay in ruins, a fitting metaphor for the wizarding world's fractured state in the wake of Voldemort's public return and the subsequent governmental collapse. 2 weeks. That's all it had taken for carefully maintained political structures to crumble once the truth could no longer be denied. Fudge's resignation had been inevitable after confirmation that he'd operated under the imperious curse for months. The subsequent power vacuum triggered a scramble for position that left the ministry functionally paralyzed at precisely the moment decisive leadership was most needed. Into this chaos, RRY had deliberately inserted himself, not as the boy who lived or Dumbledore's protege, but as an independent force with his own agenda and resources. The elevator doors closed with a gentle chime, N.D. Kingsley cast a privacy charm with a casual flick of his wand. "You understand this meeting carries significant risk," he stated without preamble. "For all participants," Harry agreed. "But necessary nonetheless. Scrimgeour is complex," Kingsley continued. "Career or politically astute, genuinely committed to security, but not above manipulation to achieve objectives." "I've read the dossier Sirius prepared," Harry replied. "Former head or considered ruthlessly effective but excessively pragmatic by certain order members. Likely next minister unless Madame Bones consolidates support." Kingsley's eyebrows rose slightly at Harry's informed assessment. "Your time away has been productive, I see." The understated observation referenced Harry's 3-week absence following the Department of Mysteries confrontation, a period during which the wizarding world had speculated wildly about his location and activities. Only the Order knew he'd spent the first days at Corvus Hall under Narcissa Malfoy's unexpected protection before transitioning to Grimmauld Place once security was re-established. Even the Order remained unaware of how that time had been utilized. Intensive magical training under Narcissa's surprisingly effective instruction, strategic planning with Sirius, and careful cultivation of intelligence sources spanning traditional boundaries between light and dark factions. "I've been catching up on developments," Harry replied neutrally as the elevator stopped at level 2. From multiple perspectives, they proceeded through the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, where activity appeared more organized than in the atrium, oars and administrative staff moving with purpose despite the underlying tension. Several nodded respectfully to Kingsley while EY-ing Harry with expressions ranging from curiosity to cautious hope. The conference room door was guarded by 2 senior Aurors who verified their identities before allowing entry. Inside, 3 figures awaited. Rufus Scrimgeour, the leonine former head Auror widely expected to become the next minister. Amelia Bones, director of magical law enforcement and his primary political rival. And surprisingly, Arthur Weasley, representing the Order in Dumbledore's continued absence. "Mr. Potter," Scrimgeour greeted, rising from his seat with deliberate formality. "Thank you for accepting our invitation. Your perspective on recent events is particularly valuable." "I'm here for clarity and coordination," Harry replied, taking the offered seat while maintaining direct eye contact. "Recent developments affect all of us, regardless of institutional affiliations." The careful phrasing established his position from the outset. Cooperative but independent, acknowledging shared interests without subordinating himself to ministry authority. It was a delicate balance that reflected hours of preparation with Sirius, whose understanding of political posturing had proven unexpectedly sophisticated. Indeed, Madame Bones agreed, her monocle catching the light as she studied Harry. Though I confess surprise at your willingness to enter the ministry so soon after the Department of Mysteries incident. The incident that confirmed Voldemort's return, exposed ministry infiltration, and revealed that the former minister operated under imperious influence for months. Harry asked with deliberate bluntness, ignoring the flinches at Voldemort's name. That seems precisely the situation requiring direct communication rather than continued isolation. Scrimgeour's lips tightened slightly at the pointed reference to ministry failures. But he nodded. Directness is appropriate given the circumstances. The wizarding world faces unprecedented challenges that demand coordinated response. Beginning with accurate information about what actually occurred, Harry suggested. The Prophet's reporting has been creative. Unavoidable given the security concerns, Scrimgeour replied. Certain details remain classified while investigations continue. Including Dumbledore's condition, Harry noted. The public deserves to know whether the Chief Warlock will recover. A moment of uncomfortable silence followed. Arthur Weasley cleared his throat. Albus is stable but remains in healing stasis. The magical injuries sustained during his confrontation with you-know-who were severe, particularly the curse damage to his right arm and associated magical pathways. This confirmed what Harry had already learned through his own sources, but hearing it officially acknowledged carried different weight. Dumbledore's incapacitation created a leadership vacuum precisely when unified direction was most needed, leaving both the Order and the wider resistance movement uncertain about command structures and strategic priorities. Which brings us to the purpose of this meeting, Madame Bones said, redirecting the conversation with practical efficiency. Coordination between ministry resources and affiliated groups becomes essential given current threats. The careful phrasing acknowledged the Order's existence without explicitly naming it, a necessary fiction given the organization's semi-legal status. Despite its proven accuracy regarding Voldemort's return. I'm not here as Dumbledore's representative, Harry stated plainly. My perspective and priorities remain independent, informed by but no subordinate to any single organization. Scrimgeour leaned forward slightly, his lion-like gaze intensifying. Yet you maintain connections to multiple relevant parties. The Order through family associations. Hogwarts through student status, and now potentially the Ministry through mutual interests. And other connections less officially recognized, Harry acknowledged, deliberately referencing his expanded network without providing specifics. All potentially valuable given the fragmenting landscape. The implicit reference to his Black family connections and the resources they provided wasn't lost on those present. The Prophet's speculative reporting about Harry's parentage had transformed from scandalous gossip to strategic analysis in the wake of the Department of Mysteries confrontation. Particularly after confirmed sightings of Bellatrix Lestrange fighting Death Eaters rather than alongside them during the battle's chaotic conclusion. Which brings us to our proposal, Scrimgeour continued. The Ministry requires visible unity during this transition. Your public support would provide significant reassurance to a frightened populace. And there it was. The anticipated request for Harry to become a ministry symbol. Lending his credibility to an institution that had spent the previous year attempting to discredit him. The proposal wasn't unexpected, but its directness suggested genuine urgency rather than mere political opportunism. Support for what specifically? Harry asked, maintaining neutral expression despite his internal skepticism. Policy positions, leadership candidates, security initiatives. A general endorsement of coordinated response, Scrimgeour clarified. Public appearances demonstrating confidence in reconstructed ministry operations, joint saging about resilience and preparedness. In exchange for, Harry prompted, knowing political transactions always involved reciprocity. Scrimgeour and Bones exchanged glances before the former continued. Enhanced information sharing regarding Death Eater activities and Voldemort's movements. Accelerated authorization for appropriate defensive training. And, he hesitated momentarily, limited operational autonomy for certain affiliated groups under ministry oversight. The last point represented a significant concession, essentially offering quasi-official status to the Order while maintaining plausible deniability. It reflected the Ministry's desperate need for experienced fighters and intelligence operatives in the face of Voldemort's growing forces. An interesting starting position, Harry acknowledged. Though implementation details would require careful consideration. This needn't be resolved immediately, Madame Bones interjected pragmatically. Today's meeting establishes communication channels and mutual recognition of shared interests. Harry nodded, appreciating her measured approach. Agreed. Though I should clarify my own priorities to ensure meaningful progress. He straightened slightly, addressing all present. First, transparent information sharing regarding Voldemort's activities and ministry countermeasures. Second, protection for vulnerable populations regardless of blood status or political affiliations. Third, pragmatic security cooperation without compromising operational independence. The framework emphasized protection and practicality while avoiding ideological commitments, a deliberately constructed middle position that reflected Harry's evolving understanding of effective influence in polarized environments. It was neither the ministry's institutional approach nor the Order's more idealistic stance, but a hybrid perspective drawing elements from multiple sources. Reasonable priorities, Scrimgeour acknowledged, though his expression Augusted he recognized the subtle limits being established. Which brings us to immediate concerns. Intelligence indicates Death Eater recruitment has accelerated dramatically following the Department of Mysteries confrontation. Not just recruitment, Kingsley added, speaking for the first time since entering the conference room. Operational patterns have shifted toward distributed cell structures rather than centralized command. Multiple simultaneous attacks designed to stretch response capabilities. Classic insurgency tactics, Harry observed. Creating the perception of omnipresent to undermine confidence in security institutions. The assessment drew surprised glances from several present, not the strategic insight itself, but hearing it articulated by someone they still men. Tally categorized as a student despite his unique experiences. Even Arthur Weasley looked momentarily taken aback before nodding agreement. Precisely, Scrimgeour confirmed, which necessitates corresponding adaptation in our response mechanisms. Conventional OR deployment proves increasingly insufficient against asymmetric threats. You're considering specialized units, Harry surmised. Smaller, more flexible teams with expanded tactical authorities. Under consideration, Madame Bones confirmed cautiously. Though legal frameworks require adjustment to support such initiatives while maintaining appropriate oversight. The conversation continued in this vein for nearly an hour. Detailed discussion of threat assessments, response capabilities, and coordination mechanisms. Harry participated actively but selectively, offering insights where valuable while carefully avoiding commitments that would limit his independent position. As the meeting concluded, Scrimgeour requested a brief private word, leading Harry to a smaller adjoining office while the others departed. I'm not Cornelius Fudge, the senior Orr stated once privacy charms were established. I don't underestimate your significance in current events, Mr. Potter. Nor do I harbor illusions about controlling your actions. Refreshingly direct, Harry acknowledged. Necessary pragmatism, Scrimgeour corrected. The wizarding world faces unprecedented fragmentation precisely when unity becomes essential for survival. Traditional factions, ministry, order, pureblood interests, prove increasingly inadequate frameworks for effective response. While new alignments emerge based on practical necessities rather than historical affiliations, Harry added, completing the assessment. Scrimgeour studied him with heightened interest. You understand the shifting landscape better than most. Unsurprising given your unique position relative to traditional boundaries. The oblique reference to Harry's complex heritage and connections confirms Scrimgeour's awareness extended beyond public information. Perspective often improves when viewing from multiple angles simultaneously, Harry replied neutrally. Indeed. Scrimgeour leaned against the desk, his formal demeanor relaxing slightly. Which brings me to my actual purpose. Beyond official ministry positions and political necessities, I believe we share mental priorities regarding Voldemort's defeat. Likely true, Harry agreed cautiously. Though approaches and acceptable methods may differ. Precisely my point, Scrimgeour said with unexpected intensity. Different approaches become necessary in different contexts. The ministry operates within public accountability frameworks that sometimes limit effective action. Other entities maintain greater operational flexibility. The implication was clear, Scrimgeour suggesting unofficial coordination where official channels proved inadequate. It represented a more sophisticated approach than Fudge's rigid institutionalism. Recognizing the practical necessities of asymmetric conflict. A perspective worth considering, Harry acknowledged without explicit commitment. particularly if communication remains clear regarding boundaries and expectations. Scrimgeour nodded, apparently satisfied with this measured response. I anticipated you might prove more pragmatic than Dumbledore in certain respects. His moral absolutism, while admirable in principle, occasionally constrains effective countermeasures. The criticism of Dumbledore, however mild, created an interesting inflection point. I end the conversation. An opportunity to either defend the headmaster's approach or signal subtle alignment with Scrimgeour's more flexible perspective. Different leaders optimize for different priorities, Harry replied diplomatically. Moral clarity versus tactical effectiveness represents one of many necessary balancing equations in complex conflicts. The non-committal response maintained his independent position while acknowledging the legitimate tension Scrimgeour identified. The former head Auror studied him with increased appreciation, recognizing the political sophistication underlying Harry's careful positioning. Well stated. Scrimgeour straightened, resuming his more formal demeanor. I look forward to continuing our dialogue as events progress, Mr. Potter. My office remains available should direct communication prove necessary. Likewise, Harry replied, matching the professional tone. Though I should note that owls to my primary residence remain subject to significant security screening given recent targeting attempts. Understandable precautions, Scrimgeour acknowledged. Alternative channels can be arranged through or Shacklebolt if required. With that practical arrangement established, they rejoined the others in the main corridor, where Arthur Weasley waited to escort Harry from the ministry. As they walked toward the designated departure point, Arthur maintained thoughtful silence until they reached relative privacy near the visitor's exit. You've changed, Harry, he observed quietly. More than just appearance or magical development. Circumstances demand adaptation, Harry replied. Though he softened his tone when addressing someone he genuinely respected and cared for. The luxury of simplicity disappeared when Voldemort returned. Arthur nodded sadly. True enough. Though I sometimes wonder if we sacrifice too much in necessary adjustments. He hesitated before adding, Molly worries about you. We all do, especially with your increased independence from both Hogwarts and the Order. The concern was genuine and touching, prompting Harry to respond with greater candor than he'd shown during the official meeting. I appreciate that, Mr. Weasley. Truly. But independence doesn't mean isolation or abandonment of relationships. It means establishing foundations that can withstand the pressures already building around us. And buildin' new relationships across traditional boundaries, Arthur noted perceptively. Including those many would consider problematic. The gentle reference to Harry's known communications with certain Black K family members demonstrated Arthur's awareness extended beyond official Order information channels. Complex times require comprehensive perspective, Harry acknowledged. Including voices traditionally excluded from resistance planning. Quote. Arthur sighed, a mixture of concern and reluctant understanding in his expression. Just remember that values matter alongside tactics, Harry. The means shape the ends in ways that often escape immediate notice. A balance I consider daily, Harry assured him with genuine appreciation for the paternal concern underlying the advice. And a perspective I value, particularly from those who've maintained their fundamental decency despite witnessing previous conflicts. The acknowledgement of Arthur's moral consistency seemed to reassure the older man somewhat. You're always welcome at the Burrow, he said as they reached the departure point. Regardless of evolving affiliations or strategic considerations. Some connections transcend politics. Thank you, Harry replied. Genuinely moved by the unconditional acceptance. I'll visit soon. Give everyone my best. With a final handshake, they parted, Arthur returning to his ministry duties while Harry A.C. evaded the specialized portkey Sirius had prepared for secure return to Grimmauld Place. He arrived in the entrance hall, where Sirius waited with characteristic impatience, immediately bombarding High M with questions about the ministry meeting. They proceeded to the library, now transformed into an impromptu strategic command center with maps, intelligence reports, and communication equipment arranged on expanded work surfaces. Scrimgeour wants public endorsement in exchange for operational latitude and enhanced information sharing, Harry summarized, accepting the butterbeer Sirius offered. Bones supports coordination but prioritizes legal frameworks. Both recognize conventional ministry structures prove inadequate against current threats. Predictable opening positions, Sirius assessed. Leaning against a table covered with annotated daily profit editions. The interesting part is Scrimgeour's private overture. That suggests genuine pragmatism rather than mere political calculation. Or sophisticated manipulation. Harry countered, maintaining analytical balance. Though I'm inclined toward cautious optimism regarding his practical priorities, if not his methods. Sirius nodded, his expression reflecting pride in Harry's measured assessment. The past weeks had transformed their relationship from godfather-godson toward something approaching equal partnership, a transition. Accelerated by shared strategic planning and Sirius's unexpected talents for intelligence analysis and network development. Speaking of methods, Sirius segued, your other communication channel activated while you were at the ministry. He nodded toward the secured drawer where Harry kept Bellatrix's journal. Nothing urgent, but requesting update following your governmental outreach. The Kazu. Al reference to Harry's communication with Bellatrix demonstrated how normalized the connection had become within their strategic planning, a remarkable evolution considering Sirius's historical antagonism toward his cousin. The shift hadn't come easily, involving heated arguments and deeply personal confrontations before reaching pragmatic accommodation based on shared priorities regarding Voldemort's defeat. I'll respond later, Harry decided. First, we should update our operational timeline based on today's intelligence. Scrimgeour confirmed accelerated Death Eater recruitment and distributed cell structure, which affects our protective deployment planning. They spent the next hour reviewing security arrangements for various vulnerable individuals and locations, particularly focusing on Hogwarts preparations for the upcoming term. With Dumbledore incapacitated, McGonagall's appointment as acting headmistress created both opportunities and challenges for castle defense enhancements. Their planning session was interrupted by the arrival of Remus Lupin, whose appearance had deteriorated noticeably since taking on expanded intelligence-gathering responsibilities following the Department of Mysteries battle. His clothes hung more loosely on his frame, and new gray streaked his hair, but his eyes remained sharp and focused. New intelligence from the werewolf communities, he announced without preamble. Greyback's recruiting has shifted focus from quantity to quality, targeting specific individuals with unique skills or positions rather than general population expansion. Strategic enhancement rather than numerical growth, Harry interpreted, immediately grasping the significance. Cultivating specialized assets for targeted operations. Precisely, Lupin confirmed, AC. Accepting the T Sirius pressed into his hands. Particularly individuals with access to secure locations, transportation networks, or communication systems. Infrastructure targeting, Sirius muttered. Consistent with disruption strategy rather than direct confrontation. The three continued analyzing implications, incorporating the new information into their evolving threat assessment matrix. His cooperative analytical process had become their standard approach, triangulating intelligence from diverse sources to identify patterns and vulnerabilities beyond those recognized by either the Ministry or the Order individually. Later that evening, after finalizing adjustment recommendations for various security protocols, Harry finally retired to his room to address the communication from Bellatrix. The Enchanted Journal remained one of his most valuable intelligence sources, providing insights into Death Eater operations and Voldemort's strategic thinking that even the Order's best informants couldn't access. Opening to the most recent entry, he found the now familiar elegant handwriting. Ministry overtures proceeded as anticipated. Scrimgeour seeks legitimacy through association while offering operational latitude. Similar approach attempted with other independent assets, including neutral pureblood factions previously aligned with Ministry establishment. Dark Lord aware of outreach efforts. Currently focused on undermining rather than direct confrontation. Infiltration continues through mid-level functionaries rather than leadership targeting. Your public positioning requires calibration. Sufficient engagement to maintain information access without compromising independent operations. Limited symbolic cooperation while maintaining substantive separation. Personal meeting advisable when practical. Training progression requires direct assessment, particularly regarding soul fragment containment preparations. Asterisk. The last line referenced their ongoing research into method S for removing Voldemort's soul fragment from Harry without destroying him in the process. Progress had been promising but complex, involving obscure magical theories and experimental techniques drawn from multiple traditions typically considered incompatible. Harry considered his response carefully before writing. Ministry assessment accurate. Maintaining strategic ambiguity while establishing direct communication channels with key decision makers. Information flow remains primary objective rather than institutional alignment. Order reorganization continues in Dumbledore's absence. Operation. AL authority increasingly distributed rather than centralized, creating both vulnerabilities and opportunities. McGonagall's elevation shifts Hogwarts' defensive posture toward more aggressive countermeasures. Our independent network expands through carefully vetted connections across traditional boundaries. Emphasis on practical capabilities rather than ideological alignment. Sirius's contribution. Particularly valuable regarding intelligence analysis and secure communication methods. Meeting possible within next fortnight if appropriate security measures established. Current location remains secure but monitored by multiple interested parties. Alternative venue preferable. Asterisk. Harry paused, considering whether to include details about his personal magical development before deciding transparency served their shared objectives. Soul fragment containment research progressing steadily. Isolation technique from Morgana's text shows promise when combined with modified Black family binding methods. Practical implementation requires energy management solutions not yet fully developed. Direct instruction regarding final calibration would be valuable when security permits. After reviewing his response for any unintended vulnerabilities, Harry allowed the journal to absorb his message, watching as the ink faded from view. The communication represented one of many he maintained across traditionally opposed factions, a network of information sources and potential allies united primarily by practical opposition to Voldemort rather than ideological alignment. This pragmatic approach had RGED gradually during the weeks following the Department of Mysteries battle, as Harry integrated lessons from multiple mentors into a cohesive strategic framework. From Sirius, he learned flexible tactical thinking and institutional skepticism. From Bellatrix, magical theory that transcended conventional categorizations. From Narcissa during his brief stay at Corvus Hall, political nuance and faction management. The resulting perspective differed markedly from both Dumbledore's principled idealism and Voldemort's domination-focused approach, a third path emphasizing practical effectiveness, tactical flexibility, and alliance building across traditional boundaries. It wasn't perfect, containing inherent tensions and ethical complexities that required constant reassessment, but it offered able responses to immediate threats while building toward longer-term objectives. As Harry secured the journal and prepared for sleep, his thoughts turned toward the upcoming term at Hogwarts. With Dumbledore incapacitated and McGonagall serving as acting headmistress, the school's traditional power structures were shifting dramatically. The resulting flux created both challenges and opportunities. For the student resistance organization he'd established, now expanded well beyond its original DA framework into something more comprehensive and strategically aligned. Tomorrow would bring a planning session with core members, Ron, Hermione, Neville, Luna, and surprisingly, Draco Malfoy, whose position had evolved considerably following his father's capture and his mother's independent positioning. The dynamics promised to be complex but productive, balancing diverse perspectives while maintaining unified purpose. Such was the new reality, building functional cooperation from traditionally opposed elements. Finding practical common ground amid ideological differences, and maintaining forward momentum despite the fractured landscape of wizarding society. It wasn't the path Harry had expected when he first learned of his wizarding heritage, nor even what he'd anticipated when Voldemort returned. But it was the path circumstances demanded and, increasingly, one he found himself uniquely equipped to navigate. The room of requirement manifested exactly as Harry had specified. A practical meeting space with a circular table surrounded by 7 chairs, walls lined with maps and reference materials. And enhanced privacy measures beyond its standard concealment capabilities. He arrived early, using the extra time to arrange reference materials and review key discussion points for the upcoming strategy session. Ron and Hermione arrived together, their expressions reflecting a mixture of anticipation and concern. Their relationship with Harry had evolved considerably over recent months. Still founded on genuine friendship but increasingly incorporating professional respect for their complementary capabilities within the Resistance network. Security protocols active? Hermione asked immediately. Ever practical regarding operational precautions? Harry nodded. Triple layered as requested. Detection wards, misdirection charms, and emergency evacuation triggers if compromised. Brilliant. Ron approved. Examining the tactical maps displayed on one wall. These are updated with the latest Ministry patrol routes. As of yesterday, Harry confirmed. Though implementation remains inconsistent given current staffing limitations. Neville and Luna arrived next, entering together with the comfortable familiarity they developed while coordinating Hogwarts resistance activities during Harry's absence. Neville had changed dramatically in recent months. His posture straighter, his movements more confident, his magical capabilities expanding at remarkable rates. Luna remained outwardly eccentric but demonstrated increasing strategic insight beneath her dreamy exterior. The Raxperts have been unusually active near the Slytherin dormitories, she announced without preamble. Clustering patterns suggest monitoring charms rather than standard infestations. Harry nodded, having learned to interpret Luna's unique communications methodology. Worth investigating. Potentee. Al connection to Umbridge's remaining surveillance network despite her removal. I'll check it tonight, Neville volunteered. The Mandrake detection spell should reveal any active monitoring without triggering alerting functions. The casual competence of their exchange demonstrated how far their operational capabilities had developed, practical problem solving replacing the hesitation and uncertainty that characterized earlier resistance efforts. Draco's arrival shifted the room's energy subtly, not hostile but more reserved, professional boundaries maintained despite growing practical cooperation. He nodded acknowledgement to those present while maintaining appropriate distance, the complex politics of his position reflected in his carefully neutral expression. Potter. He greeted simply. Mother sends regards. Appreciated. Harry replied with equal economy of expression. Her advice regarding the Wizengamot restructuring proved valuable. The brief exchange established their working relationship's parameters, courteous, professionally focused, and centered on practical cooperation rather than personal connection. It represented remarkable evolution from their previous animosity. Though genuine friendship remained unlikely given their complicated history and divergent social contexts. The final arrival completed their core strategic group, Susan Bones, whose unique position as Madame Bones's niece provided invaluable insights into ministry operations while her Hufflepuff connections expanded their support network beyond the original Gryffindor-heavy composition. Sorry I'm late, she apologized briskly. Aunt Amelia's security briefing ran long. Significant developments regarding Death Eater movements in Northern Territories. We'll incorporate that information, Harry assured her. Gesturing toward the open chair. Let's begin with status updates from each operational area, then address emerging threats and resource allocation. The meeting format reflected their evolving organizational structure, systematic, comprehensive, and professionally focused rather than the informal approach that characterized earlier DA gatherings. Each participant reported on their area of responsibility, providing concise assessments of current status and emerging concerns without unnecessary elaboration. Ron covered tactical planning and defensive preparations, his natural strategic thinking enhanced by intensive study of historical magical conflicts. Hermione managed research initiatives and magical development programs, coordinating specialized study groups focused on practical combat applications. Neville outlined Hogwarts' internal security measures and recruitment progress across houses, while Luna provided intelligence analysis with particular emphasis on pattern recognition and predictive modeling. Susan summarized ministry developments and potential resources, highlighting opportunities for appropriate cooperation without institutional entanglement. Draco reluctantly but effectively shared insights into pureblood society dynamics, identifying potential allies and vulnerabilities within traditionally neutral or opposition-aligned families. Throughout their reports, Harry maintained comprehensive awareness, identifying connections between seemingly disparate elements and guiding discussion toward practical integration rather than siloed thinking. The leadership approach differed markedly from his earlier, more intuitive style, structured, analytical, and deliberately inclusive while maintaining clear direction. The fundamental security challenge remains coordination between Hogwarts' internal defenses and external support mechanisms, he summarized as their individual reports concluded. With Dumbledore incapacitated and McGonagall balancing multiple critical roles, conventional protection hierarchies no longer provide adequate coverage. The castle wards remain formidable, Hermione noted. but their effectiveness depends partly on active management by the headmaster, a function McGonagall can fulfill but not while simultaneously managing administrative responsibilities and order coordination. Which creates vulnerability windows during peak demand periods, Ron added, highlighting specific sections of the tactical map. Particularly during Hogsmeade weekends or Quidditch matches when student populations disperse beyond core defensive perimeters. We've identified 3 potential approaches to address these gaps, Harry continued, outlining options they'd developed through previous analysis sessions. Each with distinct advantages and limitations requiring careful assessment. The subsequent discussion demonstrated remarkable maturity and practical focus, weighing security requirements against available resources, considering implementation challenges alongside theoretical effectiveness, and prioritizing defensible positions rather than comprehensive coverage given inevitable constraints. When they reached the particularly sensitive topic of communications security, Harry activated additional privacy measures before addressing Draco directly. Your mother's information regarding ministry monitoring capabilities proved accurate. Have you confirmed the family channel remains secure for emergency coordination? Draco nodded, maintaining professional demeanor despite the personal connection. Verified through independent testing. Black family communication methods remain undetectable to conventional monitoring systems, and the distributed relay approach prevents centralized interception. The reference to Black Family magic represented another evolution in their operational approach, pragmatic utilization of traditionally dark methodologies where their effectiveness served protective rather than harmful purposes. This judicious integration of diverse magical traditions characterized Harry's developing approach, emphasizing practical results over rigid categorization. As their strategic planning concluded, Harry addressed a final, particularly sensitive topic. Recent intelligence confirms Voldemort's interest in specialized strike capabilities targeting key resistance figures rather than general population terror tactics. This represents significant escalation in threat profiles for each of us and our immediate associates. The sobering assessment drew appropriately serious attention. Are we talking about dedicated assassination teams? Ron asked bluntly. More sophisticated than previous approaches, Harry confirmed. Specialized units with specific targeting packages rather than opportunistic attacks. Intelligence suggests recruitment from international mercenary communities rather than ideological adherents. Professional rather than fanatical, Draco interpreted with grim understanding. More predictable but potentially more effective. Precisely, Harry agreed. Which necessitates corresponding enhancement of our personal security protocols. Hermione has developed specialized protection packages tailored to each of our specific vulnerability profiles. Hermione distributed sealed parchments containing individualized security recommendations, customized defensive enchantments, movement protocols, and emergency response procedures based on thorough threat analysis for each core team member. These incorporate both conventional protections and alternative approaches, she explained carefully. Acknowledging the deliberately ambiguous categorization of certain recommended techniques. Effectiveness prioritized over traditional classification concerns given current threat levels. The unspoken understanding permeated the room. Their resistance methods increasingly incorporated elements from multiple magical traditions, including those conventionally labeled dark, when necessary for survival. This pragmatic integration reflected their evolving perspective on magical theory and practice, focusing on intent and outcome rather than rigid categorical limitations. As the meeting concluded, Harry asked Susan and Draco to depart first, maintaining appropriate intervals before the others followed, standard security practice to avoid establishing recognizable group movement patterns. Ron, Hermione, and Neville remained behind briefly for a final private discussion. The Horcrux research, Hermione asked quietly once enhanced privacy measures were re-established. Promising developments, Harry confirmed. The combined approach using modified containment principles from multiple traditions shows potential for isolating soul fragments without destroying host vessels. You mean without killing you? Ron translated bluntly, his expression reflecting the personal stakes beyond clinical terminology. Essentially, Harry acknowledged, though the experimental natu means significant uncertainty remains regarding practical implementation. Neville's expression grew troubled. The magical energy requirements seem prohibitive based on our last modeling session. The containment field alone would require power equivalent to several fully trained wizards working in perfect synchronization. Which is why we're exploring alternative approaches, Harry explained. Including certain family-specific methodologies with more efficient energy utilization. The careful phrasing acknowledged his increasing incorporation of Black family magical techniques, an evolu. Tion his closest friends had observed with mixture of concern and reluctant acceptance given the practical necessities driving such exploration. Just be careful with those methodologies, Hermione cautioned. Her expression reflecting genuine concern rather than judgment. The Black family magic traditionally emphasizes effectiveness over practitioner safety. Historical accounts suggest significant blowback risks during complex workings. I'm maintaining appropriate precautions, Harry assured her, appreciating her concern while gently establishing boundaries around his magical development choices. And consulting multiple perspectives rather than relying on single traditions. The exchange represented their new equilibrium, genuine friendship and concern balanced with respect for increasing independence and divergent approaches to magical theory and practice. They had grown beyond simple agreement toward mature accommodation of substantive differences within overarching shared purpose. After his friends departed, Harry remained briefly in the room of requirement, using the solitude for centered reflection before his next appointment. The complex demands of his current position required careful energy management and deliberate transitioning between different operational contexts. The room shifted subtly around him, responding to his unspoken need for momentary sanctuary. The Ceatical maps and reference materials receded, replaced by comfortable simplicity conducive to meditation and magical centering. Harry settled into the offered space, implementing the mental organizatio techniques he'd been refining through consistent practice. His consciousness expanded into the now familiar mental architecture, no longer the rigid compartmentalization of early occlumency training but an integrated, fluid structure allowing simultaneous awareness of multiple dimensions without fragmentation or confusion. Information, emotions, and magical awareness coexisted in balanced relationship. Neither suppressed nor dominating but appropriately contextualized within his expanded perception. From this centered state, Harry systematically reviewed the day's developments, identifying patterns and implications beyond those discussed in formal settings. Certain elements warranted further investigation. Subtle tensions in Draco's reporting suggesting information withheld, promising connections between Hermione's research findings and Bellatrix's theoretical framework regarding soul magic, potential vulnerabilities in McGonagall's administrative transition affecting Hogwarts' security architecture. He made mental notes for follow-up while maintaining the broader perspective essential for effective leadership in complex environments. The practice had become central to his daily routine, regular mental integration preventing the fragmentation that might otherwise result from maintaining multiple operational identities across traditionally opposed communities. As he prepared to conclude this centering practice, Harry sensed a subtle shift in the room's protective enchantments, not a breach but a notification of arrival at the designated meeting point outside. The specialized detection ward he'd established confirmed the visitor's identity through magical signature recognition rather than conventional identification methods. Rising from his meditation posture, Harry reconfigured the room for its next purpose, a secure meeting space designed for private magical instruction rather than group strategy development. The circular table transformed into a practical training area with appropriate protective boundaries. Reference materials specific to advanced magical theory replacing tactical maps, and enhanced privacy measures activating automatically. When preparation was complete, Harry opened the concealed entrance, admitting Professor McGonagall to the transformed space. The acting headmistress entered with characteristic brisk efficiency, her expression revealing momentary surprise at the room's sophisticated configuration before resuming professional composure. Impressive security measures, Mr. Potter, she observed, testing the magical boundaries with practiced assessment. Several layers beyond standard Hogwarts concealment protocols, if I'm not mistaken. Necessary adaptations given current circumstances, Harry replied, gesturing toward the prepared seating area. Thank you for accommodating this irregular meeting request, Professor. I appreciate the demands on your schedule during this transition period. McGonagall settled into the offered chair, maintaining her characteristic perfect posture despite evident fatigue in the fine lines around her eyes. Your message indicated matters of significant security concern requiring direct discussion. Given your recent activities and connections, such requests warrant priority attention. The careful phrasing acknowledged her awareness of Harry's expanded operational network without directly referencing specific elements that might create institutional complications for her position as acting headmistress. This delicate balance, formal acknowledgement without explicit endorsement, characterized T.'s evolving professional relationship in the wake of Dumbledore's incapacitation. Several interconnected matters require coordination, Harry confirmed, taking his own seat. Beginning with Hogwarts' defensive preparations for the upcoming term in light of recent intelligence regarding targeting priorities. He outlined the information about specialized strike teams being developed within Voldemort's forces, emphasizing the shift toward precision targeting rather than general terror operations. McGonagall listened with grave attention, her analytical mind visibly processing tactical implications beyond those explicitly stated. This aligns with certain intelligence received through order channels, she confirmed when he finished. Though your assessment includes several elements previously unidentified, particularly regarding international recruitment efforts. Different information sources provide complementary perspectives, Harry noted diplomatically, neither confirming nor denying the specific channels through which he'd obtained the additional intelligence. McGonagall's lips pressed into a thin line, but she nodded acknowledgement of the careful boundary maintenance. Indeed. Which brings us to the question of appropriate coordination between different security interests during the coming term. Precisely, Harry agreed. With conventional hierarchies disrupted by recent events, traditional protection frameworks require reconsideration to address emerging vulnerabilities. They proceeded to discuss specific security enhancements for the castle and grounds, blanking immediate tactical necessities against longer-term strategic considerations. McGonagall provided valuable insights regarding the ancient magical protections integrated into Hogwarts architecture, while Harry contributed practical assessment of current threat methodologies based on his diverse intelligence sources. The resulting recommendations represented genuine synthesis rather than mere promise. McGonagall's institutional knowledge and magical expertise complementing Harry's tactical awareness and operational perspective to create more comprehensive protection than either could have developed independently. As their security discussion concluded, Harry transitioned to the second purpose for their meeting. There's an additional matter requiring your specialized expertise, Professor. A theoretical question regarding transfiguration principles as applied to magical containment scenarios. McGonagall's eyebrows rose slightly at the apparent subject change. A rather specific academic interest given current circumstances. With practical applications regarding certain containment challenges, Harry explained carefully. Particularly concerning separated magical essences requiring isolation without destruction of their temporary vessels. Understanding dawned in McGonagall's expression as she recognized the oblique reference to his Horcrux situation. I see, she said quietly. A matter Albus discussed with me before his current condition. Though I confess his explanations emphasize the problem rather than potential solutions. Recent research suggests promising approaches, Harry continued. Relieved to bypass extensive background explanation. Particularly at the intersection of transfiguration theory and certain containment methodologies from alternative magical traditions. He proceeded to outline the theoretical framework he'd been developing through integration of multiple approaches. Hermione's research into conventional containment spells, Bellatrix's insights regarding soul magic from Black family traditions, and his own experimental modifications based on practical testing of component elements. McGonagall listened with increasing interest, her academic mind engaging with the theoretical challenge despite its unusual context. The fundamental principle appears sound, she acknowledged when he finished. Magical essence transference through controlled transfiguration boundaries rather than conventional extraction methodologies. The critical limitation remains energy management during the transition phase, Harry explained, indicating the specific calculations he'd prepared. Conventional approaches require prohibitive power levels to maintain stability while the essence transfers between vessels. McGonagall studied the calculations with professional intensity before identifying a specific theoretical adjustment. The Gamp-Rickshoff principle regarding essential transmutation might provide an alternative framework. Rather than Maintaining separate containment fields throughout the process, establish resonant harmonic alignment between origin and destination vessels to create natural transference pathways. The suggestion represented a sophisticated application of advanced transfiguration theory rarely discussed outside master-level academic circles. Harry immediately recognized its potential value, mentally integrating IT with complementary elements from other traditions he'd been exploring. That would significantly reduce energy requirements during the critical phase, he realized, quickly modifying the relevant calculations. And potentially allow more precise control over which essence components transfer, enabling selective extraction rather than complete removal. Precisely, McGonagall confirmed. Though, implementing such refined control would require exceptional precision in the initial harmonic establishment. A single miscalibration could result in incomplete transference or unintended fragment dispersion. They spent the next hour exploring theoretical refinements to the approach, McGonagall contributing sophisticated transfiguration principles while Harry integrated these with complementary elements from his broader research. The resulting framework represented significant advancement beyond his previous understanding, particularly regarding the critical transition phase between identification and extraction of the soul fragment. This approach warrants serious consideration, Mr. Potter, McGonagall concluded as their theoretical discussion reached natural pause. Though I must emphasize the experimental nature of such application. No documented precedent exists for this specific implementation of transfiguration principles. Understood, Harry acknowledged. The unique circumstances necessitate innovative approaches despite accompanying uncertainties. McGonagall studied him for a long moment, professional assessment giving way to something more personal, genuine concern beneath her typically reserved exterior. You've changed considerably, Harry. Not merely in magical capability or strategic thinking, though both have developed remarkably. Something more fundamental in your approach to challenges and opportunities alike. The observation, delivered with unexpected directness and using his first name rather than formal address, prompted equally genuine response. Niece's Sari adaptation to changing circumstances, Professor. Conventional frameworks proved increasingly inadequate as traditional boundaries blurred. Indeed, McGonagall agreed softly. Though adaptation carries its own risks when proceeding without established guidance, particularly when integrating methodologies from traditions with complex historical applications. The gentle warning acknowledged her awareness of his exploration beyond conventional magical boundaries without explicit condemnation. It represented remarkable evolution in their relationship, moving from teacher-student hierarchy toward something approaching collegial concern between differing but mutually respectful perspectives. I maintain careful assessment of both methods and motivations, Harry assured her. Effective NSS balanced with ethical consideration rather than rigid categorical limitations. A challenging balance to maintain consistently, McGonagall noted. Particularly when immediate pressures favor expediency over principle. Which is why diverse perspective remains essential, Harry acknowledged. Different viewpoints providing necessary counterbalance against potential blind spots or unconscious drift. McGonagall nodded, apparently satisfied with this recognition of ongoing vigilance requirements. Very well. I shall provide additional reference materials regarding the Gamp-Rickshoff applications we discussed. And I would appreciate continued updates regarding your security assessments as term approaches. Of course, Harry agreed, rising as she prepared to depart. Thank you for your insights, Professor. Both practical and theoretical. My door remains open should you require additional consultation, McGonagall assured him, her formal demeanor returning as she prepared to resume her official role. Though I would appreciate continued discretion regarding certain aspects of our discussion. The caveat acknowledged the political complexities of her position as acting headmistress. Officially representing institutional perspectives while maintaining practical flexibility regarding unconventional approaches necessitated by current circumstances. After McGonagall's departure, Harry remained in the room of requirement, documenting the theoretical advancements from their discussion before the insights could fade. The transfiguration principles she'd contributed represented significant enhancement to his existing framework, potentially addressing critical limitations in the soul fragment extraction methodology he'd been developing. He worked late into the evening, integrating the new theoretical elements with existing components from multiple traditions, conventional containment spells, black family soul magic techniques, and his own experimental modifications based on practical testing. The resulting framework still required significant refinement, but the fundamental approach showed increasing promise for addressing his unique situation without requiring his death, as Dumbledore had initially believed necessary. When he finally returned to Gryffindor Tower well past midnight, Harry found Ron waiting in the otherwise empty common room, a wizard chess set arranged before him though no opponent was present. Productive session with McGonagall? Ron asked casually, though his expression revealed genuine concern beneath the relaxed demeanor. Very, Harry confirmed, dropping into the chair opposite his friend. Her transfiguration expertise provided valuable perspective on the extraction methodology. Potentially significant breakthrough regarding energy management during the transition phase. Ron nodded, absorbing this information without requesting technical details beyond his immediate interest. Their friendship had evolved to include comfortable recognition of different specializations, Ron's tactical and strategic thinking complementing Harry's magical development and network management without either feeling diminished by the other's contributions. Good news, then, Ron acknowledged. Though Hermione's still worried about the black family elements you're incorporating. Says historical accounts mention significant practitioner impacts even when successfully implemented. The observation was delivered without judgment, simple information sharing rather than attempting to direct Harry's decisions. It represented their new equilibrium, genuine care and concern expressed through information provision rather than directive guidance. Valid concerns, Harry acknowledged. Though the specific techniques I'm adapting focus on essence manipulati. On rather than traditional black family combat applications. Different purpose, different implementation parameters, different risk profile. Makes sense, Ron replied, apparently satisfied with this explanation. Just figured you'd want to know her specific concerns rather than general unease. Helps address the actual issues rather than assumed ones. The practical approach demonstrated Ron's owing emotional intelligence alongside his tactical development, identifying specific concerns rather than engaging with vague apprehensions, facilitating concrete discussion rather than abstract worry. Appreciated, Harry said sincerely. Specific feedback enables targeted reassurance rather than general defensive responses. Ron nodded, then gestured toward the chessboard. Fancy a game? Might help clear your head after all the theoretical complexity. The simple offer represented something essential their friendship maintained despite evolving contexts, basic human connection beyond straight GIC considerations or resistance operations. Harry found himself genuinely grateful for this grounding element amid increasingly complex responsibilities. Perfect, he agreed, moving upon to open the game. Though I should warn you, Sirius has been teaching me some unconventional opening strategies. Bring it on, Ron challenged with a competitive grin. Some approaches remain effective regardless of innovative variations. As they played, conversation flowed naturally between casual topics and more substantive matters. Updates on Weasley family members, assessment of new DA recruits, progress, and occasional strategic considerations regarding upcoming term preparations. The integrated discussion reflected their matured friendship, serious matters and personal connection coexisting naturally rather than requiring artificial separation. When Harry finally retired to his dormitory bed hours later, having lost 2 games and narrowly won a third, he felt more centered than after formal meditation practice. The simple human connection provided essential balance to the increasingly complex magical and strategic considerations dominating his daily activities. As sleep approached, Harry reflected on McGonagall's observation about his fundamental changes beyond specific skill development. The transformation wasn't merely adaptation to external circumstances but integration of diverse influences into coherent personal perspective. Sirius's institutional skepticism, Hermione's rigorous analysis, Ron's practical strategy, Bellatrix's magical theory, McGonagall's disciplined expertise, and numerous other contributions forming a synthesis distinct from any single source. The result wasn't perfect, containing internal tensions, unresolved questions, and ongoing challenges requiring constant reassessment. But it provided functional framework for navigating the increasingly complex landscape while maintaining core values despite methodological evolution. In that space between wakefulness and sleep, Harry acknowledged both the progress made and the journey remaining, practical advancements toward addressing immediate threats balanced with awareness of deeper questions still requiring resolution. It wasn't complete or perfect, but it was genuine development rather than mere reaction to external pressure. With that balanced perspective, he finally surrendered to sleep, magical and mental defenses, maintaining vigilance even as consciousness receded into necessary rest. The ancient stone circle stood silent under twilight skies, ancient runes etched into monolithic surfaces LSING with subtle magical energy in response to the ritual preparations. 7 precisely placed silver bowls contained different magical catalysts, elements, essences, and materials selected for specific resonant properties rather than conventional potion ingredients. Harry stood at the circle's center, completing the final calibrations while Bellatrix verified boundary stability at the perimeter. Their coordinated movements reflected months of preparation and practice, efficient, precise, and deliberately synchronized to establish optimal magical resonance before the main working began. Eastern boundary stabilized, Bellatrix reported, her voice professionally focused rather than displaying her usual intensity. Resonance patterns maintaining expected oscillation frequency with minimal variance. Confirmed, Harry acknowledged, adjusting the central containment diagram to compensate for minor environmental variations. Core matrix calibrated to compensate for atmospheric pressure differentials. Ready for preliminary activation sequence. The formal, technical communication established appropriate ritual mindset, focused concentration on practical implementation rather than emotional or personal considerations that might disrupt the delicate magical balances being established. It represented significant evolution in their working relationship, professional collaboration centered on shared objectives rather than complicated personal dynamics. Sirius monitored from just outside the circle's boundary, maintaining independent observation while respecting the working's integrity. His presence represented both practical security precaution and symbolic bridge between traditionally opposed magical perspectives, former Gryffindor rebel cooperating with Slytherin adherents of NT family traditions to implement innovative magical synthesis. Preliminary diagnostic confirms viable integration parameters, he reported, reviewing the specialized monitoring equipment they developed for this specific application. Magical signature differentiation remains within acceptable tolerance range. The assessment confirmed the working's foundation remained sound despite the experimental nature of their approach. After months of theoretical development, component testing, and scaled implementation trials, they had finally reached the stage of full implementation, attempting to extract Voldemort's soul fragment from Harry without destroying him in the process. The methodology synthesized diverse magical traditions into innovative whole, conventional containment spells providing stable foundation. McGonagall's transfiguration principles enabling precise essence transference, Black family soul magic facilitating specific fragment identification, and Harry's natural magical affinity maintaining integration throughout the process. Proceeding to primary activation, Bellatrix announced, moving to her designated position opposite Harry within the circle. Harmonic resonance establishment in 3, 2, 1. Quote. She began the ancient incantation. Words in language predating modern magical categorization, neither Latin-derived nor Celtic-based but something older and more primal. The sounds themselves carried magical potency beyond mere symbolic representation, creating tangible energy patterns that manifested as visible ripples across the circle's boundary. Harry maintained centered focus as the energies built around him, neither resisting nor attempting to control but maintaining receptive awareness as the external patterns gradually aligned with his internal magical architecture. The sensation was unlike conventional spellcasting, not projection of will through controlled channels but establishment of resonant harmony between internal and external magical currents. As Bellatrix completed the initial sequence, Harry initiated his complementary component, not verbal incantation but focused magical intent shaped through precise visualization techniques developed through months of specialized training. The combination created three-dimensional magical matrix throughout the circle, visible to magical perception as intricate lattice of interconnected energy patterns. Matrix stabilized. Sirius confirmed from his monitoring position. Proceeding to secondary phase on your mark. Bellatrix moved clockwise around the circle, activating each silver bowl in precise sequence. The diverse magical catalysts responded with distinctive energy signatures: flame, mist, crystalline structures, liquid suspension, harmonic resonance, shadow manifestation, and pure E-light, each contributing specific properties to the developing magical framework. As the final catalyst activated, the entire matrix shifted from potential to active state, no longer merely prepared structure but functioning magical system with its own internal dynamics and self-sustaining processes. The transition represented critical threshold in the working's development, moving from controlled preparation to semi-autonomous operation requiring careful guidance rather than direct control. Transitioning to essence identification phase, Harry announced, his voice remaining steady despite the mounting pressure against his magical core. Initiating modified anima specialis as discussed. He implemented the specialized detection technique they'd developed based on Bellatrix's original teaching, a refined version of the Black Family Soul detection spell modified to identify specific magical signatures rather than general soul presence. The enhancement allowed precise differentiation between Harry's native essence and the foreign soul fragment embedded within his being. The spell manifested as golden light emanating from Harry's center, gradually expanding throughout his body before concentrating around his forehead, specifically, the lightning scar that had marked him since infancy. The illumination revealed what conventional perception couldn't detect: distinct magical signature pulsing beneath the physical scar tissue, vibrating at frequency markedly different from Harry's natural magical resonance. Foreign essence identified and isolated, Bellatrix confirmed, her magical perception enhanced through specialized techniques to monitor the working's progress. Signature matches expected parameters. Proceeding to containment vessel preparation. At the circle's eastern point stood a simple obsidian box inscribed with containment runes, the designated vessel for Voldemort's soul fragment once extracted. Bellatrix activated its preparation sequence through precise wand movements and focused intent, establishing the necessary conditions for receiving and containing the essence without allowing its escape or dissipation. Vessel prepared and aligned, she reported as the obsidian surface began emitting subtle black luminescence. Harmonic frequency calibrated to foreign essence signature with repulsion parameters for native magical patterns. The technical confirmatio indicated successful implementation of McGonagall's transfiguration principle, establishing resonant attraction specifically calibrated to Voldemort's magical signature while actively repelling Harry's native essence. This selective approach represented critical innovation beyond conventional extraction methods, enabling targeted removal rather than complete magical disruption. Initiating transfer sequence, Harry announced, centering his consciousness in preparation for the working's most demanding phase. Maintaining differentiation boundaries as established. This represented the operation's most critical and dangerous component, establishing controlled pathway between identified soul fragment and prepared containment vessel while preventing unintended transfer of Harry's own essence or magical capabilities. The precise calibration required exceptional focus and disciplined intent throughout the transfer process. Bellatrix began the transfer incantation, another sequence from ancient magical traditions predating modern categorization systems. The words established vibrational pattern that gradually aligned the identified soul fragment with the containment vessel's receptive frequency, creating natural transference pathway between source and destination. As the pathway stabilized, Harry felt the soul fragment respond, not with conscious awareness but instinctive self-preservation as it sensed potential separation from its host. The reaction manifested as searing pain centered in his scar, rapidly expanding throughout his consciousness in attempt to maintain its embedded position through forced integration. Resistance detected, Sirius reported urgently from his monitoring position. Fragment attempting defensive merge with host patterns. Implementing containment override, Bellatrix responded immediately, shifting to contingency protocol they'd established for this potential complication. Potter. Initiate rejection sequence as practiced. Harry implemented the specialized mental technique they'd developed. Not simple occlumency shields but active rejection pattern designed specifically to counteract forced magical integration attempts. The process required precise balance between defensive boundary maintenance and continued transfer pathway stability, rejecting the fragment's defensive merge without disrupting the established extraction process. The Rasul Ting magical conflict created visible manifestation around Harry, golden light of his natural essence engaged in active struggle with dark vapor-like tendrils representing Voldemort's soul fragment fighting against extraction. The opposing forces created painful pressure throughout Harry's magical core, threatening to overwhelm his conscious control despite extensive preparation. Maintain focus on differentiation boundaries. Bellatrix instructed calmly despite the escalating magical intensity. Allow the transfer pathway to function independently while concentrating defensive resources on rejection sequence. The practical guidance helped Harry re-establish optimal balance, maintaining clear differentiation between his essence and the foreign fragment while allowing the established transfer pathway to continue functioning according to its design parameters. The adjustment gradually shifted the balance as the fragment's defensive capabilities encountered increasing resistance against diminishing resources. Fragment cohesion destabilizing, Sirius reported, monitoring equipment registering the shift in magical dynamics. Transfer pathway maintaining integrity despite resistance fluctuations. The observation confirmed their approach was working despite complications, the soul fragment gradually losing its embedded position as the combined extraction forces overcame its defensive measures. Harry felt the shift as decreased pressure against his consciousness, though the process still generated significant discomfort as deeply integrated magical patterns separated after years of forced coexistence. As the extraction progressed, the visible manifestation evolved. Dark tendrils gradually pulling away from Harry's golden essence, drawn inexorably toward the obsidian containment vessel through the established transfer pathway. The separation accelerated as critical mass shifted, the fragment's remaining connection points losing stability once primary anchors disconnected. Final separation imminent, Bellatrix announced, intensifying the extraction incantation to complete the process. Prepare for transition shock response. The warning preceded sudden, complete separati. On as the soul fragment's final connections broke simultaneously, a magical equivalent to physical amputation that sent shockwaves through Harry's entire system. The fragment itself manifested fully as dark, vapor-like entity briefly suspended in the transfer pathway before being drawn completely into the obsidian container, which sealed automatically upon receiving its designated contents. Harry staggered but remained standing, consciousness swimming with disoriented awareness as his magical system adjusted to the sudden absence of long-integrated foreign element. The sensation was simultaneous, sly, painful and liberating, acute discomfort alongside profound relief as magical patterns reconfigured toward natural equilibrium without external corruption. Containment complete, Sirius confirmed urgently. Vessel integrity maintained at optimal parameters. No detectable leakage or residual connections. Bellatrix moved swiftly to Harry's side, supporting him physically while implementing Iolized stabilization technique to assist his magical system's adaptation to the dramatic change. Breathe through the transition, she instructed professionally. Allow your natural patterns to re-establish equilibrium without forced direction. Harry followed her guidance, maintaining conscious awareness while allowing his magical core to adjust naturally rather than imposing controlled structure. During the sensitive reintegration process, the approach gradually reduced disorientation as native patterns re-established coherence without foreign elements distorting their natural configuration. Diagnostic confirms clean separation, Sirius reported after running comprehensive evaluation sequence. No detectable fragment residue within host system. Native magical signature re-establishing norm. AL oscillation patterns with expected variation parameters. The technical confirmation matched Harry's subjective experience, increasing clarity and cohesion as his consciousness settled into unfamiliar AR but natural configuration without Voldemort's influence. The sensation was difficult to articulate, absence of pressure he hadn't fully recognized until its removal, like suddenly realizing one had been hearing constant background noise only when it finally ceased. How do you feel? Bellatrix asked, her professional demeanor softening slightly as the immediate technical demands diminished. Different, Harry replied, finding the simple word inadequate yet most accurate available. Clearer somehow. Like removing distortion I'd adapted to without recognizing its presence. She nodded understanding. Expected response. Your magical system developed with foreign element present since infancy. Natural patterns now expressing without corruption for first time since early childhood. As stabilization progressed, they methodically deactivated the ritual components in precise reverse sequence, containing residual energies, neutralizing catalyst materials, and gradually dissipating the stably shed magical matrix while maintaining monitoring throughout shutdown process. The careful decommissioning represented essential safety protocol despite the apparent success of their primary objective. When only basic monitoring remained active, Sirius approached with uncharacteristic caution, his expression reflecting complex mixture of emotions. Preliminary evaluation confirms successful extraction, he stated. Maintaining professional focus despite evident personal relief. Though extended observation remains necessary to confirm complete adaptation. Agreed, Bellatrix acknowledged, maintaining appropriate professional boundaries despite the working's apparent success. Minimum 24-hour observation period with regular diagnostic assessment to verify stable integration of natural patterns. Harry nodded acceptance of these precautions while conducting his own internal assessment. Beyond the physical sensations of magical reorganization, he perceived subtle but significant changes in his cognitive processes, increased clarity in certain analytical functions, different emotional baseline than previously experienced, and curious absence of specific thought patterns he hadn't recognized as externally influenced until their removal. The containment vessel requires secured storage immediately, he noted, turning attention to practical next steps. Existing protocols for identified Horcruxes apply until permanent neutralization method implemented. Sirius nodded, retrieving the obsidian container using specialized handling equipment designed for this specific purpose. Secured transport prepared as discussed. Temporary containment facility established with multiple redundant protection layers pending final disposition decision. The discussion represented their practical approach to success, immediately addressing consequential requirements rather than celebrating achievement prematurely. This methodical implementation of established protocols reflected their evolved operational approach, comprehensive planning with contingencies for multiple outcomes rather than improvised response to unexpected developments. As they completed final security measures and prepared to depart the ritual site, Harry experienced a moment of profound realization regarding the working significance beyond its immediate practical success. The operation represented more than simple Horcrux neutralization. It demonstrated viable integration of diverse magical traditions traditionally considered incompatible, creating innovative synthesis more effective than any single approach could achieve independently. Conventional containment spells from ministry-approved traditions had provided foundational stability. McGonagall's transfiguration principles enabled precise essence differentiation and selective transfer. Black family soul magic facilitated specific identification and extraction of targeted fragments. Harry's own developed abilities maintained integration throughout the complex process. The resulting methodology transcended traditional categorical limitations, drawing elements from multiple traditions based on functional effectiveness rather than conventional classification. It represented practical manifestation of the balanced approach referenced in the extended prophecy, neither light nor dark but balanced between, combining diverse magical perspectives into harmonious implementation toward constructive purpose. As they departed the ancient stone circle, its dormant energies settling back into quiet watchfulness after their temporary activation, Harry recognized both the immediate achievement and its broader implications. They had successfully removed Voldemort's soul fragment, significant tactical accomplishment with immediate practical benefits. They had also demonstrated viable implementation of integrated magical approach transcending traditional boundaries, strategic development with potential applications far beyond this specific working. We should conduct comprehensive documentation while experiences remain fresh, he suggested as they traveled toward their temporary headquarters. Both technical specifications and subjective observations to facilitate future refinement. Quote. Agreed, Bellatrix confirmed, her professional focus maintained despite evident satisfaction with their achievement. Particular emphasis on adaptation requirements for different extraction scenarios based on container type and integration methodology. The technical discussion continued throughout their journey, focused on practical implications and NTIAL refinements rather than celebratory acknowledgement of their significant accomplishment. This maintained functional perspective rather than premature conclusion, recognizing the extraction represented important milestone rather than definitive endpoint in their broader objectives. Later that evening, After completing initial documentation and establishing monitoring protocols for the contained soul fragment, Harry found moment of relative solitude to process his experience beyond technical parameters. Seated beside window overlooking moonlit countryside surrounding their secure facility, he conducted deliberate internal inventory of changes resulting from the extraction. The immediate physical sensations had stabilized, initial disorientation replaced by unfamiliar but natural equilibrium. As his magical system adjusted to operating without foreign influence. More significant were subtle cognitive and emotional shifts becoming increasingly apparent as adaptation progressed, thought P. A turns more directly aligned with conscious intention, emotional responses less subject to external manipulation, and magical expression more coherent with underlying purpose. Most notable was Alter D's relationship with his developing black family abilities, no longer requiring careful separation from potentially corrupting influence but naturally integrating with his core magical expression. The techniques and approaches he'd been studying now aligned more harmoniously with his natural magical architecture, enabling more efficient implementation without constant vigilance against unintended corruption. Different perspective after extraction? Sirius asked quietly, approaching with steaming mugs of tea rather than interrupting Harry's contemplation with direct questions. Significant shift, Harry confirmed, accepting the offered refreshment with appreciation for both practical support and recognition of personal space. Not merely absence of negative influence but positive realignment toward natural integration. Sirius nodded understanding, settling into nearby chair with characteristic casual grace despite the evening's momentous developments. James experienced something similar. After completing his animagus transformation, he observed. Not identical circumstances obviously, but similar pattern of magical realignment following significant core-level change. The comparison offered valuable perspective, framing Harry's experience within broader context of magical development rather than treating it as entirely unique phenomenon. It represented Sirius's valuable contribution to their partnership, providing practical experiential knowledge alongside Harry's theoretical understanding and Bellatrix's technical expertise. The containment approach proved more effective than anticipated, Harry noted, shifting toward practical assessment while maintaining reflective space. Potential applications beyond our immediate objectives warrant serious consideration. Agreed, Sirius acknowledged. Though balancing innovation against established protection frameworks requires careful navigation, particularly regarding methodologies traditionally classified under ministry restrictions. The observation acknowledged ongoing tension between practical effectiveness and institutional acceptability, a balance they continued negotiating as their approaches evolved beyond conventional boundaries. It represented neither simple rejection of established frameworks nor uncritical acceptance of traditional limitations, but thoughtful navigation of complex ethical and practical considerations. A bridge challenge for another day, Harry noted with slight smile. For now, successful extraction provides sufficient accomplishment without immediate expansion to broader applications. Sirius returned the smile, raising his mug in informal toast to successful extraction and continuing adaptation. One significant milestone accomplished amid ongoing journey. The simple acknowledgement balanced appropriate recognition of achievement with awareness of continuing challenges, celebrating progress without declaring premature completion. It represented their evolved partnerships. Fundamental character. Practical effectiveness grounded in genuine human connection rather than abstract ideology or rigid methodology. As they continued quiet conversation into the evening, Harry maintained awareness of the extraction's significance beyond its immediate practical benefits. The successful implementation demonstrated viable integration of diverse magical approaches traditionally considered incompatible, creating practical methodology transcending conventional categorical limitations. The achievement didn't resolve all challenges or answer all questions, but it provided functional framework for continuing development, building effective responses to immediate threats while establishing foundation for longer-term approaches to increasingly complex magical and political landscapes. It wasn't complete or perfect, but it represented genuine progress toward the balanced approach referenced in the prophecy, neither light nor dark but balanced between, integrating diverse perspectives into harmonious implementation guided by constructive purpose rather than rigid categorization or dogmatic limitation. The path forward remained complex and demanding, but this significant milestone Tone confirmed their direction's viability despite traditional boundaries and institutional skepticism. It provided practical confirmation that integration could succeed where isolated approaches prov. Ed insufficient. A fundamental principle with applications far beyond this specific working. With that balanced perspective, Harry continued both celebration of immediate achievement and preparation for continuing challenges. Maintaining practical effectiveness without losing sight of broader significance amid ongoing magical and political evolution. The Great Hall buzzed with anticipation as Ents gathered for the year's first feast, conversations centered on dramatic developments over the summer months. Returning students exchanged information and speculation about Voldemort's confirmed return, ministry restructuring, and Dumbledore's continued absence, while newcomers absorbed the charged atmosphere with wide-eyed uncertainty. Harry observed from his position at the Gryffindor table, maintaining casual conversation with friends while conducting systematic assessment of the gathered population. Beyond obvious tension expected given current circumstances, he noted subtler patterns. Requiring attention. Strategic groupings across house boundaries, communication networks operating beneath social pretenses, and security-conscious behaviors among students from vulnerable families. Different energy than previous years. Neville observed quietly, his own perceptiveness having developed considerably alongside his magical abilities. More serious purpose beneath social interactions. Natural adaptation to changing circumstances, Harry agreed. Institutional structures maintaining formal continuity while practical arrangements evolve beneath official frameworks. The observatio N applied beyond student dynamics to Hogwarts operations generally, McGonagall maintaining traditional educational functions as acting headmistress while implementing significant security enhancements. And operational adjustments beneath institutional continuity. It represented practical response to evolving threats without destabilizing necessary educational structures during transition period. The sorting ceremony proceeded with traditional formality despite underlying tension, Professor Flitwick managing proceedings with characteristic enthusiasm that provided reassuring continuity amid institutional transition. New students distributed across houses in typical proportions, though Harry noted the Sorting Hat's deliberations appeared longer for certain individuals, suggesting complex considerations beyond traditional house alignment. When McGonagall rose for opening announcements, the hall quieted with unusual immediacy, students recognizing the significant transition in leadership regardless of formal continuity efforts. Her presence at the headmaster's position rather than her usual deputy headmistress seat visibly symbolized institutional adaptation to Dumbledore's absence. "Welcome to Hogwarts," she greeted with characteristic directness. "Returning students and newcomers alike join our community during extraordinary circumstances requiring both traditional educational commitment and appropriate adaptation to current realities." The balanced introduction acknowledged present challenges without allowing them to overshadow educational purpose, establishing appropriate context while maintaining institutional mission. It reflected McGonagall's leadership approach, practical adaptation without fundamental compromise of core principles. Professor Dumbledore continues healing from injuries sustained defending our community, she continued, addressing the obvious question directly rather than allowing speculation to flourish. While his recovery progresses, I serve as acting headmistress with full support of the Board of Governors and Ministry educational authorities. The formal clarification established clear authority chain while implicitly acknowledging institutional continuity despite leadership transition. McGonagall proceeded to outline specific operational adjustments, enhanced security protocols, modified movement permissions, and adjusted educational scheduling to accommodate additional defensive training within core curriculum. These measures represent necessary adaptation rather than fundamental transformation, she emphasized. Hogwarts remains primarily educational institution committed to developing magical abilities and understanding across traditional boundaries. The qualification balanced practical security concerns with preservation of essential institutional purpose, acknowledging necessary changes while preventing security considerations from completely overriding educational objectives. It represented McGonagall's careful navigatio between competing priorities during challenging transition period. As she introduced faculty adjustments, including several new appointments to replace staff reassigned to order operations, Harry note. Strategic positioning of trusted individuals in key security relevant positions. Professor Lupin's return as defense against the dark arts instructor represented particularly significant development, given his order connections and practical combat experience. The announcement generated enthusiastic response from most students despite, or perhaps because of, his known lycanthropy, his previous teaching effectiveness and recent public recognition for actions during Department of Mysteries battle overriding traditional prejudices for all except the most ideologically committed pureblood traditionalists. Effective security depends on coordinated community response rather than isolated institutional measures, McGonagall continued, transitioning toward student responsibilities. House Prefect S and designated student representatives will receive enhanced training regarding appropriate alert protocols and emergency response procedures. The approach acknowledged students as active NTS in security maintenance rather than passive recipients of protection, a practical necessity given current threat levels and institutional staffing limitations. It aligned with Harry's established PP Roach through the expanded DA organization, creating official framework supporting their existing operational structure. As McGonagall concluded formal announcements and the feast properly began, conversation resumed throughout the hall with noticeably different character than previous years. Practical coordination mixed with social interaction, security considerations integrated with educational planning, and cross-house communication operating beneath traditional social boundaries. Effective framing, Hermione assessed quietly. Balancing necessary security enhancement with educational continuity while establishing clear authority structure despite Dumbledore's absence. Strategic positioning of key personnel within institutional framework, Ron added, his tactical assessment focused on practical implementation rather than administrative positioning. Lupin provides direct order connection while maintaining educational credibility, and student security responsibilities create official framework supporting our existing network, Neville completed, demonstrating their complementary analytical approaches developed through consistent strategic planning. Harry nodded agreement their assessment while maintaining broader situational awareness throughout the hall. Beyond immediate Hogwarts considerations, he recognized the school's microcosm reflected larger wizarding tie dynamics, institutional structures maintaining formal continuity while practical operations adapted beneath official frameworks to address evolving threats and opportunities. Our operational approach requires minimal adjustment given anticipatory planning, he noted. Though official framework provides additional legitimacy for certain activities previously requiring more discrete implementation. The assessment acknowledged both their careful preparation and the strategic advantage provided by McGonagall's approach, creating institutional support for resistance activities previously operating without official sanction. It represented significant evolution from previous years' underground operations against Umbridge's restrictions toward more integrated position within adapted institutional structures. As dinner progressed, Harry maintained casual social engagement while conducting systematic monitoring of significant interactions throughout the hall. Most notable was Draco Malfoy's altered positioning, still maintaining Slytherin leadership role but operating with noticeably different approach than previous years. His interactions showed calculated restraint rather than provocative confrontation. Strategic alliance building rather than antagonistic posturing. The shift reflected Draco's complex position following his father's imprisonment, maintaining pureblood social standing, while navigating House of Malfoy's diminished political influence and House of Black's increasingly independent positioning under Narcissus' direction. His approach demonstrated sophisticated adaptation to changed circumstances rather than rigid adherence to previous patterns despite significant personal and political pressures. When the feast concluded and students began moving toward dormitories, Harry exchanged brief acknowledgements with key Resistance Network members across house boundaries, subtle signals confirming operational continuity and communication channels despite summer separation. The established coordination system operated beneath social interactions, maintaining security while ensuring necessary information flowed during transition period. Initial assessment. Ron asked as they climbed toward Gryffindor Tower amid returning students. Institutional adaptation proceeding effectively under McGonagall's direction, Harry replied, keeping his voice appropriately modulated for public setting. Student population showing expected alignment patterns with minor variations requiring further observation. Communication networks maintaining functional operation despite summer disruption. Notable exceptions include Abbott's unexpected connection with Slytherin moderates, Hermione added, referencing pattern shift they'd observed during dinner. And several seventh years, showing concerning isolation patterns suggesting potential targeting or pressure from compromised family situations. The observation demonstrated their evolved operational awareness, identifying both positive developments and potential vulnerabilities requiring attention beyond obvious security concerns. It reflected their resistance network's fundamental approach, comprehensive monitoring and supportive intervention rather than purely defensive or reactive positioning. We'll implement appropriate connection protocols for isolated individuals, Harry decided. Standard approach with additional caution regarding potential monitoring or external pressures. Neville nodded confirmation, his role including coordination of support operations for vulnerable students alongside combat training responsibilities. Luna already initiated preliminary contact with Ravenclaw concerns. I'll coordinate with Hannah regarding Hufflepuff connections tomorrow. The efficient operational planning reflected their organization's matured structure, designated responsibilities with clear protocols rather than centralized decision-making or improvised responses. It represented significant evolution from our earlier resistance efforts toward more sophisticated and sustainable operational framework capable of addressing diverse challenges simultaneously. Upon reaching the common room, Harry maintained IEF social presence, establishing normal patterns before strategically withdrawing to allow independent operation of various network components without constant leadership presence. This deliberate approach-supported developed autonomy while maintaining available guidance when required, balancing centralized direction with distributed responsibility. Later that evening, after completing necessary documentation and communication with external network components, Harry found moment for private reflection regarding the day's developments. Seated by dormitory window overlooking moonlit grounds, he conducted systematic assessment beyond immediate operational concerns toward broader strategic implications. The successful soul fragment extraction had created significant internal shift, not merely sense of Voldemort's influence but positive realignment of his natural magical architecture toward more integrated expression. The change manifested in multiple dimensions, clearer cognitive processes, more balanced emotional responses, and more efficient magical implementation without constant vigilance against corrupting influence. Most notable was altered relationship with his developing magical abilities, black family techniques and conventional approaches integrating more harmoniously without artificial separation or constant boundary maintenance. The natural synthesis aligned with the Bala NCED approach referenced in the prophecy, neither light nor dark but balanced between, allowing more effective implementation without compromised intent or unconscious corruption. Beyond personal development, institutional adaptation under McGonagall's leadership created more supportive environment for their resistance operations, maintaining educational functions while implementing necessary secure ITY enhancements and creating legitimate framework for previously unauthorized activities. The approach demonstrated practical balance between competing priorities rather than rigid adherence to traditional limitations despite changed circumstances. Within student population, evolving social dynamics reflected broader societal adaptations, traditional boundaries becoming increasingly permeable as practical necessities overrode historical divisions. Cross-house cooperation, strategic alliance building, and functional communication networks operated beneath formal institutional structures, creating effective response mechanisms despite continuing institutional limitations. The combined developments suggested viable pathway forward despite significant challenges, balanced approach integrating diverse perspectives rather than rigid adherence to traditional frameworks or complete rejection of established structures. It wasn't perfect or complete, requiring constant assessment and adaptation as circumstances evolved. But it provided functional response to immediate threats while building toward longer-term objectives. As Harry completed his reflection and prepared for sleep, he maintained awareness of both progress achieved and challenges remaining, acknowledging significant developments without declaring premature completion or underestimating continuing difficulties. This balanced perspective had become central to his approach: practical effectiveness without ideological rigidity, strategic direction without inflexible planning, leadership without domination. The coming term would Undoubtedly present unexpected challenges alongside anticipated difficulties. Voldemort's continuing operations, ministry transition complications, and evolving political alignments creating complex landscape requiring constant adaptation. But their developed capabilities, established networks, and balanced approach provided functional foundation for effective response despite inherent uncertainties. With that practical perspective, Harry implemented necessary security measures while allowing legitimate rest, maintaining vigilance without paranoia, preparation without obsession, and determination without inflexibility. The balanced approach represented not compromise between extremes but genuine synthesis transcending traditional limitations toward more effective implementation. It wasn't the path he'd initially imagined when entering the wizarding world, nor even what he'd anticipated when learning of the prophecy. But it was the approach circumstances demanded and, increasingly, one uniquely suited to his evolved capabilities and integrated perspective. The journey continued with both significant progress achieved and substantial challenges remaining, balanced awareness supporting effective action rather than either complacency or defeatism amid continuing magical and political evolution. The Department of Mysteries remained unnaturally quiet despite the intense magical operations underway within its specialized containment chamber. Unlike previous destruction attempts involving Horcruxes, this procedure emphasized controlled neutralization rather than aggressive eliminatio. Precise magical dismantling rather than forceful destruction. Harry observed from designated monitoring position as unspeakable Croaker implemented the specialized extraction sequence they'd developed. Through months of collaborative research. The senior department researcher moved with methodical precision, his wandwork demonstrating exceptional control as he gradually separated the soul fragment's magical structure into component elements for systematic neutralization. Phase 1 extraction proceeding within established parameters, Croaker reported, his professional tone belying the extraordinary nature of their operation. Essence cohesion destabilizing at expected rate without resistance fluctuation. Containment boundaries maintaining optimal integrity, Bill Weasley confirmed from his position monitoring the specialized ward structure surrounding the procedure area. No detectable leakage or external influence penetration. The coordinated assessment reflected their integrated approach. Department of Mysteries providing specialized knowledge and facilities, Order of the Phoenix contributing practical experience with dark artifacts, and Harry's network offering innovative methodologies developed through their soul fragment extraction research. This collaborative framework represented significant evolution in their approach to Horcrux neutralization, moving from isolated destruction attempts toward coordinated procedure combining diverse expertise and methodologies. The shift had produced more efficient processes with reduced collateral effects and enhanced information gathering throughout neutralization. Initiating secondary phase separation, Croaker announced, implementing the modified extraction technique based on Harry's successful soul fragment removal procedure. Targeting specific magical signature while maintaining structural integrity for analysis purposes. The approach differed markedly from previous Horcrux destruction methods, emphasizing control deconstruction rather than simple elimination to facilitate comprehensive understanding of Voldemort's immortality mechanisms. This strategic shift prioritized knowledge acquisition alongside neutralization. Recognizing informational advantage as critical component in broader conflict beyond immediate tactical necessity. Harry maintained focused observation throughout the procedure, noting IFIC technical elements for integration into their evolving methodology while assessing broader strategic implications. The successful implementation demonstrated viability of their balanced approach, combining ministry resources, order experience, and his network's innovations toward more effective response than any isolated effort could achieve. As the extraction proceeded through successive phases, the contained soul fragment gradually lost cohesion, its distinctive magical signature diminishing as component elements separated from integrated structure for individual neutralization. Unlike previous destruction attempts generating violent resistance and explosive discharge, this controlled approach produced steady degradation without dramatic manifestation. Final phase neutralization commencing. Croaker announced upon reaching terminal extraction stage. Residual essence components isolated for containment and analysis while primary structure undergoes complete dissolution. The specialized technique represented another innovation developed through their collaborative research, preserving analytical samples while ensuring complete neutralization of functional components. This BALA NCED approach served both immediate security requirements and longer-term research objectives without compromising either priority through rigid methodological limitations. When the procedure completed, Croker performed comprehensive diagnostic assessment confirming successful neutralization while preservation containers secured isolated samples for further analysis. The combined outcome repression TED optimal result. Threat eliminated while valuable information preserved for continuing research and methodology development. Neutralization confirmed according to all established verification protocols. Croker reported after completing final assessment. No detectable remnants of functional magical signature beyond isolated research samples in secured containment. Ward structure confirms AB. Sense of external leakage or residual emissions, Bill added, completing his specialized monitoring sequence. Containment integrity maintained throughout procedure without boundary stress beyond anticipated parameters. The technical confirmation established clear operational success. Another Horcrux neutralized through their evolved methodology with enhanced efficiency and reduced collateral FA. CTS compared to previous destruction attempts. It represented significant tactical achievement within their broader strategic framework against Voldemort's immortality mechanisms. That concludes Prim. Airy neutralization of all identified Horcrux objects, Harry noted, referencing their systematic campaign against Voldemort's soul anchors. With previous successful neutralizations of the diary, ring, locket, cup, and diadem, plus the soul fragment extracted from my person, this completes the sequence identified through our intelligence gathering. Leaving only the snake and primary soul segment, Croker confirmed. Referencing their intelligence regarding Nagini's status as living Horcrux alongside Voldemort's main soul remnant. Though verification protocols suggest possibility of addition. Unidentified anchors given certain analytical discrepancies. The assessment acknowledged both their substantial progress and remaining uncertainties, significant advancement toward eliminating Voldemort's immortality safeguards while maintaining appropriate caution regarding potential unknown factors. It reflected their balanced approach, acknowledging achievements without premature conclusion or underestimating continuing challenges. The extraction methodology developed through your research represents significant advancement, Croker noted as they completed procedural documentation. Particularly the integration of traditionally separate magical approaches into functional synthesis transcending conventional categorical limitations. The professional acknowledgement from senior department researcher validated their innovative approach beyond immediate practical success. It represented institutional recognition of their methodological contributions alongside tactical achievements, re-acknowledgement from traditionally conservative magical research establishment regarding techniques incorporating elements from diverse traditions. Necessary adaptation to challenging circumstances. Harry replied with appropriate professional modesty despite significant accomplishment. Practical effectiveness requiring innovative integration rather than rigid adherence to traditional classifications. Indeed. Croker agreed with slight smile suggesting deeper appreciation than his formal response indicated. Though such necessary adaptation often encounters institutional resistance despite practical validation through successful implementation. The subtle observation acknowledged broader tensions between innovative methodology and institutional frameworks, challenges extending beyond immediate technical considerations into political and cultural dimensions of magical practice and classification. It represented sophisticated understanding of complex dynamics affecting their work beyond obvious operational parameters. As they completed necessary protocols and prepared to depart the specialized facility, Harry maintained balanced assessment of both their achievements and continuing challenges. The successful Horcrux neutralization campaign represented significant strategic advancement, methodically eliminating Voldemort's immortality safeguards through coordinated efforts combining diverse capabilities and approaches. Yet substantial challenges remained despite this progress. Nagini's status as living Horcrux creating unique neutralization complexities, potential unidentified additional anchors requiring continued vigilance, and Voldemort's main soul remnant representing formidable opponent even without immortality safeguards. The balanced awareness prevented both complacency regarding achievements and defeatism concerning remaining challenges. Later that evening, during secure debriefing with core strategic partners at Grimmauld Place, Harry provided comprehensive Vey assessment beyond technical details toward broader strategic implications. The assembled group, including Sirius, Lupin, McGonagall, and key Order members alongside his immediate network, represented their integrated operational structure combining diverse capabilities toward coordinated response. The successful neutralization campaign fundamentally alters strategic equations, Harry explained, referencing comprehensive analysis rather than isolated tactical assessment. Voldemort's primary strategic advantage, functional immortality through distributed soul anchors, has been systematically eliminated through our coordinated efforts, creating vulnerability where previously none existed, Sirius added, emphasizing the significance beyond technical achievement. From virtually unkillable O.P.P. Onan to merely exceptionally powerful and dangerous adversary, fundamental transformation in threat profile. The assessment balanced appropriate recognition of strategic advancement with continuing awareness of significant challenges, acknowledging fundamental shift without underestimating remaining difficulties. It reflected their evolved analytical approach, comprehensive perspective rather than either exaggerated optimism or excessive caution. Intelligence suggests Voldemort remains unaware of our systematic campaign, Lupin noted, referencing their operational security measures throughout the extended neutralization process. His behavior patterns show no indication of recognized vulnerability or adjusted strategic positioning despite our systematic elimination of his safeguards. Revealing potential strategic advantage through information asymmetry, McGonagall observed, her analytical precision complementing tactical assessment with strategic perspective. His operational plan, Ning presumably continues based on assumed immortality rather than actual vulnerability. The observation highlighted significant strategic implication beyond immediate tactical success, creating mental planning disconnect between Voldemort's perceived position and actual vulnerability. This information advantage represented valuable opportunity for decisive intervention if properly leveraged through coordinated response, which suggests potential for decisive engagement under controlled circumstances, Harry concluded, transitioning from assessment toward strategic planning. Properly constructed confrontation leveraging his operational overconfidence while exploiting newly created vulnerability. The approach represented sophisticated strategic thinking beyond simple reactive response. Proactive design of engagement parameters rather than opportunistic confrontation or defensive positioning. It reflected their evolved operational approach, strategic initiative rather than tactical reaction despite inherent resource limitations compared to opposing forces. Requires exceptional precision in both planning and implementation, Kingsley Shacklebolt noted, his Auror experience providing valuable practical perspective alongside theoretical strategy. Creating circumstances channeling his response toward specific engagement parameters while maintaining sufficient operational flexibility for inevitable adaptations. And coordination across traditionally separate operational structures, Bill added, referencing their diverse organizational components. Ministry resources, order capabilities, and network assets functioning as integrated response rather than parallel operations with independent objectives. The practical considerations balanced theoretical strategy with implementation requirements, translating conceptual approach into viable operational planning rather than abstract strategic positioning without practical application. It demonstrated their matured operatio methodology, integrating diverse perspectives into comprehensive planning process rather than isolated strategic development. Discussion continued into detailed operational considerations, intelligence requirements, resource allocation, timing parameters, and contingency planning beyond primary strategic framework. The collaborative planning process reflected their evolved organizational approach. Distributed expertise contributing toward integrated strategy rather than hierarchical direction or compartmentalized planning. Throughout the extended discussion, Harry maintained balanced leadership position, facilitating collaborative planning while providing strategic direction, incorporating diverse perspectives while maintaining coherent framework, encouraging innovative thinking while ensuring practical viability. This approach represented his evolved leadership style, integration rather than domination, synthesis rather than imposition, and guidance rather than control. When planning Eshin concluded with established next steps and designated responsibilities, Harry conducted final summary emphasizing both progress achieved and continuing requirements. The Horcrux neutralization Campaign represents significant strategic advancement, systematically eliminating Voldemort's immortality safeguards through coordinated efforts across traditional boundaries. This fundamental shift Cr. Eats previously unavailable opportunity for decisive resolution rather than protracted conflict. However, he continued with appropriate balance. Successful implementation requires exceptional precision, comprehensive preparation, and coordinated execution beyond previous operational parameters. The opportunity exists specifically because of our systematic preparation and methodical approach rather than spontaneous development or fortunate circumstance. The summary balanced recognition of achievement with awareness of continuing challenges, acknowledging significant advancement while emphasizing necessary continuing effort rather than premature celebration or exaggerated confidence. It reflected fundamental character of their evolved approach, balanced perspective supporting effective accession rather than either complacency or defeatism amid continuing conflict. As participants departed toward designated responsibilities, Sirius remained behind, his expression reflecting mixture of pride and concern beneath his casual demeanor. Approaching endgame scenarios, he observed once they were alone. Strategic positioning transitioning from extended campaign toward potential decisive engagement. With corresponding adjustment in risk parameters and commitment requirements, Harry acknowledged, recognizing the implicit concern beneath tactical observation. Though balanced implementation rather than desperate gamble or forced confrontation. Sirius nodded, understanding the distinction while maintaining legitimate concern. The strategic logic is sound, he confirmed. Creating controlled engagement leveraging information asymmetry and exploiting critical vulnerability represents optimal approach given available resources and existing parameters. But, Harry prompted, recognizing unspoken reservation beneath analytical agreement. But translating strategic framework into tactical implementation while maintaining necessary precision throughout execution represents exceptional challenge. Sirius completed frankly, particularly with opponent demonstrating consistent adaptation and unconventional response patterns throughout previous engagements. The observation represented legitimate tactical concern rather than strategic disagreement, acknowledging implementation challenges without rejecting fundamental approach. It demonstrated their professional partnerships, evolution, honest assessment without undermining shared objectives or strategic alignment. Valid concern requiring appropriate recognition in operational planning, Harry acknowledged without defensiveness. Particularly regarding contingency development and adaptive response capabilities throughout implementation sequence. The exchange reflected their matured professional relationship, legitimate concerns addressed through collaborative problem solving rather than positional debate or authority assertion. It demonstrated functional partnership beyond personal connection or hierarchical structure toward effective operational collaboration. As evening progressed toward necessary rest period, Harry maintained balanced perspective regarding both achievements and challenges, significant strategic advancement through Horcrux neutralization campaign alongside substantial implementation requirements for leveraging created opportunity. The realistic assessment supported effective planning rather than either premature celebration or excessive caution moving forward. Their systematic campaign had fundamentally altered strategic landscape, methodically eliminating Voldemort's immortality safeguards through coordinated effort combining diverse capabilities and approaches. The resulting vulnerability created potential for decisive resolution rather than extended conflict, transforming strategic equations in their favor despite continuing resource limitations. Translating this strategic opportunity into successful implementation remained challenging endeavor requiring exceptional preparation, precise execution, and coordinated response across traditional boundaries. But their evolved capabilities, established networks, and balanced approach provided viable foundation for effective action despite inherent complexities and opponent capabilities. With that realistic perspective balancing both opportunity and challenge, Harry implemented necessary rest protocols while maintaining appropriate vigilance, managing personal resources effectively rather than either complacent relaxation or counterproductive hypervigilance. The balanced approach reflected his evolved operational methodology. Effective self-management supporting sustainable effort rather than unsustainable intensity or inadequate preparation. The path forward contained both significant opportunity and substantial challenge. NGE. Balanced awareness supporting effective action rather than either overconfidence or excessive caution amid continuing conflict evolution and approaching decision points. The Great Hall fell silent as McGonagall's Patronus dissipated. Its urgent message delivered before the assembled students and faculty. For a moment, perfect stillness held as information processed throughout the gathered population. Hogsmeade under attack. Death Eaters breaching outer defensive perimeters, Ministry reinforcements delayed by simultaneous diversionary operations throughout Wizarding Britain. Then controlled motion replaced frozen shock. Prefects immediately organizing younger students according to established emergency protocols, designated defense coordinators moving toward assigned positions, and facul. Implementing predetermined response sequences with practiced efficiency. The reaction demonstrated successful emergency preparation, practical implementation rather than panicked confusion despite crisis circumstances. Evacuation protocols active for all students below 6th year, McGonagall announced from the staff table, her voice magically amplified but maintaining remarkable calm despite evident situation severity. Prefects coordinate movement through designated pathways to secure locations under faculty escort. Qualified volunteers report to Great Hall staging area for assignment according to established defense rotation. Quote, the measured instructions maintained institutional structure while activating emergency provisions developed through months of collaborative planning. Unlike previous crises characterized by improvised response or hierarchical control, this approach integrated diverse capabilities within coordinated framework, institutional authority providing legitimacy while operational flexibility enabled appropriate adaptation to developing situation. Harry exchanged brief nods with core team members before moving toward designated coordination position near staff table. Their resistance network had integrated with official emergency response structure through careful negotiation and demonstrated capability, maintaining operational independence while functioning within legitimate institutional framework during crisis scenarios. Initial assessment confirms multiple strike teams approaching from Hogsmeade direction, Professor Lupin reported as Harry joined the rapidly forming command group. Primary forces maintaining direct approach while secondary elements attempting flanking movement through eastern forest boundary. Standard distributed assault pattern, Harry noted. Mentally overlaying reported movement against tactical maps developed during planning sessions. Though timing suggests opportunistic attack rather than predetermined offensive given atmospheric conditions limiting visibility options. The assessment combined tactical observation with strategic context, immediate pattern recognition within broader operational framework rather than isolated technical analysis. It reflected his evolved analytical approach, integrating diverse considerations into comprehensive assessment supporting effective response rather than compartmentalized evaluation. Outer ward monitoring confirms penetration attempts at predicted vulnerability points, Professor Flitwick added, his specialized magical sensing providing critical technical information beyond visual observation. Signature patterns suggest targeted suppression rather than brute force penetration, sophisticated approach requiring specialized knowledge of Hogwarts defensive architecture. Inside information, McGonagall concluded grimly. Supporting intelligence assessment regarding compromised former students within Voldemort's operational planning structure. The observation alleg. Ned with their prior intelligence gathering, identified vulnerability resulting from former students providing detailed information about Hogwarts defenses and potential weaknesses. This knowledge had informed their defensive preparations, creating layered response capabilities rather than relying solely on traditional protections despite their considerable strength. Implementation recommendations. McGonagall asked, turning toward the assembled response coordinators with characteristic directness despite crisis circumstances. Standard containment protocol with adjusted positioning given identified approach vectors. Harry suggested, indicating specific tactical modifications based on reported enemy movement patterns. Primary defense concentrations at north and east boundaries with mobile E-response units maintaining central positioning for rapid deployment as situation develops. Designated strike teams prepared for counter-offensive implementation if tactical advantage presents, RO. N added from his position managing combat operations, referencing prepared contingency plans for specific scenario parameters. Though priority remains perimeter integrity maintenance and civilian protection rather than aggressive engagement given current force assessment. The coordinated recommendations demonstrated their integrated planning process, complementary perspectives combining toward comprehensive response rather than competing tactical approaches or fragmented operational concepts. It reflected their evolved organizational methodology, collaborative decision-making within established strategic framework rather than either rigid hierarchy or chaotic independence. Proceed with implementation, McGonagall directed after brief consideration of presented options. Standard communication protocols with enhanced frequency given rapidly developing situation. Civilian evacuation remains absolute priority regardless of tactical developments or operational opportunities. The clear direction established implementation parameters while maintaining appropriate flexibility for field decisions, strategic guidance rather than micromanagement despite crisis circumstances. It demonstrated McGonagall's evolved leadership approach, providing necessary framework while trusting developed capabilities within established operational structure. As commands transmitted through their communication network, Harry conducted rapid assessment beyond immediate tactical considerations, analyzing potential strategic objectives behind the attack beyond obvious disruption or casualty generation. The timing, approach vectors, and force composition suggested specific purpose rather than general offensive despite apparent opportunistic elements. The attack pattern indicates primary objective beyond simple destruction or casualty generation, he noted to the command group, sharing developing analysis. Concentrated approach vectors and specialized penetration methodologies suggest targeted extract, ion or acquisition rather than general offensive despite diversionary elements. Targeting what specifically? Professor Lupin asked, recognizing the tactical insight despite pressing immediate concerns. Unknown definitively, Harry acknowledged. Though placement of specialized magical detection equipment within assault teams suggests artifact location or specific individual targeting rather than general population engagement. The observation prompted immediate reassessment among command group members, tactical response adjusting to account for potential specialized objectives beyond general defense requirements. It demonstrated their operational flexibility, adaptive planning rather than rigid implementation despite established protocols and predetermined response patterns. Implement ENHANCED security measures for critical resources and high-value individuals, McGonagall directed, immediately incorporating the analytical insight into operational planning. Particular emphasis on RTI fact repositories and specialized knowledge centers given identified targeting methodology. As implementation proceeded and initial defensive engagement commenced at outer perimeters, Harry maintained comprehensive awareness beyond personal tactical responsibilities, monitoring developing situation across multiple dimensions while coordinating specific response elements within broader operational framework. This balanced approach prevented tunnel vision despite intense immediate demands, maintaining strategic perspective alongside tactical implementation. Reports from perimeter engagement indicated sophisticated opposition forces utilizing coordinated magical approaches rather than simple numerical advantage, specialized counter-ward techniques, synchronized spell combinations, and tactical discipline suggesting enhanced training beyond typical Death Eater operations. The assessment confirmed intelligence regarding Voldemort's force development, systematic capability enhancement rather than merely increased recruitment despite significant numerical expansion. They're probing rather than committing, Ron observed from his command position coordinating defensive teams. Testing response patterns and defensive configurations before dedicating primary assault forces despite initial penetration success against outer wards. Suggesting reconnaissance elements preceding main force, Harry agreed. Integrating this tactical observation with developing strategic assessment. Or specific objective requiring precise approach rather than general offensive despite apparent assault configuration. The continued analysis maintained balanced perspective despite developing combat operations, strategic assessment alongside tactical response rather than exclusive focus on immediate engagement despite legitimate operational demands. It reflected their evolved methodology, integrated perspective rather than compartmentalized focus regardless of situation intensity. As perimeter engagement intensified and defensive teams implemented coordinated containment protocols, unexpected development manifested through specialized detection equipment monitoring magical signatures throughout the castle grounds. Distinctive apparition attempt registered within supposedly impenetrable Hogwarts anti-transportation wards near the astronomy tower. Impossible penetration point given established ward configuration. Professor Flitwick declared with professional certainty despite clear monitoring indication. Unless transportation originated from location already within ward boundaries, Harry completed the analysis, immediately recognizing the strategic implication, suggesting interior operative or preposition transport mechanism rather than external penetration attempt. The assessment immediately transformed their tactical understanding, revealing coordinated external-internal operation rather than simple assault from outside defensive perimeters. This fundamental shift required immediate response adjustment beyond established protocols toward adaptive countermeasures addressing the unexpected threat dimension. Astronomy Tower team redirect immediately. Harry direct. Ted through their communication network while McGonagall simultaneously mobilized faculty response toward the identified location. Priority containment protocol with specialized anti-transportation measures implementing immediately within identified sector. The coordinated response demonstrated their operational integration, student defense network and faculty capabilities functioning as coherent response rather than parallel operations despite separate organizational structures. It reflected their developed methodology, practical cooperation transcending traditional boundaries toward effect 4. Action regardless of conventional limitations. Harry moved with tactical team toward identified intrusion point, maintaining communication with command structure while implementing direct response appropriate to developing situation. The balanced approach combined field leadership with continued strategic coordination, direct engagement without disconnection from broader operational framework despite urgent immediate concerns. As they approached the astronomy tower access points, distinctive magical signatures confirmed sophisticated operation beyond standard Death Eater methodology, specialists. Transportation enchantments utilizing previously unknown techniques to partially bypass Hogwarts protective wards through exploitation of specific architectural vulnerabilities rather than brute foe. RCE penetration or conventional weakness targeting. Modified transportation methodology utilizing architectural resonance patterns, Harry assessed, recognizing distinctive magical signature characteristics from specialized research. Exploiting harmonic vulnerabilities within ward structure rather than attempting direct penetration or disruption. Suggesting highly specialized magical knowledge beyond conventional training. Professor Flitwick agreed, his expertise in charms providing valuable technical assessment alongside practical combat capability. Potentially indicating direct involvement from specialized research division within opposing forces rather than standard combat elements. The technical assessment informed tactical response, specialized countermeasures targeting IED methodology rather than standard anti-transportation protocols despite urgent implementation requirements. It demonstrated their adaptive capability, innovative response rather than rigid procedure. Application despite crisis circumstances and immediate threat parameters. As they secured access points and implemented containment measures around the identified intrusion zone, distinctive magical discharge indicated ongoing operation within the astronomy tower itself. Specialized equipment activation rather than conventional combat engagement despite apparent assault configuration surrounding the location. They're implementing something within the tower rather than simply using it as access point, Harry realized, integrating magical signature analysis with tactical positioning assessment. Specialized magical operation utilizing Hogwarts architectural properties rather than mere transportation arrival point despite apparent assault methodology. Creating what specifically? Professor McGonagall questioned through communication link from command position, recognizing strategic implications beyond immediate tactical concern. Unknown definitively, Harry acknowledged. Though Signa Toure patterns suggest specialized detection operation rather than offensive implementation despite apparent assault configuration throughout surrounding engagement zones. The observation prompted ED8 strategic reassessment. Potential primary objective identification beyond apparent tactical methodology despite ongoing combat operations throughout defensive perimeters. This developing understanding transformed their response approach from simple containment toward targeted intervention addressing specific strategic threat rather than merely responding to apparent tactical assault. Harry implemented specialized breach methodology accessing the astronomy tower observation platform while maintaining appropriate containment protocols preventing potential escape or reinforcement. The Balin CED approach combined decisive action with necessary security measures, addressing identified threat while preventing expanded vulnerability despite urgent intervention requirements. Upon securing access to the observation platform, they discovered sophisticated magical equipment arranged in precise configuration, specialized detection apparatus utilizing Hogwarts' unique magical properties to FY-specific signature identification capabilities beyond conventional detection methodologies. A single Death Eater operated the equipment with practiced efficiency, their attention entirely focused on calibration procedures despite surrounding combat engagement. They're searching for something specific, Harry assessed, recognizing the specialized implementation despite limited available information. Utilizing Hogwarts' natural magical amplification properties to enhance detection capabilities beyond conventional methodologies despite significant operational risk. Targeting what specifically? Professor Flitwick questioned while simultaneously implementing containment measures preventing equipment activation completion despite apparent near-operational status. Before Harry could respond, the Death Eater abandoned calibration attempts upon recognizing containment implementation, initiating emergency destruction protocols targeting the specialized equipment rather than engaging defending forces despite clear combat disadvantage. This priority hierarchy confirmed the operation's specialized nature beyond conventional assault methodology, equipment protection prioritized above NNEL survival despite apparent mission failure. Harry prevented complete equipment destruction through precisely targeted intervention, neutralizing the Death Eater while simultaneously preserving critical equipment components despite emergency destruction protocols, partial activation. The balanced response maintained both immediate security requirements and intelligence gathering priorities despite competing operational demands. Initial assessment of preserved equipment components revealed sophisticated detection methodology specifically calibrated for Horcrux signature identification, special IZED magical apparatus designed to locate soul fragments matching Voldemort's unique magical pattern despite concealment, protective enchantments, or disguising methodologies. They're trying to verify Horcrux status, Harry realized. Integrating this discovery with their previous neutralization campaign. Specifically attempting to confirm continued existence or destruction of soul anchors despite apparent security through distributed concealment. Suggesting potential awareness of our neutralization efforts despite operational security measures, Professor McGonagall noted through communication link. Immediately recognizing strategic implications beyond immediate tactical discovery. The assessment transformed their understanding of both immediate situation and broader strategic position. Potential compromise of critical operational security regarding Horcrux neutralization campaign despite careful information compartmentalization throughout implementation process. This fundamental shift required significant strategic reassessment beyond immediate tactical response despite ongoing combat operations throughout defensive perimeters. Containment priorities shift toward intelligence limitation, Harry directed. Immediately adjusting operational parameters based on critical discovery. Captured operative isolated under specialized memory containment protocols while equipment components secured with maximum security classification despite ongoing tactical situation. The rapid adjustment demonstrated their operational flexibility, immediate priority recalibration based on EGIC significance assessment despite pressing tactical demands throughout ongoing engagement. It reflected their evolved methodology, integrated perspective maintaining appropriate balance between immediate tactical requirements and broader strategic considerations regardless of situation intensity. As specialized containment protocols implemented for both captured operative and equipment components. Harry maintained communication with command structure coordinating broader defensive operations throughout Hogwarts perimeters. Reports indicated successful containment of assault forces despite ideal penetration success against outer defensive layers, coordinated response preventing significant advancement despite sophisticated approach methodologies and specialized capabilities among attacking forces. Perimeter integrity stabilized with counter-offensive implementation proceeding according to established protocols, Ron reported through communication network from his field command position. Enemy forces initiating withdrawal procedures following standard extraction methodology despite limited objective achievement throughout engagement zones. Suggesting mission abortion following primary objective compromise rather than general retreat due to tactical disadvantage, Harry assessed, integrating this development with their equipment discovery and captured operative. Consistent. With specialized operation parameters rather than general offensive despite apparent assault configuration. The coordinated assessment maintained strategic perspective despite tactical intensity, identifying fundamental operation characteristics beyond apparent engagement patterns despite ongoing combat requirements and immediate security concerns. It demonstrated their analytical approach, aided understanding rather than compartmentalized evaluation regardless of situation pressure or information limitations. As engagement concluded and attacking forces completed withdrawal beyond Hogwarts boundaries. Post-operation assessment confirmed minimal casualties despite significant combat intensity, effective defensive protocols, coordinated response implementation, and appropriate resource allocation resulting in successful protection despite sophisticated assault methodology and specialized capabilities among opposing forces. Later that evening, during secure debriefing with combined Almond elements at Hogwarts Strategic Operations Center, Harry provided comprehensive assessment integrating immediate tactical outcomes with broader strategic implications. The operation demonstrate sophisticated evolution in opposing methodology, coordinated external-internal approach, specialized technical capabilities, and specific objective targeting rather than general offensive despite apparent assault configuration. Particularly significant is confirmed focus on Horcrux status verification suggesting potential awareness of our neutralization campaign despite operational security measures throughout implementation process. Creating potential strategic vulnerability through compromised information asymmetry advantage, Sirius noted from his position representing external coordinate ion elements within the combined command structure. Our primary strategic advantage involved Voldemort's ignorance regarding Horcrux neutralization despite systematic campaign completion. Though equipment discovery and operative capture potentially preserves information advantage despite apparent verification attempt, Kingsley added, representing Ministry security elements within their integrated command framework. Depending on operational compartmentalization within opposing forces and information distribution limitations regarding mission objectives and findings. The balanced assessment. Acknowledged both concerning implications and potential mitigating factors, realistic evaluation rather than either excessive alarm or unfounded optimism despite significant operational discovery. It reflected their evolved analytical approach, comprehensive perspective rather than reactive response regardless of apparent discovery significance or immediate security concerns. Operational security. Protocols regarding Horcrux neutralization campaign require immediate review and enhancement, Harry concluded, transitioning from assessment toward necessary response development. Particularly RDING potential intelligence vulnerabilities, information compartmentalization effectiveness, and distribution limitation enforcement throughout implementation chain. The recommendation balanced time security concerns with practical implementation requirements, enhanced protection without operational paralysis despite significant potential vulnerability. It demonstrated their methodology evolution, adaptive response rather than overreaction regardless of apparent security implications or potential compromise severity. Additionally, Harry continued, addressing broader strategic considerations beyond immediate security concerns, this operation potentially indicates accelerated timeline toward decisive engagement given verification attempts regarding critical vulnerability previously unknown to opposing forces. If Voldemort suspects Horcrux neutralization despite verification failure, operational patterns may shift toward immediate consolidation rather than extended campaign apparent strategic positioning throughout current conflict phase. This strategic assessment extended beyond immediate tactical considerations toward broader conflict evolution, potential fundamenta. Shift in opposing approach based on critical vulnerability awareness despite uncertain verification status. It represented sophisticated strategic thinking, identifying potential paradigm shifts based on integrated analysis rather than simple pattern extension or linear projection despite limited available information. Necessitating corresponding acceleration in our preparatory timelines regarding potential decisive engagement scenarios, McGonagall concluded, recognizing the strategic implication with characteristic directness. Particularly implementation readiness for previously identified opportunity leveraging created vulnerability despite original timeline projections suggesting additional preparation period. The assessment acknowledged significant potential development without Amateur commitment to specific response, recognizing possible timeline acceleration without abandoning necessary preparation despite pressure toward immediate action. It reflected their balanced approach. Adaptive planning rather than rigid implementation regardless of changing circumstances or emerging intelligence. Discussion continued developing specific response protocols addressing both immediate security concerns and potential strategic timeline adjustments, enhanced protection measures, accelerated preparation sequences, and contingency development beyond original planning parameters. The collaborative process demonstrated their evolved methodology, integrated response development rather than isolated planning despite diverse organizational components and traditionally separate operational structures. Throughout the extended debriefing and planning session, Harry maintained balanced leadership position, facilitating collaborative development while providing strategic direction, incorporating diverse perspectives while maintaining coherent framework, encouraging innovative thinking while ensuring practical viability. This approach reflected his evolved leadership style, integration rather than domination, synthesis rather than imposition, and guidance rather than control despite crisis circumstances and significant strategic implications. When planning session concluded with established next steps and designated responsibilities, Harry conducted final assessment with core team members in more private setting, maintaining institutional integration while addressing certain sensitive considerations beyond official operational parameters. The equipment discovery confirms technical evolution beyond previous assessment parameters, he noted to the assembled group including Ron, Hermione, Neville, and key resistance network coordinators. Particularly regarding magical detection capabilities and signature identification methodologies despite conventional limitations within established detection frameworks. Suggesting research division development beyond previously identified parameters, Hermione assessed, integrating this discovery with their intelligence gathering. Regarding Voldemort's organizational structure, specialized capabilities extending beyond conventional limitations within established magical frameworks rather than merely enhanced implementation of existing methodologies. Potentially indicating recruited expertise from previously neutral magical research communities, Neville added, referencing their monitoring of academic and research sector alignment shifts throughout the conflict, or accelerated development timeline for previously identified experimental approaches despite resource limitations within opposing organizational structure. The technical assessment balanced detailed analysis with broader strategic implications, identifying specific capability evolution while recognizing organizational development beyond immediate tactical manifestations. It demonstrated their analytical approach, integrated perspective rather than isolated technical evaluation despite specialized focus areas within their operational structure. Additionally, Harry continued, addressing more sensitive strategic considerations beyond immediate technical assessment, the focused verification attempt regarding Horcrux status potentially indicates internal intelligence regarding our neutralization campaign despite operational security measures throughout implementation process, suggesting potential compromise within secured communication channels. Observational monitoring of operational patterns, or direct infiltration despite counterintelligence protocols, Ron concluded with characteristic directness. Though equipment deployment rather and direct confrontation suggests uncertainty requiring verification rather than confirmed knowledge despite apparent awareness of general campaign parameters. This security assessment acknowledged concerning possibilities without premature conclusion, identifying potential vulnerabilities while recognizing limitation indicators within observed opposing methodology. It reflected their balanced approach. Realistic evaluation rather than either dismissive minimization or excessive alarm despite legitimate security implications and potential operational compromise. Implementation recommendations include accelerated timeline for potential decisive engagement preparation, Harry summarized, transitioning from assessment toward practical response development, while simultaneously enhancing operational security protocols throughout remaining preparatory phase despite potential existing compromise within established security frameworks. Balancing accelerated implementation with necessary preparation completion, Hermione noted, identifying the inherent tension within their response approach. Avoiding premature engagement despite potentially compressed timeline while ensuring critical Adenis elements achieve minimum operational thresholds before implementation despite acceleration pressure. The practical assessment balanced urgency with necessary thoroughness, acknowledging timely nay pressure without abandoning essential preparation despite potential strategic window limitation or opposing force consolidation. It demonstrated their evolved operational methodology, integrated con. Citation rather than reactive response regardless of situation pressure or emerging threat parameters. As meeting concluded and participants departed toward designated responsibilities, Luna remained briefly behind. Her expression revealing unusual focus beneath her characteristic dreamy exterior. The stars and shadows are converging more rapidly than expected, she observed once they were alone. Though pattern convergence remains viable despite accelerated timeline if balanced approach maintains throughout implementation sequence. Harry nodded, having learned to appreciate Luna's unique perspective despite its unconventional expression. Her pattern recognition capabilities frequently identified significant relationships beyond conventional analytical frameworks, providing valuable complementary assessment alongside traditional methodologies. The fundamental approach remains sound despite accelerated implementation requirements, he acknowledged. Though execution precision becomes increasingly critical given compressed preparation timeline despite established framework viability. The crucible doesn't care about our preferred temperature or timing, Luna replied with characteristic metaphorical insight. It transforms what enters according to fundamental properties rather than external preferences despite our comfort considerations or convenience requirements. The observation captured essential truth beyond practical planning parameters, acknowledging fundamental transformation processes operating according to inherent dynamics regardless of participant preferences or implementation schedules. It provided valuable perspective balancing tactical planning with strategic understanding, recognizing larger patterns beyond immediate operational considerations despite pressing implementation requirements and accelerated timeline pressures. Then we ensure proper preparation despite compressed timeline, Harry concluded, appreciating the perspective while maintaining practical focus. Fundamental properties supporting successful transformation rather than merely accelerated implementation without necessary foundation development or essential component integration. Luna smiled, her expression suggesting satisfaction with his balanced response integrating both metaphorical understanding and practical implementation focus. The transformation occurs regardless of our recognition or preparation, she noted. But conscious participation and deliberate alignment create different outcomes than passive subjection or resistant opposition despite inevitable process progression. As Luna departed following this final observation, Harry maintained momentary reflection regarding both immediate tactical considerations and broader transformative processes before implementing necessary rest protocols despite continuing situation development. The balanced approach managed both pressing operational requirements and essential personal resources, addressing immediate needs while maintaining sustainable capacity despite crisis circumstances and accelerated timeline pressures. Their operational position had evolved significantly despite continuing challenges and emerging complications. The successful defensive engagement demonstrated effective implementation capabilities within their integrated response structure, coordinated action across traditionally separate organizational boundaries toward comprehensive protection despite sophisticated opposition methodology and specialized assault capabilities. Simultaneously, the equipment discovery revealed consonant evolution within opposing forces, specialized detection capabilities, potential awareness regarding their Horcrux neutralization campaign, and possible compressed timeline toward decisive engagement. Despite previous assessment suggesting extended preparation period before final confrontation. This development required significant adaptation within their strategic planning framework, accelerated implementation timelines, enhanced security protocols, and contingency development beyond original parameters despite established preparation sequences. Yet their fundamental approach remained sound. Despite these emerging challenges, balanced methodology integrating diverse capabilities toward comprehensive response rather than either rigid procedural implementation or chaotic reactive adaptation regardless of situation evolution or opposing force development. This integrated framework provided viable foundation for effective action despite compressed timelines, emerging threats, and potential security vulnerabilities throughout preparation processes. With that balanced perspective acknowledging both challenges and capabilities, Harry implemented necessary recovery protocols while maintaining appropriate vigilance, managing essential resources effectively rather than either negligent relaxation or unsustainable hypervigilance despite legitimate concerns and accelerated timelines. The ACH reflected his evolved operational methodology, sustainable effectiveness rather than temporary intensity or inadequate preparation regardless of situation pressure or perceived urgency. The path forward ward contained both significant challenge and substantial opportunity, balanced awareness supporting effective action rather than either defeatism or overconfidence amid accelerated conflict evolution, and approaching decisive engagement potential despite compressed preparation timelines and emerging opposition capabilities. The Room of Requirement manifested its most sophisticated configuration, simultaneously functioning as operational command center, magical laboratory, tactical planning facility, and secure communication hub integrated within single optimized space. Specialized monitoring equipment tracked magical activity throughout Britain while tactical displays presented continuously updated intelligence regarding Death Eater movements, ministry operations, and civilian population status across multiple sectors. Harry moved between functional stations with practiced efficiency, maintaining comprehensive awareness while addressing specific operational elements requiring direct attention. The multitasking demonstrated his evolved capabilities, integrated focus across diverse requirements rather than sequential attention despite complex information streams and parallel operational demands. Final verification confirms accelerated mobilization throughout identified Death Eater strongholds, Hermione reported from Intelligence Coordination Station, referencing latest informati on from their extensive monitoring network. Movement patterns indicate comprehensive force consolidation rather than distributed operational positioning despite previous strategic distribution throughout conflict phase. Consistent with preparation for decisive engagement rather than continued distributed campaign, Ron assessed from tactical analysis position, integrating movement information with broader strategic patterns. Force composition and equipment allocation suggesting massed offensive rather than continued asymmetric operations despite previous methodological preferences throughout extended conflict. The coordinated assessment reflected their integrated operational structure, complementary analysis producing comprehensive understanding rather than isolated evaluation despite specialized focus areas within their organizational framework. It demonstrated their evolved methodology, synthesized perspective rather than compartmentalized analysis regardless of complex informatio. End streams are diverse intelligence sources. Timeline projection based on current mobilization rate. Harry asked, maintaining strategic perspective while processing specific tactical developments. T6 to 48 hours until complete force consolidation achieves operational readiness, Hermione responded with characteristic precision. Though initial elements could achieve limited deployment capability within 18 to 24-hour timeframe despite ongoing consolidation processes throughout broader organizational structure, suggesting potential advance force deployment preceding main offensive elements. Neville concluded from his position coordinating defensive preparations, reconnaissance, security penetration, or specific objective acquisition preceding general engagement despite comprehensive operational design indicating coordinated approach. This detailed temporal assessment balanced specific projection with appropriate uncertainty parameters, providing actio Naval timeline while acknowledging inevitable variation within complex operational processes. It reflected their analytical approach, practical precision without false certainty despite pressing planning requirements and accelerated implementation timelines. Our preparedness status? Harry inquired, transitioning from intelligence assessment toward operational readiness evaluation despite continuous information processing throughout parallel consideration streams. Primary defensive networks at 93% implementation completion, Neville reported regarding their extensive preparation throughout key locations and vulnerable populations. Remaining elements scheduled for completion within 12-hour timeframe despite resource limitations and distributed implementation requirements. Offensive capability at 87% operational readiness, Ron added, referencing their carefully developed counter-offensive preparations despite primary defensive focus throughout extended conflict phase. Critical elements functioning at full capacity while supporting components require final calibration despite accelerated timeline pressure. communication networks and coordination protocols fully operational across all sectors, Luna confirmed from her specialized position managing their extensive information distribution systems. Redundancy implementation complete with verification testing confirming reliability parameters despite potential disruption scenarios throughout projected engagement dynamics. The comprehensive status update balanced detailed component as assessment with integrated overview, specific readiness evaluation within coherent operational framework rather than isolated preparation reporting despite diverse responsibility areas and specialized implementation focuses. It demonstrated their organizational maturity, integrated functionality rather than parallel development regardless of complex operational structure or distributed implementation requirements. Acceptable readiness parameters given accelerated timeline, Harry assessed, integrating multiple status reports into comprehensive evaluation. Though particular attention to remaining implementation priorities essential given compressed completion window despite substantial progress throughout preparation process. His balanced assessment acknowledged significant achievement while maintaining appropriate focus on remaining requirements, recognizing progress without premature satisfaction despite substantial completion percentages and functional operational capability. It reflected his leadership approach, realistic evaluation supporting continued effort rather than either discouraging criticism or complacent approval regardless of actual preparation status. As final preparat, ION continued throughout their operational network, communication channel activated indicating incoming transmission from specialized monitoring team at Ministry headquarters. The priority designation triggered immediate attention despite numerous parallel activities throughout their operational center. Emergency intelligence update from Ministry monitoring team, Hermione announced, receiving an encrypted transmission through secured channel. Confirmed movement within Department of Mysteries corresponding with previously identified critical vulnerability despite enhanced security protocols following recent infiltration attempts. Specific activity parameters. Harry questioned, immediately recognizing potential strategic significance beyond routine security concerns. Unauthorized access to secured prophecy storage sector within Department Central Repository, Hermione specified, decrypting detailed information within transmitted intelligence package. Magical signature matching known. Death Eater operative despite identity concealment measures and security penetration methodology indicating specialized capabilities beyond conventional infiltration approaches. Targeting what specifically? Harry pressed. Integrating this development with their previous assessment regarding potential decisive engagement preparations despite apparently unrelated operational sector. Primary target appears to be original prophecy record concerning you and Voldemort, Hermione confirmed after reviewing complete intelligence transmission. Though unusual access pattern suggesting knowledge verification rather than simple acquisition despite apparent primary objective focus. The assessment immediately transformed Harry's understanding regarding opposing force intentions and timeline projections, revealing critical intelligence operation preceding anticipated main offensive rather than unrelated security breach despite apparent disconnection from observed mobilization patterns throughout identified Death Eater strongholds. They're verifying the complete prophecy content, he realized, integrating this development with previous equipment discovery during Hogwarts defensive engagement. First attempting Horcrux verification through specialized detection equipment, now accessing original prophecy record despite previously demonstrated awareness regarding standard prophecy content. Suggesting comprehensive verification preceding decisive engagement, Ron concluded, immediately recognizing strategic implications beyond specific intelligence operation. Confirming critical varia. Bless before committing primary forces despite apparent preparation regardless of verification outcome. This integrated assessment identified fundamental operational pattern beneath apparent separate activities. Comprehensive intelligence verification campaign preceding anticipated decisive engagement rather than unrelated security incidents despite apparent disconnection between Hogwarts equipment deployment and Ministry infiltration operation. It demonstrated their analytical capabilities, pattern identification beyond isolated incidents regardless of temporal separation or apparent operational disconnection, which potentially provides critical opportunity within approaching engagement parameters, Harry noted, transitioning from assessment toward strategic response development. Particle Arley regarding information asymmetry exploitation despite accelerated timeline and apparent opposing force awareness regarding certain operational elements. Specifically leveraging our knowledge reg. Arding their verification attempts versus their uncertainty concerning verification success. Hermione questioned, immediately identifying potential strategic approach despite complex implementation requirements. Precisely. Harry confirmed. Their operational pattern indicates uncertainty requiring verification despite preparation regardless of confirmation success. Creating potential for deliberate misinformation implementation exploiting verification attempt awareness despite actual information acquisition uncertainty. The strategic concept leveraged sophisticated understanding regarding opposing force psychology and operational methodology, exploiting verification attempt awareness rather than simply responding to potential information acquisition despite legitimate security concerns. Regarding compromised intelligence or exposed operational elements, it represented advanced strategic thinking, creating opportunity from apparent vulnerability rather than merely addressing security breach despite legitimate concerns regarding compromised information. Implementation methodology. Ron prompted, transitioning from conceptual strategy toward practical application development despite continuing tactical preparation throughout their operational framework. Deliberate misinformation distribution through identified monitoring channels, Harry outlined, developing implementation approach. Building upon existing intelligence regarding opposing force information gathering methodology. Specifically targeting known surveillance access points with carefully constructed incorrect assessment regarding our preparation status. Defensive positioning, and response capabilities despite actual readiness parameters. Creating false confidence regarding operational advantage, Neville summarized. Immediately recognizing the strategic approach despite its unconventional nature compared to traditional defensive methodology. Encouraging aggressive engagement based on perceived vulnerability despite actual preparation and coordinated response capability throughout defensive network. While simultaneously accelerating our final preparation implementation utilizing accurate timeline PR. Objection based on observed mobilization patterns, Hermione added, completing the integrated strategic concept with practical implementation framework. Ensuring actual operational readiness achieves optimal parameters before anticipated engagement despite deliberately projected vulnerability throughout misinformation distribution. The collaborative strategy development demonstrated their evolved operational methodology, integrated planning process generating comprehensive approach rather than isolated tactical responses despite complex strategic requirements and sophisticated implementation demands. It reflected their matured organizational capabilities, synthesized planning rather than compartmentalized development regardless of accelerated timeline pressure or parallel operational requirements. Proceed with implementation. Harry directed after confirming universal understanding throughout command team. Priority distribution through identified monitoring channels while maintaining authentic communication through secured networks despite parallel information streams and potential confusion risk throughout implementation process. The clear direction established implementation parameters while acknowledging potential complications, providing necessary guidance while recognizing inherent challenges despite urgent execution requirements. It demonstrated his evolved leadership approach, practical direction supporting effective implementation rather than either ambiguous conceptualization or excessive micromanagement regardless of complex operational requirements. As misinformation distribution commenced through carefully selected channels while authentic preparation continued through secured networks, Harry maintained comprehensive awareness beyond immediate tactical implementation, integrating continuous intelligence updates, preparation status reports, and strategic assessment development throughout their operational framework while managing specific responsibilities requiring direct attention. The balanced approach prevented tunnel vision despite intense immediate demands, maintaining strategic perspective alongside tactical implementation rather than becoming absorbed in specific operational elements regardless of legitimate immediate pressures or parallel responsibility requirements. It demonstrated his evolved operational methodology, integrated awareness rather than sequential focus despite complex information environment and diverse responsibility areas. Personal readiness assessment. Sirius inquired quietly during brief pause in operational direction. approaching Harry's position with characteristic combination of professional concern and personal care beneath casual demeanor. Functional parameters achieved despite accelerated implementation timeline. Harry replied with similar balance between professional assessment and personal acknowledgement. Though continued refinement proceeding throughout remaining preparation window despite apparent operational readiness within primary capability areas. Sirius nodded understanding while studying Harry with experienced assessment beyond verbal response. The integrated approach you've developed represents significant advancement beyond conventional methodology, he observed after momentary consideration. Particularly regarding synthesis across traditional boundaries despite institutional stance and historical separation throughout established operational frameworks. The observation acknowledged broader significance beyond immediate tactical implementation, recognizing fundamental methodological innovation rather than merely successful preparation despite conventional evaluation metrics or traditional assessment parameters. It reflected Sirius's evolved mentorship approach, identifying foundational development beyond superficial achievement regardless of pressing operational concerns or immediate implementation focus. Necessary adaptation to challenging circumstances, Harry replied with appropriate modesty despite legitimate accomplishment. Practical requirements demanding innovative approaches beyond traditional limitations despite institutional preference for established methodologies regardless of demonstrated effectiveness limitations. Perhaps, Sirius acknowledged with slight smile suggesting deeper appreciation than his casual response indicated. Though necessary adaptation frequently encounters substantial resistance despite practical validation through successful implementation throughout historical conflict resolution. The exchange balanced professional assessment with personal connection, meaningful evaluation within authentic relationship rather than either purely technical discussion or solely emotional interaction despite legitimate operational pressure and approaching engagement timeline. It demonstrated their evolved relationship, integrated connection rather than compartmentalized interaction regardless of professional context or personal significance. As final preparation continued throughout their operational network and misinformation distribution proceeded through identified monitoring channels, Harry maintained balanced perspective regarding both immediate implementation requirements and broader strategic considerations. The approaching engagement represented potential decisive confrontation after extended conflict phase, concentrated opposition force deployment rather than continued distributed operations despite previous methodological preferences throughout earlier conflict stages. Their response approach Bala NCED deliberate vulnerability projection with accelerated preparation completion, creating false confidence throughout opposing force assessment while ensuring actual operational readiness despite REST implementation timeline and parallel misinformation distribution. This sophisticated approach leveraged identified opposing force characteristics, verification obsession, hierarchical information processing, and predetermined operational frameworks despite apparent adaptation capabilities throughout extended conflict. Yet beneath tactical methodology and strategic positioning lay more fundamental transformation. Their evolved operational approach integrating diverse capabilities across traditional boundaries toward comprehensive implementation rather than isolated effectiveness within conventional limitations. This methodological innovation represented significant advancement beyond established conflict resolution frameworks, synthesized approach rather than compartmentalized implementation regardless of institutional preference or historical separation throughout traditional operational structures. With that balanced awareness acknowledging both immediate tactical requirements and broader methodological significance, Harry continued operational direction while maintaining comprehensive situation monitoring throughout approaching engagement timeline. The integrated approach aged both pressing implementation demands and strategic positioning requirements, addressing immediate needs while maintaining coherent framework despite accelerated timeline pressure and parallel operational streams. The path forward contained both significant challenge and substantial opportunity, balanced perspective supporting effective action rather than either excessive confidence or unwarranted concern amid approaching decisive engagement despite inherent uncertainties and opposing force capabilities throughout anticipated confrontation parameters. The ancient forest clearing stood silent under pre-dawn light. Morning mist creating ethereal boundary between material world and magical energies gathering throughout the sacred space. 7 stone monoliths arranged in precise geometric TTERN formed ritual foundation older than recorded wizarding history, their weathered surfaces covered with runes and symbols from magical traditions predating modern categorical limitations or institutional classifications. Harry completed final preparation at the circle's center, arranging specialized components in precise configuration while maintaining centered awareness despite approaching confrontation timeline and accumulated operational pressure throughout extended preparation phase. The ritualistic approach balanced technical precision with magical integration, proper component arrangement, and within appropriate mental and magical framework rather than merely physical preparation despite legitimate effectiveness requirements. Eastern boundary stabilized according to specified parameters. Bellatrix reported from her position establishing outer containment structure surrounding the ritual space. Resonance patterns achieving optimal frequency with minimal variation despite atmosphere. IC interference throughout surrounding environment. Southern quadrant harmonized with primary circle configuration. Sirius confirmed from opposite position maintaining complementary energy pattern. Supporting the central working despite independent operational focus. Boundary integrity maintaining consistent threshold despite increasing external magical pressure throughout approach phase. The coordinated implementation demonstrated their integrated methodology, complementary components functioning within coherent framework rather than parallel operations despite specialized focus areas and diverse magical approaches throughout their operational structure. It reflected their evolved approach, synthesized implementation rather than compartmentalized execution regardless of diverse traditio. NS are historically separated methodologies throughout conventional magical practice. Final verification confirms opposing force approaching primary engagement zone. RON communicated through secured channel from tactical operations center coordinating broader response beyond ritual implementation. Movement patterns indicating main offensive elements achieving deployment positions while specialists. ED units establishing secondary approach vectors despite apparent concentration within identified primary sector. Consistent with anticipated engagement parameters despite misinformation distribution throughout preparatory phase. Hermione added through the same communication network, providing intelligence assessment alongside tactical reporting. Force composition and deployment methodology SU. G gesting confidence regarding perceived vulnerability despite actual preparation throughout defensive network. The integrated information balanced specific tactical reporting with broader strategic assessment. Detailed movement description within comprehensive situation evaluation rather than isolated status update despite specialized focus areas and diverse responsibility assignments throughout their operational structure. It demonstrated their evolved methodology, synthesized awareness rather than compartmentalized reporting regardless of diverse operational elements or parallel implementation requirements. Proceed with final activation sequence, Harry directed, maintaining operational leadership while implementing specific ritual components requiring direct attention. Standard protocol. L implementation despite accelerated timeline and approaching engagement parameters throughout surrounding environment. The clear direction established implementation framework while acknowledging situational pressure, providing necessary guidance without excessive adjustment despite legitimate timeline concerns and approaching confrontation. It demonstrated his leadership approach, consistent direction supporting effective implementation rather than reactive modification or unnecessary complication regardless of external pressure or situational evolution. Harry initiated the central ritual sequence while Bellatrix and Sirius activated complementary components throughout the surrounding structure, their coordinated actions creating integrated magical framework despite diverse traditions and historically separated methodologies throughout conventional practice. The combined approach synthesized different magical perspectives toward comprehensive implementation, ritual formality, intuitive response, and technical precision functioning harmoniously rather than competitively despite traditional separation or institutional categorization. As the ritual framework stabilized and external reports confirmed opposing force achieving final deployment positions, Harry maintained balanced awareness between immediate implementation requirements and broader strategic considerations. The approach in confrontation represented potential decisive engagement after extended conflict, concentrated opposition force deployment targeting perceived vulnerability despite actual preparation throughout defensive network and deliberate misinformation distribution throughout preparatory phase. Their response approach balanced specialized ritual implementation with comprehensive defensive preparation, Ting focused engagement opportunity while maintaining distributed protection despite concentrated opposition force deployment and apparent main offensive targeting. This sophisticated methodology leveraged identified opposing force characteristics, hierarchical command structure, predetermined operational frameworks, and verification obsession despite apparent adaptation capabilities throughout extended conflict. Primary ritual framework achieving stable configuration, Harry confirmed as the integrated magical structure reached operational parameters despite continuing implementation refinement. Transition to active status proceeding according to established sequence despite external pressure and approaching engagement timeline. Outer boundary maintaining integrity parameters with automated adaptation mechanisms functioning at optimal capacity, Bellatrix reported while continuously monitoring the protective structure surrounding their ritual implementation. Defensive capability achieving designated threshold despite increasing magical disturbance throughout surrounding environment. Opposing force initiating preliminary engagement against outer defensive positions, RON updated through communication network. Monitoring broader tactical situation beyond immediate ritual implementation. Standard approach methodology utilizing specialized penetration units preceding main offensive elements despite comprehensive force deployment throughout identified engagement zone. The coordinated assessment maintained comprehensive awareness despite diverse operational focuses, ritual implementation, boundary maintenance, and tactical monitoring functioning as integrated information framework rather than isolated reporting streams despite specialized responsibility areas and parallel operational requirements. It demonstrated their evolved methodology, synthesized awareness rather than compartmentalized focus regardless of diverse operational elements or parallel implementation demands. As ritual implementation reached critical transition point and external engagement intensified throughout surrounding defensive positions, distinctive magical signature registered approachin. The ritual clearing despite established protective boundaries and automated defensive systems throughout the surrounding environment. The unique pattern indicated personal presence rather than remit. Magical projection despite significant defensive challenges and established protective measures throughout the approach vector. Voldemort himself approaching primary ritual location, Harry confirmed. Recognizing the distinctive magical signature despite containment measures and disguising methodologies throughout the approaching presence. Direct intervention rather than remote command despite operational vulnerability and established defensive protocols throughout surrounding positions. Consistent with psychological assessment regarding personal involvement requirements despite strategy. Vulnerability or tactical disadvantage throughout critical engagement scenarios, Hermione analyzed through communication network, immediately identifying behavioral pattern alignment with established psychological profile. Particularly regarding perceived direct challenges or apparent vulnerability concerning prophecy-related confrontation despite conventional strategic recommendations throughout command structure. The integrated assessment balanced immediate identification with broader pattern recognition, specific tactical development within comprehensive psychological framework rather Han isolated observation despite urgent operational implications or immediate response requirements. It demonstrated their analytical approach, synthesized evaluation rather than compartmentalized reaction regardless of situation pressure or immediate threat parameters. Maintain implementation sequence without modification, Harry directed, continuing ritual operation despite approaching high value. Target and potential decisive engagement opportunity. Standard protocol completion despite apparent strategic opportunity or tactical advantage throughout developing situation. The clear direction. Maintained operational integrity despite apparent opportunity, prioritizing established methodology over reactive adjustment regardless of legitimate temptation or potential advantage throughout developing situation. It demonstrated his strategic discipline, coherent implementation rather than opportunistic deviation despite significant potential benefit or apparent immediate advantage throughout evolving tactical environment. As Voldemort's distinctive presence approached the ritual boundary, specialized detection equipment registered multiple accompanying magical signatures suggesting select elite forces rather than general combat units despite apparent main offensive deployment throughout surrounding engagement zones. The composition indicated specialized protection detail rather than general combat support. Selected capabilities focused on specific protection requirements rather than offensive implementation despite broader engagement throughout surrounding environment. Elite Prot. Action detail accompanying primary target. Sirius reported while maintaining boundary monitoring alongside ritual implementation responsibilities. Specialized capabilities rather than general combat. Units despite apparent main force deployment throughout surrounding engagement zones. Identified signatures include Dolohov, Rookwood, and Mulciber among confirmed elements. Bellatrix added, her extensive knowledge regarding Death Eater organization providing valuable identification despite disguising measures and signature modification throughout approaching force. The specific identification provided valuable tactical information beyond general force assessment, known capabilities and operational tendencies rather than generic threat evaluation despite limited observation opportunity and restricted identification parameters. It demonstrated their intelligence integration, specific knowledge application within immediate tactical situation regardless of limited observation window or restricted identification opportunity. As the approaching force reached outer ritual boundary, distinctive magical probe tested protective measures, sophisticated assessment rather than brute force penetra. Tion despite apparent offensive capability and concentrated magical potential throughout assembled opposition elements. The methodical approach indicated calculated evaluation rather than impulsive engagement, strategic assessment preceding tactical implementation despite apparent aggressive intention and concentrated combat capability. Standard containment protocol proceeding without modification. Harry confirmed while maintaining ritual implementation despite direct boundary testing and apparent penetration preparation throughout opposing force positioning. Established sequence continuing. Regardless of external pressure or apparent immediate threat despite approaching engagement parameters. The continued direction maintained operational integrity despite increasing external pressure, p. Prioritizing established methodology over reactive adjustment regardless of legitimate concern or apparent immediate threat throughout developing situation. It demonstrated his implementation discipline. Coherent execution rather than situational reaction despite significant external pressure or apparent imminent engagement throughout evolving tactical environment. The ritual reached critical octava. Tion threshold just as Voldemort initiated direct boundary penetration attempt. Synchronized timing despite independent operational processes and apparently uncoordinated implementation timelines throughout parallel development sequences. The convergence created unexpected interaction between ritual energies and penetration methodology, complex resonance patterns rather than simple opposition despite apparently contradictory magical intentions and opposing operational objectives. Unexpected harmonic development between ritual energies and penetration methodology, Harry observed, immediately recognizing unique magical interaction despite limited precedent and absent theoretical framework throughout conventional magical understanding. Resonance rather than opposition despite contradictory intentions and opposing objectives throughout parallel implementation. Creating potential integration pathway rather than defensive barrier despite original design parameters and established operational objectives, Bellatrix assessed. Her extensive experience with complex magical interactions providing valuable insight despite unprecedented development and absent theoretical foundation. The graded observation identified fundamental pattern beyond apparent contradiction, harmonious interaction possibility rather than inevitable opposition despite conflicting intentions and contradictory objectives throughout parallel magical implementations. It demonstrated their evolved magical understanding, synthetic possibility recognition rather than binary opposition assumption regardless of apparent conflict or traditional categorical separation throughout conventional magical theory. Modify containment approach from opposition to channeling, Harry directed, immediately adapting implementat. Ion methodology based on observed interaction pattern despite established protocol and predetermined operational framework. Integration pathway rather than rejection barrier despite original design parameters and apparent contradiction throughout parallel magical structures. The adaptive direction demonstrated operational flexibility beyond rigid implementation, modified approach based on emergent opportunity despite established protocol and predetermined methodology throughout original operational design. It reflected his evolved leadership approach, responsive adaptation rather than procedure. Adherence regardless of unexpected development or unprecedented interaction throughout implementation process. As containment methodology shifted from opposition to channeling, the ritual framework incorporated Voldemort's penetration energies rather than rejecting them, creating integrated magical structure rather than opposing force interaction despite contradictory intentions and opposing OBJ actives throughout parallel implementation processes. The unexpected synthesis transformed operational dynamics from anticipated confrontation toward unprecedented integration despite apparent fundame. NTAL opposition and seemingly irreconcilable magical approaches. Containment evolution achieving unexpected integration parameters, Harry reported as the modified approach produced remarkable harmony. IC development despite apparently contradictory magical intentions. Channeling methodology creating synchronized energy patterns rather than opposing force interaction despite contradictory objective. And opposing intentions throughout parallel implementation. Resulting in potential sympathetic binding rather than defensive containment despite original operational design and established protocol parameters, Sirius observed. Immediately recognizing fundamental transformation beyond apparent tactical adjustment despite limited precedent and absent theoretical framework. The integrated assess meant identified transformative possibility beyond apparent modification, fundamental operational shift rather than mere tactical adjustment despite limited implementation change and modest protocol modification throughout containment approach. It demonstrated their magical understanding, transformative potential recognition beyond apparent mechanical adjustment regardless of limited modification ext. Enter modest implementation change throughout containment methodology. As the unexpected integration continued developing throughout the ritual structure, Voldemort himself breached the modified bone. Dairy, physical presence entering ritual space rather than merely magical projection despite continuing protective measures and established security protocols throughout surrounding environment. His man. IFE station demonstrated characteristic arrogance beneath calculated control, confident dominance rather than cautious engagement despite unknown magical environment and unprecedented ritual interaction throughout surrounding structure. Your pathetic attempt at defensive magic becomes increasingly desperate, Potter, he observed with characteristic contemptuous tone despite evident uncertainty. Riga. RDING unprecedented magical interaction throughout surrounding ritual framework. Though I admit some curiosity regarding your apparent ritual methodology despite obvious inadequacy and inevitable FAI lure throughout your misguided implementation. Harry maintained centered focus despite direct confrontation and provocative engagement, ritual continuation rather than emotional reaction or defensive response despite legitimate concern and natural defensive instinct throughout unexpected development. The disciplined approach prioritized operational integrity over immediate reaction, maintaining implementation sequence rather than abandoning established methodology despite significant provocation and apparent immediate threat throughout direct confrontation. Not defensive but transformative, Ari replied with remarkable calm despite direct confrontation and inherent danger throughout developing situation. Integration rather than opposition despite apparent contradiction and seeming incompatibility throughout parallel magical approaches. The measured response maintained operational focus despite provocative engagement, continuing implementation rather than diverting into argumentative interaction or defensive justification despite significant temptation and apparent confrontational opportunity. It demonstrated his evolved conflict approach, functional focus rather than emotional action regardless of provocative opportunity or apparent confrontational invitation. Voldemort's expression revealed momentary confusion beneath maintained contempt, genuine uncertainty despite project confidence throughout direct engagement and provocative interaction. The brief vulnerability confirmed effective disruption within anticipated confrontation parameters, unexpected development critique. Genuine uncertainty despite extensive preparation and calculated approach throughout opposing force engagement. Your delusional magical theory matters little, Voldemort dismissed after brief hesitation revealing more significance than his casual tone suggested. Your supposed special power proves consistently inadequate despite Dumbledore's persistent faith and prophecy's alleged assurance throughout our repeated encounters. Harry recognized the deliberate reference despite apparent casual dismissal, prophecy confirmation rather than coincidental mention despite projected indifference and casual tone throughout provocative engagement. The specific reference indicated successful verification through Department of Mysteries infiltration, prophecy record acquisition rather than continued Uncertainty despite apparent disinterest and casual dismissal throughout confrontational interaction. Yet you sought the prophecy's complete content despite claimed dismissal and apparent indifference throughout recent operations. Harry noted while continuing ritual implementation despite direct conversation and apparent distraction throughout confrontational engagement. Verification attempt in indicating concern despite projected confidence and claimed certainty throughout public positioning. The observation maintained strategic engagement despite continuing ritual implementation. Psychologic. Al leverage alongside technical operation rather than divided attention or compromised focus despite parallel requirements and simultaneous demands throughout complex interaction. It demonstrated his evolved operational capability, integrated functionality rather than sequential attention regardless of diverse demands or parallel requirements throughout complex engagement. Voldemort's eyes narrowed slightly despite maintained composure, brief indication revealing greater impact than his controlled expression suggested. The subtle reaction confirmed effective disruption beyond apparent limited response. Meaningful impact despite controlled reaction and maintained composure throughout direct confrontation. Mere tactical thoroughness rather than strategic necessity, Voldemort claimed with Appa. Rent dismissal despite evident defensive justification throughout unexpected explanation. Though prophecy's complete content proved moderately interesting despite obvious irrelevance and clear misinterpretation throughout Dumbledore's laughable analysis. The defensive explanation revealed greater significance than apparent casual dismissal, justification indicating importance despite claimed irrelevance and projected indifference throughout provocative engagement. It demonstrated effective psychological leverage despite limited explicit response, meaningful impact despite controlled reaction. ND maintained composure throughout direct confrontation. While their verbal exchange continued, the ritual integration proceeded with remarkable development, Voldemort's magical signature increasingly incorporated within the transformative structure despite his apparent unawareness and continued dismissive engagement throughout direct interaction. The progressive integration created unprecedented magical binding despite absence of explicit cooperation or conscious participation throughout developing ritual implementation. Your continued delusion regarding prophesied special power becomes increasingly tiresome. Voldemort declared with apparent confidence despite subtle magical binding and progressive integration throughout surrounding ritual structure. This supposed power Dumbledore claim. Ed would defeat me has consistently failed materializing despite numerous opportunities and desperate attempts throughout our extended conflict. Not power to defeat you, Harry corrected while maintaining ritual implementation despite continuing conversation and provocative engagement. Power you know not. Different concept entirely despite apparent similarity and seeming equivalent throughout superficial analysis. The specific clarification maintained precise engagement despite potential mischaracterization, accurate reference rather than approximate discussion despite apparent minor distinction and seemingly trivial difference throughout casual conversation. It demonstrated his precise knowledge application, specific understanding rather than general familiarity regardless of apparent nor distinction or seemingly trivial difference throughout complex magical concept. Semantic distinction without meaningful difference, Voldemort dismissed with apparent confidence despite growing uncertainty beneath maintained composure. Your supposed special capability remains consistently absent despite prophesied assurance and persistent expectation throughout our repeated encounters. As their exchange continued, Harry maintained awareness beyond immediate verbal interaction, monitoring ritual development while engaging direct conversation despite parallel requirements and simultaneous demands throughout complex implementation. The integrated approach balanced specific interaction with comprehensive awareness, particular engagement within broader operation rather than isolated focus. Despite legitimate immediate concerns and direct confrontational pressure. Not absent but continuously present despite persistent misidentification and continued misunderstanding throughout conventional analysis. Harry explained while monitoring progressive ritual integration despite direct conversation and apparent distraction. Love remains power you know not despite dismissive rejection and parent contempt throughout your entire existence. That pathetic theory. Voldemort actually laughed despite growing magical binding and progressive ritual integration throughout surrounding structure. Dumbledore's persistent delusion regarding love's supposed magical significance despite obvious sentimentality and clear emotional indulgence throughout his fanciful theorizing. The dismissive response revealed critical vulnerability despite apparent confident rejection, fundamental misunderstanding rather than strategic disagreement despite sophisticated magical capability and extensive theoretical knowledge throughout diverse magical disciplines. It confirmed essential limitation beyond specific misunderstanding, fundamental blindness rather than particular ignorance despite comprehensive magical education and extensive practical experience throughout prolonged existence. Not theory but fundamental principle, Harry corrected while continuing ritual implementation despite direct conversation and apparent distraction. Demonstrated repeatedly through magical reality despite persistent denial and continued dismissal throughout your magical practice. As their exchange progressed, the ritual integration achieved critical threshold, Voldemort's magical signature fully incorporated within transformative structure despite his continued unawareness and persistent dismissive engagement throughout direct interaction. The complete integration created unprecedented binding beyond conventional magical understanding, fundamental connection rather than superficial constraint despite absence of explicit cooperation or conscious participation. Your mother's protective magic, Voldemort dismissed with apparent understanding despite fundamental misinterpretation and critical misidentification throughout his analytical framework. Mere sacrificial protection rather than universal principle despite Dumbledore's grandiose interpretation and your continued misunderstanding throughout our extended conflict. Part of love's expression rather than its complete manifestation, Harry clarified while maintaining ritual focus despite continuing conversation and direct confrontation. Sin. Glay example within broader principle despite apparent limitation and seeming specificity throughout isolated instance. The precise distinction maintained accurate engagement despite potential mischaracterization. Specific clarification rather than general correction despite apparent minor difference and seemingly trivial distinction throughout conceptual discussion. It demonstrated his evolved understanding. Precise knowledge application rather than approximate familiarity regardless of complex concept or sophisticated distinction throughout magical principle discussion. As ritual integration c. Amplitude fundamental binding between Harry and Voldemort's magical signatures, unprecedented resonance developed throughout their connected magical structures, harmonic vibration rather than disruptive interference despite apparent incompatibility and seeming contradiction throughout parallel magical architectures. The unexpected harmony created transformative potential beyond conventional magical understanding. Fundamental reconfiguration possibility rather than mere constraint despite apparent opposition and seeming contradiction. What magic is this? Voldemort demanded, finally noticing the profound connection despite previous dismissal and continued arrogance throughout direct interaction. What have you done? His confident composure fractured, revealing genuine alarm beneath previous dismissive posturing. Real concern rather than projected indifference despite maintained superiority and continued contemptuous engagement. Integration rather than opposition, Harry explained while MP letting final ritual sequence despite direct confrontation and growing agitation throughout opposing response. Harmony rather than conflict despite apparent contradiction and seeming incompatibility throughout parallel magical approaches. Quote, the balanced explanation maintained accurate description despite provocative reaction, precise clarification rather than emotional response regardless of growing agitation and increasing alarm throughout opposing engagement. It demonstrated his evolved interaction approach, functional communication rather than reactive exchange despite provocative situation. And escalating tension throughout direct confrontation. Release this binding immediately, Voldemort commanded with diminishing authority despite attempted dominance and projected power throughout desperate demand. Whatever misguided magic you've attempted will fail against my power despite momentary success and apparent temporary advantage throughout your pathetic implementation. Harry maintained Ned-centered focus despite direct demand and increasing agitation, ritual completion rather than defensive reaction or explanation justification regardless of growing pressure and escalating tension throughout direct confrontation. The disciplined approach prioritized operational integrity over immediate response, continuing established sequence rather than diverting into reactive engagement despite significant provocation and apparent immediate threat. The binding isn't my creation alone, Harry clarified while activating final ritual component despite continuing confrontation and growing opposition. Our magic created this connection together despite apparent opposition and seeming contradiction throughout parallel intentions. As final ritual sequence activated transformative framework T. Hero out their connected magical structures, unprecedented resonance amplified beyond conventional parameters, harmonic frequency increasing beyond sustainable threshold despite apparent stability and seeming control throughout initial development phase. The accelerating resonance created transformative cascade effect throughout integrated magical binding, fundamental realignment rather than superficial modification despite limited explicit intention and restricted conscious direction. What is happening? Voldemort demanded, genuine alarm replacing previous contemptuous confidence as magical disturbance manifested visibly throughout surrounding environment. Swirling energy patterns emerged around both figures, golden light surrounding Harry while dark vapor-like tendrils encompassed Voldemort. Despite their integrated binding and harmonic resonance throughout connected magical structures. Soul fragment reintegration, Harry explained while maintaining centered focus despite escalating magical manifestation and growing environmental disturbance. Final Horcrux neutralization through reabsorption rather than destruction despite conventional methodology and established approach throughout previous implementation. The revelation triggered immediate comprehension within Voldemort's expression, genuine understanding replacing previous confusion despite continuing alarm and growing concern throughout direct confrontation. His reaction confirmed successful intelligence regarding their Horcrux neutralization campaign, awareness beyond suspected knowledge despite operational security ND information compartmentalization throughout implementation process. Impossible, Voldemort declared with diminishing conviction despite apparent certainty and projected confidence. My anchors ain't secure despite your pathetic attempts and laughable interference throughout your misguided campaign. All previously neutralized, Harry confirmed while continuing ritual maintenance despite dire court confrontation and escalating magical disturbance. Diary, ring, locket, cup, diadem, and fragment within myself, all systematically eliminated through coordinated effort despite distributed concealment and protective enchantments throughout your implementation. The comprehensive listing demonstrated complete knowledge beyond partial understanding, specific identification rather than general awareness despite complex implementation and distributed concealment throughout opposing security measures. It confirmed their systematic campaign's effectiveness beyond individual component success, comprehensive neutralization rather than partial elimination regardless of sophisticated concealment or complex protection throughout opposing security architecture. Genuine fear replaced previous arrogance. Within Voldemort's expression, fundamental vulnerability recognition beyond specific concern despite continued resistance and maintained opposition throughout direct confrontation. His reaction RMED critical realization regarding mortality restoration, existential vulnerability rather than tactical disadvantage despite continuing magical power and maintained combat capability throughout immediate situation. As reintegration process intensified throughout their connected magical structures, visible manifestation developed between Harry and Voldemort, ethereal tether linking their physical forms despite absence of conventional magical binding or standard restraint methodology throughout ritual implementation. The manifestation represented soul fragment pathway rather than simple physical connection, essence transfer channel rather than mere material binding despite apparent physical representation and visible manifestation. You cannot force this, Voldemort declared with desperate RTAINTY despite growing magical transformation and escalating essence transfer throughout connected pathway. Soul reintegration requires remorse, fundamental magical principle beyond simple force application despite apparent temporary connection and seeming momentary advantage. Not forcing but facilitating, Harry clarified while maintaining ritual guidance despite direct confrontation and continuing opposition. Creating pathway rather than compelling movement despite apparent external application and seeming imposed direction throughout visible manifestation. The precise distinction aimed accurate explanation despite confrontational context, specific clarification rather than general assertion regardless of growing tension and escalating opposition throughout direct interaction. T demonstrated his magical understanding, precise knowledge application rather than approximate implementation regardless of complex principle or sophisticated distinction throughout magical operation. The choice remains yours. Harry continued with remarkable calm despite extraordinary circumstances and unprecedented magical implementation. Reintegration opportunity rather than forced unificatio. N despite established connection and prepared pathway throughout our magical binding. The balanced statement acknowledged fundamental principle within soul magic, volitional participation requirement. Despite external facilitation and prepared methodology throughout supporting framework, it demonstrated sophisticated understanding beyond mechanical application, fundamental principle recognition than mere technical implementation regardless of complex magical operation or unprecedented application throughout ritual structure. Visible internal conflict manifested within Voldemort's expressee. On. Desperate resistance against growing comprehension despite maintained opposition and continued defiance throughout direct confrontation. The apparent struggle revealed profound recognition beneath surface rejection. Fundamental understanding despite continued denial and maintained defiance throughout explicit opposition. You destroy yourself through this attempted binding, Voldemort claimed diminishing conviction despite apparent certainty and projected confidence. Soul fragment reintegration causes catastrophic magical backlash when forced beyond natural acceptance despite apparent temporary success and seeming momentary advantage. Risk accepted through informed decision despite potential consequences and possible negative outcomes throughout implementation consideration. Rai acknowledged while maintaining ritual guidance despite direct confrontation and continuing opposition. Balance established through proper preparation and appropriate methodology despite inherent angers and acknowledged hazards throughout complex magical operation. The measured response balanced honesty regarding risks with confidence regarding preparation, acknowledging potential negative sequences while asserting appropriate mitigation despite legitimate hazards and genuine concerns throughout complex implementation. It demonstrated evolved decision-making, integrated consideration than either reckless disregard or excessive caution regardless of significant stakes or profound potential consequences. As their exchange continued, reintegration pathways strengthened between connected magical structures, increasing stability despite growing energy transfer and escalating essence movement throughout visible manifestation. The developing process demonstrated sustainable methodology despite unprecedented application, viable implementation rather than catastrophic instability regardless of complex magical interaction or unprecedented application throughout extraordinary operation. Your supposed victory becomes Pyrrhic at best, Voldemort declared with characteristic resistance despite growing reintegration progress and escalating transformation throughout connected magical structures. Mutual destruction rather than supposed triumph despite apparent temporary advantage and seeming momentary success. Not destruction but transformation, Harry corrected while maintaining ritual guidance despite continuing confrontation and persistent opposition. Evolution rather than elimination despite apparent dramatic change and seeming fundamental alteration throughout visible process. The precise clarification maintained accurate description despite provocative characterization, specific distinction rather than general correction regardless of confrontational context or oppositional framing throughout direct interaction. It demonstrated his conceptual precision, accurate terminology rather than approximate language regardless of complex concept or sophisticated distinction throughout difficult explanation. As reintegration process approached critical threshold throughout connected magical structures, remarkable transformation manifested within Voldemort's physical form. Progressive restoration rather than continuing degradation despite decades of soul fragmentation and extensive magical corruption throughout extended existence. His serpentine features began TLE shift toward more human appearance, restored natural characteristics rather than continuing magical distortion despite extensive previous transformation and prolonged unnatural modification. What is happening to me? Voldemort demanded with mingled alarm and fascination despite continued resistance and maintained opposition throughout direct confrontation. Genuine uncertainty replaced previous confident dismissal. Real questioning rather than rhetorical challenge despite maintained opposition and continued defiance throughout confrontational engagement. Soul fragment reintegration creating natural magical harmony despite previous fragmentation and extensive corruption throughout extended existence, Harry explained while continuing ritual guidance despite direct questioning and persistent uncertainty. Restoring natural equilibrium rather than maintaining artificial separation despite extended duration and established pattern throughout previous existence. The balanced explanation. Maintained precise description despite provocative context. Accurate clarification rather than simplified approximation regardless of complex concept or difficult communication circumstances. It demonstrated his evolved communication approach. Effective information transfer rather than either technical obscurity or excessive simplification regardless of recipient attitude or reception context. As integration process continued progress throughout connected magical structures, visible transformation extended beyond physical appearance toward fundamental essence characteristics, magical signature. Evolution rather than mere external modification despite apparent physical focus and seeming superficial change throughout observable manifestation. The comprehensive transformation demonstrated a mental realignment beyond surface alteration, essential restoration rather than cosmetic modification regardless of visible characteristics or apparent physical changes. This changes nothing, Voldemort insisted with diminishing conviction despite progressive transformation and continuing restoration throughout connected magical structures. Power remains defining reality despite supposed moral considerations or alleged ethical framework throughout your pathetic philosophical perspective. Power itself transformed through reintegration process, Harry noted while maintaining ritual guidance. Despite continuing confrontation and persistent opposition. Capability restored through wholeness rather than diminished through fragmentation despite apparent previous advantage and seeming temporary benefit throughout extended existence. Quote, the precise observation identified fundamental principle beyond apparent contradiction, restored capability through reintegration rather than diminished power. Through limitation despite apparent previous advantage and seeming beneficial fragmentation. It demonstrated sophisticated understanding, fundamental principle recognition rather than superficial meant regardless of apparent contradiction or seeming paradox throughout complex magical concept. Visible contemplation replaced immediate rejection within Voldemort's expression, genuine consideration. Beyond reflexive dismissal despite continued resistance and maintained opposition throughout direct confrontation. The apparent cognitive shift revealed potential receptivity beneath surface rejectio. Emerging openness despite continued defiance and maintained opposition throughout explicit engagement. As reintegration process achieved substantial progress throughout connected magical structures. Remarkable transformation extended toward emotional capacity beyond physical restoration. Empathic potential development rather than continued sociopathic limitation despite decades of emotional suppression and extensive psychological corruption throughout extended existence. The comprehensive restoration demonstrated fundamental healing beyond superficial modification, essential recovery rather and cosmetic adjustment regardless of extended damage or profound previous limitation. I feel. Voldemort began with unprecedented uncertainty, genuine confusion replacing characteristic confident assertion despite maintained opposition and continued resistance throughout direct confrontation. Something unfamiliar despite extensive experience and comprehensive knowledge throughout my extended existence. Emotional resonance beyond previous capacity despite extended suppression and continued limitation throughout fragmented existence, Harry explained while maintaining ritual guidance despite direct questioning and persistent uncertainty. Restored capability rather than imposed foreign experience despite apparent unprecedented sensation and seeming unfamiliar perception. The balanced explanation maintained precise description despite difficult concept, accurate clarification rather than simplified approximation regardless of complex experience or challenging communication requirements. It demonstrated his psychological understanding, nuanced comprehension rather than rudimentary interpretation regardless of complex emotional dynamic or sophisticated experiential distinction. As reintegration process continued development throughout connected magical structures, visible internal conflict intensified within Voldemort's expression, profound struggle between resistance and acceptance despite continued opposition and maintained defiance throughout explicit engagement. The apparent psychological battle revealed fundamental transformation beneath surface behavior, essential despite continued external resistance and maintained explicit opposition throughout direct interaction. This weakness serves no purpose, Voldemort insisted with diminishing conviction despite growing emotional capacity and developing empathic potential. Sentiment creates vulnerability rather than advantage despite supposed moral significance or alleged ethical value throughout your pathetic worldview. Not weakness but wholeness. Harry corrected while maintaining ritual guidance despite continuing confrontation and persistent opposition. Integration rather than limitation despite apparent vulnerability and seeming disadvantage throughout superficial assessment. The precise distinction maintained accurate description despite provocative characterization, specific clarification rather than general correction regardless of confrontational context or oppositional framing throughout direct interaction. It demonstrated his conceptual precision, accurate terminology rather than approximate language regardless of complex concept or sophisticated distinction throughout difficult explanation. As their exchange continued, reintegration process approached completion throughout connected magical structures, soul fragments achieving substantial unification despite previous fragmentation and extended separation throughout prolonged existence. The progressive restoration demonstrated via BLE methodology despite unprecedented application, successful implementation rather than catastrophic failure regardless of complex magical interaction or extraordinary operation throughout remarkable process. The choice remains yours. Harry reiterated with remarkable calm despite extraordinary circumstances and unprecedented magical implementation. Final acceptance or continued resistance despite established pathway and prepared methodology throughout our magical binding. The balanced statement maintained fundamental principle acknowledgement, volitional participation requirement despite external facilitation and prepared methodology throughout supporting framework. It demonstrated sophisticated understanding beyond mechanical application, essential principle recognition rather than mere technical implementation regardless of complex magical operation or unprecedented application throughout ritual structure. Profound internal struggle manifested visibly within Voldemort's expression, asperite resistance against growing acceptance despite maintained opposition and continued defiance throughout direct confrontation. The apparent psychological battle revealed fundamental transformity. On approaching resolution, essential decision point despite continued external resistance and maintained explicit opposition throughout direct interaction. If I permit this, Voldemort began with unprecedented uncertainty. Genuine question replacing characteristic confident assertion despite maintained opposition and continued resistance throughout direct confrontation. What becomes of me despite reintegration completion and supposed restoration throughout this unprecedented process? Transformation rather than elimination, Harry explained while maintaining ritual guidance despite direct questioning and persistent uncertainty. Evolution beyond previous existence despite fundamental change and comprehensive alteration throughout complete restoration. The balanced explanation maintained honest assessment without false promise, accurate description rather than manipulative assurance regardless of complex outcome or difficult explanation requirements. It demonstrated his ethical approach, truthful communication rather than strategic deception regardless of potential advantage or possible manipulation opportunity throughout critical interaction. As reintegration process achieved FINA-L approach throughout connected magical structures, extraordinary magical manifestation developed throughout surrounding environment, harmonious resonance rather than disruptive discharge despite a norm. Aus energy concentration and unprecedented magical interaction throughout remarkable process. The balanced expression demonstrated viable methodology despite extraordinary application, controlled implementation rather than catastrophic release regardless of enormous magical potential or unprecedented operation throughout remarkable process. Visible resolution replaced internal struggle within Voldemort's expression. Acceptance emerging through resistance despite continued uncertainty and persistent concern throughout direct confrontation. The apparent psychological shift revealed fundamental TRANS formation achieving completion, essential change despite remaining reservations and continuing apprehension throughout explicit engagement. So be it, Voldemort stated with remarkable calmness replying previous desperate resistance despite continuing uncertainty and persistent concern throughout direct confrontation. Proceed with your supposed restoration despite unknown consequences and uncertain outcome throughout this unprecedented implementation. The acceptance statement established volitional participation despite remaining reservation, conscious choice rather than forced submission regardless of continued uncertainty or persistent concern throughout direct engagement. It demonstrated fundamental psychological shift, essential transformation rather than surface compliance regardless of complex decision or profound choice throughout critical interaction. As final acceptance established complete participation throughout reintegration process, extraordinary transformation etc. TED throughout connected magical structures, soul fragments achieving complete unification despite previous fragmentation and extended separation throughout prolonged existence. The comprehensive resto ration demonstrated successful methodology despite unprecedented application, complete implementation rather than partial achievement regardless of complex magical interaction or extraordinary operation throughout remarkable process. Visible physical transformation completed remarkable progression within Voldemort's appearance, human characteristics replacing serpentine features despite decades of magical corruption and extensive unnatural modification throughout extended existence. The comprehensive restoration demonstrated fundamental realignment beyond surface alteration, essential recovery raw. There than cosmetic adjustment regardless of extended damage or profound previous distortion throughout physical manifestation. I feel. Voldemort began with genuine wonder replacing previous alarm. Despite continued uncertainty and persistent concern throughout direct confrontation. Complete despite previous unawareness and continued ignorance throughout fragmented existence. Natural state stored through reintegration process despite extended separation and prolonged fragmentation throughout previous existence, Harry explained while completing ritual guidance despite concluded confrontation and resolved opposition. Wholeness rather than artificial division despite extended duration and established pattern throughout previous condition. The balanced explanation maintained precise description despite extraordinary circumstance, accurate clarification rather than simplified approximation regardless of complex experience or challenging communication requirements. It demonstrated is evolved communication approach, effective information transfer rather than either technical obscurity or excessive simplification regardless of recipient history or reception context. As reintegratee, on-process achieved complete fulfillment throughout connected magical structures, extraordinary magical transformation extended beyond individual participants toward surrounding environment, harmonious resonance affecting broader magical landscape despite localized intention and specific implementation throughout ritual operation. The expanding influence demonstrated unexpected development beyond targeted application. Extended effect rather than limited impact regardless of specific intention or focused implementation throughout original design. The binding dissolves despite complete integratio. And successful implementation throughout connected magical structures, Harry observed while monitoring concluding process despite completed reintegration and fulfilled primary objective. Independent NT existence resuming despite previous connection and established pathway throughout ritual framework. Creating what consequence despite completed restoration and fulfilled integration throughout unprecedented process. Voldemort questioned with genuine curiosity replacing previous defensive hostility despite continued uncertainty and persistent concern throughout direct interaction. Unknown SP. Specifically despite general restoration and fundamental reintegration throughout successful implementation, Harry acknowledged with honest uncertainty despite completed operation and fulfilled primary objective. Evolution continuing beyond initial transformation despite accomplished reintegration and completed restoration throughout primary process. The candid admission maintained honest asses SM. And without false certainty. Accurate description rather than pretended knowledge regardless of completed operation or fulfilled objective throughout extraordinary process. It demonstrated his intellectual integrity. Truthful acknowledgement rather than pretended omniscience regardless of leadership position or authority role throughout complex implementation. As magical binding dissolved between previously connected structures. Independent existence resumed for both participants, separate functioning despite previous integration and established connection throughout ritual operation. The natural separation demonstrated sustainable restoration beyond temporary connection. Viable independence rather than continued dependence regardless of profound transformation or extraordinary process throughout remarkable implementation. What happens now? Voldemort asked with unprecedented uncertainty, genuine question replacing characteristic confident assertion despite completed transformation and filled reintegration throughout extraordinary process. Choice returns fully despite guided restoration and facilitated reintegration throughout previous process, Harry explained while completing ritual deactivation despite concluded operation and fulfilled primary objective. Independent decision despite previous pathway and established direction throughout supporting framework. The Balin CED explanation maintained fundamental principle acknowledgement, autonomous determination despite previous facilitation and guided implementation throughout supporting structure. It demonstrated sophisticated understanding beyond mechanical application, essential principle recognition rather than mere technical implementation regardless of complex magical operation or unprecedented application throughout ritual process. As ritual framework completed deactivation throughout surrounding environment, natural magical equilibrium resumed beyond artificial structure, sustainable balance rather than imp. OSED order despite profound previous intervention and extraordinary implementation throughout remarkable process. The natural restoration demonstrated viable methodology beyond temporary application, sustainable outcome rather than temporary imposition regardless of profound intervention or extraordinary operation throughout remarkable process. I require contemplation despite completed restoration. And fulfilled reintegration throughout unprecedented transformation, Voldemort stated with remarkable calmness, replacing previous desperate resistance despite continuing uncertainty and persistent concern throughout direct confrontation. Consideration space beyond immediate decision despite profound change and extraordinary development throughout unexpected evolution. Understandable request D. Despite completed operation and fulfilled primary objective throughout extraordinary process, Harry acknowledged while implementing appropriate disengagement despite concluded ritual and completed primary objective. Space provided despite legitimate concern and reasonable caution throughout continuing evolution. The balanced response maintained appropriate boundaries without excessive restrictio. N. Reasonable accommodation rather than either naive trust or paranoid limitation regardless of historical relationship or previous conflict throughout extended interaction. It demonstrated his evolved conflict resolution, practical management rather than either vindictive punishment or reckless forgiveness regardless of previous harm or historical damage throughout extended conflict. As their extraordinary interaction concluded physical proximity, broader tactical situation resolved throughout surrounding engagement zones, opposing forces withdrawing despite previous offensive deployment and established attack parameters throughout planned operation. The comprehensive disengagement demonstrated coordinated response beyond independent action, systematic withdrawal rather than chaotic retreat regardless of distributed positioning or complex deployment throughout surrounding environment. Opposition forces implementing full withdrawal protocols throughout engagement sectors, Ron reported th. Rough communication network from Tactical Operations Center coordinating broader response beyond ritual implementation. Organized disengagement rather than combat retreat despite previous offensive positioning and established attack parameters throughout deployed formations. Consistent with central command adjustment rather than isolated tactical decision despite distributed positioning and centralized operational structure throughout opposing force organization, Hermione assessed through the same communication network, providing intelligence evaluation alongside tactical reporting. The integrated information balanced specific tactical reporting with broader strategic assessment, detailed movement description within comprehensive situation evaluation rather than isolated status update. Despite specialized focus areas and diverse responsibility assignments throughout their operational structure, it demonstrated their evolved methodology, synthesized awareness rather than compartmentalized reporting regardless of diverse operational elements or parallel implementation requirements. Later that evening, during comprehensive debriefing with combined command elements at Strategic Operations Center, Harry provided integrated assessment regarding both immediate ritual outcome and broader conflict implications beyond specific tactical developments. The reintegration ritual achieved successful implementation beyond anticipated parameters, complete soul restoration rather than partial reintegration despite unprecedented application and extraordinary operational requirements throughout complex implementation. Particularly significant is apparent psychological transformation accompanying physical restoration, emotional capacity development rather than merely technical soul reassembly. Despite primary focus on fundamental magical objective throughout original operational design. Creating potential conflict resolution pathway beyond conventional combat conclusion despite traditional expectation and established approach throughout historical precedent, Sirius observed from his position representing external coordination elements within the combined command structure. Transformative opportunity rather than destructive necessity despite previous assessment and established understanding throughout conflict analysis. though uncertainty remains regarding long-term outcome. Despite successful implementation and fulfilled primary objective throughout extraordinary operation, McGonagall noted with characteristic balanced perspective, acknowledging both positive development and continuing concerns despite remarkable achievement and unprecedented success. The integrated assessment acknowledged both promising development and continuing uncertainty. Realistic evaluation are rather than either excessive optimism or unwarranted pessimism despite remarkable achievement and unprecedented success. It reflected their evolved analytical approach, balanced perspective rather than binary conclusion regardless of extraordinary outcome or unprecedented development throughout remarkable implementation. Appropriate monitoring protocols require implementation despite successful ration and fulfilled primary objective throughout extraordinary process, Harry concluded, transitioning from assessment toward necessary response development. Reasonable observation without excessive intrusion despite legitimate caution and understandable concern throughout continuing evolution. The balanced recommendation maintained appropriate security without paranoid restriction, reasonable vigilance rather than either naive trust or oppressive surveillance regardless of remarkable transformation or extraordinary development throughout unprecedented process. It demonstrated their evolved security approach, practical management rather than either reckless openness or paranoid isolation regardless of complex situation or unprecedented development throughout extraordinary circumstance. Additionally, Harry continued, addressing broader strategic considerations beyond immediate tactical outcome, this development potentially creates unprecedented opportunity regarding remaining opposition elements despite leadership transformation and central figure evolution throughout extraordinary implementation. Particularly concerning decentralized operational units maintaining independent functionality despite central command adjustment and primary leadership transformation throughout organizational structure. This strategic assessment extended beyond immediate tactical considerations toward broader conflict resolution, potential comprehensive approach rather than merely central figure focus despite primary emphasis on leadership transformation and central element restoration throughout extraordinary implementation. It represented sophisticated strategic thinking, integrated consideration rather than limited focus regardless of remarkable achievement or unprecedented development throughout extraordinary operation. Necessitating tailored engagement approaches regarding diverse opposition elements despite apparent unified withdrawal and coordinated disengagement throughout observable tactical manifestation. Kingsley concluded, recognizing the strategic implication with characteristic practical focus. Individualized resolution pathways rather than monolithic approach ite apparent unified response and coordinated reaction throughout immediate tactical situation. The assessment acknowledged complex reality beneath apparent unified response, diverse elements requiring tailored approaches despite coordinated withdrawal and unified disengagement throughout immediate tactical manifestation. It reflected their evolved strategic approach, nuanced understanding rather simplified perception regardless of apparent unified behavior or coordinated action throughout observable tactical situation. Discussion continued developing specific response protocols addressing both immediate monitoring requirements and longer-term engagement approaches, balanced security measures, appropriate observation methodologies, and tailored interaction frameworks beyond conventional conflict resolution models. The collaborative process demonstrated their evolved methodology, integrated response development rather than isolated planning despite diverse organizational components and traditionally separate operational structures. Throughout the extended debriefing and planning session, Harry maintained balanced leadership position, facilitating collaborative development while providing strategic direction. Incorporating diverse perspectives while maintaining coherent framework, encouraging innovative thinking while ensuring practical viability. This approach reflected his LVED leadership style, integration rather than domination, synthesis rather than imposition, and guidance rather than control despite extraordinary circumstances and unprecedented developments. When Anning's session concluded with established next steps and designated responsibilities, Harry found moment for private reflection beyond immediate operational considerations, contemplating profound implications beyond tactical outcomes or strategic developments throughout extraordinary implementation. The reflective space balanced immediate responsibilities with deeper consideration, addressing practical Cal requirements while maintaining philosophical awareness despite pressing demands and continuing operational needs. The soul restoration ritual represented remarkable achievement beyond specific tactical success. Transformative implementation rather than destructive confrontation despite conventional expectation and traditional approach throughout historical conflict resolution. More significantly, it demonstrated viable integration between apparently opposing forces, harmonious interaction possibility rather than inevitable destructive opposition despite traditional categorical separation and conventional binary framework throughout established magical understanding. This fundamental demonstration extended beyond immediate tactical application toward broader philosophical implication, integration possibility rather than inevitable opposition despite apparent contradiction and seeming incompatibility throughout diverse magical approaches. It challenged conventional categorical thinking. Throughout established magical framework, synthesis opportunity rather than mandatory separation despite traditional classification and established categorization throughout conventional magical understanding. Most profoundly, the implementation validated balanced approach referenced in extended prophecy, neither light nor dark but balanced between, demonstrating practical effectiveness beyond theoretical concept despite traditional skepticism and conventional dismissal throughout established magical institutions. This practical validation supported continued methodological development beyond mediate tactical application, integrated approach rather than compartmentalized implementation regardless of institutional preference or traditional separation throughout conventional magical practice. With that balanced perspective acknowledging both immediate practical considerations and broader philosophical implications, Harry resumed necessary operational responsibilities while maintaining integrated awareness, addressing pressing requirements while preserving deeper understanding despite continuing demands and ongoing implementation needs. The approach reflected his evolved methodology, sustainable effectiveness rather than compartmentalized functioning regardless of diverse demands or parallel requirements throughout complex operational environment. The path forward contained both significant opportunity and substantial challenge, balanced awareness supporting effective action rather than either naive optimism or paranoid pessimism amid extraordinary transformation and unprecedented development despite inherent uncertainty and continuing evolution throughout remarkable process. The Great Hall hummed with anticipation as students gathered for Dumbledore's long-awaited return address, his first public appearance since recovering from injuries sustained during Department of Mysteries confrontation months earlier. Though still showing physical signs of his ordeal, right arm permanently darkened despite extensive healing efforts, his characteristic energy and penetrating gaze remained undimmed as he surveyed the assembled school from his restored position at the center of the head table. Harry observed from his position at Gryffindor table, maintaining casual conversation while conducting systematic assessment of the gathered population beyond immediate social interaction. Beyond obvious anticipation expected given significant occasion, he noted subtler patterns indicating broader transformation throughout student body, inter-house cooperation beyond traditional boundaries, practical collaboration transcending historical divisions, and functional communication networks operating beneath formal institutional structures despite conventional separation and established categorical frameworks. Different energy than previous years, Neville observed quietly, his own perceptiveness having developed remarkably alongside his magical abilities throughout extended conflict and challenging circumstances. More integrated purpose beneath social interactions despite traditional separation and historical division throughout conventional structures. Natural evolution thr. Our practical necessity despite institutional preference and historical precedent throughout established framework, Harry agreed, recognizing broader pattern beyond specific manifestations throughout surrounding environment. Functional adaptation transcending traditional limitation despite conventional expectation and established approach throughout historical operation. The observation aptly beyond student dynamics to wizarding society generally, practical cooperation developing across traditional boundaries despite historical separation and conventional division throughout established institutional structures. It represented significant social evolution beyond immediate practical adaptation, fundamental transformation rather than temporary adjustment regardless of initial practical motivation or immediate necessity throughout developing implementation. When Dumbledore rose to address the assembled school, the hall quieted with remarkable immediacy, students recognizing profound Significance beyond routine announcement despite maintained institutional formality and preserved traditional structure throughout ceremonial occasion. His presence at restored position symbolized continuity despite transformation, maintained framework despite evolved content throughout developing institutional adaptation. Welcome to Hogwarts, he greeted with characteristic warmth beneath formal address. Returning students and newcomers alike join our community during extraordinary period requiring both traditional educational commitment and appropriate evolution beyond conventional understanding. Despite established approaches and historical methodologies throughout previous implementation. The balanced introduction acknowledged both maintained tradition and necessary evolution, preserved foundation alongside developing adaptation despite apparent tension and seeming contradiction throughout parallel consideration. It reflected Dumbledore's evolved leadership approach, integrated perspective rather than binary positioning regardless of complex situation or challenging circumstance throughout extraordinary development. Recent events demonstrated profound truth beyond conventional understanding despite established knowledge and traditional wisdom throughout historical development, he continued with characteristic gentle directness beneath formal address. Particularly regarding apparent opposition requiring inevitable conflict despite seeming contradiction and apparent incompatibility throughout diverse approaches and varied perspectives within magical understanding. The outful observation identified fundamental principle beyond specific application, philosophical insight rather than merely tactical assessment despite practical context and immediate relevance throughout current circumstances. It demonstrated Dumbledore's characteristic approach, deeper understanding beyond surface observation regardless of practical situation or immediate application throughout developing implementation. Integration possibility beyond inevitable opposition despite apparent contradiction and seeming incompatibility throughout diverse approaches, Dumbledore explained with remarkable clarity despite complex concept and sophisticated distinction throughout difficult explanation. Harmony potential rather than mandatory conflict despite traditional expectation and established understanding throughout conventional framework. The philosophical principle expressed fundamental insight beyond specific application, transformative understanding rather than merely practical observation despite immediate relevance and current significance throughout developing circumstances. It demonstrated sophisticated comprehension beyond mechanical implementation, essential principle recognition rather than mere technical application regardless of complex concept or practical manifestation throughout extraordinary development. This principle finds practical expression through recent extraordinary developments beyond conventional expectation despite established understanding and traditional anticipation throughout historical precedent, Dumbledore continued, referencing recent ICT resolution without explicit detail despite clear implication and obvious reference throughout careful explanation. Particularly regarding transformed relationship beyond previous opposition despite historical conflict and established enmity throughout extended interaction. The measured reference acknowledged significant transformation without inappropriate disclosure, meaningful recognition without excessive detail regardless of extraordinary development or unprecedented evolution throughout remarkable process. It demonstrated sensitive communication, appropriate transparency without irresponsible revelation regardless of public interest or legitimate curiosity throughout complex situation. Professor Riddle joins our faculty this term, Dumbledore announced with remarkable straightforwardness despite extraordinary circumstances and unprecedented development. Teaching advanced magical theory for Newt-level students interested in fundamental principles beyond practical application. Despite conventional curriculum and established educational framework throughout traditional instruction. The simple introduction created momentary stunned silence throughout assembled students. Pros. SSING unprecedented development beyond expected announcement despite prepared context and established framework throughout formal address. The extraordinary revelation demonstrated institutional adaptation beyond conventional expectation, practical evolution rather than rigid adherence regardless of traditional limitation or historical precedent throughout established operation. From faculty table, the restored Tom Riddle acknowledged the introduction with dignified nod, human features having replaced serpentine characteristics despite retained recognizable aspects and preserved distinctive qualities throughout transformed appearance. His physical presence represented visible manifestation beyond internal transformation, external restoration accompanying psychological evolution despite extents. I've previous corruption and prolonged unnatural modification throughout extended existence. Murmurs spread throughout student population as processing continued regarding extraordinary development, speculation mingling with uncertainty despite maintained composure and continued attention throughout formal occasion. The natural response demonstrated appropriate reaction beyond excessive disruption, reasonable processing rather than chaotic response regardless of unprecedented announcement or extraordinary revelation throughout formal address. Additionally, Dumbledore continued after allowing appropriate processing period despite continuing murmurs and persistent speculation throughout assembled students. Curriculum expansion includes integrated magical theory beyond conventional categories. Despite traditional separation and established division throughout historical instruction. The educational announcement complemented previous faculty introduction, philosophical framework accompanying practical implementation despite apparent separate consideration and seeming independent development throughout parallel presentation. It demonstrated coordinated approach beyond isolated elements. Integrated development rather than compartmentalized evolution regardless of diverse components or parallel aspects throughout comprehensive transformation. Specifically incorporating balanced understanding beyond rigid classification despite traditional limitation and conventional restriction throughout established educational framework, Dumbledore explained with characteristic clarity despite complex concept and sophisticated distinction throughout difficult explanation. Recognizing practical synthesis beyond artificial separation despite historical precedent and institutional preference throughout previous implementation. The educational philosophy expressed fundamental shift beyond specific curriculum adjustment, transformed understanding rather than merely modified content despite apparent technical focus and seeming administrative change throughout practical announcement. It demonstrated institutional evolution beyond superficial adaptation, essential transformation rather cosmetic adjustment regardless of formal presentation or official characterization throughout public announcement. These developments represent ongoing evolution rather than completed transformation. Despite significant progress and substantial achievement throughout recent extraordinary implementation, Dumbledore concluded with characteristic balanced perspective despite remarkable development and unprecedented evolution. Continuing journey rather than arrived destination despite important milestone and meaningful progress throughout developing process. The measured conclusion balanced appropriate recognition with realistic assessment, acknowledging achievement without declaring completion regardless of significant development or extraordinary evolution throughout remarkable process. It demonstrated mature understanding, balanced perspective rather than binary categorization regardless of remarkable achievement or unprecedented development throughout extraordinary circumstance. Formal address concluded and normal meal service resumed, conversation erupted throughout student population, processing extraordinary announcements beyond routine information despite institutional on-text and formal presentation throughout official communication. The engaged discussion demonstrated appropriate intellectual vitality beyond passive acceptance, active consideration rather than styonic reception regardless of authority source or official context throughout formal presentation. Extraordinary development beyond anticipated evolution despite expected progress and projected transformation throughout recent implementation, Hermione observed quietly, her analytical precision processing implications beyond immediate announcement despite remarkable content and unprecedented revelation throughout formal address. Creating educational opportunity beyond practical necessity despite immediate application and current relevance throughout developing situation, Ron added with characteristic practical focus. Identifying tangible benefit beyond philosophical significance despite intellectual context and conceptual framing throughout formal presentation. Integration demonstra. Beyond theoretical concept despite apparent validation and visible manifestation throughout concrete implementation, Neville concluded with remarkable insight, recognizing fundamental significance. Beyond specific application despite practical context and immediate relevance throughout current development. The integrated assessment balanced diverse perspectives within comprehensive understanding. Complementary analysis producing synthesized comprehension rather than isolated evaluation despite specialized focus areas and varied analytical approaches throughout collaborative processing. It demonstrated their evolved methodology, Integrated understanding rather than compartmentalized analysis regardless of complex information or diverse consideration throughout comprehensive assessment. Ari maintained balanced awareness throughout surrounding discussion, monitoring broader response while participating appropriate conversation despite divided attention and parallel consideration throughout complex situation. The integrated approach balanced specific interaction with comprehensive awareness, particular engagement within broader observation rather than isolated focus despite legitima. Immediate interests and direct conversational participation. Later that evening, during private meeting with Dumbledore in Headmaster's office following formal public address, Harry engaged more direct discussion regarding extraordinary developments beyond public announcement despite institutional context and formal presentation throughout official communication. The private conversation ed appropriate discretion with necessary transparency, confidential discussion without excessive secrecy regardless of sensitive content or extraordinary subject throughout complex communication. His integration continues progressing beyond initial restoration despite extended process and ongoing development throughout remarkable transformation, Dumbledore explained with characteristic thoughtful assessment despite extraordinary circumstance and unprecedented evolution. Psychological adaptation accompanying magical restoration despite primary focus and principal objective throughout initial implementation. Creating viable teaching capacity beyond basic functionality despite limited experience and restricted background throughout conventional educational practice, Harry inquired with a appropriate professional focus despite personal interest and direct involvement throughout extraordinary process. Remarkable capability despite non-traditional background and unconventional experience throughout previous existence. Dumbledore confirmed with characteristic balanced assessment despite extraordinary circumstance and unprecedented situation. Particularly regarding fundamental magical theory beyond practical application despite limited conventional instruction and restricted traditional education throughout previous development. The professional evaluation balanced appropriate cognition with realistic assessment, acknowledging capability without exaggerated claim regardless of extraordinary circumstance or unprecedented situation throughout remarkable development. It demonstrated mature assessment, balanced perspective rather than binary categorization regardless of complex situation or challenging evaluation throughout extraordinary circumstance. Student response appears processing appropriately despite extraordinary revelation and unprecedented announcement throughout formal address, Harry observed with professional assessment beyond personal reaction despite dire court involvement and immediate interest throughout remarkable situation. Natural adaptation despite unprecedented development and extraordinary circumstance throughout remarkable evolution, Dumbledore agreed with characteristic insight beyond superficial observation. Particularly regarding younger students demonstrating flexible integration beyond established preconception despite minimal preview. Exposure and limited established framework throughout developing understanding. The balanced assessment acknowledged positive development without excessive optimism, realistic evaluation rather than exaggerated interpretation regardless of encouraging indication or positive manifestation throughout developing situation. It demonstrated mature understanding, balanced perspective rather than wishful thinking regardless of preferred outcome or desired development throughout complex evolution. Integration demonstration extends beyond educational application toward broader social implementation despite institutional context and formal presentation throughout specific manifestation, Harry noted, identifying fundamental significance beyond particular application despite practical context and mediate relevance throughout current development. Precisely, Dumbledore confirmed with evident satisfaction regarding perceptive observation beyond superficial assessment. Practical manifestation. Beyond theoretical concept despite specific application and particular implementation throughout concrete demonstration. The philosophical agreement identified essential principle beyond immediate application. Fundamental understanding rather than merely practical observation despite specific context and immediate relevance throughout current implementation. It demonstrated shared intellectual framework. Aligned comprehension rather than merely parallel observation regardless of diverse perspective or different position throughout collaborative assessment. As their discussion continued addressing both immediate practical considerations and broader philosophical implications, Harry maintained integrated awareness beyond specific conversation focus, acknowledging multiple dimensions despite PA. Articular discussion thread and specific dialogue direction throughout complex interaction. The balanced approach prevented narrow concentration despite legitimate immediate focus, maintaining comprehensive understanding alongside specific consideration regardless of particular topic or immediate subject throughout complex discussion. The extraordinary developments represented remarkable achievement. Beyond specific practical success, transformative implementation rather than merely technical accomplishment despite apparent operational focus and seeming tactical objective throughout immediate presentation. More fundamentally, they demonstrated viable integration between apparently opposing forces, harmonious interaction possibility rather than inevitable destructive opposition despite tradition. Categorical separation and conventional binary framework throughout established understanding. This fundamental demonstration extended beyond immediate practical application toward broader philosophical implication. Integration possibility rather than inevitable opposition despite apparent contradiction and seeming incompatibility throughout diverse approaches and varied perspectives. It challenged conventional categorical thinking throughout established frameworks, synthesis opportunity rather than mandatory separation despite traditional classification and established categorization throughout conventional understanding. Most profoundly, these developments validated balanced approach referenced in extended prophecy, neither light nor dark but balanced between, demonstrating practical effectiveness beyond theoretical concept despite traditional skepticism and conventional dismissal throughout established institutions and formal structures. This practical validation supported continued methodological development beyond immediate application, integrated approach rather than compartmentalized implementation regardless of institutional preference or traditional separation throughout conventional practice and established framework. With that balanced perspective acknowledging both immediate practical considerations and broader philosophical implications, Harry continued engagement. While maintaining integrated awareness, addressing specific discussion while preserving comprehensive understanding despite particular focus and immediate direction throughout complex interaction. The approach reflected his evolved methodology, sustainable integration rather than compartmentalized functioning regardless of diverse considerations or parallel requirements throughout complex operational environment. The path forward contained both significant opportunity and substantial challenge, balanced awareness supporting effective engagement rather than either naive optimism or cynical pessimism. Amid extraordinary transformation and unprecedented development despite inherent uncertainty and continuing evolution throughout remarkable process and ongoing implementation. Chapter 5 End.